Ah. We're here. I call this the green noise. Why'd you use that command, guys? Why would you possibly use that? Playlist? I mean, this is just, this is Battle on the Breachmaker. Trig with the resub as well. Trig, of course, one of the biggest fans of Magrest in the entire world. Part of the Magrest fan club, for those who don't know, guys. Okay, that really is how it is. Magrest enjoyer, if you will. I don't know what I just typed. Honestly, that's perfect. Penis music? There's no penis music here, guys. Welcome, gamers. It's URA LCM. Content, if you will. Who doesn't love content? I have my scuffed leaderboard ready. And actually, we're probably just gonna... I'm just gonna let the epic boss music play. I think that's actually probably the play here. VCS 2000, Pug stream. Nope. It is, in fact, this, guys, is a multi-Twitch stream, okay? That's the only thing we're doing here. We are multi-Twitching. I have my streams. I have them ready, guys. We have COF. We have SC. We have LN. We have Rise. Who's your money on, Teapot? Anyway, are you? Well, I've got a bet on the underdog, okay? Like, obviously, NA. Because that will be the best storyline. NA will be the best storyline. Yeah. Incredible! Aura the Breaker of her own armor in the last phase. True. True. YouTube has no picture. YouTube always has picture. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Are you also killing Aura? Or to be unkillable at release? I mean, it could be bugged. It's possible, I guess. I mean, I'll probably kill it at some point, but I don't really have... it's not a good timing for me, really. I don't have the time to do it now. Fungus going for the day one race. No, all of Fungus quit the game. That's the kind of the sad thing, though. Wait, what have we got here? We have React content. Wait, bro, what is this? What have you done? What have you released?
Hey guys, Nike here. I
wanted to
do a quick video on a thing that really kind of does annoy me, and it's kind of the direction of how pay to win in certain respects.
Dude, I see them. I see them, guys. I can see them.
When they introduced these garden plots for your home instance, there really wasn't like a compelling reason to buy them. Like the primers that you can make are pretty good, but
they're there, guys.
One extra plot that you would just put these random vegetables in.
Yeah.
And I mean, not very high value. It would take you months or weeks or years even to like farm enough vegetables to pay back the cost. Except that's kind of changing.
Ooh,
because
it's changing.
As you guys all know, the legendary back piece from the next big update in Janthier Wilds is going to require rutabagas. And as a result...
oh no!
This raises a couple problems.
Yeah.
The first problem.
Look at those homegrown ones,
is that
guys.
You can't really target farm rutabagas. There aren't nodes
wow, is that actually
in
true?
the game where
That's
you're going to
interesting, actually.
consistently get rutabagas. Even if you
Wow.
find an area that has a lot of the vegetable nodes,
Yeah.
they drop like 10 different vegetables, so your
Oh,
chances
so you can't
of
get
getting
only
a
one
lot
of them.
rutabagas is pretty
Yeah.
low, and it's not worth your time to farm.
Yeah.
What that means is the supply on the TP is very low, and it's really prone to buyouts. If people bought all the rutabagas for the back piece, the price is going to skyrocket.
Yep.
And I have a feeling that is what's going to happen when the patch goes live, or maybe even before the patch goes live. So essentially what's going to happen is these rutabagas are probably going to go up to like 10 or 15 silver each.
Ooh.
And once you get to that level, being able to farm 12 rutabagas a day from your home instance is going to give you like an extra like gold and a half per day.
And that's big.
Now, that's kind of crazy.
That's a lot.
And I think the problem's only going to get worse because the legendary back piece, again,
it's going to be big.
Is going to have a lot of people are going to make it. And because there are a lot of sort of casual players who are open worlders, and they don't want to do fractals. They definitely don't want to do PvP or World v World.
Very true.
So this is going to be a very popular legendary item. And the fact that it's going to take, it's going to take a lot of ingredients, but the fact that 250 rutabagas is going to be part of it is going to create a lot of weird economic
I think the price is still...
Wait,
bro! What?
Do things like that in order because you don't want to make any item available in the cash shop like
someone bought all of them,
like an obvious no-brainer thing where you're going to get
40
ahead
silver
of the players that don't have it. So I just wanted to put this out there to kind of like highlight an issue with the stuff on the cash shop that I see as a problem. And
look, you need 250 guys.
Vegas don't go up in price too much, because I think it could lead to bad incentives on ArenaNet's part. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Hopefully this helped you, and hopefully this will give you something to think about at least.
Yeah, do it,
anyway,
guys.
I'll
you have to get involved in this.
Peace.
And there it is. Look, the facts don't lie, guys. It's gone up more as well. 44 silver. And Nike was right again, guys. What can I say? Do we have any comments here? This is the biggest thing to drop since the onion farm. Groundbreaking. Well, there it is, guys. Just look. I do feel I am going to have to be boring, guys. This is, in fact, a joke. This is a psyop, if you will. We don't know anything about the legendary backpack, but it would be very funny if it did coincidentally require rutabagas. I got to say that. Spectating. Oh, yeah, we could just hop on call then, Plenix. And do like, we can join streams and shit. You know, we could get like a call going and just like add random streamers to it. But we're getting started in like 15 minutes, guys. Stay tuned for that. As you start to see the comps form, although there could be some relogs, of course. I'm definitely expecting Condimech and Druid to kind of be a feature. Like, if I'm going to make predictions, guys, I am going to be predicting Condimech, Chrono, Druid to actually be popping up. How many teams? I basically got the relevant teams here, I think. If I had to say which teams will be the most competitive, it will be COF and SC. And then Rise and LN, also potential as well, I think. So basically, these four, I would say, are the ones to watch. That's why I've got them open in my multi-twitches. If there are any more streams, we can do that, though. I will add more. I'll probably have 2 per tab, and we just, like, spam tab through that. It's going to be great, guys. Little bit of shout out to Sick TV here. Little Condimech rotation grinding. Love to see that. Very nice. Grim logged in. And yeah, you can start to see. Turns out, mech pretty good. What can I say? Mech pretty damn good, guys. It is a big blaster right now. A big pumper, if you will. So those are going to be popping up for sure. How long the race take? That's a really good question, honestly. Like, if it's the teams will have practiced quite a lot. So if it's quite similar, it will probably die pretty quick. But honestly, the CMs were a surprise. The LCM could be a surprise as well. If ArenaNet have modified it quite a lot, like different mechanic sequencing, extra mechanics, and so on, then it could live a lot longer, right? It's actually very unpredictable. I know that's like I'm supposed to be predicting things here, but to be honest, it actually is very difficult to predict because it's so contingent on like what ArenaNet actually does with this. You're not going. I don't have a team that I think is competitive in my games. And it's not a good time for me. I've got WoW right now, so I can't. I don't have time to commit to it. And the entire timing of this was like really bad. So no, my team quit Mogains. They've all quit. Or it should take a long time. Yeah, but people, there's a big difference though. People are prepared for this. People are prepared. And that is a big difference. Mythic Gallywix appears. I mean, that would be big, yeah. Archangel phase? What does that even mean? Is that what even is that? How many comps they have prepped? I'm sure they have a bunch of ideas. Some things that they've probably settled on a little bit. Some things that they've, you know, maybe thought about, like, if this happens, then we can relog to this. I saw Max at Mythic Galaxy disappointing. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's probably going to be, it'll probably be really fun. And honestly, probably challenging for a guild at our level. But from the perspective of the race to Worlds First, it's way too easy. For the, you know, the top guilds in WoW, obviously. It's sad time to see. I'm not gonna lie, I would be playing at Mogains. It was just like the worst timing possible. If it had released on time, it would have been okay. But the time that it released now was like just really, really bad for me. And honestly, I just haven't really been able to play Guild Wars that much for the last year, really. So I haven't really been playing the game that consistently. And you know, ultimately, the team that I used to play PvE with, they've all moved on, right? And I didn't really replace them at any point. So this was never really going to be one that I'm going to be that interested in playing. For that reason, right? They have Guardians. Looks like, yeah, it could be some Willbenders here. Which would be a sensible choice, right? Like, having that mega AoE cleave is super nice. Also has decent CC capacity, which is going to be really important. Well, probably pretty important as well. Huge. Green noise? Do you guys just really like the green noise, huh? So we actually have the Condimech setup coming through from COF here, with some Scourges in there as well. Let's see what LN has cooked up in 15 minutes. Looks like Rise, I think Rise is also going for a Condimech setup. So we have two Condimech setups, maybe a Willbender approach here from SC as well. No tournament controller. I actually thought that was kind of overkill because I also want to watch VODs and stuff. So I actually did set it up to work with tournament controller, but I actually thought that was a bit of over-engineering. And seeing as we're probably going to want to go back and watch VODs and look at stuff happening, I figured that would actually be quite unwieldy without some like more setup. New Mikasa is more HP and pressure. It's very difficult to say. I think a lot of their effort probably went into the CM, so it might not be that different. Might be like one new mechanic. I think they'll definitely try to make the DPS check pretty strict. So that's probably one of the main ways it will be difficult, is like having a pretty tight check on output. But yeah, we'll see. So it's a little bit of a tricky one. Yui talking to the Laurel vendor. That is important, to be fair, actually. That is important stuff. Slam Decimate and Greer in there. Funny enough, that actually is one of the things that I thought about, is that what if URA summons, like, E-Reg or something? Or, like, summons an incarnation, you have some of the mechanics of Decima that pop up that you actually have to solve on there. That would actually be something that I could consider them doing, because it would be efficient development resource-wise of, like, adding new mechanics into the fight. Is, like, add some of the mechanics from other bosses onto it. I did think about that. When does LCM come out? About 13 minutes. Mechanics to be added. One thing that would be cheap to add would be greens. And just more, too. So, like, more bubbles, for example. More bubbles, more geysers. Titan Spawn could spawn even more ads. Titan Spawn could spawn a fucking Greeling. There's options, guys. Titan Spawn could spawn the green noise. How do you expect this race to last? It's very difficult to say, because I'll know when we see how different it is. If it's not that different, it might just fall over. If it's very different, then it could take a while, especially if the DPS check is tight. Also, if I can make this guess. I think ArenaNet would rather release it overtuned or like, you know, borderline impossible than undertuned, right? So I'd expect it to be very aggressively tuned. So just on the DPS check alone, it might take a while. Because bear in mind, guys, when they released Ceres, it was bugged, to be fair, but it had like 165 million HP. It was not that realistic to complete. The White Commander? This is Grimjack. One of the most legendary NA players. Repping the Scourge right now. Obscene damage. Champion of champions. But we will see. People with mechanics can't move will be crazy. I mean, yeah, that would be pretty cooked. I think that would be kind of unfun, though. I wouldn't consider that to be particularly well designed. So I think that would be shit. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 Soul Beast Bodyguard heals on Shinobi. Wow, I mean that's big. That's big, Farscar. That's a revolutionary new build. Grimjack carrying an A. I mean, look, this is NA here, guys. This is the power of NA about to unleash. Fast fact. NA will be powerful here, guys. They are about to activate. Prediction bets? Honestly, no. But you have to make your call now. And then we can just read your chat log to see if you were right. Like, that's actually how you have to do this. So you better do it. No teapot race. If they do another one, I might try and get a team together. But I just don't have a team this time around. Because all of my, all the guys I'd want to play with don't really play anymore. What are these players? Use 1080p and 24? I'd say most people are probably running 1440p, honestly, because it looks really nice. But yeah, anything like that is going to be good. Heal a lot? Yeah, that's possible. Could, like, massively heal to, like, 36%. Like, double the healing. 100%. Okay. It's going to be any second now. Bear in mind the patches can actually drop a couple minutes early sometimes. The teams are going to be aware of that, obviously, as you can see here. Teams preparing themselves. Fucking HMod not logged on. What are you doing, bro? He's going to get flamed. He's going to be in trouble. What are you doing, buddy? Yeah, my man is caught here. He's completely fucking caught, yes? Log on, dude. Hello? Mela gonna be live soon. Mela, my queen. Sick TV, Raider activate on the mech. Rise 7 out of 10 in squad. What are you guys doing? Okay, what is this? To be fair, actually, it is 1 hour earlier than normal patch time for EU because of, like, the wacky-ass time stuff that's going on, but it is what it is. You got to deal with it, guys, right? That's the way it goes. That is just the way it goes, my friends. Luna's streaming as well. Very exciting. Do you think it's most likely to win the race? It's really hard to say, honestly. I think it actually depends, because, like, I know I'm not going to leak any of this, because I did a bunch of prep with NA, actually. They've got some pretty interesting ideas, I think. It depends, like... I think a big part of it is, like, whose comp is going to be... Like, whose theoretical comp is going to work out the best in practice. So it's very interesting to see some different approaches. Although, again, this could be bait, again, because, like, these teams are going live right now, so they may want to kind of have a couple of little secrets here. So we'll see what the actual finalized comps are when the teams log in. Kind of obvious it'll be Snow Crows? Not really, no. I don't think so. I'd say probably the favorite. But I don't think it's a done deal. There's some, you know, people have, like, tried for this a fair bit, to be honest. Dragon Slash can melt steel beams. True. Where is the patch? 6 minutes until the hour. Yeah, what's the price on the rutabagas? 39 silver. Dude, wait, do I have any of these? Oh, I actually do. Dude, wait, we need to get like a... I'm gonna do a bit of a pump on them, guys. Okay, I'm gonna fund the mota prize pool with this. Here we go. I'm actually gonna go for an undercut, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and undercut at 38 silver. That is a bargain. This is a bargain, guys. This is a very good deal. You definitely want to get in on this action right now, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and sell all of mine for 38 silver each. You want to look? If you guys want to fund the mota prize pool, that's how you do it. Buy those rutabagas. I am rug pulling all of you fuckers. Holy shit, and it feels good. It feels very good. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Look, if you bought, I'm sorry, you're in the pump, okay? Well, no, actually, well, now you're in the dump, okay? I'm dumping these rutabagas onto you guys. Good luck with that. Patch is going to be coming up in a moment. You're already rug pulled? Yeah, exactly. Honestly, it's already too late for me. I got rug pulled myself. Although, actually, those got sent to me for free, so I guess someone else got rug pulled. Okay. And the team's kind of undergoing their final mental preparation here. Do any of the teams have all of their members online? That's like the really big question here, I feel like. That's the big question. We actually have the patch notes, so the patch is going to be coming through pretty soon. Is there? I wonder if there's any. What if they nerf like Thorn's Relic or something? What, bro? They nerfed Titan meta 25%, dude. Why do they take everything from us, guys? Why do they take everything from us? That's brutality! What the fuck? They added it to the LFG as well. That's based. Oh yeah, the teams, they're ready. They're ready to relog. They're ready to patch. I can't believe they've done this. Oh yeah, they did this thing. This is like kind of a nice thing for World vs. World, actually. Did they fix like the bugged arrow on Decima? Oh, they fixed this bug. That's a good bug fix. Like the double hit. Ah, yeah, here we go. I think so. This is maybe the thing. Oh yeah, this is a good bug. That's a good bug fix. That one is really annoying, actually. The orbs can like go through you sometimes. This one is also pretty good, I think. Yeah, these are some good bug fixes. It looks like they did fix most of the issues, which is actually pretty nice. Oh, I like that, actually. The giving the Jade Armor Swift. That's also really nice. Yeah, wow. These are nice changes, actually, to these events. Yeah. These are pretty clear issues they've addressed. I like that. Yep. Yep. Dude, I can't believe they butchered the Titan meta so hard, actually. What the hell, guys? I'm actually kind of sad about that. That's messed up, dude. They annihilated the Titan meta. The pathing fixes. I'm not sure they can fix that. That's the thing. Oh, dude, H1 made it with like 2 minutes to spare. Love to see that. Very nice. Okay. So we're about to relog here, guys. Patch coming through in a couple of moments. Couple of seconds. We're ready to go. Prepare yourselves. URA LCM. The Breaker. The Annihilator. MC are not participating. If they are and they have a stream, I'll load it up. Why are you sad you didn't play it? I mean, I am a little bit sad, but it just didn't work out for me. That's the way it goes. I've been very lucky not to have, like, really big overlaps up until now. It had to happen eventually, right? So I'm not really going to cry about it. You know, I would definitely like to play in this sort of thing, but the stars didn't really align for this one. It was pretty much the worst case scenario for me. It happens. I'll try and play next time. The one after this. But I need to, like, rebuild a team. Because all of my guys are playing WoW. They're playing the Forbidden game, dude. They've, like, installed the Forbidden game. Yo! Weekly PvP from Grim. Hasn't even finished his weeklies! Well, to be fair, it is only Tuesday, so... that's not that unremarkable. Or not that remarkable. Alright. Should be cooking. Here it comes. Here it comes. Of course, the guilds will have URA instances. They're just going to load in after this. Yo, Gobble TV, Tier 1, what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. URA LCM, that's what's going on. Yui picking up some laurels. Very important. Surely he doesn't buy the Obsidian Shard. He should do that for a fucking troll, actually. It'd be pretty based. Yeah, it would be pretty cool, actually, if URA was in the Titan meta. If they added that. That would be pretty hype, actually. Yeah, I actually saw this. I actually really like this. Nanny, this is a good change in my opinion. It, like, simplifies it down a lot. And it also means that you can farm everything at the same time. Get a core going. Yeah, do the... wait, let me knock on your stream. Are you live, Planix? Or are you not live? Oh, shit. I think we've got it. Yeah, we've got a relog going. Are you live, Planix, or what? I'm not live? Oh, I'll just call you then. Fuck you, Roy. Dude, honestly, Roy, why are you not in this call casting with us? That's the Omega Lol. R Omega Lol Y. Okay, that's your actual true name. Yo, Planix, what's going on? I think they're patching that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also patching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go. So the teams, who's got the fastest internet? That's the big one here, right? Like that's going to be the deciding factor. Who is going to make it into the game?
What if they just reset and everyone has to do normal modes first? That's the bigger question.
That would actually be really funny if that was the case. Okay, Grim is in.
Yeah.
So NA is about to enter the instance. And bear in mind, of course, guys, we are going to start to see the actual comps form up as well here, right? We'll see what these guys are going to be going for. Do you have any predictions on comp, Plenix? Because I'm thinking Condimech, Druid, Chrono.
Willbender. Yeah, exactly. Willbender pretty much high AoE. If you want to play a little bit safe but slow, Scourge is still a good option, especially with Trailblazer. Outside of that, like, I don't unfortunately think there might be something, but who knows? Maybe there will be like a very sleeper build, you know?
Yeah.
That may awaken.
Yeah, we're going to be very interested to see what people are cooked up here, actually, for sure. Looks like we might even have an Untamed, actually, see play here on NA, actually. Looks at that, which honestly does make some sense, right? It's a very high DPS build when it is played correctly.
Okay, so the instance is not reset, they're going straight in.
Yeah, they're going straight to URA. And it looks like it might be a pretty interesting setup here from SC, actually. A couple of relogs coming through. Looks like it's going to be Guardian heavy, so possibly Willbenders are coming from those guys. Firebrand 2 would make sense. I don't know if you've noticed this playing, actually, but Firebrand is honestly really making a comeback on this wing. Its access to stability, in particular, is really powerful. And it actually works really well in the URA comp setup as well for this reason. Having that quickness application, and you also have really nice utility that works really well on this fight, actually, overall. But yeah, a bit of a hybrid approach from SC, Condimech, and also for that mega AoE, they're activating those Willbenders over here. Let's see what LN is going for. Looks like it's going to be like a pure Condimech approach from LN by the looks of this. Oh yeah, what's going on? What have you seen?
Well, I just saw the first pull of what was going on. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Just some funny memes. I think the position is also slightly different as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so far it looks to be fairly similar here. Right, like we of course have that.
Yeah, I think there is a maybe new buff, maybe, or the buff
yeah,
that
they're just pinging. I think it's like the same buff there. They're now about to get started. SC waiting for everyone to load in, and yeah, you can see that comp start to form up now. I'm definitely expecting a pretty tight DPS check here, so going for these like really high DPS builds makes sense. I think NA, by the way, is actually rolling with a triple heal setup, which is pretty interesting to see, actually. So they're kind of going to just try and make it through the fight and see what the DPS check looks like after they get through it.
Yeah, we are in a collection, information collection phase right now. So if you can push past like some of the mechanics, even if you do them incorrectly,
you want to see what happens, right? That's exactly right. You really want to understand what the fight is going to require of you. And like how that's going to operate, pretty much, is going to be the deal. So the teams right now, like their biggest focus is going to be on this information gathering section, right? Getting in these pools, getting the boss as low as possible. Yeah, same time, but we'll get an update on the HP soon. People will, of course, be logging this, so we'll be able to figure that out relatively quickly, I think, and how much health this thing actually has. But yeah, look, so far, nothing super crazy going on. Just these guys are spawning, them getting CC'd down almost immediately. Yeah, they just keep popping up there. So far, we haven't actually seen anything entirely novel here as of right now. SC now also pulling the boss. They kind of, they were patient. They waited for the crew to show up. HP does appear to be pretty high, though, actually. Looks like high HP.
Yeah, I think the guys are also spawning faster, but it might just be like a weird feeling.
I think they just spawn pretty fast in P1, to be honest. I think it looks to be pretty similar.
They do extremely fast. Yeah, it's very fast, but I kind of have a feeling that they're spawning even faster now.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be surprising.
It might just be a feeling.
Definitely wouldn't be a surprise to me whatsoever in that situation, because like that's one of the things that you can do. Like this fight in general, it's a pretty interesting fight, right? It's all about not falling behind, right? Like, it's all about you have to keep tempo and keep handling the mechanics as they happen. If you fall behind, you can snowball, and you can very quickly lose control of the encounter, right? The boss is going to get the boons.
It definitely is more health as well, because normally, like, looking at Grimm's team right now, you should have been phased by now. And they're still 7% off from the 70% mark.
Yeah, and that's what, one of the things that's obviously going to happen, right? They're going to, like, crank that HP up for sure, right? They're going to slam that big time, right?
Yeah.
With all that kind of stuff.
I expect a very big change, especially with the hidden phase at the end. You know, when she randomly regains health. I think something crazy might happen on the LCM variant. But that's so far away. Like, I'm so curious what they might just do next, and in some of the other phases. All right, I see Grimm's just phased. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see if we get a new mechanic over here, because they're at 70% now. So pretty good try here. Now there are guys all over the place. They are going to do all this.
No.
Oh, it looks like they maybe didn't have a shard or were a little bit slow on actually pressing that shard. Let's see if they can get that revive. So they are just going to go ahead and reset that, I think. Yeah. They did not get the shard there, unfortunately. So it's a little bit unfortunate. SC coming up to 70% pretty soon as well. On the other side, just to kind of check on the approaches here from these guilds. We have a similar approach to, we'll also Condimix with the Firebrand from LN, and then Rise going for kind of a similar thing to NA, actually, utilizing like Giga Condimex, and you've got the Chronos in there as well. So overall, I would say fairly similar approaches from a lot of these teams. SC actually did manage to get the action key. Now we have the Titan spawn starting to pop up. Looks like these behave the same way by the looks of this. Yeah. Right, just one thing.
So far, it looks like a normal CM, which is just additional health.
Yeah, that is kind of what it looks like so far. Mechanically, it appears to be identical. Just with a big DPS check slapped on it. Now, SC actually taking a little while to clear that out. A lot of Condis coming through there, but they are able to kind of muscle through it. And of course, the Sulfuric.
Yeah, they're standing on the star. Not ideal. The star from the ads is very deadly. You want to move out of it if possible. You want to cleave the ad, preferably while it's off it.
Yeah. And SC coming up to 60% now. Now, Timer is actually not good for SC here. Bear that in mind. They are going to have to DPS optimize here. Because bear in mind, guys, like this boss does heal when it gets to 0%. And things typically take a little bit longer as time goes by. Because if you see when you see the yellow buff on the boss, not the boons, but the other yellow buff called Rising Pressure, the only way to get rid of that is by CCing the boss. And the boss basically takes less damage and does more damage for every stack of this buff. So as this fight progresses, the boss gets harder and harder to CC as well. That's it. Like fractal bosses, basically. So you'll typically end up having like a couple of stacks of this buff on the boss for a pretty prolonged period of time. So you actually kind of slow down over time with this encounter. More or less. That's kind of what you're seeing here. There's like a couple of stacks popping up now for SC. A lot of damage going off, and these geysers do need to be managed here. There are a lot of damage coming through there. They're going to go ahead and reset that and just go again. Oh, yeah, they dropped the Sulfuric. Yeah, I see that now. There was a Sulfuric that was dropped.
Unfortunately, Sulfuric there.
Yeah.
Currently watching PT and LN mix. They're kind of going well, actually. They're sub 50 right now. That's
they're actually
already quite far.
Yeah, they're actually sub 50 here. Now, I think that their DPS is a pretty interesting situation. Well, that Sulfuric is going to be a really big problem for them. These Sulfuric geysers, by the way, they're really problematic because those who don't know how they work, they apply a debuff called Sulfuric Acid to you, and every 5 seconds you have that debuff, you get a stack of Expose. And the only way to remove it is by Condi Cleanse, yeah? You have to actually remove that condition.
PT just hit 40. Let's see what actually happens.
Yeah. But mechanically,
this
is the weird thing. Mechanically, this is identical so far. Like, this could just be a DPS check, right?
Yeah, this could have unironically be a DPS check, or the 10% phase, or 60%
Yeah, something could happen there,
will be there. Like, the biggest change might be there.
They need to handle this Toxic. They have to handle this Toxic Geyser. Now, there's a lot of shit all over the place. I don't think they live this. They have not managed the geysers well enough to actually pass. The DPS, though, does look relatively solid for LN, but they are going to have to actually solve these geysers a bit better, play a little bit less greedy, and actually do the mechanics. Because you can see the Toxic geyser kind of encroaching on their territory there. That means they're not going to get they're not really going to get that done.
There were about 10 of them active, so yeah, they were kind of ignoring them entirely just so they can like push it to see the differences most likely.
Yeah, but LN
now
with a
they just see that there's no difference.
37% pull. I think SC with about, what was SC's pull at? Like 50% or something?
Yeah, it was around 50-ish.
50%. Like, what's Rise pulling right now? Like, Rise is like 70% as well, I think. I'm just going to slap that in there.
I do not have Rise open. Cannot tell.
Yeah. Seems pretty good. But yeah, pretty interesting, actually. So far, LN actually in the... Oh, Rise is 59%, actually. They actually have it on this. There we go. So yeah, pretty good start so far for a lot of these teams. SC now back into the mix as well. Same with NA. Now, I maybe have some concerns here, actually, about the DPS of NA, because they are running a very defensive composition, and it does appear that the DPS check is fairly tight. But the problem is, I am wondering if we are going to see some crazy stuff happen at 10% pledge, because so far,
yeah,
this does...
It's identical to...
It's literally
normals,
identical.
yeah.
They've just increased the HP. It is identical otherwise, mechanically. So that does kind of beg the question, is there going to be some kind of little surprise waiting at 10%? Like, if it's going to be anywhere, or rather 0% rather, like when the boss actually heals, like that is where it would need to be at this stage, because 40% is the final phase transition, guys. That's when the bubbles come back. For those who don't know, this boss has phase transitions at 70% and 40%. Basically, sulfurics get introduced at 70%, and then bubbles come back at 40%. We've now seen all of those transitions. We've already seen that now. Yeah. So the
now
only,
just the 10%?
It's just 0%. Yeah, it's just 0% now. Like, that is all we need to see here, is what happens when these teams make it to that threshold. And also, NA on a good pull here as well, as you can see. Now, I do know a little bit. I'm not going to leak anything yet, to be clear, guys, because I was involved in NA's preparation. NA's way they handle the guys, I think, is really smart, and that does appear to be something that is a big challenge on this encounter so far. Like, some of the other teams have been struggling with that, but I think NA's tech for dealing with that is really good. So let's see if that actually pays off, if they're able to progress the fight.
If you do look at Grim's stream, you will see that there are not many toxic guys.
Yeah.
There's just one active that they just dealt with. There's a Titan spawn now, but outside of that, the arena is very clear. There's another toxic geyser right next to that Titan spawn, so they will probably gonna be clearing that soon. But it's very clean arena, so they're not lacking the positioning and like where they can move around and stuff.
Yeah.
Because whatever, maybe boss starts to move at some random percentage just to kind of make it interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, no, having a look at the DPS here, I think NA's DPS is actually okay here. It'll be tight, but you can see here that they're at 540 with 45%. And again, things do slow down a little bit, and of course, depends how much the boss is going to heal, of course, when we get there. I do think they're going to want to find more damage. They might have to adjust their composition, to be honest. Like that, I know it's a little bit early to predict, but looking at the DPS of the other teams, they do appear to be a fair bit behind because of their more defensive-oriented setup, and that might come back to bite them in the ass here. SC actually got a really nice pull here, 48% with 6 minutes on the clock. Let's have a quick, brief look at LN. Oh, LN actually just did a quick reset there.
Yeah, a quick reset, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah. They were pushing it. They did the knowledge gain, and I think now they're gonna start to optimize maybe like how do we deal with the toxic geysers, which can we maybe not deal with at all, so we can just push the damage on the boss just to maybe see the final percent again, where the final time the strategy or some other thing may happen.
And what Planet is getting at there is that if you do... Oh, some bad bubbles. Oh, bad bubbles for
bad
NA.
bubbles on Grims.
Yeah, that's going to be very hard to recover from. The geysers now are taking over. Looks like there's some very fast spawning
they're also
geysers.
in the star. You can see the star pattern on the ground.
Yeah, they're just surrounded here as well.
Very annoying.
Now,
it was very difficult to survive.
One thing to note here is that kind of what you were talking about with ignoring some of the geysers. Bear in mind, guys, if you CC a geyser, it actually shrinks and goes back to its like original state, right? So you can actually kind of ignore them. You don't have to actually interact with them. If you can just like maintain a massive amount of CC on these geysers, that's probably something these teams are going to be thinking about here pretty soon. SC blasting to 35% currently. So a really big pull for SC. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it to 10%. Their control on the shards is pretty good. There are a couple of toxic geysers starting to grow, though. We have big CC coming through. Yeah, you can see Yui right now going for that CC. They're pushing
AoE CC and
they're pushing. Yeah. They're pushing these back now and just trying to control these as best as they possibly can to give themselves space in the arena. 30% now coming up. Another toxic geyser on the boss.
Yeah, they just need to shot it. There you go. It's gone.
Yep. There we go. We've got bubbles coming up. Yeah, they got to solve these. The CC requirement is definitely getting pretty strict. You can see Yui kind of going in there to deal with this now. Doing a good job of that. CC about to activate. Ooh, that guy's though. Oh man, they couldn't quite get the CC. That's very unfortunate. Yeah. And that's a healer down as well. This is going to be a destabilization for SC. They do get the res on their healer, but the problem is that has cost them dearly, as you can see there. So they might need to figure out a way to get some more CC here, some more range CC into this composition, kind of handle those guys a bit better. That's a 25% pull, though. So very, very good. Very good
4 minutes left on the timer as well.
Yeah, so that's enough. They have the time. They definitely have the time to make this work.
If it's still 16% and not like 100.
They absolutely have the time to make this work. Let's go ahead and check on how Rise is doing. Rise still on 59% as best. I think LN still on their 37%, but SE down to 25% already.
Yes. Yeah,
so,
they moved from less like a push and more of a, okay, let's maybe start to get the geysers a little bit clean now, so they start to CC them and getting rid of them, or just CC them so they don't have to deal with them for a little bit. Letting them a little bit grow is a fully valid strategy, so they can just deal with it later, maybe even in the 70% phase, because it slows down the spawn of those toxic geysers, makes it much easier to just handle then.
I think that's very much going to be the play here. I imagine that's kind of the thing that SE is talking about. SE is going to be discussing, okay, how are we going to handle this? Like, who's going to go for this? When are we going to start CCing them, right? Because if they CC them too early, they're going to run out, right? They're going to run out of juice and then be unable to kind of have that follow through and then eventually get overrun with those geysers. So that's what they're going to be talking about right now, figuring out how to go about approaching that. For sure. So let's see what they actually try and do now. See if LN is on a pull as well. Yeah, looks like they are on a pull. They're actually going into about 60% currently. So see, let's just go and take a look at this.
They had a massive destabilization, but they saved it a little bit. But yeah, there were many toxic geysers that they thankfully got rid of. And now they only have one available. You can see it on the circle there marker. It's positioned. And there's still one directly under the boss that they may not see, I think. But there is one there very cheekily hidden. Yeah, now Star going, ooh, yeah, the damage pressure is coming up. Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of DPS here onto Rise as well, actually. But yeah, like that geyser there does need to be dealt with for LN. They actually are able to get it. Rise now getting to 40%. They're about to get there. Their DPS a little behind. They might have had a bit of a slightly messier run, potentially, actually. Coming into this so far, but of course, like, you know, they're going to be able to see this next phase, so we're getting into that right now. Is Rise. Here come the bubbles. Let's see how they actually handle this. They have a few Marauder up. Couple of guys that they're going to want to handle here. I think Rise has got to be aware of that. Titan Spawn now coming up, and the bubbles. They are going to get a 2-for-1 there, sharding the Titan Spawn and the bubbles. That's pretty damn good, actually. Shard being picked up here for LN. They're at 50%. Geysers, though, are starting to encroach on their territory. LN is going to have to activate on that pretty damn soon here. But DPS looks good for both teams.
They're spending too little much time just trying to restabilize the current fight, because it's just snowballs out of proportion. So you really want to stabilize, but then you start to make some riskier choices, which can further destabilize the run, but they could also save it. But yeah, you can kind of see, like, specifically on your left side of the screen, they're now stable. There's nothing happening right now. There's just completely fine. But one really bad geyser or Titan spawn that just summons in a very bad position, it can fully destabilize the entire run, depending on that position. And that is something very worrisome. So far, I think Rise is doing quite well, actually.
Well, I think they're running out of space, though. Their control is not good enough.
They're running out of space, but they're pushing the percentage.
They are
just
pushing
want the PB.
Yeah, they want to get that PB, and they're going to get it at about 35%, if I'm not mistaken. But they're going to need a lot better control than that, that's for sure. So I think one big thing here is that the geyser spawn rate is definitely continuous. I think what's happening is that, I'm sure you're aware of this, Planks, of course. Many people will not be, though. That geyser spawn rate slows down significantly when you get into P2, right? When you get to 70%. Looks like that isn't the case. That's how it appears to be right now. So you're getting a lot of geysers.
I was kind of thinking that something fell wrong, and that's exactly it. So the thing is, though, they spawn in a fixed pattern. So if you know the pattern, you can actually know which one to go for, where they spawn, and how to deal with them. And that's kind of, I think, what they were going to be looking for. Especially the ones that are really far away. They're just going to CC while they can, but they're just not going to deal with either after that. So some range CC will definitely be useful there for that exact reason.
Elon are a pumper pull, but they need to get some range CC here. They really do. You can see here now that we have a lot of geysers kind of extending onto their territory. They need a solution to this ASAP. We see some players kind of venturing in, but honestly, I think it's actually a little bit too late. You can see that you really have to get ahead of things. Like, not doing something on this fight is pretty interesting, because it's one of those fights where a mistake can punish you like 30 seconds into the future rather than immediate. I think that's kind of what we see here now with LN, as they
they're running out of space now.
Yeah, they haven't kept up, and now they're suffering the pressure. Look, you go into those overlapping AoEs, Melee like instantly gets 35 stacks of poison, right? That is not manageable. It's very hard to actually get in there and get that CC. They are going to find themselves a new best here, I believe, of around 25%, similar to SC's best approach currently, but their control is going to need some major work there. They're going for this Titan spawn, but yeah, good luck with all those poison stacks. Healers are going to be working overtime here.
then they did it very well. They actually tried to CC the far away Toxic Geyser, but unfortunately they did not finish it. So now you can see, the choice has been made and the punishment for it was due, and that was it. 23% though, with 3 minutes remaining on the timer. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And now we're going back. I think looking at SC is going to be the thing. We actually have Rise. Oh, well, look, I'll tell you what's happened here. You know what's happened here, Pledix? Okay, Ryan's internet fucking sucks. So my man Ryan here on NA is DC'd, I believe. That happened a lot during practice.
They kept going, and they're still pushing it.
And honestly, considering they're a man down...
They've been 9-manning since, 70%, essentially.
They've turned it on. They've actually turned it on here. The DPS, honestly, for a 9-man, looking very respectable, actually, for COF here currently. Despite having a DC, so that's pretty good there. SC also on a bit of a banger as well at 35%.
Yeah. My kind of thing to point out from Grim's team, the NA team specifically, is the arena is very clean.
Yeah, it is. They've done a good job with this.
There's just 2 toxic shots and stuff, and that's it. It's very clean. Yeah. They have only 4 minutes remaining. 33% on the boss. Not that far, actually. Yeah. It's actually doing pretty well. It's just... Yeah, if they had the additional player, they could have pushed this quite hard.
Yeah. They'd be at least 5% further right now with that additional player at this stage. So they're honestly looking good, I think, at least to see some of the fights, see what the 0% phase looks like. SC now getting to 25%. Their control also decent as well, I want to say. A couple of toxics up. Yui now attempting to deal with that. But they're getting very, very far here. 4 minutes on the clock. For SC at about 20% now, coming up to that. Let's see how this actually goes. Let's see if they can be the ones to push to 0% first. See how this is going to go down. A lot of stacks on the boss.
A lot of people are focused on CCing the Toxic Geyser from afar first. Then going in, quickly getting rid of the shield to actually get rid of the entirety of the Toxic shot, and then just quickly going back in. So kind of seems to be the way they've been handling that with SC. That Titan spawn though inside the Toxic. That's a little bit iffy, but
it's okay.
They have to push it.
I think it's just one. It's all right. Like the healers are going to maintain that cleanse. Yui going for some range CC. Space management starting to really become a problem right now. Just a quick reset there for COF, but a very good percentage there. I believe like a 25%.
With 1 person dead from like 70%.
Yeah, so that's actually looking very good for COF, I want to say, actually, at this stage. SC, they're getting to 16%. Honestly, at this stage, I think they still have to play the mechanics. If they just full YOLO burn the boss, they won't make it to see what happens. So they're going to have to keep playing this. Yui does have a distort, so he can get in there and get that CC. He is able to land that. Oh, he doesn't quite have enough, though. He did get, actually, the little phantasm.
Yeah, he did get it, but he had to leave the shard behind, so they now have 1 shard left.
Yeah, just pulsing on the ground. Someone has to go in. A Met gets it, actually. Nice shift signet there. 10% now. Let's see if they can YOLO push. They need to get that Toxic on the left. Yeah, we have a player going for it. One Chrono is
going for it. They're going for the Toxic on the left, and I think they might go for the push. I think they just might CC the Titan spawn just to have 1 less ad, but they might just ignore it.
They've got to just go for this. They've got to go for this
another
healing.
Toxic just spawned in the group.
No. Yeah, that's going to get him. It's going to be an 8%. But yeah,
8% with 2 minutes, 20 seconds roughly remaining.
Yeah, that looks like they probably are going to have enough time then. To make that work.
Yes, they're looking for that. They just need a slightly better management of the Toxic Geysers, and I think that's essentially it. They just need to make sure... I think a knowledge of the pattern may be very beneficial here. So the CC players can just go out and CC, especially the far away ones, and just get rid of some that are very problematic. But I think range CC is going to be the choice for many here. Just to deal with the furthest one away, or just CCing and forgetting about, rather than CC and delete it with the shard. Yeah. Wow, all teams are kind of restarting, so...
Yep, all teams kind of going for a reset here. So the really big... Honestly, the thing to wait for here is what's going to happen at 0%, right?
Yeah. That is it. Like, is it just gonna end, or I mean, we know from the challenge mode itself that she regains health to roughly 16%. What's gonna happen? Does she gain even more health? Does she get new mechanics or something? Like, all of that is up for the question right now, and I think that's what all of the teams are really hungry to know right now, because that exact knowledge is gonna shape their decision making. What actual comp they might need to run. Can we run a little bit safer? Do we have to be very, very aggressive in terms of both damage and the cleansing of the Toxic Geysers, a bunch of other things? Oh, that is just depending on that, just one little phase.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We have the teams kind of going at it again here. So we're in a very interesting race right now. Let me actually wait. What did Rise get a new best, by the way? No, they have not. They are on a pull currently.
Unfortunately, I do not have Rise open right now. I will open them up just to kind of browse through them quickly.
Yeah. Do we have any other big pulls, guys? Or any other streams that we should be watching right now? If anyone has, I'll just go ahead and load them up in my extra tab over here in this multi-Twitch. We can see if we can make that happen. But anyway, as we can see here, both SC and COF kind of getting back down to business as of right now. I think SC probably feeling pretty emboldened right now. Their strat definitely working out. They've got to tidy up a little bit on getting those geysers there. Got to find that CC and just got to keep on top of things, right? It's all about tempo here. Very much all about tempo. And you can see they are getting better at that with every single pull so far. But interesting, like as of right now, it just does appear to be more health. And, I mean, look, when it comes to DPS, Snebix, okay? I'm gonna combine you two. Look, I'm saying, I'm so used to talking to that motherfucker. He's always like, oh, let me call you, bro. Let me call you at 5 a.m. Seriously, he does this shit all the time. He's like, oh, let me call you, bro. Yeah, it's Snebix, same person. But anyway, yeah, if these guys can do anything, it's DPS, right? They're fucking blasting right now. All these teams absolutely sending it currently. Let's see how this one is going to go. Let's see now on this pull. Oh, Yui actually gets a little bit slapped here. They're going to have to recover him. Shard is on the ground. Let's see if they can grab Yui. Oh, he actually is taking a lot of damage. That's going to be a DPS loss, actually. And on an LCM, that can be very, very relevant. Oh, and the boss is in a geyser as well. So a little bit of a stumble here early on for SC. Not relevant at this stage in progression, though, guys, because even if they die to the Enrage, they're still going to be kind of feeling out what 0% looks like, feeling out like how that actually looks. Oh, Ryan DC'd again. Bro, my man needs a VPN. No. Guys, can we get a fucking donation goal for Ryan's internet connection, guys? What the hell? Like,
oh, no.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
We actually have Boyd Lounge at 32% as well.
Ooh, that's exciting.
So a lot of the teams are around the same percentage right now, right? Kind of getting to that 30% area.
Yeah, roughly all of the attempts essentially ended the same thing. There's just a little bit too much toxic geysering happening, or some kind of a snowball that happened from the decision to get rid of one of the toxic geysers that may have been far away. And yeah, that's kind of where we are right now. We are getting there, though.
Yep, I have now found Yok Extreme here. Here he is. They're also, ooh, interesting. They're running some Scourges, by the way. And this is also a good choice, by the way. You have a bunch of Condi Cleanse you can get on this build. Although, actually, it doesn't actually work on Sulfuric, so cancel that. It will work on the Poison and Burning, though. But yeah, and also Epi as well. A powerful ability. Now, the thing is about Scourge, it is actually one of the lower DPS options, so you probably can't get away with too many of those, honestly, in the comps here, because you do want that mech. Like, the mech DPS is pretty wild, actually, with how much DPS it can do, especially with the Thorns Relic that comes out, which of course does help Scourge as well, but like it's kind of taken mech to some crazy new heights. It really has some pretty insane DPS.
Yeah, everyone's kind of around 80% except SC. They're just about to hit 50% with 2 champions from the Titan spawn still alive, though. Yeah, they're really focusing on the boss right now, because they have to. They can still try to CC those ads, but they can't really do much, unfortunately, else. They just have to do ads, do the toxic geysers, try to stabilize again. You can see Yui maybe moving away now, just to get rid of the geyser quickly. There was another one that just spawned behind them. I don't know if they noticed it. But yeah, this is just, they're trying to make it clean through all of that kind of thing happening at the same time.
And yeah, they've got their shard rotation. Titan Spawn goes out. Another Toxic is now up again, so they're going to have to immediately handle that. Big stability coming out from these Crows. This is a very stability-heavy wing in general, right? Actually, kind of interesting to think about, isn't it?
Yes.
Especially on Greer, right? Greer and URA, you really want to have that high stab-up time. It's why you're seeing so many Crows and even the Firebrand coming out from SC here. Like, Firebrand, I think, is a smart choice. It's one of those things that people don't play that much, but it is something that I think is a very good call to have on some of these encounters, actually, if you have the composition to kind of package that in. And that's exactly what we see here. from SC, and Druid also amazing here, not only for the massive CC output on the boss. Look, if you look at, have you seen like Defiance bar meters for this fight? Planix is crazy. Like Druid does like 500k CC over the course of this fight. It's absolutely wild. And we see a lot of technology on these chronos here as well, as you can see. Even Signet of Domination being picked up by Yui to have that additional range CC combined with the Moa. It's like a little mini Moa, right? With that ranged CC that you can drop on stuff.
Yeah, once again, my kind of opinion, they kind of just want to do range CC, maybe forget about it, and then just come with the Shark quickly after when they feel that they're stable enough to get rid of it, actually. But they are kind of managing it, right now, roughly.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And I think on this build in particular, you can really see a lot of focus from SC on actually managing these guys. I think they're doing a much better job of it than even the last pull, actually. So they've clearly identified the issue here, and they're just pushing to solve it.
Yeah. We actually have a very rare situation right now. All of the teams that we're kind of watching, they're around the same percentage.
That is pretty big, actually. I'm going over to see
the only one, SC is, 25% right now, but everyone else is around 60s right now.
Yep, so that's certainly what it looks like. Ooh, annoying Toxic for LN, and Mela actually goes into the down state there. A couple of low HP bars. They've got to actually address that. Ooh, I think they actually might end up just wiping here as their healer went into the down state. Are they going to get that res? They've got one more play. Is that going to be a full death? Ooh, they barely get the F press there in time. So LN lived to fight another day.
They have another Titan spawn.
Look how far behind they are. There's 3 ads. I think they're honestly doomed here. Like, there's a billion guys up. There's 3 ads. Oh yeah, Mela's got the shell mechanic as well. If they want to
stabilize this, they need to focus on ads.
Yeah.
Like if they want to stabilize it, they need to get rid of the ads now because it's going to become harder and harder, especially when each of these stars. Yeah, you can see 2 stars already there. They need to get out of those stars because they do quite a lot of damage and conditions, which is not ideal. You can see Ureki, like I don't know if you're watching Ureki specifically, but like Ureki just accidentally went into the star, just lost half of her health immediately. With
it's pretty painful stuff.
Based on the health that I see, it's quite potent. But yeah, they have stabilized now. They just need to get rid of that one last one and Titan spawn. Oh, that's a good spawn for the Titan spawn as well, actually. So they might be able to stabilize now from that very misdeed. But yeah, barely kind of survived it. But they lost valuable time, and whatever happens on 10%, that time will be needed.
Yeah, SC making their way to 17% now. Looks like these guys are pretty damn tricky to control here, though, because they were doing a really good job, but even now they are starting to creep up. Oh, Sulfuric on group. Someone dropped a Sulfuric on the group. That's going to be an immediate reset. There's no way around that. There really isn't, unfortunately. Because, of course, those guys cannot be removed, right? You have to make sure you drop them at the edge. And if you drop them on the group, it's not just the damage they do. They also give the boss basically permanent uptime of protection, might, and resolution. So that's going to absolutely demolish the amount of DPS you're doing, and that's pretty much going to be the end of that. And of course, the damage pressure is like pretty extreme as well, so it's really not going to work out for you if you have any of those Sulfurics on the group there. With that one. Yeah, of course, we do have NA's replacement player in the mix now. And they're just trying to keep up with these toxic guys, as keeping that CC going as best as they can. Now, honestly, you'll notice that SC's taking a break here. And, oh, well, no, they're going again, actually. But I do like that they take a minute between each pull here, because they are really in this position where I feel like they are running into a problem they need to solve. Like, even with a really, serious effort to deal with these geysers, they're still struggling a little bit. And what it's going to come down to, like what they're going to be discussing right now is this just a press more buttons issue, or is this a strategic issue, right? Like, that's what they're going to be thinking now. Like, do they need to change something in order to get around this? Like, the fact that they pulled so quickly and we haven't seen a relog, I think they're just going, let's just send it. Like, we just need to play better, and we're going to be able to manage this. I think is their current kind of ideology going into this. But we'll see if we end up seeing some additional swaps. Maybe some abilities being taken, right? Maybe they package some more CC onto these classes, right? Like maybe the Willbenders can get some more. Maybe the mechs can get more. Maybe the Firebrand can. The Chronos can get even more somehow. Although I imagine these Chronos are probably really sending it with the amount of CC they've got as of right now.
Yes.
But yeah, like that's going to be something that will develop over the next like kind of couple of hours, really.
Kind of observing many teams and like their strategies dealing with the geysers. You can technically decide where URA goes in the first phase. I see kind of many teams kind of struggle just to upkeep with the amount of geysers and how many they spawn, because they do spawn in a fixed pattern. If you do know the pattern, you know where the next one is, you know which one to deal with. And that's essentially it for that exact mechanic. But things become harder when suddenly you go out to the Toxic Geyser and you now got the circle. Like, what do you do now? Because you're so far away from the group. How can you deal with that? So they have to use the additional shot just to get out of it. So I think getting a very clean above 70% is going to be crucial in order to actually make a very successful pull to that 0%, or at least the first kind of reaching of the 0%. Once you get out of that rhythm and there are too many Toxic Geysers, or you go downstate with the shards, that you have the debuff and stuff like that, all of that can just change quite quickly.
I think it's also similar to Saras as well, when it comes to the enrage timer, in that, like, the free phases, the quote-unquote free phases, like phase 1 and phase 2 on Saras, that's where you can just, like, make up loads of time on the enrage, so you can afford to be a little bit slower later on, right? And I feel that's very similar here, is that because the first phase, at least the first 30%, is pretty chill, right? Like, the teams aren't really having any kind of difficulty with this phase. This is where you can just get free damage. Right? Like, you can just get a bunch of free damage, make up some time, and make sure you have plenty of time to kind of play it a little bit steadier when you get, and kind of really have a mechanical focus when you get to the more intense phases later on, right?
Ooh, Grim's Aura just went too close to the wall.
I don't think it will reset, but that's still annoying.
Yeah, it didn't reset.
Oh, it did reset. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah.
No, they reached.
Oh, so, okay, yeah, that was.
It was a natural reset there, thankfully. But yeah, it was close by, and the Toxic Geysers keep on spawning. They don't stop. It's not ideal.
Okay, yeah, and this is really, like, the crux of this fight, is these Toxic Geysers. Dude, they told us with the achievements. Like, the achievement for, you know, don't let a geyser up for 30 seconds, they knew. Okay, look, they were leaking the LCM to us, guys. It's actually Geyser CM. That's what this is. Lots of pressure coming through here onto the NA group, but they are able to stabilize. I do feel like they're a little bit behind on Toxics right now. I believe there's 2 up, even after they cleared 1, or now a 3rd one spawning. Like, I think this is actually very problematic for this NA pull already. Like, I can kind of see the disaster kind of looming in the horizon, really, on this particular
They
pull.
could still stabilize, but they might have to use some midi people who are currently doing damage just to kind of help out with those Toxic guys, who's just getting rid of them. Because I don't think the CC is the problem here. Every single one of these groups have a lot of CC. Ooh, the 3rd Titan spawn ad is up though for NA though. That I think might be it.
Yeah,
the stars are demolishing them.
There's so many stars, and these ads, they also CC you. So if you drop stability for any kind of moment, it's just it's not fun. It's not a good time. And also, you know something actually that we should bring up here that's actually very relevant? The new Thorns relic. If you go down state, you lose your stacks, guys. Yeah. And bear in mind, that's 500 condition damage that you lose when you go into the downstate. That is a big deal, right, to lose that damage output on a lot of these condition builds that these players are going to be running. Like, pretty much every Condi build is going to be utilizing this relic. So going downstate here is very punishing. And, of course, even being unstable. Think about this, right? 700 of their condition damage, like 200 from the Writ and 500 from the relic, they're conditional. It's not up all the time. So there is definitely going to be a big focus on actually being capable of executing here. And staying stable without going down to this, and even like staying at a consistent amount of HP in order to actually get value out of these kind of like greedy DPS like equipment choices the guilds are making here.
Exactly. This kind of comes where whenever the ad is nearby, that is a danger, because anyone can go downstate, lose 500 condition damage. Everyone can almost immediately, if there is a star and they stand in it for too long, lose that Writ uptime, which is an additional 200 condition damage. It's all volatile, so I still think the kind of solution is just the raw damage output in many of the occasions, and you still see that many of these guilds are still just prioritizing URA, and if the NPC is nearby, try to cleave it at the same time. That's kind of the methodology for this exact right now, and it's working really well until there may be like 2 ads or maybe even 3 ads. That now starts to crumble because you're so much easier to go downstate, lose that Thorns relic, and it does take 50 seconds if you actually, you know, are very lucky in getting the procs every single time the internal cooldown is active to get that Thorn relic back, which is 50 seconds that you cannot get back on one player.
Exactly.
And if 2 or 3 players,
and that's relevant.
It's
going to be relevant.
It's relevant.
It absolutely is going to be relevant here. And you can see just these guilds kind of slamming into this. They're trying to push that DPS, trying to get that consistency. It's not unsurprising, by the way. You might be thinking, wait, SC got to 8%. Why haven't they killed this yet? Well, here's the thing, guys, right? Like, it's very normal to have a little bit of fluctuation in your performance during progression, right? Like, if you had like a graph of like the pull percent, right, that you get on everyone, it's going to like zigzag up and down a little bit before you eventually kill it. And of course, this is the time to experiment, right? This is the time where they want to be trying some new ideas. Okay, can we handle these guys a little bit better? How can we find more CC? How can we squeeze out a little bit more damage while also solving these mechanics correctly, right? Like, that is what these teams need to be doing right now. Because especially if you're looking to kill this today, which honestly, I imagine these guilds are right now, I'm not going to lie, they are going to be thinking, we need to be thinking, how are we playing this in 2 minutes time? Yeah? Because it's all well and good to say, oh, well, just ignore every geyser and burn the boss to 0%. That's not good enough. Because we know the boss is going to heal. It could be 16%. It could be more than that if ArenaNet's feeling frisky, right? With the amount of HP they're giving. If I had to guess, I would say it probably heals to 16% because they've already modified the HP, right? They probably don't feel the need to do it anymore. But these teams are out there thinking, okay, how do we keep the arena clean for another 2 minutes, right? Because that's when the boss dies, right?
Yeah. That final percentage essentially becomes where you no longer are kind of even dealing with some of the toxic geysers. You're just plain targeting the boss. Every time the break bar is available, you want to use all of that break bar damage towards that break bar, just so you can guarantee, so you can do higher and faster burst at that point. So right now, I don't kind of see any of the teams kind of dealing with that right now, but maybe like a tactical time where they want to space out the CC on top of the boss herself, just to kind of make it so they have less stacks of that available, so they can use it more often, especially when the arena becomes much harder to just work around and everything else is just around you. So many toxic geysers, sulfuric everywhere. This might also be like a part of the solution here, even though it may not be visible right now because everyone just want to see what happens. If we're still kind of, yeah, we are want to get to that, see that phase, but at the same time, I think some of them are already thinking like, what do we actually do maybe if the damage is just not enough? What if she just heals to 50%? What if she heals to 25%?
That would be content. That would be some content.
Yeah.
That would be some content, that's for sure.
Content, but
like,
I really do hope. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, what do you make of the idea that you end up like keeping one end of the arena clear and like bait the boss over to it at the end? So you can basically like full tunnel on the boss when you get to like those like very low percentages. Like, you know, for example, if you look at the NA stream right now, they've got like markers over by circle. Kind of like, you know, what if they just kept that one end of that area clear and then they kind of manipulate the boss movement over there and then just go full YOLO when they get to that kind of 16% phase. The only issue there is that they'd have 1 million Titan spawns, so you might have to do that even later, right? You might have to go later than that. So when you get to 10%, you say, all right, screw it. We're just going to go all in and just burn the boss when we get to that 10% mark. Post HP restore could be pretty interesting. You know, you know, it's funny actually because there's a really funny meme because there's a boss that healed itself in WoW Mythic as well, the Jailer, and like one of the things they took is they had like healing reduction. Well, yeah. They use like Mortal Strike to prevent it from healing. Like, imagine if there was some like insane hard-coded thing, like if the boss has 100 stacks of poison, it heals less, right? That would actually be fucking crazy. Or like Demon Queen Relic makes it heal less, right? Or something like really wild like that.
For me, I had this exact thought actually, which is kind of interesting a few days ago, because I was thinking like, why is it weird that it just returns to 16%? Is it because like she just reaches 1 and they add 15% on top of that? Is it that simple? Or is it maybe because pretty much every single group already has poison? What if it's already reduced and it's supposed to be around 20%,
yeah.
Right?
You know, it's funny. Like, I wonder, I imagine people have tested that. That's a very interesting theory, though. Oh, NA seems like a lot of these fumarolas kind of pumping away there. Like, NA does appear to be having a couple of issues with this. Like, they're struggling to handle the Titan spawns, I feel like, in this phase.
They went
also
in to
keeping
get
up with the toxics. Go ahead.
Yeah, they went out actually just to deal with some of the toxic guys that were really far on the edge of the arena near the circle marker. They kind of lost some uptime on the boss while the first Titan Spawn came out. They did not manage to kill that ad, and now the ad was alive and just destabilizing them. Now there are too many toxic. Now Titan Spawn inside, and yeah, that's a GG right there. It was just way too unstable from that point. They went for it just to kind of try to make it easier, because once you clear that toxic geyser, it can respawn there because the pattern is fixed. But if the geyser is already present, it will skip that geyser and just put it into the next location. So if you just CC it really far away, it will just respawn far away. So I think maybe that is the reason why we kind of see them even try to go out specifically just to CC those very far away ones. Because if there is a chance that the toxic one can spawn there, they don't have to deal with it for 3 minutes. They can just let it expand and maybe like go in quickly just to maybe Moa or like Daze Mantra or something, just to get rid of it quickly. And yeah, they're essentially fine.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, they can't leave too many up because there's only so many that they're going to have the CC on to like maintain that pushback over and over again. So like, you know, they're going to have to, you just still have to like maintain it. And you can see that's what SC is doing here. That they're just trying to be as aggressive as possible with going out to the far ones. So they don't have this crazy situation where they have to run in into like 17 guys to get that CC. We have a relog coming out from Grim going over to the Scourge. They want another Epidemic in the mix by the looks of this. A bit more Condi Cleanse, bit of AoE there and some tankiness is going to be the pick here for the Enner group. SC coming up to 34% now. Break Bar about to be broken on the boss. The boss is going to get nuked pretty damn hard here. Geyser management looking strong so far. I don't want to jinx it, but this is looking like a very solid attempt here from SC.
Yeah. They have a very good schedule in terms of who's breaking what, how it happens. There are always at least 2 people breaking a shard. There's always 1 person quickly picking it up, getting back to the boss. There were many, at least the Chronomancers were even using Portal from Rifle just to get the people out of that location back, so they could just shift Signet in, just take the other portal quickly back, just to kind of optimize the uptime back on top of the boss. It's working really well for them right now.
Absolutely. Boss coming to 25%.
They seem very stable as well.
They do seem stable, yeah. We have a lot of...
Oh, no, the movement. Oh...
Yeah,
that's a bad movement, because now the boss has a permanent resolution and protection.
Yeah, they're going for the bait. They're trying to bait the boss away. Yeah. The boss does have a tendency to not move for a while, though there is a cooldown on that leap, so that's going to be really frustrating for SC to do here. And also, it's worth noting the Titan spawn geysers.
It is moving back.
It did move. That's nice, yeah, so they were able to kind of get around that. The Titan spawn geyser, they actually basically always spawn around kind of the center of the room, right? They have a couple of places they can spawn in there in set locations similar to the Toxics, but kind of like in a centered area. So there. They need to get rid of those boons, though, actually. They need some boon rip.
I don't think they really do have any.
Yeah, they really don't.
They have Spear Fall. Spear Fall on the Chronomancer is a boon rip. So
so
they have been actively using the spear both to CC and as a boon rip even. And it's working really well for them so far.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Coming up to 90% now. Timer looking a little bit tight, but I think that some of that is going to come down to the boons here, really, and probably a big focus on mechanical execution here from SC. Bubbles coming through. They break those out immediately. Titan Spawn getting cleaved down. I think we're pretty likely to see a new best here from SC. I reckon.
Yeah, this is looking very stable, but once we've talked about it before, it is an extremely fight that can snowball out of proportion once, like, one mistake can happen. So it all kind of depends if suddenly someone goes downstate, or they're really going hard for that toxic geyser. They manage to get back in. I think they will just try to push it just to see what they happen now. Yeah. You may just see them maybe CCing a geyser, but not actually maybe getting rid of it, just so they can get... Oh, that's a really unfortunate spawn.
They need to get that toxic. Yeah, Yui has the mower.
Yeah, they need to get that toxic.
I think he has the well on it too. That should be enough there. If he can get the F3 on it as well.
It was not, no.
Yeah, he got it. He got it. He has Distort too, so he should be able to get out. That Fumarole is just going to be ignored. They have the next geyser. Yeah, I think we're going to see a 0% here. I think we are going to see a 0% here.
They're definitely going to try to push it here.
Yeah, now they go for it. Now they go for it.
They're very stable right now. They just need to kill the ad and maybe get that one additional one.
This is going to be a very tasty pull, actually, by the way, because there is that one Toxic up, which is obviously really annoying. That one is biting them in the ass so hard right now. Like, if that one wasn't there, this would look really exciting, actually. But we are going to be going into 0% here. So see how much the boss actually heals. I believe there's a Sulfuric on group. That's super annoying for them. That is going to be reducing the boss, the damage the boss is taking currently. Looks like Yui is going to go for that Toxic. He does have the mower. And he does have the signets. Yeah, nice. That was very nice. That was very nice.
They're just getting rid of it. Okay, we're about to see this face. Let's go.
Yeah, Toxic's going to go down as well. They're actually stable. Oh, no, the Met gets caught, though. And the Shard is dropped. They want to get this recovery there. They need to handle it. Stability is used. They've got to pick up the Shard, though. They get it. They've got to go for the drop. Here comes the heal. They've got a minute on the clock. Toxic Geyser needs to get CC'd.
Oh, my God!
Oh!
It's like 30%!
40%! What? Okay. Well, that DPS check is maybe somewhat unrealistic, unless there's something that these teams are missing right now. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That is a big number.
Wait, there's a new ad as well.
Oh, shit. We actually do have a legendary mob. Legendary Vent Shot has activated. New Geyser. So the Titanspawn Geysers become legendary Vent Shots in 0%.
Oh, God.
Okay. Well, that's the legendary mode moment there. So we actually have basically a new best here.
I'm actually going to go back into the vault for SC. I want to specifically note everything.
41%. Okay. Post. Okay, it's kind of like P2, I guess, actually. No, it's actually like P4. There we go.
Yeah, let's go with P4, yes.
Yeah.
It is a jailer moment right now.
You see, that is an interesting situation, because I'm not gonna lie, that is an interesting DPS check. Wait, did the timer change, actually? We need to actually check. I wonder if the timer changed. Go check that.
I'm trying so goddamn hard, but Yui doesn't have VODs enabled, so I'm quickly looking at Luna.
Maybe a clip, yeah, or Luna. Because I'm wondering if the timer changed there. Because I'm not going to lie, that... The teams are... I think they're going to really struggle to find the damage to kill that. Because I believe they... I think it is a triple healer setup.
Timer did not change.
Timer did not change. No. Yeah.
They have 41 seconds to do 40% on the boss.
Yeah, that is really not going to happen, especially with those legendary vent shots popping up there. Now, the thing is, the question is, can they actually try and fix this with a extra DPS? Because I believe it is a triple heal set from a lot of these teams that is being used right now. If you notice, if you see Yui here, right, like he's in group with the Druid, right? So we actually have like giga heals coming through, so we might be seeing like some composition changes to try and squeeze out a little bit more damage. But that's gonna be a rough one, to be honest. It's a lot of HP, and bear in mind it's slow HP because it's low HP. So the boss is gonna have more stacks. There's gonna be like a shit ton of mechanics going on. You've got like the vent shots happening. But yeah, that's gonna be a rough one, to be honest, to bust through that. That's for sure. Yeah, this is almost like, dude, I feel like it's doable if you solo heal.
Yes.
But
I am getting that feeling as well. But the thing is, how do you deal with the toxic shards?
Yeah.
There is going to be a downtime. There must be a downtime because you need to get rid of them. You cannot let them expand.
Yeah, and the thing is that the healers are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, as you just said, right? Like they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting with the CC, with the geyser management. So it's kind of a weird situation, right? Like if you drop healers, you may even end up like losing DPS, right? Because you end up struggling with the mechanics so much more, like losing that utility package on a lot of these classes. Yeah, and you lose the stab uptime, the boon uptime, right, all that kind of stuff. So it's actually pretty hard to drop a healer on this fight. Like there's a reason why these teams have gone for 3. It's because seriously, guys, if you actually look at how this kind of plays out, is that having that third healer is often actually going to not really be a big deal in terms of DPS loss, like purely because it lets you handle the fight so much easier. And it allows you to maintain your boon uptime so much longer. So it's very much easier than done. Like NA on a very fat pull right now, actually up to 20%. They've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, which bear in mind, guys, okay, the boss right now is at 20% for them, but actually that's at 60%, right? Because the boss is going to heal by 41% approximately when they actually get to 0%. So they're not even close.
there is a possibility that the health of the boss also may lower, because technically it is, you know, her boss, but it does not happen on normal. I keep saying normal challenge mode, but it does not happen on a challenge mode itself. Like, could be interesting. Maybe like a semi-nerf just to kind of make it more plausible. Just, yeah, but once she shred her skin, maybe she no longer gets the debuff when based on when you CC her. That could create the opportunity. Unfortunately, I'm really trying hard to see it in the VODs, but I can't really see it well in many of the situations there. It was so close though. Like, the thing was, the legendary, I'm kind of looking towards some of the VODs. The legendary is tethered to something.
Oh, really?
So then, yeah. The legendary is tethered to every single sulfuric geyser that I see. So it might be doing something more based on that, even.
So maybe if you kill it, it will in some way damage the boss then? Like, or if you're able to deal with it.
It could help out, yeah. Because I think, if I see... Yeah, that's just 7 stacks because of the geysers being next to it, man. It's so difficult to see because I have to watch it through your own stream bot because no one has them enabled, right?
Yeah.
Just for the sake of the race. Which is fair enough, like totally understandable.
NA
they might
wiping
just
at
be reviewing their
8%,
own
so a pretty
footage.
big pull there from NA. Feels NA, man, boys. Shout out COF, 8%. Massive pull there from NA. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams are now thinking about this. But yeah, I mean, look, if this is going to be, you know, killable with the Enrage, then it's got to be something to do with that ad, right? We're going to have to see some experimentation. SE taking a kind of a brief moment here to review, probably looking at VODs here, thinking about how they're going to actually handle that and get over to that ad. Because it spawned kind of far out as well, right? I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, it spawned on the Titan spawn.
Yeah, but I mean, it was
a Titan spawn.
I feel like it was a different spawn to regular Titan spawns, right? It was kind of closer to the edge than the regular ones.
Yeah, I'm trying to review the footage right now. It's very difficult because once you were watching Yui there, I think it did spawn. It's very difficult to see. It may have just... Yeah, where is it? Oh! It spawned with... Oh, I know what happened.
What happened?
They let a Titan spawn. I think they let a Titan... No, hold on. This is weird.
Where's the...
Yeah, it just randomly spawned in the middle of there. The boss wasn't even doing anything. It just randomly spawned.
Well, I mean, I think that's what happens, right? Like when you...
Yeah.
I think when the boss phases, its cooldowns reset, no? That's the mechanic. So when you get... I think when you get to 0%, it will instantly do a spawn. Right? It will like immediately do a spawn. So you have to be aware of it.
It does seem to be spawn of this slightly different. I don't think it's the same as Titan spawn.
Guys, we are going for the streamception here. I'm going to watch my own VOD to see what happened here. Let's see the scenario, what this is. So we have SC's pull on the right-hand side here. We see me also behind me at the same time. Very unusual scenario. But anyway, we get to 0%. Let's have a quick review. So there's the heal.
put like a hand forward, and that calls
and it does spawn
for the legendary to spawn.
That is an annoying position for that to spawn, and it really is. And there's the vent
You can see
shot.
the hand forward. She does the shower, and then it spawns.
And yeah, maybe it gets buffed. Maybe it like it does do a little. I think that's one of its abilities, though. It's not like a permanent thing. Actually, we do actually have a click. We can actually maybe have a look and try and read the text of the vent shot, like the little helper text it has, because Yui clicks on it briefly.
Yeah.
Let's see what it actually says.
Yeah, I think it says knockdown or something.
Oh yeah, it has knockback, sulfuric acid, and protection. So it's going to apply even more sulfuric to you, obviously having a pretty healthy health pool, and also has protection as well, which is going to be annoying, but they can obviously remove that. Now, and it looks like it maybe charges up from the guys as well or something, or maybe empowers them in some way. So yeah, that's gonna be a rough one. Yeah, it looks like it got a bunch of boons. Well, it's getting boons from the geysers. So yeah, that's
it's getting boons from the proximity to the geysers for sure.
Yeah.
But they seem to have attacked it quite a lot. But based on the percentage that I see, they did not dent it. Am I seeing that wrong? I think that mob was constantly at 100% of its health.
Well, I think they probably weren't able to get that much damage onto it, right? Like, I think they tried to hit it. They tried to get in there and CC it with the mechs. And it is going to be a fairly durable mob. It's going to take some time for the condies to ramp up, obviously. But, yeah, they kind of went in and then got immediately smushed. The sulfuric dropped right on top of them. And they were already under a huge amount of pressure at that stage anyway. Yeah, like 30 seconds on the timer. And that's a pretty brutal situation, to be honest. That's a rough one.
Yeah, and the second one did spawn as well, towards the end of that pool. So yeah, this is what the Titan spawn becomes now.
They keep ticking. They do indeed keep ticking. The Titan spawn keeps ticking, guys. It absolutely does. Like that is just the situation here. So now what's interesting, of course, is that other teams now know this, right? Like they'll all know what happens now that we've seen a team actually get there live. So they also have the ability to think about this at this stage, right? Like they're gonna be like, okay, well, what's gonna be the strat? Looks like Essie's just gonna send it again and see what they can do, see how much extra damage they can actually squeeze out of this. I believe the boss has 100.
I think they also want to experiment more.
Yeah, the boss apparently has 150 million HP, by the way. Is that including
more
the
than
heal?
Zerus?
Yeah, that's more than Zerus, but also does that include the heal too? That's like the big question. Because if it doesn't include the heal, then it's more like 180 million or something crazy.
I've been thinking about this exact thing. What if, because most of these comms are running like mechs and stuff, there is a thing called the Eagle Relic now available. Would it be maybe possible to kind of squeeze in a power because the boss just heals sub 50 again, just to kind of have that modifier again, or just maybe even take the classes that have that modifier sub 50%.
Imagine, like, if all this time, Ura takes, like, 33% more damage from power. Just nobody bothered to check. Everyone's like, oh, I love my condies, bro. I love ticking. But it turns out that, boom, Ura gets, like, obliterated by power builds. Of course, the teams will have tested that. I'm obviously trolling guys, right? There's no way they didn't test that. But, yeah, that would be funny if that was the case. But, yeah, okay, apparently, yeah. So apparently it's 105 million before it heals. So it heals up to like 140 million then. Well, more than that, like 147 million, I want to say, approximately, when it actually heals. That is a lot of HP, guys. It's a lot of HP. It looks like we have another DC.
It is still more than Zerus LCM, so...
Yeah.
It is more than Zerus LCM. But the thing is, like, most of the time, the DPS will have a 100% uptime, whereas on Zerus, you kind of had to go away at some points throughout because of the stuff. So, yeah, the uptime is there, but is it worth, like, 15 more million, as well as also dealing with the Titan spawns at the same time? Because everyone has to contribute. The Titan spawn does not despawn when you shard it and CC it, it must be killed. So they need the DPS there just to help out with.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we talked about, right? Like, ArenaNet obviously want to release this in a state where they think it's like just barely killable. They don't want it to be, you know, they don't want it to be, they don't want it to just fall over. But now ArenaNet is in like a really, really interesting spot here, because they're obviously going to wait and see to see what these teams are able to do, what they can actually squeeze out in terms of their DPS optimization here. But if they have to adjust it, they have to be really careful, like when they adjust it and if they decide to adjust it as well. Because if they over-nerf, it will die instantly, right? That this is a fight where the DPS check is highly relevant because, like, think about this, guys. The faster you kill it, the less mechanics spawn. Wow, what an incredible analysis there. But that's so relevant on a tempo fight like this one where you can just fall behind. Like, if you're able to essentially reduce the amount of geysers that are up because you phase the boss faster, that's a massive deal. It simplifies the fight incredibly. Like, even if you nerf the boss's HP by 10%, I think that can have like a cascade effect, like very, very quickly. So they need to be really careful if they are thinking about making adjustments. ArenaNet will obviously be watching this and determining, like, you know, if the teams are just having like a skill issue moment, or if there is actually a potential problem here at some point. So we'll actually see what they end up doing.
This could be a skill issue. Like, it could be a skill issue moment because there might be some hidden stuff that is part of the LCM that we have not figured out. But I think that these are very skilled teams. They would have figured it by now. The solution may just seem to be, hey, just more damage. Yeah. It may be as simple as that, but that is the case here. You may have to play double heal. You may have to play just solo heal and like a half heal, maybe, you know, the forbidden build, as you love to call it.
Ah, the forbidden one.
Just to kind of do that, just so they have that additional thing, and then somehow manage to still do more damage while also getting rid of the toxic guys, is making sure that they all are getting rid of. All of that is heavily dependent on this. But man, 41%, that's rough.
Yeah, 40% is a big number. That's a lot of HP these teams are going to have to get with to get through there. And like, as you said, it is possible that the boss HP changes at that point, but I think there's no reason to actually expect that. That would be weird. Like, why would they just make it why would they not just make it heal less, right? That would be very strange if they modified the HP mid-fight. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that actually happen. So it looks like that number is just a big number. That's just a big old number that these teams are going to like burn their way through at this stage.
Yeah. I have one working theory as well, but I presume many of the teams have already tried this as well. If the phase happens, the phase 4 actually happens, because there's no more armor on URA, like she's not protected anymore, she's bare bone, you could say. Does that mean she actually has lower armor? So as you mentioned at the start, maybe power damage builds may be better there after that hit, but still, it doesn't solve the problem of the legendary minion. It doesn't solve of still all of the remaining toxic shots that are there, doubling up on some of the mechanics, because it just doubles up as well on sorts of mechanics. And it's just all a moving wheel. And once you just fall behind, it becomes harder and harder.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah. So Sulfura being dropped down there as well. Oh, that's a very unfortunate movement for SC there. Yeah, Yui
I think they're going to bait it away again.
Yeah, they're going to have to. They're going to lose some damage there, though. That's very, very painful as well. You know, another approach ArenaNet could take, actually, and this is something that this was discussed when talking about Greer, and Decima to an extent as well, but mostly with Greer, is that the one way to actually potentially adjust it is that you could also look at the Enrage. Like, maybe ArenaNet give you an extra minute, like, for example, to actually deal with that extra HP. And, like, playing with the timers is probably a better way to actually approach this, because if you play with the timer, it means you don't necessarily change the fight mechanically, right? Like, it will play the same, you just have a little bit longer to actually do it. So we might see them go that direction instead, and, like, increase the timer. If this does turn out to essentially be like an unrealistic DPS check to get through. I think SE is having a lot of difficulty here. They kind of destabilize a little bit. There's a bubble in the air. They need to try and find that. Otherwise, that's going to be a death. We have a lot of downs. I think this is going to be a wipe, actually, a quick reset, I believe.
Yeah. Too many champions that are just wreaking havoc.
Yeah.
It is just what it is.
And that's big. But anyway, I mean, I think we're just going to be watching these teams, like, smash their head into this for a while now. That's pretty much going to be the story of this, getting as much exposure. It's worth noting, by the way, guys, just to kind of give you some insight into the mentality of this. Like, even if you think the boss isn't killable, if they've kind of looked at the numbers and go like, oh, yeah, we probably can't kill it in this state, even if you do come to that conclusion, it doesn't matter, because you still want to get as good at the fight as possible, get as much exposure to the mechanics as possible before it gets adjusted, right? Because if it does get adjusted and then you have a little bit more time, then all of a sudden you just own the boss, right? You just absolutely go crazy.
We can also predict, based on the forum posts and stuff, that they may have been already adjusting this LCM based on the initial feedback 2 weeks ago. So some of the health and stuff may have already changed. So they may have already nerfed it or even buffed it, because it may have been too easy. And yeah, regardless of that, it's... As you mentioned, we're just going to be here just to watch them just bash their head, just to make sure that every time they are in phase 1, they're really doing it well. Every time they're in phase 2, above 40, they just are doing it well. And once they have that kind of feeling going, and whatever direction ArenaNet decides to change the fight, or maybe, as you also said, get good. It is a realistic scenario.
It's possible, guys.
Like,
it absolutely...
Just get good.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could just be a get good moment. You know, the teams are going to have to scramble together a bit more DPS to see if they can make this work. And obviously get it even cleaner, because even on the pull from SC there, right, they were still having problems with space management, right? That Titan spawn, the vent shot spawn, it spawned in geysers. right? And like that is something that they absolutely have to be thinking about. I think it's also worth noting that they probably have to be cognizant of the fact that the boss's cooldowns do reset when the boss heals. So what does that mean? It means that you almost want to deal with a Titan spawn, CC it, get rid of it, and then immediately phase, right? So that you don't have to deal with like 2 at the same time, basically. Like if there's 1 up, it will immediately spawn another one, right? If you phase it. So it's a little bit like Ceres in that regard. You've got to think about that phase timing in order to kind of like get through that. So yeah, we'll see. We will see.
Another part of that, like that Titan spawn will summon the legendary one.
Yeah, instantly as well. So you have to be on it very quickly.
So you have to phase it exactly as you mentioned. As soon as that one Titan spawn from the before that just gets. Sorry, I had a spasm there. They have to phase it exactly when that Titan spawn is dealt with, so they have that opportunity because the cooldown does reset, so it will happen at some point. But normally the attack that spawns it is different, at least based on the pull that we have seen from the VOD. It was different. She did not do the normal attack that she does to summon that Titan spawn. So it could have just been based, hey, it just randomly spawns and you need to get rid of it, or it actually is a normal Titan spawn and you just have to play around it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just what it's going to be. It's going to be a grind situation. It looks like that mob is pretty annoying, right? Like if it's going to apply Mulsa Furic to you, if it's going to have it's a legendary, right? So it's going to have a shit ton of health. Like it might just be the case that you just have to like slowly cleave it down. And that is, you know, all these teams have that composition, right? You know, we have that coming through from SC with those Willbenders. Condimech also powerful cleave there as well. Same, we actually, oh, by the way, we have a couple of swaps coming through here for NA, and they're going to go for the Firebrands. Here. It's going to be a bridge. They're going to go double Druid, and then the Firebrands are going to be the stability here. And I think this change is a little bit in anticipation of the CPS check, right? They're trying to actually package in more DPS by having double DPS Firebrand here and then double heal Druids. They've actually dropped a healer there. I kind of expect SC to probably attempt something like this as well, because obviously, like, they're probably going like, man, this is a DPS check, guys, you know? And, you know, I think it's not unreasonable that ArenaNet would expect you just play better so you can find a way to double heal this, for sure, right? Do you think solo heal is realistic? I'm honestly not sure that it is, actually. We'll have to see if teams can find some strategies that can work there. But I think just like losing the boon uptime would be excruciating, going from a healer to no healer in one sub. I think even Druid would actually struggle to keep up with that, to be honest.
Yeah, correct. It's going to be very difficult. I keep kind of wrinkling my brain as well around this problem, because I will be progging myself soon, TM. So this is a problem for me as well. Yeah. But seeing all of this in action, like, I would say at the start, I guess Grim's team is resetting. They had a little bit of
they're messy guys, messy guys.
Yeah, geysers. But once again, they do spawn in a fixed pattern, but unfortunately, I saw Grim getting like the bubble twice in a row, I think, which was unfortunate because he needed to get rid of the geysers and he couldn't. So that's also a problem. But yeah, is it possible to run solo heal? I would say so. Is it possible to run a solo heal and get rid of all of the Toxic Geyser effectively? I don't think so. That is going to be the thing. Maybe there is a solution that you dedicate one player to just CC and nothing else. And then you just have a normal one healer set up on top of the group and never leaving almost entirely and just still dealing with the toxic shards somehow. I don't think that's possible. The Toxic Geysers are just spawning way too fast. Makes it very difficult to manage. Albeit you can reposition the boss if necessary, if some things happen, you want to move closer or stuff like that. It is a possibility you can still employ, but it wouldn't bring you much. In fact, it's going to cause you downtime, try to reposition the boss sub 70%, because you have to go full range for it to happen. So the boss has to jump, because there's nothing else to do, essentially. And
it look, by the way, just something kind of interesting from what SC is doing here, by the way, I think they might be trying to manipulate the boss position towards where that vent shot is going to spawn. right? I think that might be part of their strategy here, so they can immediately start cleaving it, because that's obviously going to be a major threat to them there. So it looks like they might want to keep this area clean. However, you know what's kind of interesting? I wonder if that thing always spawns in the same location. We might be about to see that on that pull. That's actually really important information, by the way, because if it's random, that is like hell, to be honest. Like, that is actually like pure hell when you get to that phase. If it's consistent, then hold on, there's some potential there, because that means that the teams are going to be able to control where the boss is, get that immediate cleave, and deal with that vent shot in kind of a quick fashion, right? If it's RNG, that makes it a lot more volatile and a lot more problematic. But if it is consistent, then I think these teams can honestly be looking to get past that initial mechanical overlap at the very least.
Yeah, my kind of thing to look for especially is, and I think this is what the teams will try to eventually do, they might start to ignore the toxic geysers that are to the north. So they're going to have a lot of toxic geysers spawning next to them already, but they are already there. They don't have to traverse throughout the entirety of the thing. So far we've seen that they went out of their way, really far away, just to get that thing done. Ooh, it was an interesting jump, but it kind of worked in the end. Ooh. They have the boss in a very good position. 2.5 minutes on the timer, though. They are behind. Titan spawn spawning right now. Oh, that's a very lucky Titan spawn, actually.
Yeah, that's good. If it had spawned farther, that would have been pretty annoying. Of course, they can move the boss if they need to. But they are getting a lot of guys that's starting to pop up on that other side. So they are going to eventually end up being committed to a certain location. Looks like they are actually going to go and clear them now. Actually, they want to keep a little bit of space available there. Another toxic up here as well. Now, Healer has been off group for a while, so they do want to actually sort that out. In fact, I think it's both Chronos are off stack right now. You can see, I believe that's Luna actually playing the other heal Chrono, if I'm not mistaken, aka the Cryo Phoenix, by the way, guys. Big role player, World vs. World roamer, for those who don't know, gaming enjoyer, and here we have it.
Oh, that Titan spawn is far away. Ooh. The solution here is to just go far and just force the boss to get there closer.
There's some big
toxics,
I
think, you can see Yui actually, Yui is actually trying to be in front of the boss to kind of guarantee that it stays in place, so they can actually probably move it towards that star eventually. Yeah, he's getting rid of that toxic geyser. The guy's getting too big. They're kind of have to just YOLO on it, pick up the shot, and quickly get out, because those stacks, man. Ooh, you can see his health.
You can see what they're doing here, right? They're trying to keep it locked down over here, so they have as much time as possible. They just want to burn as hard as possible, and obviously just like look at what happens with this spawn. So we're coming up to 5% now. And they have a little bit of room.
We're going to be seeing them CCing the toxic geyser, getting rid of the toxic geyser. As soon as that is done, then phasing immediately.
Exactly right. That's what we're seeing. And we're getting to 3%. Titan spawn is up.
There it is.
That's a good timing, actually. It means they're going to deal with that and then push into the phase immediately. They're going for a CC.
All right, here we go.
Here comes the CC. Imagine if while the boss is CC'd, it like just doesn't phase and just dies. But yeah, it's not
41%.
It is where's that vent shot? Where is that vent shot going to spawn? They're going for the res.
I don't see it around the normal location. I think it's really far away on the opposite. Yeah, it's on the opposite side. You can see it on the
yeah, it's walking in
now. It's on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's walking in. Let's see if they're just going to ignore this. Like, the vent shot is about to move in. Maybe they just say, you know what? We don't care about the vent shot. Maybe we just burn the boss. Now, there is a geyser on the boss, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue. They are getting giga boons. They've got a bit of room here. How long have they got on the clock? 20 seconds. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge to find that level of DPS. Bear in mind, these guys are already blasting. They're honestly doing a pretty damn good job in the early stage of this fight. A second Titan spawn is now up, but the spawn locations are not consistent. That is really, really scary. Maybe you just have to muscle it. Maybe you just have to muscle the boss as hard as you can at this stage and just like kind of deal with those vent shots, because they're putting up even more little geyser thingies there as well. But that is actually the enrage. That is basically it.
Yeah, this confirms for many teams probably triple heal is no longer possible.
Yeah, I mean, that is, it's not going to be something...
This is no longer possible. Maybe, like, for, you know, just getting the hang of the boss, just to have the help and get more deeper and deeper consistently so you can push that percentage higher. Yeah. But this essentially confirms you cannot triple heal it, and I think we might see some comp swaps coming up maybe soon even from
they're going to have to try something. They're absolutely going to have to try something here and come up with a cook to get through this because... they just do not have enough time right now. If you drop one healer, you are going to get a lot of extra time off that, but it is going to be significantly harder to actually survive. And you can kind of see that with NA, because NA is now running this double druid setup. that's being utilized. And as you can see, it is a little bit harder to survive. Well, a fair bit harder to survive, to be honest. It absolutely is. Now, the 2 druids do have like mega range CC, which is pretty nice for dealing with the guys, right? You can send your pet in, right? You can like Lunar Blast stuff. Pretty good time overall, and a lot of healing, but, you know, where the issue is, right, is that because of the way that the mechanics get handled here, like, you're very often like off the group, right? Like, the healers are kind of rotating in. So in a lot of situations, like, you're not actually getting full uptime on being able to heal with both healers. Like, a lot of the time you only have one healer on the group when you're running a triple, when you're running a double. So that's one of the reasons why groups run a triple rather, so you can have like healer uptime on the group. And yeah, NA just kind of destabilizing there, and they are going to go down.
Yeah. The healer went down, and because it's a druid, when you go back up, you don't have CA, so you cannot immediately heal. While the group was already being pressured, you can quickly get the CA back, but it was just not enough. It just wasn't fast enough. There were 2 other toxic guys just already engulfing the group. It was a very devastating scenario there. But yeah, I also am a big kind of believer of, if you only do run double heal, even on LCM, this actually becomes a skill check, rather than just you have to have a triple heal. You just want to actually know what damages you. Always sidestepping that damage. Understanding that there's a toxic geyser. I also want to see, maybe, since melee group or DPS players themselves, they don't actually need to do much. They just need to break people out of bubble below 40%, and they also just need to get rid of the Titan spawn as the shot. It might be optional and actually better if you do run the double heal comp to just push it even harder and try for some of these DPS players to quickly go away, especially to the close geysers that spawn close by, and use those shots against those and let the DPS re-pick it up again. It will cause a little bit of a downtime, but at the same time, it does allow you to drop that one healer and get some additional percentage on top of the boss.
Exactly. And yeah, we kind of see, this is good. We see a strategic cook coming through from SC, I believe. And you know what?
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Like, I want to be clear, guys. I'm not saying that ArenaNet should change stuff, but I'm saying this for information purposes, by the way. We know that ArenaNet do hotfixes at 11 UK time. That would be 10 now, actually, because we're in the past relative to, well, you know, time is different to NA. So I'm not saying they should change this because, you know, we're literally day one, right? Like, we haven't done any optimization yet. We haven't done any cooking yet. And the teams are going to be doing that right now, obviously. You can see SC. You can see Yui. He's got his chef's hat on. He's stirring his pot, Plan X. He's, like, stirring his cauldron right now, trying to figure out how to do this. Yeah. But if we do actually see adjustments today, it's going to be in 5 hours.
I do want to point out, yes, the chef hat is on, not just because there's a massive white, you know, color coming into the screen. They just open up their unironic spreadsheets, probably looking at things just to figure things out, what they can swap, what they can change. Yeah. But I think we do have around 7 teams that are currently streaming to be sub 50. Many of them are sub 40, actually. But yeah, mostly the biggest drawbacks come towards the end of the phase when they just run out of time. There's just not enough space and it just becomes difficult to move around.
Yep. Oh. Exactly right. Oh, and actually we do now have the Willbender coming in here from Grim. Log on to the character known as Girlfriend. That's an interesting name there from Grim. Leading into the ERP.
Is that a heal builder? No,
there's no way. No one would ever play that cursed ass build. Okay, like that's not a thing.
Are you doing a? Wait, I am kind of. It might be a lack bender, no? Then.
No, I don't.
Might be a DPS a lack bender.
Well, actually.
Otherwise, it must be a mech. Oh wait.
Oh yeah, I think.
GGing quickly.
Yeah, I think the GG is from maybe the lack of boons.
Yeah. They may have forgot to change the trade or something. I think.
Is indeed possible. Dude, maybe Power Mech actually wins it. Okay?
I mean, Eagle Relic, you know? Eagle Relic. It might be real. Actually, I don't see any alacrity on Grim right now. Don't know
I mean, who
if
needs
that's
it?
intended.
Who needs alacrity? Alacrity is for suckers, yeah, but I believe we do not have an alac situation. I think maybe one of the mechs is supposed to be alac.
They may have, yeah, I think the subgroups are cucked.
Oh, yeah, the subgroups here are incorrect. We can see them now addressing that
subgroups are incorrect.
fix the boon distribution. But yeah, look, I think the only way to clear this is power mech, guys. Like, we have to wait until the balance patch. Like, before then, it can't be done.
Yeah, the Eagle Relic and the power mech.
Exactly, yeah.
It is the solution.
So let's see. It's a brief break here from SC. They might not be changing anything, though. They might just be continuously sending, continuously pumping into the boss. See how that one goes. Let's see how the other teams are actually doing. What's LN up to? I think LN is in a similar situation. I believe they actually have a new best of 15%. 15%. If I'm not mistaken. Just adding that in there real quick. It is done. It has been updated. Rise still on 35. And we actually have a 32%. Oh, actually, so VL haven't improved their best. Actually, they're still on 32. And MCA still on 34. So, like, some guilds kind of getting to that position 1% better than 35%. So, we're seeing improvement there, guys. We are seeing some improvement here. But anyway.
I do like...
Now we just have to wait.
Yeah, now we just have to wait. So, small intermission, I guess. I do like about this fight that it's essentially just challenge mode. It is indeed a higher difficulty version of the challenge mode. So if you have progressed challenge mode and you had enough, you felt it was too strong, then probably this LCM may not be for you. It is what it is. I mean, currently we might be waiting for some hot fixes, but I do like this because it does kind of make it very informed in terms of what is possible. Once again, we may be looking at like a cook that suddenly may work, and suddenly people will be able to push the boss to that 40% rephase, or whatever you would call it, the phase 4, with maybe 3 minutes left on the timer. But that also means that you have 7 minutes to do everything prior to that, and that is just way, way too strong. The alternative is, once you maybe phase the final percentage, maybe get like a bonus time on top of the timer or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
could just help.
Like, realistically, I would say these teams are currently, I want to say they're missing like 3 minutes, basically. Yeah. So I think at the current rate of kill, like the current DPS, the current rate the HP bar is going down, they would need a 13-minute timer to clear this at their current execution. Yeah. Like, with optimization, with the current strategies, they can probably squeeze out more, especially if they get a god pull. There is some RNG on this fight, like where the Titan spawns appear, of course. So there is some level of variance in how this goes. Unless those are actually fixed on LCM. Like, of course, they could be. I don't think they are, but, whatever. So if you get the God pull, you can probably squeeze off a bit more time than that. But, yeah, we're currently out of range with current execution. SC are back from their break, and they're just going to go again. They are not modifying the comp. They're happy with what they've got right now. Still going with the triple heal by the looks of this. And they're just going to send it and see how much they can grind. But, yeah, I mean, that's... We just have to... Now we get to watch. We have to see what's going on.
Yeah. Now we are out of, like, the phase where it's like, ooh, what might change? What might be different?
Yeah, we know what's going to happen. We know everything. Different. We know everything.
And now it's just about who may think of an idea that may work. Who might have, as you mentioned, the God pull, like the best pull ever that Titan spawns in the same location. All of the toxic ones were dealt with very fast and elegantly. All of that matters. I do believe that maybe the solution here might be to delay sometimes the CC on the boss, just to kind of guarantee that you can push that last phase even more. But then again, you are hamstringing yourself everything prior to that, which makes, again, the argument 7 minutes to do everything else kind of, no longer is possible. This is interesting. I really like this. It's a nice piece of a puzzle that many of these guilds are trying to solve right now. And yeah, so far we see many of the same kind of ideas, or if it's a different idea, it's maybe just be a slightly different comp. But overall, I would say, like, time and damage-wise, what they're dealing, both you currently are looking at SC and even the Grimm's team, they have roughly the same damage on top of the boss. The NA team is a little slightly behind, but they're roughly the same, even though we have 3 Willbenders on the SA team. So, but Firebrand is in play now as well, so they are definitely trying some things out now just to kind of see what sticks and see how they could improve the damage while still being able to do some of the utility-based tasks that are required on this boss.
Kind of interesting news here, actually. Like, apparently Decima CM has been buffed. They've given it more health, apparently. That's what people are saying. I'm not gonna lie, that's just despair. Because you know what that means? It means, like, the first 2 phases where nothing happens are longer now. That's actually despair. Like, that's mental boom, guys. That is actual mental boom. If that is actually the case, guys. It's over. It is absolutely over, my friends. But anyway, with NA blasting away here, dealing with this toxic geyser, getting to 40%. Lot of stacks on the boss. They need to CC that. They really do. And, of course, you can see that blue buff on the boss there. Every time you break the bar, it gets even harder to break it next time. So that means you end up having more and more stacks of rising pressure on the boss over and over again. So it gets harder and harder to actually break that bar and kind of get rid of the damage reduction that's popping up there.
Especially notice that yellow buff that is on top of the boss. That buff just keeps going up and up and up. The more it is, the higher it is, the less damage the boss takes. So it incentivizes you to CC, but sometimes you may just want to hold out. At the start, the break bar just breaks almost instantly. But once we get to like 7 or 8 stacks, the break bar starting becomes much difficult to break. You actually have to use the people that are going out to break those toxic geysers as a part of the CC now, because otherwise you just won't break it anymore.
Exactly. And we actually do have confirmation on Decima's HP, 116 million. And by the way, guys, this player is not using HP.dll. Nobody would do that. Absolutely nobody would use HP.dll. I certainly don't think anyone here in the chat would, as that would be highly illegal. The only one using HP.dll is Roy when he checks the Guardian NPC's HP, and also the HP of the nodes that he places around the maps. But anyway, now we're in the mix. We're ready to go. We're ready to pump. NA getting to 24%. This actually could be a very nice pull for them. They're going to be looking to get to that 0% phase there as well. Again, look, they have 3 minutes left to basically do 60% of the boss's HP, so they are not even close as of right now to actually interacting with us. Let's see how this continues to proceed. SC also on a pull here as well, blasting away as hard as they possibly can. Same comp, though. They're just going with the triple mech, triple willbender. They always had a Firebrand. They always had Firebrand, though.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I may have misremembered.
Firebrand is back, guys. Okay, we are so back. ArenaNet buffing it in PvP next patch as well. We are back to Path of Fire, guys. All that we need now is Scourge to basically do 50k DPS, and then, honestly, the game is good again. So, look, Trick, you know what you got to do, bro. Oh, yeah, and Weaver. Yeah, Weaver needs to do, like, 50k DPS. Scourge, 50k DPS. All of that stuff. And then, you know what we need? We need Lich Form, Minion, God, Condi Reaper. And then finally, we can go back to the good old days. Grim going to deal with this geyser, tries to shard it, tries to go for the CC. But we're in a really good pillar for NA.
Yeah, you can kind of see that the NA's kind of idea here was that maybe we get a class that is very easy to walk around because it's very mobile, so it works really well for the Firebrand. But yeah, you can kind of see now it's getting harder and harder to survive it. Now the donut comes out, double star as well. Titan spawn is still alive. Ooh,
they need big reses.
It was a little bit rough there. Yeah, unfortunately, this may have been it. They might be GGing in a second. I think they will still try to maybe push it, but good idea with Grim. They're trying to get rid of that toxic geyser, but they're losing variable time right now.
Yeah, they stabilize though, or they have a downstate off stack that's pretty painful while dropping a
downstate off stack, minute and 10 seconds remaining. That is not enough to maybe even see, unfortunately, the 40% re-health.
And yeah, there's a toxic on the group as well. Oh, it's actually a sulfuric, I believe. Yeah, oh no, it is a toxic. It's not.
No, it is a toxic. Yeah, exactly. In that position, there's a toxic.
But bear in mind,
this is why I think.
Bear in mind, they are attempting the relearn here, I believe. Oh no, wait, are they? Yes. Wait, no, I think they are still playing triple heal. Actually, I think it's 2 Chronos and 1 Druid, so they did go back to triple healing. Actually, after this,
yeah,
I think.
Seems...
So that is still the situation that we're going in. I thought they'd swap to a double heal, but no, I think they gave up on that idea pretty quickly, actually. Now back to a triple. So yeah, it's going to be a case of kind of grinding this, like playing with the Willbender now. On Grimjack. Then SC getting to around 40% now as well, blasting big time here. Dude, imagine if there is some insane cook with Relic of the Demon Queen, and it actually makes the boss heal less. That would be insane. That would actually be crazy. Like, someone has to try that. That's such an insane cook. If that actually worked. Like, someone needs to go test that on normal, guys. Someone boot up a normal URA. Wait, no, I guess you have to do it on CM. It doesn't happen on normal.
You have to do challenge mode, yeah.
You have to go do that, guys. You have to get in the mix. Someone test Demon Queen Relic on. Someone open up an URA CM and someone run Demon Queen Relic and then apply poison and see if it actually works. How does Demon Queen Relic interact with like multiple people applying poison? I assume like the person with the relics poison applies. SC actually destabilizing a little bit there. Lots of Titan spawns kind of going all over the place, and that is going to be a wipe for them.
Yeah, this is kind of where I think like maybe you might have to just take the DPS stack that normally usually you split up, like one shard is being held by a support, the other shard is being held by a DPS player. Maybe this might be the time where they might actually be using those shards on top of the DPS players in order to get rid of the guys that are close by, and they might still try to free up some space with toxic guys as far away. Because especially if those toxic guys that are nearby the boss, you can just cleave with damage. You don't have to specifically CC them, you can just cleave them with damage, but you can't really do any damage whatsoever to them unless you get rid of that shield. So this could work, and I think that's why even the NA was considering some of the epi stuff, just to try to epi down the toxic geyser while they just shot it and move out of it immediately and just kill it by essentially epiing with a slight bit of CC. But they did forego that idea because they just decided, well, we just need more damage, unfortunately, and Necro does not seem to be cutting it much.
Nah, Necro doesn't have enough damage. Like, it obviously it did see some nerfs. And another thing that's actually very relevant, by the way, is burst. Scourge is very, very slow. And one problem Scourge on this fight is actually bursting down the Titan spawns quick enough. Like, Mech is very good at dealing with that, especially with the Spear 4, because you can CC as well pretty potently. Whereas Scourge's CC is pretty mediocre a lot of the time. Like, you do struggle with that a little bit more. So Scourge doesn't do well on this fight. Scourge does really well on Greer. So it's not like it just doesn't really have a place in Wing 8. I think it absolutely does. I really like the Scourge comp on Greer for sure. And I think actually it's quite good on Decima as well, in the ranged group in particular. But yeah, on the URA, it does struggle a little bit. It definitely does work. You can clear this with a Scourge stack. It is a pretty consistent way of actually handling the fight. But it does have some downsides, yeah. And like there are options that are going to be outperforming it, especially in terms of the amount of burst and like quick cleave that you have. And that's where the Willbender and the Mech really excel.
Yeah. Like, Legendary is truly where you have to play perfectly, not just like well or safe. You have to play perfectly while still being able to do that high amounts of damage. And yeah, that's kind of where the teams have now decided, well, this is exactly what they need to do. Interesting thing, were they delaying breaking out people out of the bubble, or there was just a slight miscommunication there? To just let them levitate up a little bit in the air. Oh, maybe they tried to do some weird delay, maybe? I don't know. It was a little bit interesting. I got confused because they were very high up into the air. Yeah.
And they're probably thinking about trying to stack as many of these together to save shard usages. Because a concern that you obviously have is, like, if you shard too much, everyone's going to have the debuff. And then nobody's going to be able to pick up the shard. And that's obviously just a bit of a no-go. Like, you can't really get away with that at the end of the day. Because, like, if you get 2 stacks, all of a sudden it's very, very painful. The Mesmer portal's being used to get a little bit of DPS uptime, ferrying players back who've got the Sulfuric to get more DPS onto the boss.
Yeah.
As we're pushing forward.
Everything seems to be going rather well for now for SA. They're very well stabilized right now. Still rocking triple heal, most likely, though. I think.
Yeah, I think there's
I
think there's a lot of optimization to be done sub 40%. Like, we haven't really seen that done cleanly yet, to be honest, right? Like, whenever we've seen, like, a 0% pull happen, the arena hasn't been clear. It hasn't been clean, and it's possible that
they have been pushing it, essentially.
And realistically, that might be part of the strat. In fact, I think it quite likely will be, certainly in the very late stages of the fight, but you want to prolong the phase where you're not doing that as long as possible, right? You want to maximize how much space you have, so when you do let go and say, you know what, we're just going to go for it, we're going to burn the boss and just CC as much as we possibly can, you have room to do that, right? You have as much space as possible, so you have the maximum amount of time to deal with that. Like, one thing that I think is interesting is that so far, it looks like the vent shots are tanky, but maybe not that dangerous. We'll have to see if they actually do anything really, really nasty, but SC was able to survive with like 3 of them up for a pretty long amount of time. They hit the enrage, right? They didn't die to the vent shots, they died to the enrage.
Yes.
So it's possible that, you know, the vent shots almost like serve as another soft enrage on the encounter, that you have to basically clear the boss and maybe deal with a couple of them and try to get rid of them, or minimize how many end up spawning, and then you just like continuously hard burn everything to death, right? As the boss gets like lower and lower and lower, and like there's more and more ads spawning.
There was a slight misplay there on UE. They did not
I didn't get
use
the shard,
a shard on one of the geyser, and they had to re-CC it, so they're still away from the stack, so some boons may be dropping soon-ish. And there's another melee geyser. Yeah, I think that melee geyser is being handled by a DPS player there. So they are definitely using, if there is a downtime, some of the melee players just to collect those toxic geysers that are close by. Ooh, that was a little bit unfortunate CC, but so it spawned immediately on Titan spawn. Ooh, yeah, there's a little bit of indecisiveness what to do there, but thankfully they broke people out of the thing, got the Titan spawn. Oh, toxic geyser, they need to handle that one immediately. Ooh, a downstate there. Ooh. Are they gonna deal with it? Yeah, they have to kind of go for the downstate as well as just getting rid of that shot. Ooh. Yeah, this is the snowballness. Yeah, the Titan spawn was still up, so it spawned the second ad now because of that. They're trying to, somehow make the snowball, stop at any cost. Another Titan spawn directly on top of a toxic geyser.
Yeah, it's good luck.
Really beneficial.
That is good for them.
Very good luck.
And they're starting to get a bit stable, but the thing is, they did fall behind on geyser management during this. You can see these guys are starting to get bigger and bigger. They're going to have to try and find a way to catch up here, but that's very much easier said than done, right? Like, this is not going to be easy for them to do. Big CC coming through.
You can see you really tried hard to solo break it.
I think this is going to be a reset. I don't see them recovering from this, unfortunately. They're going to go for it, but the thing is, they have no time at this stage. Like, the guys are massive. They're trying to CC. They need a shard over there. Yui does have a shard, so maybe he can now salvage this, but they are very far behind in this pool now, both in terms of damage and look at that space measure. There's like 4 toxic geysers growing and covering the arena.
And another Titan spawn inside the toxic ones.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good spawn. They're not going to be happy to see that. I'm not sure if they can really even deal with that, to be honest. There's someone going in there with a shard. They're going to have to go for the CC. You can see them trying to
still going
figure
for
out.
it.
Yeah, they're going for it. I respect it. I do. I love to see it. A nice visual bug there on the shockwave, but yeah, they are going to reset that. And there you have it. That's the end of that. It's, it is a snowball fight, right? Like, this is why teams struggle with this on the CM. Is that if you fall behind, it's game over. It really, really is. It is complete mental boom. And so far, I believe we kind of have a similar scenario going on for a lot of these rosters. MCA actually does have a brand new best, by the way, guys. They have a new best at 20%. So we're going to go ahead and update that. MCA, most powerful guilds in the entire universe. Gamers, juicers. And now it begins. I mean, now we're on the grind. We are on the grind for this.
It's time to get the perfect pull. Yeah, Titan spawn nearby. None of the toxic geysers become too big or mismanaged. So it almost does become a skill check. But the question is it still enough? Even when everything goes well, nothing like severely goes wrong, is it still a possibility to still actually have enough time to finish that boss?
Well, let's think about this. Okay, so the boss has 105 million. I'm just going to type in the number. Let's see how much HP it actually has. And then it heals to 41%. So it has a total of... Although it might actually just be 40 because their HP display is kind of weird, right? So let's say it heals up to 40% again. That's basically 148 million HP. And you have 10 minutes to do that. So you need a group DPS of 246,000. And that's obviously 25k per player, give or take. And bear in mind, guys, the teams are actually playing with 3 healers. So you only have 7 players who can do DPS. So let's see. How much DPS per player do you need? You need 35k DPS per player on boss the entire time, including boons and including rising pressure. I mean, that is a challenge.
Is indeed a challenge. I will quickly bringing up some logs just to say like the average damage. Yeah, the kind of median damage for Condi Mech on challenge mode is around 26k. That is not enough.
Yeah.
And based on what I'm looking at, the highest damage recorded on challenge mode was 34k.
So Wilster is saying it's 30.8k with 8 DPS, and that's the thing. I think if we're looking to kill with this HP, I feel like the teams have to be looking towards finding a way to do it with 2 heal. You know?
They have to.
I'm not sure if 3 heal is going to be realistic, to be honest.
They might be pushing the triple heal right now just to kind of get to the final phase, just to kind of think of a strategy that they could employ at that final phase. And once they have that strategy, they can just go and grind the double heal setup just to execute it. I would expect some of these teams to try to go for that. I think the NA team did go double heal quite quickly, but then they switched back. I think it's just they just need a little bit more practice on just handling everything, especially now that the toxic guys just keep spawning with pretty much the same speed as in phase 1, which is really kind of what's kind of dragging this down, because the salvaging grace on the normal challenge mode, god damn it, on the challenge mode was the fact that it did slow down in sub 70%, so you had a much better time just making sure that you could stabilize from that initial pressure. It does not slow down here, and yeah, it is a legendary difficulty, so this is a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, over the next couple of hours, we're going to see these teams, see if they can figure anything out, see if they can find more optimization. Like, the thing is, like, going for the triple heal, it is a very tactical choice. You might think, wait, what the hell is SC doing with a triple heal setup? I thought these guys were hardcore. Well, the thing is, guys, like, because of the way boons work and because of the way, like, this fight operates with having to be off stack a lot of the time, like, it's very difficult to actually maintain good DPS without those 3 healers. That's why a lot of these strategies, and you can see this, right? Multiple groups came to this conclusion during the preparation phase over the last 2 weeks. That triple heal is the way and leads to highly efficient kills and fast kills even. There have been some 7-minute kills on Wingman, actually, utilizing triple heal setups. So it is very fast to actually do this. So teams probably thought, oh, yeah, we've got 3 minutes on the timer. How bad can it possibly be, right? With all the stuff. But yeah, like the extra guys are spawning. It's really piling on the time pressure on this encounter. It really is. So it's really, ooh, that's a very unfortunate leap there. For NA, actually, as it leaps into 1 billion geysers. Yeah.
They will have to just kite it away, but then again, they have to get rid of some of the toxic guys. You can kind of see Grim, like, probably giving the go-ahead, hey, I'm gonna go to the far one, and he goes in just to try some CC and try to break it by himself. Ooh.
Yeah, he accidentally charged back onto it there, which was really not what he was looking to do there, I think. So he might be a recoverable, but
you can start to see the destabilization immediately happening.
Yeah, the geysers are currently God. They are full God. They are feasting on the NA server right now. And they feast. That forces the reset. Kind of a similar scenario for SC. Very annoying. The boss is a bit of a pain in the ass to move around, to be honest. Not that much fun. or you know, has no respect for regular boss pathing, guys. As you can see, SC struggling as the boss is fully juiced currently, and that's just going to cost them a lot of DPS. Although, again, you know, I think it is worth noting, guys, is that these teams are probably not that concerned with the enrage right now. They're probably mostly just concerned with, okay, we just need to get exposure to 10%, or to 0% rather, and just see what happens.
Yeah, they want to get the knowledge and some solid plan. They want to gather the information that they need in order to optimize the rest of the fight based off that exact information.
Yeah.
So a lot of these things are going to be heavily based on this.
Yeah. I think the players may need to re-roll to Dragon Hunter, actually. That might be the way.
All right.
Because, actually, let me go ahead and play the clip, guys. Just for a quick recap on the last balance patch. Let's go ahead and listen to this. Like, just for a recap on the last balance patch, guys, listen up. Just going to play this clip for you guys real quick.
You're nerds. Dragon Hunter changes?
Dragon Hunter, which I know a certain person very excited for this. I've been told I can't say their name. Magrest, anyways. So yeah, modifier increases to Dragon Hunter.
There you have it. There's the recap. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't say their name. Proceeds to say it anyway.
Yeah. It's crazy how content is just playing the same clip over and over and just chuckling to it. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, some things just never get old, dude. Like, they really don't. It's always good. It is always good. Incredible. More like D-. Wasn't funny then, it wasn't funny now. Whoa, Roy. Have we got a problem, bro? Dude, you're not beating the allegations. Okay, you get called out every single balance patch stream of, like, hating your co-workers by, like, Twitch chat. Yeah, I feel like you're not beating the allegations here. Anyway, he's saying Trig was intentionally being funny. I mean, I believe so. I think he was trying. Although then again, actually, to be fair, you could actually regard ArenaNet balancing as comedy. So, you know, there is that. Like, maybe there's a level of unintentionality there as well. Oh! Go on the partner program right now? Oh yeah. I'm gonna call them on you for being toxic. I'm gonna screenshot your chat, Roy. I'm gonna submit it to the subreddit. I think they'll enjoy that. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Ellen is trying to push, and they just got the PB. They're still pushing, but yeah, it's pretty much dead, unfortunately. They have one person dead quite a lot. I think it's around 13% PB now, so 13-14%. Slight improvement, but yeah, they just fall out of the time because the toxic guys just spawn way too fast, and it just becomes a race that they cannot just keep running. It's just not possible.
Yep, and of course NA on a pull right now. Let's see, is LN cooking right now? I think LN is just about to start a pull actually. Rye is in a similar situation, blasting away big time over here. Still on their 35% is their best. We actually have VL and MCA, also in similar scenarios. Big pull from VL, actually, I believe.
Yeah, very big pull. They have a very clean-ish arena. They have that one toxic geyser, another toxic geyser, the swirl just spawned there. It's a little bit unfortunate there. They have to kind of do bubbles as well as that geyser now. Ad is still there, annoying. Yeah, you can kind of see that the uptime on the health is just not high enough. People are still bubbled, not broken. Unfortunately, this may be the end.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're not actually going to get their best.
They might be trying to salvage, but yeah,
not anymore.
Not a PB anymore.
That's not happening.
Yeah, well, it was looking really decently, and then it just snowballed. It's just the nature of the fight. Just one missed shard that is too strong or bad spawn, and just suddenly everything just goes down in flames.
I really want to see if I wish we had arc DPS right now, because I'm very interested to see if LN is actually double healing here. Because we actually have 2 Chronos, but I'm wondering what that Scourge is. If that's a hybrid Scourge or if that's a DPS Scourge. I suspect it's probably a hybrid approach because it is Areki playing it, who typically plays support. We can actually go ahead and check the stream, actually, couldn't we?
Yeah, you can check maybe based on utilities, you may see some stuff.
Oh, it is actually a heal. It's a heal Scourge. It is a heal Scourge being played, so it might still be a triple. It might still be a triple here from LN as well. So yeah, no teams as of right now looking to go to that double heal perspective, because again, that is very much easier said than done. Like, you know, even if you play extremely well, just like not having healers on the group, it just reduces the sustain so unbelievably massively. It's non-trivial to actually pull that off. Moving back over to NA, we actually have a 35% pull from them. Let's see if they're going to be able to push forwards to that 0% phase. Oh, Narsen in the downstate. Oh, it's brutal. That shard pulse was absolutely gnarly.
And another toxic just spawned as well.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Very unfortunate. They will try to CC the one that is far away because it has been sharded. Then they need to re-CC and bubble the other. Ooh, okay, bubbles are stacked. Okay, we might just see some sort of... Oh, toxic geyser as well on top there. Titan spawning right now. Yeah, this is where we've been talking about snowballing. They need to get rid of the geyser. They need to get rid of the toxic one that was below the boss. They did get rid of both so far, it seems like, but the double adds, just the start is just demolishing people right now. The rate uptime is just non-existent here. Like, you can see their health is constantly below that 90% threshold. Oof. They are stabilizing now, but unfortunately there is a downstate again somewhere. Oh yeah, it's directly below boss, so that's easily reversible. But yeah, they do need to finish that one mob, and they do need to start getting rid of some of the toxic guys that are nearby, though.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Looks like they're okay for now, but some guys are a little bit out of control, so they haven't quite got that management, I think. Of course, they are still swapping over to a different composition, a different strategy. So there is going to be a level of adaptation there. SC now also just pumping away. Same old comp. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you can see the power of the Willbender, though. Actually, like, you know, we're seeing that perspective here from Grim, right? He has so much self-sustain, right? Like Litany of Wrath makes him like immortal, more or less, and also Purging Flames, Condi Cleanse, like cleansing bolts with the you know, the light fields and so on, also really helps. Because like, why is Condi Cleanse relevant on this fight, guys? I feel like we actually didn't directly explain this. But sulfuric. The sulfuric debuff you get on you can actually be removed by Condi Cleanse. There's actually a couple of effects that are in the game like this that aren't boons or conditions, but they still interact with boon and condition removal. I think a good example is like the ghosts, right, in Wing 1, right? You can remove the boon from them to make them take damage, essentially. And this is kind of that, but with a condition. So you can remove that. You need one Condi Cleanse, removes one stack. I believe that's a big change from normal. On normal, if you do one cleanse, it removes all stacks. But on CM, it's only one stack at a time. So you need a very heavy cleanse to actually deal with that sulfuric acid to avoid getting Omega exposed the entire time. I think we're looking towards a wipe here for NA, though, as they have lost control of some of these guys, unfortunately. So we aren't going to see progress here.
The snowball was a little bit too strong, and yeah, they could not have just, unfortunately, make it work. They did try, they did stabilize at some point, but there were still too many geysers. They needed to start to go out to get rid of them. But once they did, the Titan spawn, the ads were still alive, and with the healers trying to deal with the toxic geysers that are far away, like, it was just impossible. And yeah, that sulfuric geyser towards the end just sealed the deal.
Absolutely did. And yeah, the star pattern, guys, is basically an attack that the Fumarollers put down. It's just a nasty AoE on the ground. It's not a good time. It's not fun. Not good. And yeah, they ticked. Are you aware of the fact that the conditions keep ticking? So think about this. Here's a question for the chat. Let's see how intelligent the chat is, because I believe that Twitch chat is highly intelligent. Okay, very similar to YouTube chat, which is also highly intelligent. Guys, do the conditions keep ticking when the players go out to do the toxic geysers? That's the question. Yes or no, guys? Do they keep ticking?
Yeah. I like the answer, your mum. Yep, that is indeed the correct answer. They keep ticking. Tick.
And they do. They tick, right? They're ticking. They keep ticking.
That's why you also may see yeah, maybe you don't see it now because NA is not pulling, but Grim was actively using even his DPS signet to place down the immobilize on top of some of the toxic geysers, just to kind of not just tick in terms of damage,
keep the CC
but also
pressure
tick
up, right?
in terms of break bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Immobilize.
making sure that break bar. Yeah, that break bar just works. Doesn't regenerate as fast, so whoever comes in with the shot can easily CC it. It's something that they have been doing quite well, actually.
Yeah, because these geysers do appear to have very fast regeneration on CC, so you have to either keep very high pressure on them or get it done and then immediately shard them before they recover. Because if you don't, they do get back up very, very quickly. You can kind of see that happening there, like Yui going mega CC there to kind of guarantee that happening. Relog, looks like Grim going back to the Mechanist, actually. Let's see if we see any other adjustments on the NA composition side of things. But yeah, the immobilize there. You know, people, I feel like this is something that people really neglect, actually, just in general in PvE, right? Is that if you have immob access, you will contribute to break bars a lot. It's the same as fear, right? Yes. Like fear, chill. It all really does add up. Like, you want to have all of these soft CCs on the boss at all time when you're interacting with Defiance bars. It actually is a very important factor. Often neglected. I don't think people really think about it even, really, so much. But you should, as it does really make the difference. Like, especially when you're dealing with a very powerful break bar that maybe takes, you know, a couple of seconds to break. It does add up if you have these conditions applied to the boss.
You can now see like the very, very dangerous movement that SC is trying to make just to get rid of the toxic geysers. They have CC them from afar. They were just looking to shot them a little bit and try to re-CC now just to kind of make it clean. So they have as much possible area as possible. They're also double stacking some of the sulfuric geysers. So you can see that there were too many reds nearby on top of each other. That's essentially them trying to stand on top of an already existing geyser just to kind of stack it, maximize the space. It does pose a massive risk though, and the risk is the toxic geyser. If the toxic geyser is in the vicinity of these things, becomes very dangerous, and that is why you may have already sometimes see Yui actually using his distortion in order to just not get hit by any of that. Just he's gonna go in now on this very far toxic geyser just to get rid of it, picking up the shot, coming back. A very simple yet effective thing. Now they have restabilized. There are no more shots that are nearby. Well, okay, there's one straight on that side, I guess. Outside of that, they're very clean right now. They're prepared to enter that, you know, that massive DPS check in the final phase, just to kind of make it work. Ooh. So far, they're doing it amazingly. Everything seems to be handled really well. They managed to double stack again. Ooh. So it's a little bit thing. There we go. We have a Titan spawn. The question is, will they try to actually wait out to see the next Titan spawn, or will they push it? Because as we did mention before, all of those abilities just, you know, reset their cooldowns. So it doesn't matter if they delay. Maybe they just want to push it. I think they just want a little bit more stability here. Oh, the beautiful stack there on the toxic guns. Here we go.
That's the kind of thing that you really want, right? So we're getting to 4%. We have 1 minute on the timer at this stage. So I think this is basically one of the fastest pulls that we've actually seen coming out from the groups here. So they've certainly managed to optimize there a little bit. I think the boss positioning here is very deliberate as well. They've identified where a lot of the toxic spawn. What the hell is that? That's a very weird donut popping up there. So going into 40% now with 1 minute left on the clock. And yeah, this is the manipulation, right?
Oh,
like they were kind of banking on that happening. So they actually have the stack. They should be able to deal with that and maybe even kill it. Let's see how much health it actually has. It does roll away, which is pretty annoying, actually. They're not able to get the... Oh, no! Oh, no! They're going to have to do these toxics. They have to do these now. They get one. But there's that really big one that's super deep there. They're going to have to deal with this. There's another one they really want to get. They might just have to CC it and just like, push it back. That might be the play they have to make here. Yui's going to go for it. Goes for the CC. Has distortion.
Just go for it.
He's just going all in. He's going all in. They get a toxic on it as well. Oh, nice. That's actually big manipulation.
Oh, this is good.
That's very big, but they need to CC that toxic. That toxic has not been CC'd. They must revive it now as well. 18 seconds on the clock. They are going to be running into the hardened range. Yeah, Titan Spawn is up. The vent shot rolls in. Giga Vent is here. 35%. We are going to be seeing a new best, though, I believe. 34%. Can we see 33%? We can see 33%. So that is a 2% improvement.
Second. Yeah. They got very unlucky on that initial position, and that just caused that massive destabilization. They were otherwise fine. Yeah,
You know, the funny thing is, I actually feel like that leap was actually good, but they needed to, like, not die when they were clearing those 2 toxics, right? Because basically, after they cleared, if they got the clear there, they would have a load of safe space, right? And that might even be like part of their plan, they're part of their strategy. They weren't quite able to execute, essentially, with that situation. So that might honestly be part of the plan there. So we'll see what they do when they go for more reps there. But yeah, like even if that had gone super smooth, they probably would have got to a sub 30% pull. I want to say maybe around 28% is what they could have got there. So still definitely lacking in DPS. Like we probably need at least a minute and a half from that point to kill. But I think, I'm not gonna lie, I think when you get to that phase, you bait the boss away from the toxics, you clear, and you ignore every mechanic. I think you don't have a choice, right? You just need to go all in at that stage. Because mechanically, again, mechanically, this fight is actually not that difficult, right? There's not actually a lot going on. There's no greens like Ceres, right? There's no dodge time you've got to hit like Ceres with the despairs, right? It really is just hit the boss and wallop it. They have to find some way to do the DPS. This is not a mechanically difficult boss. It is just a big throughput check, really. And don't die. DPS check, don't die check. Now, I think the big one is RSC going to attempt the double heal. Because honestly, if they play the double heal and they find a way to make it clean, they find a way to make it stable, I think that feels doable, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree as well. I did mention it like almost an hour ago when we've seen that phase, like, okay, yeah, this now seems that it's impossible to do with triple heal, but most likely they will still practice with triple heal just to get the raw experience on the fight, just to know what happens, how they can work around it. Maybe think about the spawn locations even of some of the toxic geysers, because they do spawn in particular patterns, so once you get rid of some, they won't respawn anymore. Sorry, they do respawn at the same place, but later in the fight, so you can get through some of those special very far ones and just wait a little bit until they become bigs, just to kind of get rid of them. All of that is still about the output. Minor optimization, sure, but all of that, I think the key here is going to be just do the double heal, as we mentioned, as well as maybe even delaying some of the CC, and maybe holding on, especially at the start of the fight, to try to make sure that you don't accidentally CC the boss as many times. Usually many teams already went with like 4 broken break bars happened before the 70% sometimes. It's a very easy break bar to break, but maybe try to reduce that to 2, which is very difficult when you have so many Condiments just endlessly chugging along, blindness, endlessly chugging along, especially Mobilize, right? It's going to be quite hard, and any hard CC by accident, even when you try to CC the toxic geyser that is nearby, can just accidentally just break the break bar on the boss. Yeah. But I think they need to try to actually manipulate that, and key to success could be in that, just so they can really burst in that final phase where they can just go all in on the break bar and just maybe break it quickly in a matter of 2 seconds.
Yeah, you can't let any stacks. You can't let stacks be up there in the last phase. You have to kill it quickly at that point. Like, you are in a race against time. And yet, like, the thing... Okay. How do you replace the CC from the lost third healer, though? Because I feel like that's a big motivator for why these teams have these 3 healers. Because what you're noticing here, guys, look at the perspective we have from Yui, right? What is he doing in this fight? He's running around. Look at his skill bar, right? We have CC everywhere on this skill bar. There is a reason for that. It's because this fight has a very high CC requirement with the toxic geysers and the boss itself. Like, dropping a... There's, again, a big reason why these teams are running 3 healer is because dropping a healer... It might not even help you, to be honest, in terms of your kill rate here. Like, unless there's some kind of other cook with finding more CC or handling these geysers in a different way. Purely because you're going to lose so much capacity to deal with this. Like, in Guild Wars 2, the way we handle our role distribution is that we always package the CC, the utility, right? Like, the value, the mechanics onto the healers. So when you drop a healer, you lose the ability to handle that as efficiently. So you can get a bit more damage, but the problem is that do you even get that much value out of that? Like, are you able to generate a faster kill time because you're going to lose so much utility and ability to handle these mechanics. It's very much easier said than done for these teams to deal with. Yeah, that's it. That's it, guys. Is it that different? It's not that different, to be honest. Mechanically, it's very similar. It's just a bit more intense. Like, geysers spawn a bit faster. And at 10%, you get... at 0%, you get legendary vent shots. They don't appear to be super dangerous, but they have a lot of health. And they leap away, so it's hard to cleave them out. And obviously, it's got way more health. It has Omega HP. Oh, Grim has got screwed here. That's actually so unlucky. Holy shit. He did. URA just was like, fuck you. He did it sulfuric, then he immediately got the donut. That's actually pain. Oh, and they're kind of destabilizing a little bit here as well. This is... Yeah, oh, no, he just got sulfuric. He can't pour it out. Oh, dude. Grim just got absolutely griefed.
Oh, he shifts Significant in space as well. He accidentally shifts Significant in space as well.
That is so brutal. Like, that does happen sometimes. Like, sometimes you can get owned. You can go out to do a sulfuric, then immediately get bubbles instantly. It's actually so troll when that happens. The boss also has a billion rising pressure stack, so it's taking almost no damage now. Like, this is not a good situation. And it's got boons. Oh, no. URA is basically invulnerable. Look at that. Look at the condies. Dude, he's ticking for, like... 2k burns. Like, oh yeah, 8k burns. That is not what you like to see if you're a Condi Mechanist right now. That is not good.
It is not enough, indeed.
URA the Breaker. I don't understand why. Also, I feel like the LCM, the NPC should have a different name, no? Because I actually really, this is a really nice touch, right? Is that it's God Scream URA on CM and like God Spoil Greer and stuff. That's a really nice touch, I think. For the CMs.
I was kind of hoping for a brand new name even for
exactly
the LCM, but it did not happen.
Exactly. And like it should look. ArenaNet are missing out here by not making it like URA the Breaker. Like that would be so insane. That would be a godlike meme if they were to do that. They need to do it, like just meme. SC may be experimenting with some new positioning, or maybe the boss just went over there. Hard to say. I think they... Actually, wait, no. Anything you do in P1's irrelevant, because it always teleports back to the middle, right? So, definitely not any kind of, like, forbidden cook here. But they could be thinking about positioning there, because I think the strategy they had for 0% actually worked pretty well. Let's see if they're able to execute that this time as well. URA never got her title. That's true, actually. URA the Steam Shrieker. T-Bot MMO, where every hard boss is the epithet, the Breaker. I mean, look, it's just one of those things that I find it very entertaining when it pops up so much, and it's just, for whatever reason, guys, like, whoever does the writing for Blizzard, they just love the word break. Like every boss says, I will break you, and there's multiple NPCs that have the title, the Breaker. It's like, it's just so, it's just stupid. It's funny, I don't know, it's like, it's goofy. Anyway, what's LN doing? Rise is mentally broken. They got 28% though. So I have updated that. It's Willbender here being... they haven't mentally broken, they're relogging. Break. Break us. What's MCA up to? Still 20%. No change. I mean, this is... I mean, we've got to buckle up now. We just got to see if there's going to be a cook. SC still the furthest. NA in hot pursuit, though, guys. 8% from the North American region. NA. Also the only NA team playing. Oh, Plenix is... By the way, guys, Plenix is gone. He's actually logged in. Like, his team has showed up. He's actually doing LCM now. He is now doing the forbidden progression. Well, guys... we're alone now. It's just you and me, Twitch chat. And YouTube chat. Shout out to YouTube chat, by the way, guys. How many of you there? 202 people watching on YouTube. Oh, wait, no, he just says... Oh, wait, no, he says he's going to be right back. It's all good. Ooh. 1,000 plus. Yeah, we actually have 1,149 people watching right now. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. spectator POV over here. And I'm just kind of looking out for any kind of strategic adjustment here. Or if it's going to be, like, tightening up what we know. I do feel like SC's approach here is working, so I think we are going to see a simple iteration from them. It's going to be a simple grind, I think. I'm just seeing, like, how low they can get the boss, like, what % they can actually find. Like, trying to optimize damage in the earlier phases here and get as much DPS. They're confident in their composition. They're satisfied that this is the way to go with this one. Again, utilizing those Willbenders to kind of shore up the support in Group 2. Lots of stability, lots of Condi Cleanse, and lots of DPS there as well. Okay. We're getting CC'd. Taking power with below 50% damage could actually be the play with the Eagle Relic on top. I think the problem with that is that, like, what build would you play? What power build would you play on this fight? Because I feel like you actually have to be really mobile as well. You have to be you need, like, a mobile power build. I'm not sure if there are that many things that could do that. Because you have to be able to move out and do these geysers. And that's kind of tricky. Jaunt. Quick little jaunt. Oh, SC got a Giga Bubble here. That's probably a wipe, actually. Well, actually, no, they were able to get it. Oh, I thought it was kind of big. They got a good guy. They got a good shard pop position there. That's for sure. Thought being popped. Well, that toxic geyser is pretty painful though. They've got to pick up that shard. They're starting to lose people. Oh, we actually have full deaths there. Yeah, that's gonna be the end of that. Stacking Firewoods is the only way. Yeah, there's quite a lot of constraints on what you want to play here. You want to be mobile. You want to have really good AoE. And if possible, a bit of CC package in there as well. Something nice about the Willbenders is you can take the Elite, right? The CC Elite. Pretty damn good. Mechanics change or an HP increase. Mechanics come a little bit faster, but the actual difficult thing is the HP increase. Like, every mechanic has essentially been dealt with. It was dealt with very early. Like, it's not that different. It's pretty similar, to be honest. But yeah, like, what's causing problems is the DPS check right now. That's the situation. NA on a big pull, actually. Coming up to 40%. Does the HP increase make it a different fight? I mean, not really, to be honest. But, I mean, it's definitely going to be a challenge just to get that optimization. %35% now from NA. I enable video. That is a good call. You will be able to see things. Is there room for using Trailblazer gear to help with the heal pressure? And that could be an approach, yeah. You could go Trailblazer and then get an extra DPS in there. But, of course, you got to wonder, like, how much of a net gain is that going to be, right? Because you're going to sack a fair bit of damage swapping over to Trailblazer. So that kind of, like, minimizes the gains you're going to get from that. There's a stronger relic than Eagle for this purpose. Oh, shit, dude. Boven about to activate. CND about to activate. Have they considered grieving gear? I mean, look, that's a question for the ages. Have we considered grieving? Have you guys tried grieving? And look, maybe they're going to need URA.dll. URA.dll may be needed. Relic of Mount Balrior. Isn't that like the weird AoE burst relic thing? Reload DPS when it heals back to 40% so you can do a lot more damage. I mean, that would be a good call. If they can figure out how to make that happen, then that could be pretty powerful. NA, though, on a really juicy pull. 24%. Arena looks good. Arena looking good for NA currently. So let's see what they can do. They've got 2 minutes. So I'd say that their damage is a little bit lower than SC. But certainly competent, obviously. Let's see if they can make this happen. Increase the duration of the buff by 1 second. I mean, look. Trig will do that. He's going to do that right now. He's going to hotfix it. He's going to hotfix it instantaneously. Boom. There's the geyser. There's the content. I love content, guys. I really do. Anyone else here love content? Nice arena for NA. Titans won a couple of toxics. They're going to want to deal with those. Let's see if they can pop off here. They've got to deal with that toxic. More of them spawning as well. DPS coming through. Titan spawn dealt with. There's 2 fumarollers. So that's a little bit annoying. Titan spawn being handled. 15% now. Boss. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Let's see if NA can get to 0%. See if they can do this. CC coming down the Titan spawn. A minute left, so they're cutting it close here. God Scream URA. 10% for NA. They're about to approach their personal best. Here we go. Oh, they got to get rid of that toxic, though. The boss is booned. Boona! Do they have a shard? They do. Fumaroller's being cleaved out. Looking clean for NA. Nice. That was a clean little drop there from Grim. Yeah, they're rotating. They want to bait the boss. Oh, is that in a sulfuric? Oh, no. Oh, no. They slightly got a scuffed bait. The boss is directly in a sulfuric. They need to bait it away again. That's really unfortunate. Shard has been dropped. Yeah, they slightly got the angle wrong for their bait. I think this was kind of intentional. They want to move it over here to position it here. Let's see if they can get to that 0%, though, and see this vent shot spawn. They've only got 20 seconds left, though, so they really need to get to work here if they want to get there. They've obviously lost a lot of damage, though, because there's the 0%, though. So NA is now going to be the second group to actually see this phase 4. It's still in that sulfuric, and they only have 5 seconds on the clock. That's interesting, though. I wonder, maybe the vent shot spawn is manipulable, because it did spawn directly on them there. So I wonder if you actually can force to spawn on you in some way by going near the edge. But yeah, we actually do have basically a 40% pull. 40% P4 for NA. Mr. Modius, though, with the Prime. So, pretty good. Pretty damn good there. They're going to have to find a bit more output, a bit more DPS, a bit more pumpa. Pumpa. But we'll see. Guys, shout out to NA. Look, guys, who do you guys want to see win? Do you guys want to see EU win or NA? Wait, do we is there a, like, can you do an EU flag on Twitch? Is that possible? Is that like a thing? Look, guys, if you want EU to win, put an EU flag. If you want NA to win, put an NA flag. Or put K-Kona. Oh, yeah, there you go. Look, flag European Union. Okay. If you want EU, put the EU flag. If you want NA, put K-Kona. Or NA flag. I was doing some open world and realized Devourers just ripped from SC1 Lurkers. I mean, are they? I guess they look a little bit similar. Yeah, this is K-Kona versus EU flag. Wow, a lot of EU fans here, guys. Wow. NA, US, US. Flag Russia. Well, I mean, I guess you could consider that an American flag right now. US, US, US. Monka gun. Yeah. Anyway, you can see NA kind of discussing this pull. Obviously a big success. They want to talk about strategy, like probably talk about optimization a little bit. SC on a juicy pull. Tier 1 from BMAC Attack. Love to see that, guys. Make sure to subscribe, guys. I will be covering the race. I'm not going to be that available over the next 2 days, but I'll be here most of the time. That's the good news. And I'm very interested to see what's going to go on. Ah, hello, Lady Fry. How you doing? I'm sure you'll be having a go at this later as well. Flag Canada. Love to see that. What's the P4 mean? Basically, it means they've got to 0% HP. They've got to phase 4. The boss heals to 40% when you get it to 0% HP. When you get to phase 4. But anyway, let's see if SC can best their best. 4 minutes 40 on the clock. Boss at around 35%, I want to say. Kind of eyeballing it by the HP bar. And let's see what kind of damage we're going to be doing here. Fumarole just lunging into battle there. Yeah, 38%. Ah, see, I was pretty close, guys. I've still got it. Experiment with a lack power DPS Daredevil. Do you think it has potential? Well, you only give a lack to your... I feel like I'm getting memed here. 1, you're playing Thief. Okay, so we're already in meme territory. But 2, like, a Relic of Rivers only gives a lack to you. It doesn't give AoE a lack. The sub banner is not only there, it's because of the overlay. Wait, yeah, why is the sub banner? I don't know why that's popping up again. I think it's because I tried to fix stream elements, I think. I don't really know why it's doing that. But you know what? I'm leaving it there. Ooh, bit of a wipe there for SC, unfortunately. Big discussion coming through here. From NA, doing a little bit of cookery. Ura may be the breaker. Unlike Dragon Voyage, does not smash it with a chin. I mean, that is true, actually. Huge. One-arm bandit. I mean, haven't they actually nerfed a lot of the mythic bosses now? So it's actually a log-in moment. It's a big moment for us next week. We need to get to work, dude. Wait, they nerfed Sprocket again, by the way. Holy shit. Bro, the raid is too hard. It's impossible. Anyway, Legendary Mob got more time on the clock. I mean, yeah, that's probably something the teams are considering, for sure. It's something they're thinking about, 100%. I guarantee it. If there is some way to extend the timer. Because that's, you know, that could be the case. Definitely could be the case. Ura broke Jaden. Jaden actually broke. He has mental boomed. After, wait, how long has it been? Hasn't it only been like 2 hours and you broke already? Yeah, he should play mota. Yeah, now that you've broken, you should get a team together and play mota. True story, actually. And then also rally the NA server. Can do 1.1% in one go to skip the heal altogether. You know, that would be an insane cook. I'm not sure if that would work, though, because I mean, maybe it would work. Dude, I'm not sure if that's enough damage, though. Like, the boss has cut quite a lot of health. I'm not sure if 6 dragon triggers would actually be enough to sequence break the boss. And the thing is, I'm not sure if you'd have the DPS to... Your DPS would be so scuffed. Would you even make it, right? Would you even make it to 0%? It will be because you have 8 with a lack blade sworn. True, actually. True. Which Trig mains, by the way. Trig does main that stuff. So SC kind of going about their business here. Let's see if LN have got a fat pull. Oh, shit. Looks like Rise maybe having a little bit of a break. And then grinding some rotations here. And then we have VL. Oh, quick reset there for VL. And MCA. Also, oh, MCA on an interesting pull. Let's take a look at this. Coming up to their best. They've got 3 minutes on the clock with 32%. Playing a Spectre as well. I mean, I imagine that's probably for the range CC. Because, of course, that is a big feature of that build. Damage looks a little bit shakier with this setup, though. I will say that. I will definitely say that. Is Bladestorm viable in any game mode? Isn't Silver PvP? I think it's not even that bad. Like, Floors played it in, like, daily ATs and stuff, even in monthly. Like, Bladestorm's playable in PvP right now. Oh, there's a shard there that MCA are going to have to go grab. We do see that pick. There's the pick. 28%. Well, it's a fine leap, actually. Geyser control looking decent, actually, for MCA. They've got to keep on top of it, though. They are quite far away from them, so they need to kind of keep an eye on that and be ready to move if they so feel the need to do so. Yeah, there we go. They get that shard. They get that geyser. There it is. Daily reminder, Vire was a low bar in PvE. Daily reminder, awesomeness, that you nerfed Titan meta by 25%. 25%. That is... I mean, you took it out back. Why did you do that? You guys at ArenaNet HQ, NA... took Greer and Decima out back. I can't believe you did that. That's insane. Also, guys, what are these reports about the CMs being insanely bugged right now? Give me status update on that. What is this? I funneled their HP into URL sim. I like that. That's good RP, actually. Yeah, we are definitely seeing a personal best here, I believe, from MCA. Ooh, they got to get that downstate, though. Oh, that's with a Sulfuric, too. Oh, that's such an unfortunate downstate. Oh, no. I think it is still going to be a best. What are we at right now? Like 18%? But yeah, not as much of an improvement as it could have been. Very unfortunate, though. You honestly hate to see that one. Yeah, I want to say that was an improvement by a relevant margin there. Let's see if we're going to see the update. A worthy changeman, yes. It's certainly possible. It is indeed a worthy sacrifice. Do you have a pull from SC going? We absolutely do. We absolutely do. 5 minutes on the clock at about 40%. So, the big thing here that SC has is that they just have damage. But their composition, very, very tasty. Plenix is back.
Hello.
Plen,
or
my
a little
god.
bit low, but I am back.
Plen,
yes.
go.
Yeah. We had a little bit of a roster CM and family emergencies. Totally understandable, so... But yeah, we are still making it work, our own team. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Anyhow, I saw that NA finally saw P4 for the first time
they
as
are
well.
there. Yeah, just around 7% behind SC. So they were around, I want to say, 40 seconds. 40 seconds slower, I think. They switch up the music. I don't know why, actually. It keeps playing like the same songs over and over again. Like, this playlist should have a bunch of stuff, but I think YouTube DL is, like, betraying me. I'm actually just going to go to the playlist directly on YouTube, because there actually should be way more tracks. I feel like I should keep torturing you guys with, like, the same ones over and over again. That would be... I would find that funny. But honestly, it's kind of getting to me as well. I don't know what's going on here.
Just play the URA song, you know, on repeat.
Yeah, okay. Let me click on this.
Oh, no.
What's
you
up?
have a very unfortunate jump for the SC there.
Yeah, you do not want to see that.
Things.
You do not want to see that. Okay, I'm playing URA theme. Okay, here we go. All right, okay. I'm going to make this playlist loop and shuffle. There we go. Are you perma-streaming everything? I mean, it's just YouTube DL, yeah. It doesn't work sometimes, though. I don't know what's up with that. It is what it is. Either way, though, we listen to this. Is this the green noise? Are you familiar with the green noise, Plenix?
Green noise?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, maybe you should be. SC recover, though. They get the boss out of the goop, and they're ready to pump.
They did indeed recover. It was very exciting to see, actually. They managed to get all of the toxic shards down. You can see how clean everything is around them, except that one toxic shard that is there around the arrow marker. Maybe they see it, maybe don't. The 2 actually, yeah. 3, never mind.
And there's 4 total.
4th one spawn, yeah.
Yeah, so they have to deal with these. Oh, Sulfuric on Yui. He has Distort though, so that's actually fine. He can stack this.
Yeah, he can stack and just distort and just make sure that it spawn. He is dropping next to that toxic one, which is a little bit risky, but yeah, they're still going for the ones that they can get rid of, that they can deal with. But it's getting closer and closer. They're pushing it so goddamn hard, but they need to stabilize again on the boss, just heal up a little bit, make sure they have the health so they can push the final %. 2 minutes remaining on the timer though. Ooh.
Yeah, not their fastest
the
run.
Broken break bar.
Yeah, not their fastest run for sure. And you know, the boss got boons a bit, and yeah, like it's got a couple of rising pressure stacks too. They should be able to make it to 0%, but we might not see quite as deep as they've been before, right?
Yes.
Also, by the way, guys, for some reason, it's really hard to find just one URA music thing, by the way. This is actually a 10-minute loop. Like, for some reason, there just isn't like a regular one. This is 10 minutes of this, guys, so enjoy this.
Yeah, it was never officially released, so yeah, we only have the looped version from the game files, right? Yeah, they seem to be going straight for URA. You can see Yui actually went with the Moa on top of the boss now. They really want to push this now a little bit. I mean, they only have a minute left, so they just want to practice in that final phase again. Ooh, Toxic Geyser though. Yeah, not having now that Moa is kind of proving difficult for them. So Yui really wanted to get rid of that shot. Unfortunately couldn't. Double stars as well. They're still upkeeping really well there so far, but I would still recommend maybe moving out. Don't think they want to be stacked wherever they are stacked, but I think they're just waiting for wherever.
They're at 0% now. They've got to get these guys dealt with. Where is the vent shot? I think they want to get
on the opposite side.
They have to, I mean, maybe that's honestly good though. Maybe that's fine. Like, I'm just not sure if they're that much of a threat. They put down some AOE's, and I guess they do actually apply more space pressure, because you can see they put down those like little geysers, those orange AOE's there that could be annoying. But if they just stay over there, like, I'm not sure if they're really that much of a problem. And now SC just starting to blast away. But yeah, the space this time is really not looking good. Not quite as clean as some of the previous runs we've actually seen from them so far. And oh wow, they are just getting chunked currently. Actually, massive damage coming through, and that's going to be the reset. Crank. Let him crank. Let's see. What's LN up to? LN on 40%. I love this POV we have here of Sick TV, by the way. Grinding his rotational willbender. Honestly, we should focus on that one rather than this. Much more important. But anyway, I think the thing is with LN is that it does not appear they have a particularly good strategy for managing these toxics. Look at this arena. It's covered in filth.
Yeah. They might just be going a little bit YOLO. Because you can see the boss is at 33% with 4 minutes remaining. It is a little bit behind, I would say, where they would probably want to be. But I think they just are going for it because the Toxic Geysers do have a max range, I think, don't they? So they just maybe just work around it.
I think they go infinite. I think they just don't ever stop. Also, why they go high so fast? If you jump Trig, when you get bubbled, you zoom. Especially if you have like super speed or something. It's kind of it's an interesting meme. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like LN is doomed here. Like this is not good. They're in trouble. Yeah, what do you think the Toxic Geysers actually spew out?
I mean, toxins?
Yeah, but I mean, like what kind of toxins?
Well, it's not sulfuric, but it is toxic. It does it give you poison? I
believe so.
Yeah, so something that is poisonous, but not that it would instantly murder you, only in high amounts. So the question is, what is very deadly, even though it might not be doing much, but it might be like a drug?
Yeah.
I guess that is what they might be spewing. syrup. Yeah.
Ura's bowel gases. Okay. Wait, Mela just said gooning. He just said, wait, what was this? 1-1 AA gooning. That's interesting.
Maybe it just spits out more goo.
Mela is one of the most well-known gooners, of course. Although, actually, I think he actually got over his gooning addiction. Because I don't know if you guys know this. Mela took a long break from the internet. He got in the gym. He got big. He got massive. He actually doesn't even show cam anymore. He's too fucking big, dude. He doesn't fit on the goddamn camera. That's how big he is. He's bigger than Roy's neck. It's fucking impressive stuff. It's very impressive. He's a very muscular guy. And during that, he actually he quit gooning at the same time.
Ooh.
Dude, me and Roy are united on this. Me and Roy both have massive necks. Like, I don't know, I don't, this is a weird characteristic to have, but look, I don't know, man, I've always had a big neck. So you and me are united on that, Roy, okay? What can I say? So I know what it's like, bro. I know what it's like to have a massive neck. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, Embassy has just sent me very compromising information. What?
Oh no.
What does this even mean? Yeah. Mela's
I'm
caught.
scared to ask.
He's completely caught. He's talking about feet in DMs during URA LCM progression.
Oh.
Wait, no, this is old actually. This is actually old, but I mean, what even is this? It's some kind of like Sonic situation, guys. Is he talking about Ura's feet? Who's even into that? That's weird, like Titan feet. Anyway. Moving on, is SC pulling? SC may be going for a recook, a little break potentially, getting up, stretching the legs.
They might just be doing a break.
Yeah. And that's sensible, you know, get fresh, mentally freshen up, get ready for the grind, get ready for the juice. Mela's stream now gone, he shut it down. Oh no, it's back actually, never mind. Oh, you went to challenge that he's reformed? Oh, I see, yeah.
Is he actually reformed though?
Well, I mean, apparently not. He's been exposed by Embassy. Of course, Embassy is also kind of, it's a race to the bottom with Embassy because he's also a well-known gooner too. His mage in WoW is called Feet Demon X. And look, it's exactly what it sounds like. Is NA pulling?
That is,
NA is pulling and
something.
LN is pulling.
Yes. Yeah, I think, yeah, and Void Lounge is also pulling as well.
Rise back in. And look, they're actually running mass Willbenders. We actually have a quadruple Willbender set up here for Rise.
Yeah.
2 Condi mechs still in play.
And I think they went with the SC kind of direction. They were like, okay, this works for them. We are a little bit stuck on 28%. We need to do a little bit more damage on top of the ads. If this is the thing that does break us to that point, because we can do quite a lot of cleave damage on top of the boss here, while still also cleaving the ads slightly better than the mech. If this is what can bring them there to make it more stable and stuff, it looks so much better as well.
Yeah. And we actually have maybe some technology being used, by the way, by Rise. We see Sanctuary being picked.
Yes.
Right? That's going to be the pick here. So that means we could potentially see that on multiple Willbenders too. So they have massive CC potential there as well. I imagine if you slap that on a Geyser, that will handle it pretty well, maybe with a little bit of extra help, especially when you combine that with the Elite little jump CC there from the Willbender 2. So see how this actually works out for Rise.
Yeah. Seems like it does need a little bit more help. That Toxic Geyser that Rise did stay alive for a little bit longer, probably. CC was just not enough. Yeah, the Sanctuary is just not used. In my opinion, I would have already dropped it, unless they may have, as you mentioned, had many of those Sanctuaries just to kind of space it out. But the Sanctuary is essentially a way for them to just do ranged CC, so they could just send 2 people to Rain. 2 people to the Geyser, quickly get out of it, pick up the shot, and just leave, and they just throw a Sanctuary at the problem, and they can solve that problem. You can see the Sanctuary on the Toxic Geyser right now, so they definitely have multiple Sanctuaries being in play right now. So it is happening. Ooh. Well, Grim is pulling quite well as well, actually. Decent time, 6 minutes into the fight, slightly above 50. So that's going pretty well.
Yep. DPS looking pretty good there for NA. I still think they are a little bit behind where they'd want to be. So they're going to be, you know, practicing those rotations, finding out how to apply that rotation to the encounter as best as they possibly can. I think that's for sure. But yeah, that is the situation, guys. It's just simply going to be pump, pump, pump. Essie doing a little cookery session here as well. Getting a wonderful shot of Yui's profile here as well. The Greek god. Very... The headphones there. He's got some big headphones, man. You see those? Holy shit. He's juicing up. I believe that's a Red Bull, if I'm not mistaken. That is, of course, performance enhancing, guys. Exactly what you need in this situation. Bigger headphones, bigger DPS. Absolutely, yeah. Maybe he's got a small head. And I guess that's true. I guess we don't know. No, it's one of these things. Dude, this is really funny. Like, I think people were really surprised when people saw how tall Roy is. Like, seriously, like, I get this comment as well. Like, people are like, oh,
yeah, you're taller than me.
Yeah, I'm taller than I look on stream, right? And I feel like Roy got this well. When we saw, like, Roy in full percent, it was like, oh, shit, dude, Roy's tall as fuck. Because, like, Roy is he's a big boy. He's a big lad, he really is, okay? He's large in volume, large in size. He's very high scale. But yeah, it happens to me as well, but it's very hard to tell people's height or size, you know, without actually seeing them in person, right? For sure. How tall are you in American? Ooh, destabilization from NA, unfortunately. It's going to be a death on Grim, and that will lead to a reset, I believe. As they were not quite able to hold on there, not quite able to survive. Oh, hang on. Oh, wait, we have a triple Chronos out for NA now, by the way. I believe. So we have done a switch.
Maybe they went for it because they just want a little bit faster movement. The Chrono
maybe it's
does
more
allow them
CC.
to blink in. Yeah, it could be more CC as well. It depends. But Continuum Split may be the thing that they're kind of looking for as well. They just want to space out some of the CC.
Yeah. Yeah, I am 190 centimeters. So whatever that is in American trig. But yeah, I'm basically the same height as Roy. And wait, how tall are you, Planix? I feel like we were about the same height, right? When we were in Cologne?
I'm 182.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm a little taller. Yeah, we're similar.
You were taller than me. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because no, you are tall as well. I do recall that actually. Oh man, we've got to do that again sometime, man. We have to do it again, man. That was so good. How many years ago was that? Holy shit. Wasn't that like
2017?
2017,
like 8 years ago?
Man. Look, ArenaNet, when you guys announce Guild Wars 3, go to fucking Gamescom, yes? Come on, guys. What are you doing? Like, every year we want to go to Gamescom. We want to go to Cologne, you know, we want to go, you know, we want to get in there. But then you guys don't show up. What are we doing? Let's go! Gamescom's hype, by the way. Actually, was really fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, it was fun to meet everyone, and I mean the group photo, man. The group photo.
Oh, it's so iconic. It's such a good photo as well. Like seeing all the crew there. Oh man, it's so much fun. It's a really fun event, guys. If you are into gaming and maybe you live in the area or something, you're in Germany, and well, I mean, look, that's probably some of you. It's worth going. It's fun. It is fun. Loads of people there.
A little bit overpriced.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, it's expensive. It's very crowded too. I remember that. I remember Longinus queued for Monster Hunter for like 6 hours or something. That was fucking crazy, right? Like when he was trying to get into that playtest for Monster Hunter back there. That was actually wild. And the Guild Wars 2 queue was pretty long as well, but it is fun. Definitely is really fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back to the boss.
Yes, we've got pulls going on. We absolutely do. And then it looks like, you know, SC kind of doing a little bit of a strategic discussion. Do we have LN pulling? We absolutely do. Rise on a solid pull as well.
Yeah, they keep pushing it. They're you know, practicing with the Veilbenders quite well. They did discover that one Sanctuary is not enough to break a Toxic Shot, so maybe they might just drop 2 per one. I don't know, maybe just kind of modify that. But yeah, one sanctuary is just not enough to kind of even do enough CC to kind of break it. So it just recharged way too fast. But two of them at the same time may be something else. But yeah, they've been playing it so far really well. And in the middle, you love to see that. Easy to.
Ooh, look at the sanctuaries. There's the tech.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. As I mentioned, 2 sanctuaries, and now they're dropped. Yeah.
It's a short cooldown as well. It's not a long cooldown, right? So they are going to have a lot of range CC. I think they do. I think they've got to handle this better, though. Right? If we're looking at the geysers, there's a lot of them up. I think they need to be a bit more proactive. You can see them going in now. They're CCing everything at the same time, which is pretty nice. That AoE CC. Oh, they get a Giga Bubble, though. Oh, and I think that's going to prompt a destabilization into a wipe. Yeah, that's going to be a GG.
Ooh, and yeah, Sulfuric on sick, unfortunately, yeah. So even if they would recover that, Sulfuric would have been too close and probably cause a wipe down the line anyway.
Yep. Oh, is this the group photo? Oh, look at that. Look at that, guys. Yeah, it has been posted in the chat. Yeah, that's I'm there. My brother's there as well. We've got dude, all the fucking old crew.
Oh, it's a little bit cropped.
Yeah. Wait, is it? I think that's everyone, isn't it? Isn't that everyone in there?
No, they were a little bit more to the side, just a little bit, I think.
Wait, who's missing from the image? I think it's everyone, isn't it?
It might have been everyone, actually, yeah.
Yeah. I love how Kevin's in the middle, by the way. That's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And he's still like you can see that Nikki are both like a little bit, like going lower, so the great space on Kevin is
man, look at that. See, I told you guys, massive neck. See, look, you can we've got a big neck going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There are certain people that sound exactly as they look. I don't know, just saying.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you would look at this photo and just tell me, okay, who is Palfo, knowing who Palfo is as a person,
who would be able
I think you would be able to point him out.
That's for sure. Yeah. Oh man, those really were the days. Holy shit, those are the days. How many of those people are still playing? I still play, Plenex still plays, Pathos still plays. So 3. There's 3 of us who still play the game. That's actually so sad. That's actually, we have a bit of a destabilization here on LN side. These toxins are getting out of control. Like, I feel like these skills need to be looking at what SC is doing. Because like SC so far, it feels to me that SC and NA are a fair bit ahead of the other rosters in terms of handling these geysers, right? It really does feel that way.
They definitely practice as well quite a lot just to handle that, because they predicted and definitely predicted well that this will be very crucial part of the fight.
Yeah.
But at best, it will be identical to challenge mode. At worst, it will be, well, what we got. So it was fully expectable. So I'm kind of glad to see that. I am very glad that we even saw the final phase. Maybe it's not even final phase, just saying. Who knows? Maybe there's a secret phase. But we have seen the phase 4, as we call it, within like 2 hours, really easily. Well, yeah, definitely within 2 hours. So definitely this is now becoming a numbers game on how to optimize things.
Yeah. This is very much a numbers game at this stage. Like, all the mechanics are known, unless there's another. I mean, look, there could be a spicy 10% phase 5. That's not, all the other ones do have this, right? Bear that in mind. Like Gria and Decima both essentially have a burn phase at 10%. So you do have to bear that in mind. We could be seeing that. And, there could be some potential that there's a timer reset at 10%. And by the way, guys, that would not be unprecedented. This happens with Doom. Bear that in mind, guys. You do get a timer reset when you face 10% of Doom. I think you do, right? Even if you're below the timer, it does reset. So there is some precedent.
It gives you flat 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yep.
It gives you flat 2 minutes to finish the encounter, and even if it's normal mode or challenge mode, if that 2 minutes is up, you just instantly die. Whereas in the normal Enrage, even though many people have not seen it in many days, maybe ages sometimes, but the normal CM on Doom actually just, sorry, not CM, the Enrage just doesn't do anything actually. It just increases the damage from the boss. But that's about it. It's a soft enrage. It's not a hard enrage. But that 10% is a hard enrage. If you fail to kill the boss within Those 2 minutes, you are fully dead.
Absolutely. So we could see something similar here, right? And that might kind of explain like why there is this timer. Because bear in mind, guys, ArenaNet will have been looking. They would have been looking at logs. Like there are public logs on Wingman of like how much DPS guilds were able to get on CM. So this is the kind of thing that ArenaNet will have been observing, right? They will have been observing what the teams are doing, like what kind of comps they're playing, what kind of DPS they're getting. So there might be something that ArenaNet have, you know, they've kind of cooked up here a little bit, and we'll see if these groups are going to be able to actually push deep into that phase. Also,
the forbidden one.
Wait, the forbidden one. You can't just come up with a build, call it the forbidden one, and drop it on LCM. Turns out it's the trash one. Well, I just think that, you know, it's not a build you run when you need to have like full optimized DPS, right? That's the thing. It's called the forbidden one because look, it will get you through Greer CM. Like that is its purpose, right? It is the forbidden one. And honestly, it's really good on it's really good on URA CM, but just not really LCM. Because it has mega Condi cleanse, so it's very powerful actually. But the forbidden one is just not really going to give you the DPS you need to clear this. So it is forbidden in more the ways than one, unfortunately, for URA LCM. The forbidden one.
Yes.
And actually, Limbodi's in the chat, and he actually has the other forbidden one. He has access to it.
Well, I would ask why, but I don't want to at this point.
Well, he actually has a version that just peaks as well. One that can kind of peak in ASCII form. It could emerge at any moment. I mean, didn't people message it to you the last time it was mentioned? People demonstrating that they have access to it?
Yes.
Also, by the way, Gilber is in Twitch chat. He is also one of the people in that image, by the way, guys. He actually does still watch the stream, actually. Gilber is still in the mix. AKA Julian Bloodedge, by the way. That's his actual real name.
The Sandal Man.
Yeah. I mean, I like sandals too. Sandals are a good choice. Apparently I'm playing safe class with a prog and switching to DPS Sweatlords. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, they've gone to the DPS Sweatlord phase. NA, by the way, has actually gone for a full mech approach again. So they were kind of messing around with Willbender a little bit, seeing how that was working. They decided to just go pure Condi mech. 6 condition mechanists. And they're going for a bit more cleanse. You can see that Grim swapped over to the healing turret over the AED to actually help out with the Condi cleanse a little bit. I think that mech is dying, though. Nuclear DPS. Bear in mind, guys, Nuclear DPS, I believe, is Jaden, who has said that he is mentally broken by URA. So he's actually lost the mental war already. He is broken psychologically by URA. On Match Arena, no, Roy. No, not on Match Arena, no. The prize pool is like the... it's combined. It's combined with a number of factors, yeah.
Oh, this is not going well for the NA team right now. That snowball has massively destabilized. Yeah, there you go. They decided to reset that. Triple ad is just too much.
Is gonna be a wipe.
Yeah.
SC on another
Meanwhile,
good run.
PT, yeah.
Oh yeah, where's PT?
PT also as of they're just about to hit 40%, decent time as well. Still managing quite the area, but yeah, they're behind on time generally compared to SC. SC was already around 40% at this time. So they are behind, but they're probably just looking to push into that P4 as far as they can just to practice stuff. Well, UA is trying so goddamn hard to break that, but it's even with continuous, but it's so hard to just get it done.
Yeah, it's a lot of CC. It's a big requirement. A couple of downs hits coming through. A lot of healing, though, available. You know, you can see the Druid just cranking away there alongside the Chronos. They're able to keep it stable there as well. You know, I feel like the shockwaves here are actually really relevant, you know, like, because they give you that stack of sulfuric if they hit you. They even do damage as well, so you definitely got to be careful of those, trying to avoid those as much as possible. Because you can see Yui's got 2 stacks of exposed right now. That does not feel good. It does not feel good at all.
Yeah. Especially when there's any mechanic, and when we consider like the star pattern from the mobs that can spawn. If there are 2 mobs with the star pattern, you having like 2 or 3 stacks of exposed, yeah, it will hurt you. It is very deadly to go out this way. But yeah, so far the teams seem to be just, you know, practicing, pushing it, and soon I guess I will also be pushing. So I will have to be leaving you in a second. But yeah, oh nice, the visual bug on the SC again. Beautiful shockwave. Outside of that, yeah, it just seems that everyone's just gonna be practicing the push. I do expect that maybe some of them may actually just go for breaks and just wait a little bit and keep pushing it maybe a little bit later when the boss may be a little bit patched. That's all assuming that maybe ArenaNet does want to nerf it a tiny bit based on the initial feedback that every team essentially is giving here by just us watching. But we also do want to have a race that does last. So if there is a change, I expected that it may just make some things easier, but I don't think they will actually reduce the 40%. I actually would even claim they might not even increase the duration or of the enrage either. I think they just want to keep it at the flat 10 minutes. So yeah, it truly will become a numbers game. And
yeah, I mean that's where we're at right now.
Next 2 days,
we are living in the
next few
numbers
hours
game.
or days will be good.
It's just a DPS grind now.
Yep.
Obviously the big question of if there is a timer reset at some stage, because like right now I think the numbers are a little bit out of reach, but we will of course see how much these teams are going to be able to optimize over time. There's definitely a lot of potential here. I feel there's a little bit. This fight is less optimizable than Ceres, I want to say, because we actually saw a pretty insane amount of DPS progression with optimizing the Virtuoso rotation and the movement, like after Ceres' release. I feel like it's a little bit less possible here because of the nature of the way the mechanics are. The boss is just kind of there the entire time, right? There isn't this kind of complex sequence of like mechanics you have to get through, like Ceres really. It's more of just like, you know, it just throws stuff at you, it just goes crazy. Essie gonna really in trouble if they've got to get the res. They
had a very good stack, but Fallen's relics are gone now, so they lost some valuable damage that they needed to have. So it will take them a minute to kind of recover those Fallen stacks again. So they're already behind because of so many downstates. But outside of that, position-wise, the boss is in a decent position. They have the most important guys under control that they need to, but yeah, eventually they might just see a little bit of that final phase and maybe push it again a little bit, but I don't see them really doing much here. But yeah, the race is just starting, so I'm definitely going to be excited to watch along as well, but I will leave you now, so for leaving you again. But yeah. We'll see. Maybe there will be an insane cook that someone is gonna cook up, and it's gonna just solve the fight, or maybe bring us closer, and suddenly it becomes possible. So don't look at the health now, guys, especially when you see that 35% as unkillable, undoable. There may be a way, and it might not be nice, but it is a legendary challenge mode. It is supposed to be legendary, and yeah, it is supposed to be this hard. So this is what was intended.
And here are the vent shots. Vent shots now appearing. They're going for this Titan spawn. There's so many geysers already up though here. At this final phase there. SC having a good chunk of time. I think again one of their faster clears here. I think they're just going to try and burst the boss down as much as they possibly can. Boss not in the geysers there, so no boons on it, but 2 players have in fact fallen. Now they're just going to go for this 11 stacks of rising pressure. There's so much damage reduction. Now that geyser expands onto it as well. Like, we are getting towards the end. Like, that is that. Yeah. And this DPS check is looking pretty brutal. Unless there's something that the teams are missing. And again, there could be a spicy burn phase at 10%. You've got to bear that in mind, guys. There absolutely could be something a little frisky happening if they're able to push that boss to that stage. Hardstuck not participating world first? No. The entire... I mean, Hardstuck doesn't play the game anymore. I hate to say it. Like, that's the issue, Bellerophone. Basically, my team, they've been corrupted. They've been corrupted by World of Warcraft. So, not this time. The Forbidden Game. Oh, man. NA having a couple of stability issues here. Ain't it aware of Decimus CM, extra 20% HP? Yeah, I don't actually hate that change either, by the way. Decimus CM was way too easy. It's easier than the original normal mode. I'm not surprised to see it buffed. I'm not gonna lie, though, not the biggest fan of an HP buff. I feel like it doesn't even... It just makes the boss kind of more boring, to be honest. I guess it does make the charge mechanic a bit more relevant, I guess, but... Like, Decimus CM already feels like a bit of a slog, in my opinion. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. No, I'm just watching the streams, Ashlicious. That's where I'm getting the percents. 2 healers pulls. Well, I mean, yeah, if they want to get that DPS check, but the problem is that it's already pretty damn hard to survive with the triple healer because of the way that the mechanics are, and you lose so much CC like if you're going to drop one healer, so it's very problematic, I think. Move the HP threshold? Yeah, maybe that would have been a play. On a scale of Dagda to Ceros, how's this Urus thing looking to be? Mechanically, it's not very difficult, but it's a very strict output check, for sure. Like, the output check is pretty big. Trying the Demon Queen Relic? Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Someone needs to go do it. Someone needs to log in and try Demon Queen Relic. See if it actually prevents the boss from healing as much. That would be a very interesting cook. Huge. And encounters have nerfed, it's buffed. Yeah, I mean, I think Decimus CN did need buffs, actually. But I think buffing HP is not really the way to go, you know what I mean? Because I think I mean, it can be, I guess, but I don't think... I think a better change for... a better change would have been the charge, right? Like, the charge just shouldn't reset. You know what I mean? Like, that's the issue. If it didn't reset, I think that would have been a good buff. $25 and 60%. Yeah, I mean, it might be worth a try, right? Like, just have someone run Demon Queen, see if it does anything. Because that would actually be very relevant, right? Like, if you're able to prevent it healing, then that's pretty juicy. 2 healers and a Selly quick run, for example, just to get the extra DPS out. I mean, the issue with the healer is the CC, right? Like, you lose so much CC, right? Like, when you drop a healer. And, like, that is a real big problem, my friends. That is a tough one. It really is. Misspud LFG category. Ah, yeah, you're enjoying that, Darren's? You're having fun with that? I guess that's pretty good. Not a bad thing whatsoever. We love to see it. Yup. But anyway, guilds continuing to pump, guilds continuing to blast. We just have to wait and see how much damage they can get now. Still the same approaches from all of these teams. I mean, yeah, this is it. We are going to see the head bashing begin, to be honest. The head bashing begins. Steve can do decent defense while bringing massive CC. That is true. But the thing is that you also want to be pretty tanky and have a lot of Condi cleanse and mobility. And that's why they've gone with these compositions. Easiest to implement and change. You're not wrong. I mean, that is a pretty easy thing to mess around with, I suppose. Apparently, Greer... Someone said Greer is bugged as well. What's wrong with Greer? Greer is just, you know, he's going crazy. He's going wild. Everyone needs to contribute to CC and rotate CC. Well, that's exactly what people are doing right now. Like, the Willbenders all have CC. The mechs have CC as well. I'm pretty sure those guys have thought of that, you know? I can't be certain, but... I actually can be certain. You know, like, they're definitely thinking about that. Unless they just like, oh yeah, maybe we just don't want to kill the boss. Maybe we want to troll. We want to just like randomly wipe for all eternity for no reason. There is that possibility. Mech and Condi Wilbur will get nerfed. Well, I mean, yeah, we'll see how this one actually ends up going, right? We will see what happens. Bushing. What the hell is bushing? What are you guys talking about? They need my help? Well, look, they can listen to the stream. They can listen to my stream then. And we will explain how it works. That is what we do here, guys. That is what we do. Power rifle mech? Yes. Very hard for hybrid heal to be effective. Yeah, it's definitely true. Like, hybrids are not efficient. For sure. The only way they can kill this boss, guys, is by waiting for the next patch and using power mech. It's the only build that will even be remotely viable on this boss. Just as Solar intended, guys. NA on a big pull here. 47%, 5 minutes on the clock. SC's damage. Still pumping, although not the fastest pull in the universe here for them, actually. A little bit on the slower side. 45%. Getting that res there for NA. And yeah, just this consistency. Consistency is a big problem here. These Toxics, they're out of control. They are out of control. NA back in the mix. SC 56%. LN not in a pull. Rise right at the start of a pull. Who's streaming for C&D? Are there any C&D streamers? Any C&D streamers, guys? Because they, I believe, just started. Boven has entered the fray, entered the gamer zone. Love to see that. C&D never stream? Well, maybe they should. Maybe they should stream. We have a stream for CRS. I'm bringing them in. I'm bringing them in. Post-patch Vindicator? Yeah, I mean, maybe you need that mega power damage build. The Omega power DPS. It is possible. Okay, let's see how SC's run progresses here. 41%. This is not one of their better pulls in terms of speed. That's for sure. Downstate there as well. Ooh, that Sulfuric does, I believe, manage to get out there. Yeah, just at the last second. They've got to get that revive. Is Conimec that good CC-wise? It's not the best, but it's okay. Like, people are playing Conimec because it has mega DPS, and it's also very mobile. Like, the Shift Signet. Shift Signet is a incredibly good ability here. To us, it's very, very strong indeed. Is it still 3 minutes behind pace? Realistically, yes, I want to say. I think the boss does take around 7 minutes to kill from here, I would say. Maybe 6 minutes, so maybe they're like 2 minutes behind right now. Yup. That's how it is. Yup. We also have a leaderboard on the stream here as well, so you don't even have to leave. Thoughts on this fight? I'm not really the biggest fan of URA, though, to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of URA. I think it feels a bit gimmicky, like with the action key. It's not my favorite. Greer is definitely my favorite in Wing 8. Definitely my favorite fight. Okay, Yui going in there. Dropping that, picking it up. Yeah, Greer LCM will be high tier. That will be some content, actually. Okay. 3 minutes on timer. Oh, this is... we're not going to see a lot of Phase 4 here, guys, to be honest. We're not going to see a lot of it. Bubbles coming down. Fumarolas just spinning around like crazy. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming in. The stars on the ground are cleaving out the raid. Healers going for the big heals. 22%, and we've still got 2 minutes and 43 on timer. And that's not really going to cut it, if I'm being honest. We might be able to get to 0%, but we're not getting much further. And you can see how far behind everything as well. Like, everything is so far behind now. As geysers coming in from all sides. This is probably going to be a wipe. I think we're going to be seeing a reset here fairly soon. Lowest help center. Yeah, it's the lowest HP, yeah. Post 0% phase. Yeah, the boss heals when it gets to 0%. It's a good classic, good bait, you know. Little fake out. That guy's that gets CC'd, but Yui does have to sacrifice his life for it. And yeah, they're just going to go for a reset. That is the reset. That is just the end of that. Well, yeah, there's not really that much to say here, guys. We are going to watch these guilds, try to get as much progress into Phase 4 as possible. That is essentially the situation. That's all we've got. That's the best I can do, guys. Really is. Yeah, I mean, LN is about to pump. They are blasting. Their best is 11%, of course. That is the situation. Arc DPS break on burst? No, it wasn't intentional. It just breaks every patch, right? Yeah, like the furthest teams are going to be the P4 ones, guys. P4 Gaming. That is what's going on. Won't be up until Friday, dude. We need Delta. Delta Connector needs to wake the hell up. Or maybe we just need... Look, we need an official DPS meter, guys. Add it to the game, ArenaNet. You know you want to. Just more HP. I mean, that's the big change. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the really big change is more HP, yeah. Like, if the HP was the same, this would already be long dead. So the main challenge here is the HP. Stella shouldn't be able to take vacation. True. Should have no choice but to grind. Infinitely grind is what needs to happen here. Take Untamed and face that. I did like 10 Untames and just go full Immortal mode. That would be huge. The ultimate. That would be like, that's the true Forbidden build, actually. The Omega Forbidden build. The Supreme Forbidden build. Okay. Paul coming up here for Rise. Could be going for a new best here. Titan Spawn being handled pretty well. Willbenders going crazy. Ooh, Geyser comes in. Oh, they just did not have the stability there. Those Fumarolas were brutal. Yeah, and the ring. The donut with those Fumarolas, that is pain. That is absolute pain. It really, really, really is. Well, it is what it is, my friends. The pulls continue. The lowest percentage? I mean, they have the lowest percentage because, well, I mean, I think LN is literally third right now. So, I guess that's kind of middle of the pack, but also kind of not. Embrace the wipe. How do you think we'll actually clear this fight? Just Opti or some radical different strat via Discovery? I mean, it's also very, very difficult to say, to be honest. Like, I think it's definitely possible that there's some stuff that we just don't know about in the 10% phase. Like, it might, again, like, have a timer reset at 10%, like Doom, for example. Like, something with the ads might happen that will influence the fight in some way. Because I'm pretty sure the teams have fairly good optimization in terms of their damage output in the early portion of the fight. But, yeah. I think in the current state, it's going to need either a radical shift, playing a double healer and seeing if they can make that work in some kind of crazy way. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, the current strat doesn't kill this. No. They don't have enough damage to kill it. As of right now, they ain't got the DPS, guys. They really, really don't. Add more HP? Yeah, maybe they should add more. They should give it even more health, guys. I think it doesn't have enough health. Saying that in the year of our Lord 2025 is absolutely insane. And look, the boss has big numbers. There's some very big numbers here. Is it work? We need to think of something else? No? Well, I think right now they're still just trying to explore. They want to see how far they can get into the phase, see if something happens. Because again, if you do get a timer reset at 10%, then maybe if you get the God run, you can make it there. But yeah, we'll see. You're not part of the race? Yeah, I'm not playing, guys. I don't have a team. The people I have played with, sadly, they're not playing. And it's not a good time for me, guys, either. Just for context, like, this is at the same time as WoW Raid for me. So it's pretty much the worst possible time that it could be. Like, it is the worst possible release time for this stuff, for me personally. Hey, that's just the way it goes, guys. Honestly, I've been lucky up until now, right? I've been lucky to not have these overlaps. Really, things have been pretty smooth, actually, with playing both games at the same time in just real life, too. And yeah, I'm not really interested in just, like, just playing with, like, pugs or whatever. It's not really my jam. You going for Greer? I mean, I've already full cleared. I'm God's Bane. I have the title. The drunk guy and the shrooms guy. This LCO would... Yeah, that's true, actually. That would be a powerful roster. Powerful stuff. Legendary title is Legendary Break Aurora. That would be pretty funny, actually, yeah. Bought Wing 8 CM cells from NA. Hey, look, I helped them practice. I'm an official substitute for NA, guys. I'm an official EU import. I'm getting tariffed. That's how much I've been on the NA server. Crab champion? I mean, I guess the boss kind of is a crab. I guess all the Titans are. Kind of, anyway. We're now at 22% for SC. 3 minutes 30 left. So time is actually pretty good here. They're going to have around a minute into phase 4. Three minutes 15 now. Geyser's being handled pretty damn well. You can see a double being played here. There we go. Yui going to grab that shard, I think. No, someone else was able to get it. Big Condi Cleanse going to be needed now. 15% to go. Okay. %. Toxic guys are getting CC. We do have a down state, although they're a little bit away from the site. They've got to get that rezzed. There we go. Decimus seems very free. I mean, yeah, it's not. Decimus seems very easy. It's not very difficult at all. And it's going to be a little bit different. You probably have to, like, live an extra overlap, but it's not a big deal. Man, NA is really struggling with stability issues. Not the boon. Well, probably that as well, actually. But they're really just not having a hard... They're not having a good time surviving right now. Maybe a little bit of fatigue coming in there. A little bit of being drained, I suppose. Could be some potential. But we'll see. In the Convergence. No, URA Convergence is coming next patch, actually. With Convergence CMs, which could be pretty fun. Convergence CM. Kind of looking forward to those. Those could be fun. Okay, so we're about to hit phase now. For SC. A minute 40 on timer. So this is actually a very good run. I think a lot of the Titan spawns were pretty decent. So let's see how far they can get now. Oh, that's annoying. They get a Titan spawn immediately there. They're going to have to deal with that. Oh, and another one. Yeah, they got a really bad overlap here. Because it instantly spawned the vent shot. Then they want to manipulate the boss away now. They want to try and bait her into that open space. I think that's going to be their approach here. Where that Toxic is, pretty much. And let's see what's going on here. So a quick little zoom in. So moving out with a donut. Now I think they want to move the boss. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, I think they were actually a little bit slow on the positioning there. Because there was the jump, right? But I think they wanted to go over here. And then they break that one. Yeah, this is a good strat. But unfortunately, they did not really execute. They need to get this geyser. They're going to be able to do that pretty well. And they are relatively stable here. But the problem is that the boss positioning is really not in their favor. They have this open space. They now get the jump. There's a million vent shots starting to appear. We should be looking at a personal best here. Honestly, this actually would have been a sub 30%, I believe, here. Yeah, and you can see, I feel like ignoring the vent shots, honestly, is the play. They really don't appear to do that much. There's a fair bit of damage coming out from the... Ooh, yeah, now they're starting to... There's like 7 of them. It's a little bit of a different story. They're starting to blast. We might still see a best here. Man, if not for that jump, we would have seen a sub 30 here. I really do believe that. That's very unfortunate. They were just a little bit too slow on the bait in moving the boss into the correct position. We might not see a best, but it would have been a sub 30, actually, without that. But it does appear that SC's strategy here is going to be just ignore that ads and burn the boss as hard as possible. The issue is, though, is that rising pressure is very painful. It juices up all of the ads as well. And that's how it is. Still 32% best for SC. NA getting ready to go. Maybe a little bit of a quick mental refresh. LN also ready to pump. Just skill check. Maybe impossible one. It's just DPS check, yeah. It's DPS check, heal check. Ugh. CC check. And a lot of ads. 1 billion ads, guys. An inconceivable amount of ads. That's what it is. Okay. The leaderboard has been rearranged. Embrace it, guys. Boss vision check. Yeah, that was a really unfortunate jump there for SC. I'm surprised that, I'm not sure what they were trying to do there, actually, because, like, I knew, the thing is, I knew what they were trying to do, but they were just very slow to rotate there. I guess a lot of chaos going on there, so a lot of things to manage, so they were just a little bit slow. Because they couldn't, what the setup they're going for is they're having that area towards the edge of the arena, they're having that clear, so that everyone can leap over to that. They can pull the boss over there and just nuke it. Away from the vent shots, away from the geysers. Manage the geysers nearby. Maybe get some of the really big ones that are far away. But they just failed the bait, though. But that's how it is. That was a comical amount of vent shots. I mean, there was a lot of vent shots there, guys. It was a copious amount. A vast amount of vent shots. Incredible. You love to see it. Balance for Janthe was launch Renegade. I mean, maybe. Maybe it was. Maybe they're just going to add that back into the game very, very soon. Ashalicious, the Void Lounge marketing department over here. NA going for a pull. Back to the URA theme, just on time. Rise pumping. LN pumping as well. Love to see that. We actually have a big pull from MCA currently going at the same time. Looks like Void Lounge. Oh, new best. 31%. That's big, guys. We have improved by 1%. This is big progress here for Void Lounge. They're making it happen, guys. They're making the magic happen. A sea of vent shots. Exactly. They're everywhere. Infesting the worlds. Mythic, right? That amount of vent shots. I mean, look, you know, there's 0 vent shots in WoW, so it's they've got that there. Willbender, yeah, the Willbender is a good tech here because it has the really good AOE, very high damage, and it also has Condi Cleanse. Also pretty tanky as well. Like Willbender definitely works out pretty well. You can see like teams starting to incorporate a couple of those in there as well. I don't think Scourge is going to cut it. Like, I'm a Scourge enjoyer here, but I feel like Scourge is just not going to have the damage. You know, it's really, really not gonna be able to make it, guys. It really, really isn't. Essie taking a little bit of a break here. Yui juicing up again. Love to see that. Die today. In its current state, definitely not. Definitely not. In its current state. Buying an Aura of the Breaker clear? I mean, yeah, look, you're gonna have to do it. MCA have been ended. A good pull, but it's gone south, guys. Selly Scourge. I mean, you think as you... I mean, it really depends, like, if there's some kind of weird stuff that's going to happen in the last phase. Because I don't think you can afford a Selly Scourge. Selly Scourge is expensive, like, way too expensive. You can't sack that DPS. You need to pump. What is your god comp? I actually really like SC's approach here. With the Willbenders and the mechs and the Firebrand. That's smart. Like, the only way that you could improve this is if they somehow manage to cook a 2-healer comp. Like, it's one of the things that I feel like it will be worth experimenting with. But there's a really big problem here. And the problem is that if you drop a healer, it makes the fight so much harder mechanically, right? Like with managing the geysers. Because you're just going to have people running around. And much harder to survive as well. So you maybe have to try some kind of 2-healer cook. Try and get a bit more damage, but that's going to be incredibly non-trivial to do with how the mechanics of the fight play out. Yeah, the Druid is healing. A lot of these groups are running triple healer. And I think maybe that might be why it's tuned this way. Like, ArenaNet might have expected double heal out of this, and that's why they've tuned it this aggressively. But that is not the comp that teams have gone with, right? Like, teams have been going with triple heal. This has been basically like a very common theme in pretty much every roster as they go for the triple heal. Because you just need that CC, you need that mobility, you need that mechanical ability. They should use Scourge. I mean, look, Scourge is always the answer. If you have, 2 heal Scourges, you just live the Enrage. No big deal. 3 Boon DBS and one of these is a pure heal Druid. Well, again, you run into the CC limitation there, right? The CC limitation is where things become problematic. Because the healers are not just healing, guys. The damage pressure on the fight, honestly, you can 2-heal this. That's not really the issue. The issue is that you really want to have people who don't really lose value by running around doing mechanics, and that's what the healers are for. Look, you guys know healers in raids, guys. Like, healers do mechanics. That's their only purpose, right? You're not there to heal. You're there to give me quickness and make it so I don't have to do any mechanics so I can tunnel the boss and just pump. That's basic stuff, guys. That is basic stuff. It really is. Pumpa! Exactly. Is there a hybrid role? Nah. There aren't really that many good hybrids right now. Like, the best hybrid currently is probably Hybrid Scourge, and it's not that good at... It doesn't have a lot of CC, really. Its CC doesn't work that well. You could do some kind of weird Selly Firebrand as well, but I don't think that would really be that good. Might as well been healing, so we switched to healing. I'm pretty sure Yui was always healing. He was always on rifle, no? He is the heal man. Spectre. Yeah, there is some experimentation, actually, with Spectre going on right now. I believe in the... is it in the Rise team is playing that? Oh, no, it's in MCA, actually. Yeah, and that is actually pretty cool, because it does have that range CC capacity that can be really powerful, and that's kind of what it's being utilized for there. So that's a pretty interesting cook being played there for sure. Love to see that. We love to see it, guys. We really, really do. Selly Staff, Rifle Chronomancer. You're not going to get any damage there, guys. Anything new and more interesting on the LCM? It's not very different mechanically. Nice stacking of the Sulfuric there by Grim. Just a couple of poison stacks, but he's going to be okay to get out. It's very similar mechanically. Like, the difficulty here is just, like, it's a very steep output check. Like, even the biggest pumpers in the game are falling pretty short of the output check currently. Pretty much. Well, S is on a big pull. I think realistically, the stream that we want to be paying attention to is going to be this SC stream, because they're the closest to being able to kind of uncover something. I actually do really like their approach here. They keep this area clear, and then they're going to lure the boss over to it, and then just go full send. Ignore the vent shots, go full apocalypse mode on the boss. You can see what they're doing. They're like, can you see how this little niche over here, this little corner of the arena is very, very clear? They're going to be baiting the boss over to this area at 1%, at the 0% phase. And they're just going to go all in. They're just going to go full nuke, full DPS, full apocalypse mode on it and see how low they can get it. And honestly, that is a really good approach. That is exactly the kind of thing they should be doing right now. And they feel confident they're able to do it. That's why they're not swapping the comp. They're saying, yeah, we feel good about doing this. Like, we feel like we can make this happen. NA just falling apart, though. Those toxic guys is overpowering them. And they go into the down state, they go into the dead state, and they are going back to 100%. And man, like, this is one of those things, man. This is about, like, longer fights, right? Man, it's a slog. And this is a long one. This is a slog fight, guys, because basically nothing happens in the first part of the phase. And oh boy, is it a long one. Holy shit. Before anything really happens, you have 5 minutes. This is kind of... it's a little bit like Ceres in this regard, where nothing happens until 50%. So this can be, like, really intense on progression, right? Like, where, like, the fight is a bit of a brain drain for the first half of it. I would say this is a part of the design of Guild Wars 2 encounters that have always struggled from this. It's because they don't have the ability to make completely unique phases. So, like, in a lot of raiding games... you'll have completely different mechanics in different phases, right? I think Final Fantasy is really, really well known for this. They dial this up to 11, right? If you look at an ultimate fight in 14, it's no joke. It's like 6 raid bosses back to back. That's the way it really is. Like, it's honestly, like, weird to call it even the same fight, really. It's really not. It's very much like multiple encounters back to back that you have to just continuously do that, have like a shared theme, right? And that means that, you know, you're kind of always on edge, right? Because, like, each phase is so different. But in Guild Wars 2, a lot of the encounters are basically, like, the same all the way through, but arranged differently. That's kind of like a trademark of how strike missions are, to be honest. And that means that when you're doing progression, it can be, like, a really intense, like, mental experience, because you have to stay focused, you have to stay switched on during, like, the part of the fight where nothing really happens. HCCM? Well, I mean, did it, though, Darrens? okay? Like, I feel like HDCM starts at Mordremoth. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think people died of Primordius? People, like, turn their brain off on Primordius. This is like a known... Isn't this like a known meme in, like, HTCM communities? Is that people go full brain drain and die to, like, the chomp every single time. Yeah, people just get, you know, people get chomped or chinned. And then it starts to kick off, right, at Mordremoth. Each is very different. Yeah, that is true. I mean, HCM's a fun encounter. Shout out Cameron, by the way, guys. ANET Cameron. No longer ANET Cameron. Feels bad, man. We lost Ben and Cameron. It's fucking over. It's GG. Ooh, yeah. Distort very powerful here. Like, just having that invulnerability is so nice on these Chronos. It allows them to be so aggressive with dealing with these shards. Really love to see that. This is, man, the run that SC just had, it's such a shame they didn't get the bait there, because that was actually a God run. I think they had, like, God RNG on where the Titan spawns were. Ooh, that's a really inconvenient bubble. Yui makes it, but that Toxic Geyser is going to be pumping them. They've got to get rid of that Toxic. But yeah, much worse RNG this time around, so they're very far behind. And this is definitely a frustrating factor about this, is that there is actually a decent amount of RNG to this fight, because where the Titan spawn relative to where the boss is, that is a very relevant thing, to be honest. And also, who gets the mechanics? You can get very unlucky mechanically here. Like, if you get bubbles on the way back from Sulfuric, if you get ringed on the way back from Sulfuric, right? Like, it can be, like, super inconvenient, like, the way these mechanics can go, and that's going to translate into a pretty significant DPS loss, right? So, yeah. Is Harvest Temple CM equal to LCM difficulty? At the time, yeah, not anymore, no. I think HTCM is actually very easy now. There's been too much power creep. Poor old HTCM has been bullied by power creep. Boons and DPS. Yeah, SC, a little bit slower. Yeah, they're going to be about 20 seconds behind, I think. So, actually, it's not quite as bad as I thought, but yeah, they had like a minute and 40 last time. It's going to be about a minute and 20 this time as the boss heals up, as you can see there. Getting that, guys, I like that. Yeah, getting these two clear will be massive. And if they can get the bait now, we should be on for an interesting pull. We have the vent shot spawn, and now we want to see that geyser click. Ooh, the arena is not quite as they would like it, I think. Looks like they want to bait this way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this was intentional. They want to go over here, but they're too unstable. They're so unstable right now. Angry Nomad, though, with a prime. Love to see that. And that's going to be a wipe. I mean, you know, it's all practice getting to that 0%. So they're putting in the work there. Do we have any pulls from Rise or LN? LN just starting, actually. Let's see what MCA and VL are cooking up. It looks like VL on a juicy one right now. Looks like we have a weeaboo perspective here, by the way. I didn't notice that chat cover before, but honestly, look, I'm going to say this, guys. Jokuk is a Scourge enjoyer, and as a result, I'm going to give him a pass on being a weeaboo. I wouldn't normally do that. I wouldn't. But I do respect the Scourge play here, and actually the Spect is really cool as well. I do like that. Very cool. Very cool indeed. But weeb. Yeah. So you do have to lose some points there. You absolutely do. For being a weeb. Aren't you a Scourge enjoyer too? I am, but I'm not a weeaboo. So I get double points. Like, what I'm saying is it balances out, right? Like, because we've got a weeb situation, I can't give bonus points, but still saved from having negative points because playing Scourge, which is based. So it's kind of like a, you know, it's like a positive, it's like a sum, right? You got to add it up, you know what I mean? That's how it works. Decent pull here from MCA as well. Got the tunes. Honestly, I'm liking the tunes here, guys. We've got Run to You by Bryan Adams being cranked right now by MCA. Big Dick Willbender here. Dropping the Sanctuary, getting that CC onto the Toxic Geyser. Both teams at pretty similar boss HP, actually. 40%. Versus the 59% of MCA. We are blasting. We are absolutely blasting. We are. Incredible stuff. Hotfix Decima. I'm pretty sure it's not, I think it's intentional, guys. Unless there's some, like, weird bug stuff going on, I don't think it's a bug. That's the thing you've got to understand. I'm pretty sure it's intentional. So, yeah, I mean, that is what it is. But I did hear some reports there are some unusual bugs going on. And if that's the case, then, well, obviously that's an entirely different situation. But if it's just more HP, that is how it's supposed to be, guys. It's supposed to have more HP. Yeah, unfortunately, Mela is dead pretty early. That's just going to be a swift reset there, I believe. Bit of a break coming through for SC and NA. So not every team currently running. Are you seeing this, the cosmetics? What was this? Avian Aspect Helm. What was this? Wait, gamer headset. You can have like a gamer headset and you can roleplay as a Tengu. Wait, bro! Wait, wait, these are actually sick! Whoa! Look at this! You can be a bird! You can be a Tengu! That's insane! Check that out. I'm not sure about the beaks. The beaks are a little bit lame. Wait, what's this? Wait, is Decima being weird? Decima the Breaker? She starts with 10 of these. Decima continues to this effect to target a conduit with Course of Thunder. Oh, wait, isn't that just going to spawn mass greens? That's kind of weird, no? Well, there you have it. Mass greens. Oh, yeah, I guess that is a bit weird then, huh? Yeah, it looks like that might be a bit wacky then. A little bit wacky, my friends. Birds. Furry. Jester, you can't even try to expose me. Like, if you even went 1% on me, I could drop a nuke on you, and you'd be forced to leave the internet permanently. Based on shoe bills? Whoa, look at this guy. Majestic. Absolutely majestic stuff. Dude, I could end Jester's career in like milliseconds, dude. I'm gonna load up CND here as well. Let's get CND in the mix. And CRS. Let's do it. Just 1 second. We actually have cat POV over here for CRS. Love to see that. I believe CND have a 44% as well. Let's get that on the leaderboard, guys. Or a 43%. %. Love to see it. Incredible. Drop the nuke. I could do it. Like, I could nuke Jester if I wanted to. Like, I could... Oh, my God. It would be biblical. It really, really would be biblical, my friends. But I'm not going to do it. I've got respect for Jester. I don't want to do him like that. You know, I can't do it. Both SC and NA pulling again. Still with basically the same setups. The triple chrono and the druid for NA. I do think the willbenders are really paying off, though, for SC. I would not be surprised to see more teams actually adopt this strategy, I think. Like, just having this massive cleave, lots of extra CC, and also them just being, like, very survivable with all of the cleanse they can bring to the table, I think is a very smart pick. So I'm definitely expecting, like, other teams to kind of go that direction. I also really like the Firebrand. I do think that SC showing that flexibility here, definitely the guild that has the most potential to reroll, right? Pretty much like the, you know, I would say like the only true hardcore guild left in the game, and that's where they have that flexibility, they have that reroll potential, and that's really going to help them in this type of situation. New reward track, such as a dedicated one for the most recent expansion, Ike Gentho Wilds track. Yeah, I think then after that it just like merges together, right? I think you get like you still get like the one-time bonuses, like get the free clovers and stuff, and then they like all combine together. Yup. Yeah, Litany is a really big skill. It just lets them survive so nicely. It has a very, very short cooldown, and it just lets them be so survivable, so tanky, actually. So Willbender really putting in a lot of work on this encounter, I think. Bit of instability for NA. I do think one thing that people really need to get better at is just avoiding damage. I know that sounds like a really Pepega thing to say, but I feel like maybe people are being a little bit too incautious in some of these teams. Like, you really have to focus on not taking damage, I think. A lot of the damage is avoidable. It's obviously not trivial. Like, some of it is going to hit you. There's pretty much no way around that. But, like, this really is a fight where you have to just not get hit. You have to survive. You have to be prompt on these mechanics. Second Fumarollers thrown there. I'm pretty sure that is just not really what you want to see. Like, oh, 3 Fumarollers now actually up at the same time for NA. They are not going to be happy about that. That's going to be quite disruptive for them, at least for the time being. A couple of players off to the side as well. Need to watch out for the shockwaves. Shockwaves coming through. Get those dodges. Don't get the acid on you. Get that cleansed off. Guys is being CC'd down and shut down almost immediately. Michael with a tier 1. Love to see that. Hitting off the Thorns. Yeah, you can just stand in the hitbox for Thorns, though. You don't have to, like, eat mechanics for Thorns. Because there are just these times where the healers are off doing things, so you do have to look after yourself here. Like, fortunately, a lot of the classes are good at that. You know, like, Mech, pretty durable, to be honest. Same thing with the Willbenders. So they are able to take care of themselves pretty easily. They've got cleanse. They've got a bit of self-healing. They've got decent mobility. They can get out of tight situations relatively well. Even well, yeah, not doing so bad. Not doing so bad. SC at 40% now. Getting rid of that geyser, continuing to pump. Love to see that. Okay. You must damage the boss until their HP reaches 0%. I mean, that is a good call. I wonder if the teams have thought of that yet. Maybe they haven't. Do you guys think they haven't thought of that yet? Do you think they should they just kill the boss? Wait, am I crazy, guys? Shouldn't they just kill the boss, no? Right? NA, that shard is on the ground just blasting people like crazy. They should be getting that revive. Can they restabilize? They've got to get more reses, though. Those bubbles kind of got bonked off to the side. Oh, it's looking rough. The Fumarollers are coming. There's another Titan spawn up on the other side as well. They've got to get to that Titan spawn. They must get to the Titan spawn, guys. They're going to get the Toxic and then cross over. Oh, there's going to be 10 billion Fumarollers. Fumaroller, a.k.a. the Breaker, breaks NA and sends them back to 100%. Yeah. You can see how quickly it can snowball, guys. Bit of instability, and you are going back to the start. Yeah, that's a Gachi roll moment. Ooh, SC in a similarly precarious predicament here as well. Ooh, boss movement, I think, might actually work out well in their favor as it will move directly into that Toxic. That means they can have an easier time kind of regrouping, restabilizing. Fumaroller off to the side there. Okay, and there's the Titan spawn. They're going to have to go for it. They're going in. They get it. There's a Toxic there too. Toxic dealt with. Another Toxic they want to go for as well, keeping that arena nice and clean. Shockwave comes through. It's still pretty stable. 3 minutes on the clock. Timer looking pretty okay. It's not the God run. They did have that one like God-like run with like 145 on timer. We're not going to be seeing that, I believe. It's probably going to be around 120 again, or maybe even 115. That could be where we're at. Continuing to clear these geysers. So many, though, actually. There's a lot of geysers up. Like, this is... I mean, SC is going to be in this kind of, like, weird situation. Oh, can Yui pick up the shard here to immune the bubble? Yeah, he has to. He's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to have to distort here, I think. Actually, yeah, gets away with it. That was a very clever pickup there, by the way, guys. Why did Yui do that? Even though he already... you know, or even though he was taking a lot of damage, he did that because he would get immune to the bubble, right? When you have the shard, even if the bubble's already targeting you, if you pick up the shard, you'll immune it. If he got bubbled out there, that was basically GG, but he picked up the shard, was able to basically mitigate the mechanics, so that was a good play, guys. It was a good play, it really was. Yeah, they're nerfing Condi Willbender next patch. It's so over. We are so over here, guys. Huge. Get these geysers. There we go. Is this fight Poggies? I'm going to be real. It is difficult, but it's not my favorite fight mechanically. There's not really a lot going on. It's, you know, it exists. I think it would have been... I think it's a shame URA was the last boss. Because I felt like a Decima LCM or Greer LCM would have been spicier. I think they should have said, you know what? Even though URA's the end boss, we're doing Greer LCM anyway. This fight feels like green noise. I mean, I guess it kind of does. Like, the geysers are green. To get that res. And yeah, this is... I do like this play here from SC. So they're clearing up this arena. They're getting ready to bait the boss over. Clearing that space, they can go as hard as possible. A little bit slower this time, though. Actually, it was, yeah, slower than I thought. We're only going to have about a minute. A little bit less than a minute, actually, in Phase 4. Oh, not the best leap as well. That's going to be directly into a Toxic. Going to lose a little bit more time. CC on that Toxic is going to land. There it is. 45 seconds on the clock. Lots of room in the middle of the arena, though. So here we go. Let's see where the vent shot pops up. And we're going to be baiting it over towards the middle, I believe. Vent shot is directly behind them. Boss leaps to the vent shot. Is it in a Toxic? It's not right now. They need to clear that one on the left, though, or it will soon be. There's the mower. Boom. It's done. And now they're on the boss, cleaving this vent shot. Oh, the vent shot actually leaps in. Let's see if they can kill it. They do have a lot of health, but now the condies are really going to start ramping. Man, the fact that they dodge away is super difficult. It means that there's going to be so much damage just not connecting onto them, right? Like, it's difficult to cleave them. Big damage they're connecting, but again, we've got 5 seconds on timer, guys. Like, we might not even see a new best here. Are we going to see a 35? We are not going to see a 35. It's going to be a wipe at 36%, unfortunately. And that is not going to be a new best for SC. And that's the Enrage. Enrage! Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, guys, Condi Mech and Woolbender are getting nerfed next patch. Just bear that in mind, you know? That is, that's going to be something. Hmm. SC on 3 healer, they are, yeah. Ah, yes. No splits, no gear checks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, the splits fade. That's why I like Heroic Week, actually, to be honest. Like Heroic Week is really fun. But make no mistake, the big difficulty on a lot, even in WoW, right, where you do have gear being relevant, there are still bosses that even with like really good gear, it takes the guilds a very long time to take because they tune the raid bosses around how much gear guilds are gonna have, right? They do know that, like that's kind of part of the process. But yeah, that's why I like Heroic Week, to be honest. Because bear in mind, even like Nerebar Palace took a very long time to clear, even with Heroic Week, right? Like, Queen Anseret was a very difficult boss. It took the guilds a long time just on mechanical intensity alone. Especially, like, the final phase, Phase 3. That was not like a gear check, right? They weren't getting gear check there. It was just pure mechanics. Get a DPS crank race now. A lot of mechanical complexity. This fight is pretty simple compared to... Or, like, you know, easy mechanically, for sure, compared to some of these fights. But I would, you know, I would say that... Yeah, there are some pretty insane DPS checks in WoW as well. Like, there have been a couple even in this race, actually. Like, Styx Bunk Junker was a really big one. Mug Z was a really tight DPS race. And also, Sprocketmonger was also really tight before they nerfed it. For the non-race to world's first skills, basically. So, yeah, like, it's typically like both. But, yeah, this boss is not super complicated. The big thing about this fight is just the output. You just need to pump. It's like a massive pump check. Ooh, downstate there on NA. They've got to go get that. Pump and CC, yeah, exactly. Big pump and big CC is the big bottleneck here for these teams. These boss names are hilarious. It's a goblin raid, so the boss names are pretty goofy. It's kind of funny. The end boss is called Chrome King Gallywix. Muggsy is like an ogre bouncer, basically. He's like the enforcer. He's like a gangster, basically. Kiss the Ring style. And then, yeah. Sprocketmonger Lockenstock is like an engineer guy. And then Styx Bunkjunker is literally a guy who takes out the trash, right? And you just fight the trash man. Three thieves? It's not thieves, it's willbenders. It's willbenders. I think we actually have a new best. Oh, we actually have a couple of new bests here, guys. Void Lounge getting the 27%. And our wonderful MCA actually picking up a 9% pull. So well done to them. They're very close to getting to that phase 4 position. Love to see that. Let's see. We still have Cat gameplay going on with CRS, with a little bit of a break there. And we have CND. Don't see a best on their stream, but I believe it to be essentially the same scenario. Still a 43% best, I believe, for that roster. Love to see it, guys. We really, really do. Well, that's how it is. Epic. Yeah, that music is pretty cat jam. Okay, and let's see. We actually have the Grim team. Team Grim, aka Team NA. They're pumping. 2 minutes on the clock, though. Oh, Grim very low. He's got to be careful. He wants to get that bubble. Can he make it? He makes it, I think. But he is going to pay the price. Oh, no, they're still in the air. Yeah, they kind of like went incredibly high. It was impossible to see where they are. That's going to be a wipe, I think. One downside as well. Yeah, they're calling it. They're GGing it. Oh, and Ryan DCs as well. Yeah, no, man, that... This happened a lot in practice, guys. What can I say? Power Willbender, that's cleave. It's Connie Willbenders coming through here. And yeah, the cleave is incredible on this build. It's definitely a powerful feature of it. I think it is what's giving SC kind of the edge here, to be honest. I would expect teams to actually get this prepped and grinded out. I believe that SC's composition is actually significantly superior to everything all the other teams are running. I also really like the Firebrand pick. I think it's very smart. So, I'm not going to lie. People need to start grinding Willbender, realistically. The Connie Willbenders. Switch double heal or just not possible? I think it's very hard just with the CC requirements. And the thing is, if you swap one healer to a boon DPS, it's actually very questionable how much you're going to gain. Because the third healer right now is just like running around like mechanicsing, right? Okay, they're just kind of, you know, doing their thing. And that is, yeah. It means you're not going to have a lot of uptime, right? Health bump. The really big one is the DPS bump. The really big one is the DPS bump, pretty much. But yeah, there we go. So many teams have Willbender, though. Well, I mean, not really. Like, there's only one here for MCA, 0 for VL, 0 for LN. I think, yeah, Rise are running 3, and then there's like 0 for Grim, NA team. So not really. I don't think any of the teams have committed to it. Like, it's just Rise that has like the triple Willbender setup here as well. Not sure about CND, actually, what they're running. CND are running a lot of Willbenders, actually. And that, I think, is actually a good approach. In fact, they're going with a very different approach, actually. They actually have double Scrapper, which is pretty interesting. Oh, are they doing a... Ah. Are we playing a double heal from CND? I feel like we are. So is this a heal Scourge and a heal Chrono? This looks like a double heal, which is pretty interesting, actually. Guessing ideas because no arc. Yeah, no arc is not helping it because they're not entirely sure what's performing well and like how well these builds are doing. But I think the Willbender is a very smart choice. But yeah, so CND has the quadruple Willbender here with double Scrapper. And then one Condi mech. And I think it's a double heal with Scourge Chrono. Browser top bar with F11? Not really, no, because I'm swapping between the streams. So I will not do it. And it wouldn't really do anything anyway, because the size of the streams is limited by horizontal space, not vertical space. So it doesn't actually matter that much. Power Scrubber is good. Yeah, the Cleave is going to be good there for sure, yeah. You guys want to see the cat time? Should you just zoom in on that one? Like, zoom in on the cats? Could be pretty good. Love to see it. Vertical stream. Screen of vertical stream. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is time for that. Huge. Subway serves and Family Guy funny moments on the screen. Can we get like some more stuff? Do we need like Zoomer brain rot stuff? Is that what you're asking me for, Hags? You want like Zoomer brain rot? I think we could maybe arrange some Zoomer brain rot. Yeah, the Scrappers are quickness. And also, they could be Condi as well, because Condi Scrapper is a thing, by the way, guys. It can do some pretty serious DPS. Yeah. NA taking a 30-minute break. I think that's good. Like, I think taking breaks is pretty sensible, especially when you're in this situation where, you know, you're going to be in for a pretty long grind. Bring Tar back. We're not bringing Tar back, guys. Tar is one of the worst memes ever to exist. And we all know it, guys. Rise on break as well. All the guilds are breaking mentally, psychologically. Using Ura Relic to kill Ura? Exactly. That is actually RP. Steam Shrieker. L-Take. No, I'm sorry, guys. I have to push back against Zoomers, dude. All of this, like, Zoomer speak, I will not allow it to infest the chat. Okay, we will have good memes. We will have high-quality memes here. We will not have low-quality memes. Yeah. In fact, I ban all Zoomers. Although, technically, I think I am a Zoomer, I believe. I was born in 96, so does that not make me a Zoomer? OnlyFans was Zoomer content? How was OnlyFans Zoomer content, bro? Although, I will admit there was some Zoomer brain rot. Like, when everyone's on voice screaming at each other, man, that was really intense. I much preferred the more chill raids, you know? But some of the raids, look, here's the thing about OnlyFans, guys. Because it's a streamer guild, every single person in there has got main character syndrome, okay? Everyone's like, oh, I'm going to be loud and get clipped. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get clipped, guys. Oh, yeah. Shout out for the 500 gifted. You're at the cutoff? I'm an elder Zoomer. Yeah, I'm like the oldest Zoomer on the planet. Appeal granted? Dude, look, actual appeal, man, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's completely fair to reset people's characters when they actually got maliciously DDoSed, okay? I think if you're gonna do it, that is a good reason to do it. Also, Jester appealed 17 times on his way to level 60 on his Hunter, so he can't even talk about this shit. He literally appealed multiple times. They had Mass DC before. Yeah, but Mass DC is not... No, I think resetting for a Blizzard server fuck-up... Listen, bro, that's just like a risk of the job, okay? It is what it is. DDoS is another thing entirely. Like, malicious is like the big one. Anyway, let's see if MCA can slap out a best here. Actually, I have two pretty good runs going at the same time. Over here on the left with VL just slamming away like crazy. And on the right-hand side, we have MCA unleashing their power, unleashing their insane DPS. But, yeah, time actually looks pretty decent for MCA as well. Actually, no, it doesn't. They're at 33% with, like, 3 minutes and 45. That's really not the way. 5 Condi mechs? Yeah, Condi mech is really powerful on this boss. A lot of teams actually going for this. Do you have any? I'm really curious how this C&D comp is going to go, actually. Especially if they are playing a little bit more aggressive. That is really, really interesting. We've got to keep an eye on that for sure. Would you feel any power at? Nah. Like if you die to a DC, that's just the way it goes. It really sucks, and that's definitely one of the lamest ways to die in hardcore, but that's just the way it is. You just, you know, I don't know. It sucks, but I don't think it's fair to, I think if you die, you die. Right? Like, if you die to a DC. That's just the way it goes. I don't think it's unfair to kind of have this, like, weird situation where you can get your character back. Ooh, yeah. This geyser management. This is the thing that people are really struggling with. And I think, if I'm going to be real, guys, I think this really shows the level of preparation. It is really obvious to me that the NA team and the SC team have really prepared, right? Particularly when it comes to the space management. They are massively outperforming, they really are, in terms of managing how much room there is left in the arena. And you can see that in how consistent they are at being able to make it deep without running out of space. Like, the space only starts being an issue when they get to that phase 4. And they kind of let it happen intentionally, right? They simply ignore them and say, right, we're going all in, absolutely all in on slamming boss HP in that final phase. So, and that to me is like the really big distinction. Like, I think LN is doing a pretty okay job of it, actually. Fucking pose here from Mela. But the two teams that are really doing it, I think significantly outperforming other teams in terms of the space management, is SC and COF right now. And I think that just really shows that these teams really prepared. They thought about this strategically and how they were going to handle this mechanically. All that kind of stuff, for sure. Hasn't joined the race. I mean, Hazard doesn't exist. There is. We're gone. There is no Hardstuck team. It does not exist. Okay, there we go. Sulfuric getting dropped down. Toxic guys are getting CC'd. Do you think it's killable as is? If something else happens. Yeah. If there is a timer reset, I think so. If the teams can find a way to double heal, then yes. Although I think that does look fairly questionable, for sure. But if there's no timer reset, we're in trouble. Yeah. We're definitely in trouble with the current timer. So unless there's something that the teams are missing, and there's some kind of cook that people haven't come up with, yeah, we're in big trouble. Just on the timer. Because SC have had some pretty nice runs, and they basically hit in rage at 36%. And 36%, guys, realistically, is 2 minutes at least at that stage of the encounter. Like, probably a bit more than that. And that's assuming that nothing goes wrong, right? You just get, like, a clean burn on the boss. They're scared HC was going to literally die on the Vine. Diesel's the end result. Oh, for sure, yeah. Like, I mean, look. Streamer privilege, but actually, yeah. Like, without OnlyFans, dude, HC will be so much more dead. Like, Blizzard has benefited, and honestly, every player who plays hardcore WoW has benefited so much from OnlyFans, either directly or indirectly, that honestly, not helping them would be kind of obscene. I'm just going to be real here. I'll just say it, guys. It's going to be a wipe for SC. Really bad bubble RNG, man. That was really fucking brutal, to be honest. Sometimes when you go out and do a mechanic and you get bubbles on the way back, it is so painful. So painful. And that's just the way it is. It really is the way it is. Oh, looks like we actually have a new best coming through here from VL. I think that was about 17%. So a bit of an improvement there. Jumping up in the leaderboard ever so slightly. 16% according to the stream. Lovely, lovely, lovely. The new player experience for the War Within. I think it's alright. I think new player experience in MMOs is always a little bit scuffed. You just gotta go with it, right? You just gotta go with the flow. CCing URA, a consistent strat in CM. I mean, that's definitely a part of what the teams are doing, yeah. Oh, you mean cancelling the Geyser spawn? I'm not sure if they're doing that, but they're definitely CCing the Geysers to push them back and just kind of holding them off. But yeah, like, this is my advice to you guys. If you're looking to play a new MMO, and actually, this is just advice for learning. If you want to learn a new skill, let's say you want to, you want to play an instrument, or you want to learn a new video game, or you want to try a new sport, this is the most important thing that you need. You need to be okay with not knowing. You need to be okay with that kind of anxiety of like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing. Because genuinely, one of the hardest things about learning is getting over that. Like, you have to manage that. You have to be okay with being a little bit lost. You have to be okay with going like, fucking hell, I'm not getting this. I'm not there yet. I don't quite get it. And that's what I'd give advice for everything. Like, certainly in video games, but also in other things as well. Like, you have to be okay with not knowing. And not let that kind of psych you out. I don't think it's just ego, though. No, I don't think it's just ego. I think people can get really stressed out and anxious and psyched out by going like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm no good at this. I don't get it. I can't do it, right? So I don't think it's just ego. It can be. Like, you can be an ego Andy and go like, oh yeah, fuck this, oh yeah, it could be an ego thing, but I don't think it, oh, look at that Willbender cleave. Oh, look at that. Okay, but not necessarily, though, I don't think. I think there is a very natural response of kind of being aware that you aren't that good at something yet, or that you maybe are struggling a little bit. And that's almost like the opposite of ego, right? You're having a very realistic response to going like, oh shit, like, I'm having a bit of problem here, but you've got to push through that and keep going, Yeah, that was a lot of ticking. There was a lot of conditions ticking there on this, that MCA Willbender. Absolute apocalypse, guys. Apocalypse. Love it. Have we got any pulls? Looks like we're maybe getting started here for SC. We absolutely are. Looks like it's going to be the same comp. NA also kind of restarting here. Untamed in the arena. Surely the Untamed is going to activate. Kuma, of course, here on the right. Mela, still posing, taking a little break. See, MCA looks like the group that's on the biggest pool right now. Oh yeah, the C&D. Let's see what's actually going on here with this C&D setup. Oh, they have a DC. Oh, well, I mean, look, I kind of cursed them there. I'll take responsibility for that, guys. I will, sorry. CRS blasting. Oh, CRS actually using HP.dll. Still have the cat cam there. Love to see that. Very, very wholesome. Very furry friendly. Very nice. But as you can see, it's 72 million HP on boss, according to HP.dll. Of course, that will be restored when the boss heals. Geyser's pretty squishy. 500k health. Little break bar there in the mix, too. Dealing with that Geyser. Let's go back over to MCA, though. I think that's going to be the big pumper group. This is a group that's really looking to push towards that phase, getting to that 0% phase. I'm curious, like, how the DPS is going to work out over here on the red team as well. Oh, what the red team did. I'm PvP brained. For this Scourge team. Because it is pretty hype. Now, I think what's interesting here is this team running a heal Scourge as well? Or is it just 2 DPS Scourges? Because this could also potentially be a double heal step, unless it's heal Spectre. Now, that would be pretty cooked if it was heal Spectre. Actually, it might be. I think I saw a sword there, unless that was a scepter. Oh, no, it's a spear, actually, I think. But never mind. Cancel that. Or MCA having that down state, getting that revive, though. Should be very much good to go. They've got to stack those bubbles. Oh, bubble with a down state is really unfortunate. Ah, this is kind of the end for them. Can they actually get the hold? No, unfortunately, the Toxic Geyser, or the Sulfuric, rather, was able to finish off that down state player, and that is going to be a reset. Green and yellow geysers. So the yellow, basically the sulfurics can't be removed, and they just pulse. They give you a debuff, a special debuff called sulfuric acid. If it's on you for 5 seconds, it gives you a stack of exposed, and you also get a billion condies from standing in them as well. And yeah, you just have to run out with them and drop them at the edge. The toxic geysers, you can remove them, and they just give you poison. Okay. We are actually in a pull for SC. Getting to 70%. Kind of weird bubbles there, but it worked out. URA mechanics, by the way, name of the chrono. Love to see that. P4 starts at 0%. I think it starts at 1%. Because the boss heals by 40%, so it's 1 plus 40 for 41. And I may be testing a few things, doing a little cooking. Insane. Huge. Ugh. A mythical P4 skip. I mean, if you could somehow do 1% of the boss's HP instantly, then yeah, you might be able to bug it out. So if you can get to 1% with, if you can get to 1%, guys, with 6 Blade Sworns, you might be able to just break the fight, because that is how Guild Wars 2 raids work. It works on Demos and stuff like that. So maybe. But actually, would that even be enough? How much does a Dragon Trigger do? Is it like 400k? Would you be able to get rid of 1% of the boss's HP? Yes, actually. Because if you have 6 Blade Sworns and you hit for 400,000, you can do like 2 million damage instantly. So theoretically, you could actually probably exploit kill this boss if you could get to 1% with 6 Blade Sworns. So technically, yes. But the problem is that can you get there with 6 Blade Sworns? Yeah. Girls on Prophecies beaten in hard mode solo. Thunderhead Keep win this morning. Ah, that's pretty cool, actually. No heroes. Man, I wonder what... that's a pretty cool technology, actually. And I guess there are some pretty strong solo builds in Guild Wars, though, to be fair, actually. Might be able to phase break it as well. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't recommend exploiting. That's probably... ArenaNet probably wouldn't be that happy with that. Wouldn't you have to skip 1% with 1 Dragon Slash, 1 singular hit? I think if you land at exactly the same time, it works. Because I think that's how it works on Demos, right? Or does it have to be 1? Because like 1 hit, yeah, you won't get it in 1 hit. Okay, so SC blasting away. Boss getting moved to that Toxic. It will get CC'd quickly, though, and disposed of. Yeah, it would have to be, like, very close together. Yeah, it would have to be, like, essentially frame perfect, as Trig says. Daily reminder, Trig mains Ranger. But Trig, why is there only 1 Ranger in these groups? Like, I feel like the balance, you know, the balance Cabal is not doing its job here. Like, it should be, like, 10 Rangers. Ooh, annoying. That's a really annoying Titan spawn for SC. They're not going to be happy about that. That's what I mean about this variance here, guys. That there's a lot of variance on those Titan spawn locations. And so if you're in an awkward spot with the boss and a Titan spawns far away from you, it's super annoying. 1 Ranger each could 10 be more balanced than any number of Rangers. Yeah, but Trig mains it, so, you know, he's going to put like 10 Rangers in. Yeah, the bee pet is here now. The bee pet is fully activated. And there we go. Ah, the Soul Boons build. I love the Soul Boons build. Okay, so 22% now on URA. Yui's got to get out there. Has Distort, so he can actually go really aggressive and stack these. Mesmer Portal to get back in. Love to see that. They need actually an extra bubble break there. That leap actually might be bad. Ooh, yeah, that sucks. They can, I think they can salvage this with the Toxic. They absolutely can. Oh, no, it's still buffed. Oh, no. They need another jump now. Yeah, they need to be very careful with manipulating position. You can see they're trying to do it now. The boss should leap relatively quickly here. Of course, they're losing a lot of time here. Bear in mind, guys, their best phase time here was 145. So basically, they are... yeah, they are insanely far behind now. Oh, that movement was so brutal. And this boss, URA is a bit of a slacker sometimes. Like, sometimes she will leap pretty quick, but this time it's not happening. I think it might be after the bubbles we see a movement from the boss. Yep, there we go. That's usually the ability order, but I think it might be a little bit too late now. The fumaroles are kind of pumping. They're going to try and get this revive. HP bars are looking really unstable, though. 4 in the down state now. Maybe if the druid has the res, but actually the druid is in the down state themselves, so that is not going to be a possibility, and that is the end of that. That is the end for SC. Do we have any other pulls going on? Oh, rotation grind. Love it. MCA, they're out for blood. They want to see that. They want to see that phase. They're ready to nuke. They are ready to go apocalypse mode, guys. They absolutely are. Yeah. Huge. Incredible stuff. Omega. The pose? Yeah, I mean, the pose is high tier. It's possible. I mean, there could be some stuff going on. It's looking very rough right now. That's for sure. I'm sure the teams are kind of discussing. They're cooking. You know, they've got their cauldron. It's got a bunch of sauce in there. But I think, you know, even if... Let's assume... Okay, here's the thing, guys. Let's assume that the boss is impossible, right? And this is something that you do have sometimes in Race to World's first situations. Like, the boss is, you know, like, utterly insane, like, crazy overtuned. It doesn't actually matter. You want to keep grinding it so that if it does get adjusted, like, you're immediately ready, right? You know what I mean? Like, you want to be immediately ready to capitalize on any kind of tuning patches that happen and then just, like, full send it. So, it's actually irrelevant if it's killable or not. Now, they haven't killed a legendary one. The thing is with the legendary mobs, they have a really big tendency to leap away. The vent shots do a little dodge back. The Essie had a really nice pull where they stacked the vent shot with the boss, but it just leapt out of their AoEs. It was too high IQ. It knew. It counterplayed them. Tried 2 healers. They haven't yet, but there is a reason for that. Obviously, I can't speak for the teams, but the issue is that the reason you have 3 healers is kind of because you have a bunch of people running around doing mechanics. So getting a 3rd healer in, or you know, dropping a healer may not even be that much of a DPS increase with the current strategy and technology that the teams are going for. Because look at Yui. Right? If Yui was playing DPS right now, would he really be doing that much DPS? Right? Not really. Because look at it, he's like running around doing mechanics, right? So that's kind of like the reason there. And also, you then have to sacrifice a bunch of CC. And if you were going to try and replace this Chrono build with a DPS build of some kind, like, you'd be running the most cucked version of a DPS build imaginable, right? Like, you'd have an incredibly, like, low throughput. Like Celestial, maybe they're already doing that. The thing is, that will be a very minimal DPS gain for a massive survivability loss, right? Like, Minstrel is real good in terms of the amount of healing output that it can give you. And also, if you're going to play Celestial, you're probably going to drop a trait line, right? You're going to drop an offensive trait line of some kind. And that's going to be tough as well. If he's Connie, they'd keep ticking. I mean, that's a fair point, actually, Trig. Maybe he should play Condi Chrono. Condi Chrono and Tick. 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 Ooh. Tick. XDD Condi. Rotation grind. Okay. MCA kind of readying their bodies for another pull. Same thing with CRS and C and D. Yeah, main pull is going to be SC here, just kind of grinding this out. Spectre spamming headshot. Yeah, a couple of groups are playing Spectre, which is pretty cool technology, actually. Although, to be honest, again, I think SC strat is superior here. They have Mega Cleave, Mega Condi Cleanse. Willbender is really good here. I really like the Firebrand pick as well. Loads of stability uptime on that. And good DPS as well. And stability is very important in this fight. You want to just never get knocked. You always want to be able to, like, escape the donut. Right, so that's very, very important stuff to have. And the Firebrand can package in the Guardian utility pretty well, too. Willbender, Chef, I mean, Willbender does have good CC. Like, they're all taking the Elite. And even Sanctuary as well. Because you can just, like, plop that down on a Geyser. 3 times Willy and 3 times Mech. I think they just got the... Well, again, there's no Arc DPS, so when that gets updated, people will, like, really know how well things are doing DPS-wise. But the Mechs are just, like, there for raw throughput, pretty much. And also, they have really good mobility and decent CC. And then the Willbenders... The reason the Willbender pick is big is because, that one, they're in the solo heal group. There's only one healer in that group, so they have Giga Self-Sustain, Giga Cleave, Giga Condi Cleanse. And also, they're pretty mobile as well, decent CC. And that's, like, the rationale here. And, like, when Arc DPS gets added, like, or gets fixed, like, that's when teams might start to figure some stuff out and, like, switch some things up a little bit. But I'm not sure what build you can swap to that's going to give you, like, another 50k group DPS. Yup. Toxic guys are getting CC'd. Mech is a Condi. It is. In fact, basically all of these players are conditions. They are ticking. Ooh, Bobble got knocked there. Ah. Can they get all of those with one? They can't. Oh, no. That's actually really bad. They do get the free, but now there's the donut. There is stability available here. Yeah, Yui just goes into CS. He's going to send everything. Mega stability being applied. Tries to break everyone out. There's someone who's got a sulfuric. Are they going to make it out in time? They actually are. They get a good distance there. So good reactions there. Good recovery here by SC. A little bit of space has been taken up by that sulfuric. They would have liked to go out a fair bit further, I think. Not quite able to do it, but that is okay. Timer is looking tough here. I think there might be a little bit of fatigue kicking in now for SC. We have been raiding for a good 4 hours at this point, and that is where you can start to get a little bit tired, I think. That might be kind of where we're at. One player getting trapped as well. Need to try and give them stability. Nice portal to rescue that player. But yeah, we are starting to run into some problems here. Timer is looking really not great for SC here as well. This is not even close to their best performance, but that is what happens, right? The boss got booned a little bit, and there was certainly some instability. Yui gets this mechanic. He doesn't have Distort. It does have stability, though, so you can just easily walk out of that. No big deal. No big deal, man. Look at that one clone attacking the geyser. 20% to go now. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to CC. Okay. Now we're going back in. Couple of guys is up. Oh, Hmon in a bit of trouble. Gets his heal off. Support from the Chrono is there. Yui going to go for the shard. He gets the pickup. There we go. How different is it from CM? It's basically the tempo of the mechanics is higher, and it's got a lot of health, and legendary mobs spawn later on. So it's different, but also not that different at the same time. I'd say it's like fairly similar conceptually. It's just like much more aggressively tuned. Okay, 13%. So SC actually has rallied this pull pretty damn well, to be fair. Going to 10%. Now, they want to CC that boss. 5 stacks of rising pressure is not ideal. Yeah, we can now see the CC coming through. They're going to go for it. Boom. There it is. Need to get rid of that toxic as well, though. There's the mower. Very nice. That's clean. Ooh, need to get that gamer out there, though. Someone in the air. Get that revive. 8% to go. Ooh, Yui's got to go quickly. There's a shard on the ground as well. Yui can actually pick that up, though. He's probably going to go for it. No distort is going to make this fucking spicy. He's going to go for it. Oh, he's not going to pick it. Yeah, he's not going to pick it. It's going to be a reset instead. Yeah, too much instability there. A lot of practice. Yeah, I mean, the teams that did a lot of practice, which I believe are SC and COF, they are doing very well as a result of that practice. So yeah, the practice really, really paid off. Particularly when it comes to like the space management. The space management is really, really clean from SC and COF. And that's where a lot of the other groups are having some problems, isn't that space management. Okay. Nice. Okay. Looks like NA is about to reactivate. CRS did unfortunately just wipe on a very solid pull. Hate to see that. And look, guys, I think this is assumed, right? I think this is kind of basic common knowledge. But, guys, if Diaxon is here, the boss will be dead. Obviously. Right? I didn't want to say that because I thought we all knew that, but I can say it. Do I need to say it? I'm not sure I do. Boss would be dead, man. If Diaxon was here. He would be, yeah, he would be one-pushing the shit. It would already be long dead, bro. Yeah. Dude, fucking Diaxon. The Diaxon emote is so good. I love that it's completely meaningless to anyone who doesn't know. It's very high tier. I like that. Yeah. What happened to Diaxon? This. I know I haven't streamed the game in a while, but I figured I'd announce that I know I'm no longer bored of Guild Wars 2. I actually hate it now. Like... So, yeah, that's what happened to Diaxon. The full unleash. Unleashing his full power, guys. Okay, let's have a look at this CND comp. This is going to be spicy. So, let's see their approach. Because they are running something very different. Like, no other team is really running the scrapper technology. We are skill-clicking return mech. That's fucking based. Holy shit. Okay. Honestly, if there's any build to skill click on, it is Condi Mech. In fact, honestly, it might be optimal. In fact, it probably is. Anyway, DPS obviously coming through here. Same thing over there for CRS. They're in a similar kind of scenario. Again, running this Whirlburner comp with that Scourge as well in the mix too. Go NA. Yeah, it's a tight race so far. I think definitely SC with a little bit of an edge. But COF in hot pursuit, that's for sure. Dude, F7 is the most cursed default keybind. Like, the pet it's the same on Untamed. Untamed and Mech have absolutely cooked keybinds, man. Look at this shit. F7? Who's pressing F7? That's not okay, guys. Yeah. This boss is yet another example of a colony boss. Yeah. Well, to be fair, it is the default bind, guys. Look, imagine if the game forced you to press F7. Like, that would actually be crazy. If you know... If you're like, yeah, you know what? You're playing mech. Here's your punishment. If you ever want your mech to recall, you have to press F7. There's no choice. That's content. Yeah, it could be a secondary bind angle. Because it looks like there is some, like, I think there are some mouse key binds being used. Because you can see the ... But that's not really a surprise. Yo, this guy's character name is Khan, by the way. That's pretty cool, actually. Char Engineer. Honestly, Char Engineer with the spear looks pretty cool. He's, like, just getting in there. I think NG Spear works really well with Char, because it kind of has that mechanical feel to it. Which kind of really emphasizes the engineer aspect, you know? The Char mechanical arsenal. Decent pull, though, from C&D, actually. They look stable as well. They really do. Boven on the Druid. Big damage on that mech, blasting down the Titan spawn. Sulfuric acid coming in. Ooh, 2 stacks of sulfuric, actually, from the shockwave. That's pain. Has the donut. Gonna have to move out. Drops it fairly close to the group. Just shift Cygnus back in. How's the DPS for C&D? It looks pretty decent, actually. I reckon at their current pace, they're going to be what? They're going to have a minute at 0%. So definitely solid. Definitely respectable. The best default bind is equal sign. And yeah, that actually is pretty unhinged. And I guess it's okay. I have equals bound in classic WoW for like a consumable, right? Like, you know, I have like food and shit bound on that, you know? And I think I have my mount bound to that in classic WoW. Because you just use it out of combat, right? Okay, SC is pulling again as well. Can kind of keep an eye on that. I think NA is kind of coming back from break. Probably refueled, ready to go. Looks like the same is true for LN. So groups are going to be starting up again pretty soon. Pretty soon. And we have VL blasting away over here as well. I do want to see this C&D pull, though. A lot of guys is up. They're going to have to be a bit snappier on that. But again, bear in mind, CND. CND guild. This guild is actually very weird. And let me explain to you why C&D is a weird guild, guys. As far as I'm aware, and look, I want to be clear, this is not confirmed. This is alleged. This is an allegation. Most of CND are actually responsible, functioning adults. So they just rocked up, come home from work, okay, being a productive member of society, and then they start playing video games. Like, they don't go degen, you know? So I just want to put that out there. They are actually strange, okay? They're weird. They're weirdos, guys. Proof? I mean, look, I can't prove it. I cannot prove it. Well, actually, I do have proof. Boven uses capitalization and correct pronunciation in Twitch chat. That's kind of crazy, no? Yeah. Who doesn't do that, though? Doesn't everyone do that? Look. Dude, Roy kind of does do that, actually. Roy actually does that as well. I'm scrolling back through his chat history, and he does actually use capitalization. That's crazy. Look at this message from an ArenaNet dev, guys. To be honest, Teapot, I think you should stop wasting your time. These players aren't worth it. Holy shit. That's based. Holy shit. He's caught. Yeah. It's good to see you. Wait, Magrust. No progress? Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just bonking into the Enrage currently. That's where the kind of current progression point is. Other guilds trying to get to that 0% phase, trying to catch up, trying to blast. Oh, Essex just wiped. It was kind of like a 50% wipe, I want to say. They're approximately there or thereabouts. Yeah, the main group going is these two, I believe. And obviously, we do have this CRS pull going at the same time, too. Incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff, guys. Do actually have a new best from CND, though. Omega. I wish Grouch would say this is an official studio update, call the players bad. You know, I have to respect it. Like, it's such a good clip. Like, the whole, like, you know, frankly, that's a skill issue. That is based. Sometimes the developers just have to say, you know what? Maybe you guys should get better at the game. Maybe you should do more DPS. Dude, the guy who designed this should show up in Twitch chat and say, yeah, you guys just need to do 40k DPS, no? Like, what's the problem? You guys suck. Do more damage. Do more damage, noobs. We farm this. Like, the dev who made this should show up and say, yeah, guys, we kill this, like, we kill this on farm at ArenaNet HQ. We literally do this in the studio. Like, we don't even go on voice. We don't even go on voice. We just kill it. Is the boss HP that overtuned? I mean, it appears to be extremely overtuned, yeah. But I think ArenaNet was expecting people to double heal. And they tuned it around that, but double healing is not the way for Aura CM. So that's kind of what maybe it's called like a discrepancy. But the cat they wanted to patch it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just do it. They just get it done. We did it in green gear. We did it in literal green gear. Okay, CRS on a bit of a banger here. They've got to get rid of these guys in melee, though. These are problems. They've got to sort that out. Ooh, they got to press F on that. Is that going to be a kill? Oh, these HP bars are not looking great. Ah, yeah, this is going to be a wipe. It's going to be 2 full dead here, I believe. Maybe even 3. Yeah, and that's going to be the GG call for CRS. Not on a Virtuoso? Yeah, maybe that's the secret tech. You bring the Virtuoso on. Bring the Vert in, and then it just dies instantly. That is how it works, guys. More HP than Ceres LCM, so it just sits and takes it. Yeah, it's a lot of HP. Although this boss does, you can get pretty good uptime on this boss, I think. But yeah, there's, you know, it's a lot. It definitely is a lot, guys. It absolutely is. Double heal, not enough healing. It's not just the healing. Like the triple heal is really good for keeping the group stable, but it's also you have a lot of people whose purpose in this fight is to basically run around just juicing the mechanics, pretty much. And that's where the 3 heals really come in. Like having the CC, the amount of CC these healers are bringing to the table is absolutely colossal. WoW's last boss? Oh, I mean, it definitely will. Like, WoW's last boss died in 100 tries. And bear in mind, it's played by professionals, so it's a little bit different. But, yeah, the WoW end boss, you know, was pretty undertuned for, like, the world's first guilds. But it is complex, because if this... The guilds have beaten this fight... Right? Like SC and SC has killed this, right? If this boss had less HP, this would already be dead, right? Like, they're not struggling with the mechanics, really. It's just that the number is really, really big. Oh, it was underwhelming. Yeah, it was way too easy for Echo and Liquid. It will still be a really good challenge for my guild, because obviously we aren't professional WoW players. But yeah, much too easy for, like, you know, Race Wars first guilds in WoW. Because those guys are fucking cracked. Let me tell you. Big Mesmer Portal action. Seeing play here. Big Spear gaming. Of course, the Spear bringing some powerful CC to the table with that Spear 5. Very, very nice indeed. Love to see that. 58% for URA. %9 already. Well, I mean, it's... The leaderboard is actually in order here. The boss heals to 40% when it gets to 1%. Is LN pulling right now? LN is not back. Rise is pulling. Reset there for VL, of course. And yeah, we have CND and CRS just kind of going about their business. Where raids are much harder during the Race to Worlds first. I mean, that's literally what WoW does. They didn't really do that this tier so much. They kind of, well, they actually did. Like, a lot of the bosses were, like, way harder during Race to Worlds first. They've already been nerfed fairly aggressively. But yeah, that's how WoW does it as well. Don't know the CM. Yeah, like, I mean, look, I can understand. Look, not everyone's going to grind the prep, but it's very obvious that SC and COF did a lot of prep. The other guilds, much less so. I'm sure they did prep, obviously, but look, there's a reason, guys, why I put Grimjack stream and Yui stream on this multi-Twitch. It's because these are the teams that are prepared the most by far, I think, and are going to be highly competitive. This preparation was really, really powerful here. And honestly, look, you know, the team's put in the work and it paid off. That's exactly how it should be, right? They prepared, they're ready. And as a result, it's paying off, right? Like, we saw this in the CM one as well, to be honest, just like the regular CMs. Like preparation would... doing proper preparation, especially for Greer, actually, was, like, really important. Like, if you didn't prep for Greer and you didn't know how it worked, like, the boss is basically impossible. But if you do the prep, it's really not that bad, actually. Especially if you play the Scourge strat. And when it comes to, like, this, Nitrosin, it's a really interesting one because... Oh, man, I need to do a video about this because it's a really big debate in the WoW community. I really should just, like, sit down and record some thoughts or write a couple of notes because there is a really interesting problem that happens with stuff like this. It's like, how do you make it hard enough? It's worse in WoW because people play the game professionally. And, look, in the same way, guys, think about this in terms of sport, right? I was a pretty good swimmer in my time, but I was never a professional. There is a universe of difference between me and a professional athlete, yeah? Because you've got, look, if you're a professional athlete, you're training all day. You're only focused on, you know, your nutrition, like your training regimen, right? You don't have to worry about work, no stress, anything like that. You're just competing. That's all you do, right? Having all of that mental energy focused on gaming, like the Race to Worlds First Girls and WoW have, because look, guys, they're full-on pros, right? They're like absolute professionals for this stuff. It really changes the dynamic a lot, yeah? It really, really does. And making a raid boss that's like really hard for someone who plays a game professionally, but it's still like stretch doable for normal people, good luck, right? It's very, very difficult to do that in one difficulty setting. You'd almost need like an Apex difficulty mode, like a level above what everything else is, in order to kind of satisfy that. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the deal. Huge. Also, guys, what the fuck? There's no Arc DPS update until Friday. Dude! Yeah. It's over. Oh, there's a break, apparently. For NA, looks like they might, it might be like an internet issue going on there. I think they might be resolving some technological problems. 0 Arc, man. Oh, but yeah, it looks like, yeah, someone's gone from the NA, so that's a bit unfortunate, actually. Yeah, probably some, like, tech stuff going on there. Okay. Very nice pull, actually, from SC, by the way. 1 minute 57 on the clock. This is going to be one of their best, actually, going into HP reset. I think their best was about a 145. This is going to be similar to that. Like about a 140. They want to get rid of that Toxic, though. There's the Titan spawn. Instantly spawns a Vent Shot. They should be able to CC that and get rid of it. Pretty easy. Yeah, they get a double shard there. That is nice. Now they want to bait the boss away, I think. They also really want to CC here. Oh, the Vent Shot rolled into them, which is kind of nice. Oh, but there's another Titan spawn already up on the other side. They're trying to go for the CC. There's a Toxic on the boss. They've got to handle that as well. Oh, dude, the Vent Shot just, like, nuked people there as well. Big geysers now coming in there. Here come the shockwaves. They break those gamers out. There it is. Boons are looking good. Now they want to break the boss and get the Toxic behind them and make the boss leap over that. Let's see if they can pull that off. They're looking fairly stable so far. Stability's up. They got to get this Toxic, though. Do they have the CC for it? It's been sharded. More ads now coming through. Bubbles now in play. 1 minute on the clock. Oh, this area is just looking a little bit too unclean, though. They might be able to squeeze out a best. They need to just stay stacked and just try and muscle through it. Sulfurics here, man. Yeah, the Sulfurics are going to be so dangerous here because the ads are just going to aggro on you and just start blasting you, right? Yeah, they're not going to quite get a best. I feel like, yeah, if they had a boss leap there, that would have been pretty nice. Is it all sponsors? Oh, yeah, like it's sponsors. And streaming, too. A lot of the guys stream, right? And the way they handle it is that people get a cut, right? I believe, I'm not sure if this is true now, actually, but back in the day when, with Method, I believe the players got a cut from, like, the subs and stuff from the main channel. But yeah, sponsors, obviously, there's a lot of money that goes into that. It's a big event, right? A lot of ad revenue, a lot of subs, a lot of all that kind of stuff there as well. But yeah, like there's, yeah, they obviously stream themselves too, so they have a lot of time to put into it. Nurse is when they're 3 healing. Well, I mean, maybe. Well, they're practicing to see how far they can push it, and obviously for when adjustments come, they're ready for that, right? Isn't all esports a waste of money? I mean, pretty much. It's based. Esports is indeed a money vortex, but I like it, so it's all good. We love the seat. Incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff so far from these rosters. They are pumping, they are blasting. They really, really are. More players join the game. Is it a waste? Well, what people are getting at there? No, it's not a waste. No, whoa. Okay, look, I'll recontextualize this for people. When people say waste, what they mean is that it doesn't make money. And yeah, esports is a money pit. A lot of teams just go out of business, guys, and just fold over. Feels bad. Sports, less so. There's a lot of money in sport. Yeah. Okay, looks like some reconsiderations going on here from SC. Maybe a little bit of cooking, a little bit of cookery here. Huge. Dude, Sandstorm Jerry playing Firebrand? What the fuck does that even mean? It's like Ecto Gamble reference? Surely that would have to be a Scourge. People pay to watch sports, esports, or stream for free. Yeah, you know, there's maybe a problem with that business model. You're not wrong. Oh, hang on. We have a new... Oh. Where are the notes, guys? We actually have a potential nuke dropped on URA. I wonder if it's a timer increase. Could it be a timer increase? New build. This is actually very bad news for NA if they're on break, by the way. Because they could have just dropped a nuke on the boss. Do we have the notes, guys? Do we have an update? Okay. We actually do have the notes. Let's see what it is. Log in. Do we actually see what they changed? Someone copy paste it. Mine is doing the thing where it doesn't like refresh properly. What did they do? What did they do? Oh, wait. Okay. Bug fixes. Fix an issue that caused some legendary mode mechanics to persist difficulty to reduce after attempting URA legendary mode. Fix an issue that caused URA's eruptions, vent shot waves to play at the wrong angle. Oh, that's actually a nice bug to do, actually. Fix an issue that caused players to lose eligibility for more than a little bit achievement if they enter the downside. Okay, no, not nerfs. It's not nuked. It's not nuked. They just fixed, like, some of the visual bugs. So, no. No changes yet. Honestly, that would be a little bit too early, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. It was so popular, GSL. I mean, yeah. I think Korea's a bit of a special case, though. And to be honest... SC1 is a special case. Like, SC2 really didn't take in the same way that SC1 did, actually, in terms of esports. Decima HP change, wasn't it? That's true, yeah. Look. Wait, who's got HP.dll? I think the MC guy has got HP.dll, so we will be able to see that change reflected in this stream, I believe, after a patch. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's CRS. CRS is HP.dll. Yeah. No one uses it? Look, nobody uses it. Wait. Why is Roy talking about HP.dll? I didn't talk about that, dude. I don't know why you're bringing up HP.dll. I've never mentioned that. Chat will back me up on this. I haven't mentioned it. I don't know why you're bringing it up. I think Roy's projecting. I feel like he probably uses it. Okay, so we actually have a pretty spicy pulley from CRS at the same time. I personally use trig.dll. I mean, that just changes you into a ranger main, specifically untamed. Okay, well, that's a wipe right there. Is SC back in the instance? Looks like not yet. Looks like the patch might be taking a little while, I suppose. Rise is now back. I mean, it will be interesting to see if there has been a stealth change, because again, the Decima change was not in the notes. So we will actually see if we see reloads come through here, and then HP.dll can activate. We have Cat Cam coming through over here as well. Love to see that. Very nice. CND pumping away with their Scrapper composition. They're trying to get to that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they don't have a shard, unfortunately, so that is the end of them. Troll Key to come back. Another Teapot email leak. Getting emails from different DLLs. I mean, that was a good meme, actually. Ugh. Looks like the patch taking a little while over there. Rise now back in the mix. Dude, I'm really tempted to go in the NA Discord right now and just bait them and say, oh yeah, the HP is nuked, guys. Log in, log in, log in. But I think that would be cruel, okay? That would be rough. It'll be highly entertaining, I think. Do it. False advertisement. Indeed. Diaxon, please save NA. There's only one man who can save NA. If Diaxon logs in now, NA gets worlds first. Doesn't look different, though, actually, looking at how fast the boss is dying. So I believe... I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't change it this early either. It's not the play. I don't expect to see... If they do end up tuning this, I don't think it will be... it probably won't be for, you know, until tomorrow at the very earliest. NA's at a disadvantage because it was 10 a.m. with the patch drop. I actually think NA... I don't think it's actually that relevant because you can just modify your sleep schedule. But actually, if anything, I'd say NA has an advantage, actually, because it will be earlier for them when the hot fixes come through. ArenaNet typically do hot fixes in 1 hour from now. That's when they typically run patches, which is pretty late for Europeans. It's like 11 p.m. For Europeans. So if anything, the timing favors NA a little bit because they'll probably be a bit fresher when those hotfixes come through, if they do come through. But to be clear, guys, to be clear, I don't think there's an advantage, right? It's like you log into the fucking game and you play, right? Yeah. But I mean, yeah, whatever. I mean, look, if you're serious, you fix your sleep schedule anyway. Unlike me. Have you tried URA.dll? Dude, look. Nico got griefed by Echo. No joke. They took Deathly. Deathly Hearts, a.k.a. QT Leader, a.k.a. second most powerful weeaboo after Subi. Nico literally got griefed by Scripe. Scripe himself griefed Nico. That's crazy. Exclamation mark weebs. See how I don't have an emote? I don't have a message for that, guys? Exclamation mark Gachi. Mike. Dude. Yo, Mike, are you gonna play Guild Wars, are you gonna play Guild Wars 3? That's the fucking real talk, bro. I'll actually go and check hp.dll. Okay, we've got catcam instead of hp.dll. Is SC back? I think they're just taking a quick break. That makes sense, though, to be honest. You definitely, look, it's getting a little bit later now. You don't want to, you know, you want to keep it chill, want to keep it mellow. If it ever comes out, sure. Fuck yes. Let's fucking go. You better play with us, Mike. You have to get Mike Wing 8 LCM. Dude, look, I will get Mike Ceres LCM. I will get Mike the juice, okay? We're going to juice Mike up. We're going to get him Aura LCM as well, bro. What do you think so far of the LCM? I mean, it's okay. Look, I'm going to say it, guys. I'm not an Aura enjoyer. I think it's my least favorite fight in the... Actually, no. I think it's my second favorite fight. Greer is the best by far. I think Decima actually is the most disappointing because it's kind of easy. It looks pretty, but it honestly doesn't really do anything. Aura, I think Aura is kind of intense, and that actually is kind of hype. There's definitely some intensity to it. But I'm not really the biggest fan of, like, the shard mechanic. It's not my favorite fight. I will say that from a design perspective. Greer is by far the best fight. I'm sorry, guys. Like, that is just the way this is. Like, we all know it. Look, look, where... Okay. Is this the Greer music? Greer also has the most bass music. Let's go. Greer, the Breaker. And he has the best voice line, too. He has the best voice lines. He has the best visual aesthetic. Dude, no, dude, everyone's fucking chain feeding. What's going on? Everyone's fucking permadead. Foredoomed you have always been. I cannot be defeated. Why was Greer not the main boss? What, Roy? Greer should have been leader of the Titans, bro. URA and Decima can be fucking sidekicks, dude. Greer is easily the most based. Stomp the growth. I will not stop complaining, Roy. Roy, fix the game! Chat, please at Roy with fix the game. Yeah, this song is called Forged by Torment. It's very good. 1 to go. What do we got here? Greer. Nitro kills Greer. Huge. 1 billion DPS on Conio. Weaver top DPS. Stop shouting. I will not watch at 55. Shout out to YouTube. Huge. Music is so loud. I mean, I like the music. That's why I made it loud. I did it on purpose, guys. I increased the volume. I made the volume absurdly loud. And I enjoyed doing it as well. Wow, now there's silence. Silence has befallen us. Overcranked. Yeah, we did overcrank a little bit there, but it was worth it. It was good. Yeah, Trig knows the Twitch chat memes, actually. Yeah. Ooh, big polo, actually, over here from LN. Let's see if they're able to actually get to that 0%. Arena looks good. Arena looks good here. Wait, is Mel, is Mel listening to something? Let's see what the audio on Mel's stream is. He just got the tunes. Okay, fair enough. Okay. 17%. Ooh, those bubbles are a bit awkward. Nice dodge into that break, though, by Meller, actually. That was pretty clean. Timer is looking rough, though. Again, you want to be at 1% by now, right? Like, that is, like, a good time for that. There's a shard on the ground there as well. They got to pick that up. A little bit sloppy on that. And their control is slipping here, you can see. Like, more and more of these are popping up. There's a Titan spawn over there. Bubbles are now in the mix at the same time. So they've got to handle that. Ooh, HP bar's looking way too low here. And they're imploding. Imploding is happening. Implosion. 14%. They needed to see through the boss there. They lost a lot of damage because the boss has 17,000 stacks. Taking 0 DPS. So not quite a best for LN there. Thoughts on Stomp from CNC Renegade? Wait, what is this? Dude, the OST of this game is very good. There are some really weird tracks, though. Yo, dude. This guy, this is Frank Kapaki, right? This guy was Mick Gordon before Mick Gordon. That's the way it is. But with a bit of kind of industrial in there. This is pump music. Yeah, this game, by the way, is good. This is actually a first-person shooter game called CNC Renegade. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Oh, have you heard the remastered OST, Roy, for that? Like the performance, like the remastered versions by Frank Lepaki and the Tiberian Sun is really good. Something like Red Alert music because it's by the same guy. It's Command & Conquer Renegade, which is a first-person shooter based in the CNC IP, basically. And yeah, the music's by Frank. It's absolutely sick. Like, Frank is... his music is incredible, actually. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Hell March, yes. Yeah, I really like the Hell March medley, actually. The Hell March medley is really good. Because you have kind of like the orchestral stuff kind of coming on Red Alert 3 that I think is really exciting. RTS and Weird from Cousins. Well, there's more. This was the shooter CNC shooter. This is what I grew up on, guys. This kind of music is what I grew up on. I played Red Alert 2 when I was 4. I didn't know how lucky I was. I would love if Guild Wars 2 like went for like a full metal expansion. That'd be so good. Dude, they should just get Frank. Get Frank Kapakian. Do it. For the next Guild Wars 2 X-Pack. That'd be so good. Although, actually, credit where it's due, actually. Brian Atkinson does some bangers. He really likes to introduce the distortion, the electric guitar, and that's exciting. And I believe he is now music director for Guild Wars 2, if I'm not mistaken. So we could have some really spicy stuff, actually, in the next Guild Wars 2 expansion. I really hope so. Like, Brian Atkinson did, like, the Ceres theme, and also a lot of the stuff in Janthea Wilds, right? Like, some of the distortion-heavy stuff, which sounds really good, I think. Yeah, this is a banger. That is a good track, actually. You love to see that. Little interlude there from the Guild Wars 2 music. This one from the last patch. Oh, yeah, this one is actually really nice. Yeah, from the new map, this one is really good. Yeah, let's listen to this. Yeah, this is a great track. It makes the events seem pretty epic, actually. Yeah, I completely agree, Makeup. I really like his style a lot. I like it because it's a little bit different, you know? Like, the full orchestra stuff, it's great. Sometimes there's nothing that can beat that, right? An incredible, you know, moving, majestic orchestral score. But I love it when you go, oh, shit, we're going into some uncharted territory, you know? Like, we're mixing this up. We're getting crazy. I love it. You know, it's some of the stuff that... It's one of the things that makes me want to try... it makes me want to try Final Fantasy XIV, because I love that they're experimental with the music in that game, and there's some just incredible amount of diversity in the music that game has, all the different encounters and stuff, and I think that really adds a lot to it, right? That adds a lot to the encounter, like the music, the animations, the voice lines of the bosses, right? All of that comes together into one piece of art. It's why I like Greer so much, because I feel like Greer is the most artistically complete boss to me. Like, his voice lines are amazing. Like, the way his model is incredible. Like, you know, the yellow and the purple corruption that he spews out, right? All the little greelings all over the place, right? Like, his effects and all that. It's really, really good. Yeah, like, Greer is very complete. He's the full package. Visual design, audio design, arena design, right? All of it is so good. Yeah. Greer is a tree. I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, he's kind of a tree. You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. But he's a rotten tree. He's like a festering tree. Yeah. Yeah, I love the vocals on this. These are really nice. This is very good. This is high tier. Does Greer not have CM? Yeah, Greer has CM. It's the best CM too. Look, I'm going to say this. And look, I could lie to you and say that I don't enjoy saying this, but that would be a lie. I do enjoy saying this. If you don't like Greer CM, you are bad. You are self-reporting. That's the way it is. Don't even bother trying to deny it. You can't. Accept the reality. Yeah. Oh yeah, Darren's is in the chat. Darren's is actually doing, he's completely lost it. He's doing full-on conspiracy theory videos on YouTube now about Guild Wars 2, to be fair. Thank God for that. But more importantly, daily reminder, guys, Darren's broke. He played, okay, on normal mode release for the raid, guys, let me tell you what happened. Okay, you guys remember this? He got to 97% HP on Greer and rage quit. Seriously. Yeah. Yeah. 97%. He fought the boss for like 10 seconds and then mentally broke and rage quit. Yeah. You have self-respect? Dude, you were pugging +3s yesterday. How can you say you have self-respect? Nice pull here for LN, actually. Let's kind of redirect back onto this. 33% now. Yeah. Okay. 3 minutes on the clock. Time is okay here for LN. They're still playing with the full mech setup here. Haven't swapped over to the Whirlbenders yet. Okay. Let's see what we've got. I don't think... Oh, okay, we are going back into the instance here for NA. So NA might have their 10th back. They might be ready to pull. I think SC's still in a bit of a break. Probably getting a snack or something. And now we have Mela here. Blasting. And let's see how this pull goes for LN. Cleaving that ad down. Nice cleave there on that Fumarola. Need to get the regroup there. They free people there. They get them out of the donut. DPS looks solid. No stacks on the boss. Control of Arena looks decent as well. Just Sulfurics there. They've got to keep in mind that there are going to be Toxics behind them. They should be addressing those. Let's see if we can see a 0% here. Here we go. Very nice. Getting that res. Fumarola being a bit problematic. They've got to keep that stability up. Firebrand needs to earn its keep. They need to CC as well. 5 stacks of rising pressure. They need to be CCing here. Bubbles coming up. They can get a double there on that shard with the Toxic Geyser and the bubble at the same time. Lovely. They've got a CC though. It's 6 stacks, 7 stacks. That's 35% damage reduction, guys. They must CC. They're losing so much DPS here. They really are. Surely they've got to go for it now. 8 stacks? They've got to be pumping that Defiance bar, guys. Toxic on them. Here's the break. Yeah, now they're going for the CC. They feel like they've got a spare moment for it. There's the break. Toxic on the left. Titan spawn is up. But yeah, 12 stacks. They're ZDPS now. They are literally ZDPS. URA LCM, the code name that this was referred to internally by ArenaNet was the Breaker. %. 15 stacks, though. Okay, can they finally get this CC? Oh, they barely didn't get it. They need a little bit more. They've got to get rid of those stacks. Yeah, I mean, that was the major mistake in this run. They simply did not have the Defiance bar damage to get through that. They were not able to execute and get through that. I do believe that's where the Whirlbenders are actually pretty nice, though, because the Whirlbenders have that incredible CC elite, and also you can package the Sanctuary in relatively easily. I do believe that is a very nice advantage of having some of those in the mix, in addition to all of the other benefits there that are being played. We do see the Firebrand, of course, being activated now by LN here. It's in the boons now. We're going to be hitting Enrage at 10%, which is obviously not what we want to see. Maybe they're testing the Demon Queen relic. But it's too late. They're not going to see... I believe this is actually a best, though. A new best for LN. That's going to put them back into 3rd place in the current progress. I believe that is a 7% wipe. So a new best for them, to be fair. But yeah, I honestly, they would have hit 0% there, by the way, guys, if they'd actually got that CC. But they were just struggling with that CC output just a little bit. And as a result of that, they did end up falling short a little bit there. Instant wipe. Yeah, when the enrage runs out, it overs. It's just over. It's going to do nothing? Well, how do we know if we haven't tested, bro? Have you tested it? Have you tested it, dude? I bet you haven't. I bet you haven't even done it. Yeah. Maybe you should do it. Huge. What's going on with SC? 33%. It's, well, no. It's because they're in P4. Guys, look. They've got to phase 4. The boss heals. Bunch of noobs. You guys are newbies. Yeah, SC still on a little break here. Looks like NA is starting to reform here and get down to business. Now, I think there's a really interesting situation here, guys. I'm not sure how much longer these guys are going to be rolling, if I'm going to be honest with you. Because you bear in mind this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. You want to be fresh for the next couple of days. There's not much point in pushing really hard. I could definitely see another couple of hours. Maybe we see EU play through to midnight. NA might play a little bit longer, obviously, because of the way that the time zone is there. So that might be a slight differential in strategy between these two teams. But I think we're going to start to see teams kind of stop for the day pretty soon, especially teams that are kind of really headbutting into the enrage, I would say. So we'll see what actually happens. Jade in the chat, once again, confirming that he is broken. He has mental boomed. No, I think there's some technical issues or something with NA. I know. Look, I've done practice with these guys. Look, the internet over there, it's a bit wacky sometimes. So I think there's maybe some tech issues kind of happening here for NA. I obviously can't speak for them. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Increases HP. They probably should do that. They should give it more health. It doesn't have enough right now. Cafe Homestead? I actually haven't. New Final Fantasy. Okay, listen to this. New Final Fantasy 14 music. Oh, shit. We've got some fucking dance music here. Okay, we've got some disco. Yo, let's go. Wait, so what is it, Kenneth? Is it a new homestead? So is it a new instance you can get? Like, what is it? Are they added to the store, or is it like an item you can get? Or is it like a VIP area or some shit? Yeah, see, this is actually high tier. I like this. There's an element of penis music here, but I think it's acceptable. Dynamic event in your home. Oh shit, that's kind of cool actually. What does it do? What's the event? Best Final Fantasy music. This had better not be Honey Be Lovely. Your J-bot spawns as customers. You give them the video. Oh, that's kind of cool actually. I like that. Okay, Roy has linked Crazy Motorcycle. Dude, look, Mikram is the expert here. Look, if this guy says there's elements of penis music, then there's elements of penis music. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. Ooh. This is actually... I like this. This is some good energy, actually. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, this is wah-wah, actually. That's a good call. Yeah, this is like wah-wah music, for sure. You guys are bang on about that. I completely admit that. Ooh. It goes hard, though, no? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Is SC fucking pulling or what? SC's dead. NA is dead. Rise on a juicer, though. Jumping puzzle first-person gameplay here from MCA. Yep, HP.dll confirms there's no change. Rise pumping. Rise in the downside. Ooh, locked up and in the downside. That is not ideal, actually. Ooh, man, they've got to get these guys under control, man. The toxic guys are just feasting. Very nice thumbnail. What the hell is this? Fish with shoes? What do the fish need shoes for? It clearly doesn't. Wow, this actually is an absolute jam. This is a mega jam from Roy. Wait, what's awesomeness got here? Ooh. Ooh. Final Fantasy VII OST. Yeah. This is very high energy, guys. I'm not gonna lie, this is very high energy. Yeah. Right, anyway, look. We're refocusing on the game. SC is back. They're in the instance. They're ready to go. Are they streaming with comms? They're streaming without comms. I wonder if... Is anyone actually streaming with comms? Probably not, right? I'm curious like, if there's any juice.
Late times.
Oh, VL is with comms. Dude. Willbender action coming through from MCA. They're ready to pump. They're ready to juice up. Bit of rotational grinding there. Love to see that. Anyway. Here we are. Have about Arc not working? I mean, it's a little bit silly. There probably are some meters that work. I know that LN use a different one. So LN probably has meters. Because they have, like, LN's always had a special one that is different. And some guilds probably do have some DLLs as well. Obviously, meta.dll is one of the most infamous ones that has existed. But, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it definitely really sucks. Because, like, one of the most important things, especially when you're in an output check like this, is that you really want to, you know, you really want to have the, you know, the numbers. The numbers at your fingertips. You need to know what the hell is going on. You really do. The lack of info, you feel like it's good? I think it's very bad, to be honest. Like, you need information. Like, you know, there's an element of, like, people are kind of flying blind here a little bit with, like, you know, how kind of eyeballing it. It's not that much of a big deal because people know what builds work on this fight. They'll have tested this on the CM, and at the end of the day, like the fights that the builds that are good on CM are also going to be good here as well. So it's not that bad, to be honest, but yeah, definitely a little on the awkward side. I would say, definitely say. But hey, it is what it is. Players who never don't refuse to use arc DPS are bad players. Agree? Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe. It'd be kind of weird to. I think it'd be weird to not use arc, but I guess people don't want to. Then, and it's up to them, right? It's on them, I guess. LCM didn't change it. No, it's not that different, really. It's mostly just more numbers and more geysers, so it's like a more intense version. Which I guess, you know, you can think about it. It's kind of similar to how Ceres works, right? To an extent. To an extent, of course. Ceres.dll. Dude, people liked my video about the EU. Okay, are there any EU enjoyers? I also, oh man, I got an absolutely insane comment. You know what's really interesting, guys? Because this has the EU in the title, it attracted weird people to the comments. I've actually shadow banned a couple of new users on the channel because they came in and said weird stuff. Let me put it like that, okay? Yeah. But it's fine. You know, they're gone now. They've been cleansed. Feels good. Is there a purple tile? There is, yeah. Those outside guilds. So I think so, yeah. I think they got attracted to it because it has like the EU in the title. It like activated certain agents, right? Like the PsyOps. SC about to pull. The other groups are just like really getting stuck on consistency, to be honest. They really are. They really, really are just getting stuck. Share some of the comments. Honestly, I don't think I will. They were actually pretty extreme. Shadowban even mean? Oh, it's one of my favorite pieces of YouTube features. You have the ability, I wish you could do it on Twitch too, actually. You have the ability to remove someone from the channel, okay? But they don't know that you've done it, right? So in other words, you can ban someone without them knowing they're banned. So they can still leave comments, but only they see it. It's actually very funny if you think about it. I find it funny because some of these people still comment on my videos, but nobody sees them except me. And they get like filtered off into like a quarantine area. So I can still see when people leave comments. And I know some people do who have been shadow banned, but they don't realize they've been shadow banned. And so the only people who can ever read their comments is them. Oh, it's so good. It will be so good on Twitch as well. Oh man, it will be so funny. They need to add that. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. What's the term on YouTube? It's just like hide user from channel, right? That's what it's called. It's just shadow ban though. Okay, SC are actually now pulling. It's gonna be a team to watch. Like, I'm not gonna lie, these teams are hard stuck. Yeah, like they're done, they're gone. Like MCA is done. VL is basically hard stuck. Yeah, CRS not really making a lot of progress either. Neither is C&D. Like the only guild that I think can really get further right now is I think LN can make some progress actually, and NA when NA comes back. But yeah, everyone else is like having a lot of consistency issues. Everyone sees the comments on your screen. Oh, that's true. Yeah, because they'd be able to tell. They'd know. They would actually know if they got banned. That's a fair point actually. It really is. So my strategy there would fail. Watch this clip. I'm just going up, fuck it. Right. I genuinely hope that the Guild Wars 2 community starts to warm. Oh my god! Bro. I'm just going up, fuck it. What was this mace to? Then I went up on a heel back, that's huge. Community starts to warm. Oh my god! Oh no. That's tragic. I mean, that is, you hate to see that, guys. It's fine. They didn't need me anyway. They didn't need me anyway, guys. Yeah. Yeah, NA about to reactivate pretty soon. Lots of gravity. Look, sometimes it happens. Basement Zero strat. Dude, look, I really don't think people could even comprehend basement strat KC. Look, I'll tell you what, guys. Look, and this maybe is a motivator for everyone here. If anyone kills today, I will release a video of basement strat KC. There we go. But only if there's a kill today. So in other words, before anyone goes to sleep. I will allow it to be like NA today. So NA today is legal, but it has to be today, and I will record and release a full VOD of basement strat KC. Attic Strat Zera? Wait, no, I have not seen that, actually. What is Attic Strat Zera? This is... I like that. I like the idea of that. Yeah. Epic. So my favorite streams. Yeah, they were so fun. They were really funny. Doing, like, the jungle strat Gorswell, it was so high tier. The starting platform was higher than the others. Interesting. Well, I mean, is it just like the strat where you just, like, clip off the edge, actually? The spawn platforms? What's the goal of this event? I mean, the goal of this event is to kill this giant titan thing. So far, it hasn't been done. The titan thing is currently winning, guys. Victory has not been claimed. In fact... it is not, well, you know, it's been claimed by the Titans, I guess. Huge. I'm a big fan of first floor big nose Ted strat. So here we go. Let's have a look at this SC pool here. Let's see what they can do. We're going with the same comp. That's not actually terribly surprising to me, of course. Or to be this brutal after normal CM. I expected the DPS check to be this brutal, yeah. I was expecting it to be mechanically a little bit more different, I would say. Well, was I? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I expected, to be honest. I'm not sure I really had a lot of expectations. Yeah, I guess I was maybe expecting something to be different earlier in the fight, if that makes any sense. But I guess having it late is fair as well. But the DPS check, oh yeah, for sure. The DPS check, look, I imagine ArenaNet was probably very worried about it just like folding over and dying day one. So they probably like tuned it incredibly aggressively. Like, yeah, this, in my opinion, is completely expected. I was actually getting really worried when the boss was dying so quickly. I thought, oh shit, have ArenaNet actually blundered here? Have they blundered? Is it just dying day one, like in a couple of hours? Because it wasn't very different mechanically. Like, it's essentially identical through to 0%, right? There's more geysers, which does make the management more challenging, but obviously the guilds are more than capable of dealing with that, as we can see, right? But yeah, I was definitely worried that it was, you know, it was just going to fall over. So I think it's a good thing and definitely expected. Again, I was very worried for a moment they didn't make it quite aggressively tuned. I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? Like, why is it dying? But yeah, they definitely made it very aggressively tuned. I know SC will change comp today. Yeah, I agree. There's honestly a really interesting... There's some decision-making to be made here, I think. It's like, do they try to pull off a double heal setup and start learning that and, like, invest time? Or do they wait for adjustments to the encounter, either by more enrage or some mechanical alterations or something like that? Like, this is actually a very interesting position to actually be in. As a, you know, as a gamer, as like a participant in the Race to Worlds First, because I think it could be tempting to go for that 2-heal comp, but I'm not sure if it's even really that viable. Again, I'm not even sure how beneficial it is to run 2-healer instead of 3 on this encounter, because of the way the mechanics actually go out there. So yeah, I think there's arguments to be made for both, really, but I think SC just grinding this out does mean that, like, if there are adjustments, they are just going to pulverize the boss. So yeah, that's the situation. What class would I choose? I want to get back into Guild 2, kind of a master of all arts. Honestly, Mesmer. Is this clip still relevant? Dude, what are you digging up here? What even is this clip?
Fuck you!
What?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
This is Bick screaming at the casuals.
This motherfucker right here. Fucking show what I do, people like you.
Jeez.
Right here.
Bro, yeah, dude. Bick was content, man. Holy shit. That guy is crazy. He is completely unhinged. Yeah. Look, you can all guess what he does after that. Like, okay, let me put it like that. You know what he does after that. It's exactly what you'd expect. All right, let's go back to some nice, relaxing Guild Wars 2 music, guys. Here we go. Yeah, it's a little bit of TOS content. So here we are. We are coming up to this 0% phase. Here's SC. Okay, there we are. Timer looks pretty okay. It's not going to be the best, not going to be the worst. 8% now. They're definitely looking to CC. They want to get rid of those 9 stacks. A lot of damage reduction coming through. They really want to finish that. Need to stack that and maybe get the Toxic at the same time. There we go. They get that CC, and now they've got to stabilize this. Ooh, a Giga Titan spawn. Ah, man. Yeah, that Titan spawn is really annoying. Not a good spawn for them at all. They're going to have to move there to deal with that. There's 3 guys up as well at the same time. 3 Fumarollers. Not the spawn that SC needed here whatsoever. Getting the Toxic as well. Needs a shard on it. They do get that. Yui can't pick up that shard, though. Both shards on the ground. That's just going to be a wipe, I think. It's going to be too much damage. Man, that spawn was so bad. That was such a rough spawn. It really was. They might just be trying to push to the 0% anyway, but I think it's too much. Yeah, it's too much. Too much damage coming through. Obviously, first pull back. You know, they've got to warm up again. You know, they've got to get back into it. They've got to get themselves back into it, guys. They really do. They really do. Yeah, third there is this P4, guys. So it heals up again after you get it to 1%. So best pull is still SC with 33% in P4. Second is going to be NA. Let's see. Wait, is NA back in business? NA is not back in business yet. It looks like we might be trying some Willbenders, though. On NA, we see 1 Willbender in the squad at least. And that is that. Huge. Incredible stuff. Well, we continue, guys. We are indeed going to continue. Going back into the mix here again. Chat needs another banner clarifying P4. No, I will not. Look, the chat will learn. The chat is going to adapt and learn to understand. And learn to understand critical thinking and thought. That's what's going on. I've asked Mike to fix the thing. Ah, nice. Why do you call it P4? I mean, not P2? Because, well, P1 is like until 70%. P2 is until 40%. P3 is until 0%. And then P4 is after that. Because it phases. It phases at 70, 40, and 0. There you go. That's why. Therefore, it is P4. took both us and Liquid 1 hour to kill Sprocket. We are literally world's first. I mean, dude, isn't it free on reclear now? It's nerfed again, no? So it's absolute free farm. The Sprocket Monger was deemed impossible. We got Holy Paladin hotfixes as well. Oh shit. Wait, oh wait, no, it's performance, actually like frame rate issues. Nice, that's crazy. All right, let's see what we got. I call this the green noise. The only time I was threatened by Teapot. Dude, what are you, these are some, like, arcane clips you're digging up here. Ignore those clips and look at this. Also, when is NA going to reactivate? NA needs to lock in, guys. That is what they need to do. They need to log in. Let's go. Incredible. Zera theme? Yeah. Ah, Wing 3 release. Health insurance to improve them playing Guild Wars 2. I mean, look, that is important. So I can respect that. I can respect that, guys. Willbender and Mech subgroups. Basically, the Willbenders are in the solo heal sub. Because they can sustain themselves really well and also have a bunch of boon access and Condi cleanse that helps them survive. This is the Bog Queen theme, I believe. And then the mechs just end like the pure pump. They're just full-on blasters. Weird that you know that? Look, I know about the Balkan. I actually play the game, Jess, so I know information about the game. It's not my fault that you don't know information about the game. Big CC on this geyser. Can triple even hit the DPS needed? It's looking tight. Let's put it like that. Yeah, I did hear it. Yeah, it is really good. The music on the new map is very good. If I had a DPS meter from the start, I mean, the game would definitely look different now. If there was like an official DPS meter, Guild Wars 2 would be a very different game for sure. You know that weird like mobile game MMO thing that like people got sponsored to play? That actually has a built-in DPS meter, which is actually pretty interesting. Like I think some of the newer MMOs that basically like fizzle away and die, they have some pretty interesting features. Like the social features in Throne and Liberty, for example, are pretty interesting with like, the way the guilds work in that game. And like, yeah, built-in DPS meters and stuff. There's some pretty interesting stuff. It would be cool if they actually make it into the more like mainstream games, for sure. Mainstream newer games anyway. Yeah, Tarashland, yeah. Kind of cool. Tarashland dead? I mean, nobody talks about it. I assume it's basically dead. 31%. Yeah, that geyser is being a real pain in the ass, though. We managed to clear it. 4 stacks up now as well. Another geyser spawning. Gonna get that CC. There we go. Ura bubbling everyone. Oh, big bubble there, but they should be able to free that. Yeah, they get the freedom. Oh, there's one player still trapped. They're gonna have to pop again. Yeah, Yui goes for the double pop. I like that, because that means that doesn't upset their pop order. It just means that Yui has 2 stacks, which is not the end of the world, to be honest. On the chrono, at least. 20% now. think timer is not amazing, but they should very much be able to make it to 0% here. Very much so. Big CC. Guys are getting shut down. There's another one to the right here as well. Let's see if that's going to be the target. Okay. There's the shard. It is picked. 16% now. There's 3 guys over here. That's going to be a bit annoying. Yeah, just going to go for a double pick. That's a lot of damage, though. Wants to go for it. Gets it. Maybe a triple. So the other player's going to go for it. There's the CC. Big poison stacks applied, though, and those exposed. It's pretty painful. They need a breaker on that. Are they going to get a breaker? They do have one. Where's the shard? They get the shard. 10% now. 2 minutes 30 on the timer. Toxic guys are behind. There's the CC. Humorola is pumping them. They're trying to keep it stable. Looks like they are all together, though, so they're in a good position now. They probably just want to keep breaking the Defiant Spiral. Maybe let it build up a couple of stacks, actually. Don't want to go immediately here. There's the stability. 5%. This is going to be a pretty fast run here, to be honest. Like, the optimization is starting to kick in. A lot of Toxics up, though. A lot of Toxics up. They get eviscerated pretty quickly, though, like utilizing the mobility, the teleports there on the mechs. Another geyser is here. It's getting CC'd. There we go. Need a bit more CC on it. Can they finish it off? Probably doesn't want to commit Moa to it. Here's the phase. 140 on the clock. Definitely decent. There's the phase. There's a Toxic geyser there, and now we're going to see these vent shots. They want to move the boss in a way where it's going to be safe, and they're going to start blasting. Vent shots are now up behind. Now, I think the big problem with these vent shots is that they do have, like, they appear to have an ability that, like, targets people and zaps them. So, if you get too many vent shots, it is going to be rough. You are going to have to prevent them from spawning at the very least. And let's see if we're going to get a new best pull here. The vent shot is up. There's a second vent shot as well. And these things are going to start punishing soon. It's gone into the air. They want to get these Toxics. They have to. They're starting to expand. The boss really wants to move here as well. They want to get it to a safe spot. Honestly, they are a little bit surrounded. They're a bit cut off here. There's not many places they can really go to. That's kind of the issue. Toxic guys are now in the mix. There we go. It does get taken out. This could potentially be a new best, though. Everyone's alive. Ooh, Yui getting the Sulfuric is so painful. He was just about to get back in there and resustain the group. Is there a Mesmer portal available for him? No, it looks like he actually just put down his own barrier there. Everyone does live, though. Some really heroic healing coming through from the Druid and from the other Chronomancer at the same time. Now we're starting to lose players. We've got a good amount of open space here, though, but oh, man. Yeah, the damage from those vent shots is really starting to connect now. 32%, 31%. We are getting to a best. Could it be a sub 30% pull? Ooh, yeah, those vent shots are nuking. Massive Druid res, though, I believe. That's pretty damn big. 5 seconds on the timer at 31%, though. That is definitely a bit of a way off. 30% has been found. So that is a new best. There it is. Is NA enabled? I think the vent shots, like, feed on the guys or something. Yeah, they have, like, a thing. What's the blue shit? I think they have, like, they tether to geysers and get juiced. That's my the situation, I think. Yeah. Your Dawn changes on your weapon in Throne Liberty. Oh, that's interesting, actually. That feels like something that would be in Guild Wars 2, actually. Wouldn't clearing the geysers be worth then? Well, I think I think there's so many that it's very difficult to do that. I think the big question is, do Toxics keep spawning in that phase? That's the big one, right? Like, are there still Toxics at that stage? And, like, yeah. How are they going to fix up 30% left within that timer? I mean, look, that's what we've got to see. There could be some cookery going on. It is possible. But it is going to be a challenge. Is there a benefit of killing the ads? I mean, I'm pretty sure that right now the strategy coming out from these guys is basically send it as hard as possible, right? I think that's basically going to be their goal. And just see if anything happens, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Looking difficult right now, that's for sure. I felt like they're missing something. I mean, I think something could happen at an HP threshold that they haven't quite got to yet. That could be some potential for sure. So that is worth noting, yeah. So, you know, like, for example, something could happen below 30%, something could happen below 29%, below 25%. These are the things that the guilds are going to try and feel out right now and see what they can do. That is the purpose of these pulls. That is the strategy here, guys. It absolutely is. Huge. More pulls going down. Has LN got a new best? I don't know. Maybe they have. Maybe they haven't. Client crash at 5%. I mean, it's possible. It is possible. Bit of a break here from these guys. CRS continuing to pump as well. NA apparently back in 10 minutes. Let's see what... Has LN cooked up anything? They're still going with the same approach here. Oh, bit of a quick reset. Looks like a little mishap happening earlier on. NA now 9 out of 10. Preparing to activate. Guys is left at the end of the ad count. They just spawn over time. Like, the longer the guys is up, the more that spawn. And it just starts spawning, like, you know, immediately. I think there could be some idea of you just, like, run the hell away. Like, take the boss to the corner, pretty much, and just try to be out range of the ads so they can't really do anything to you. But I'm not sure if you can really leave them up the entire time, because the issue that happens is that the ads appear to have a targeted nuke. So they will, like, select a couple of players and just nuke them. And they do a lot of damage. So the more of them you have up, the more you're just going to eventually just get obliterated by the vent shots. Because they just shoot you. They vent shot you. They vent all over you guys. It's pretty crazy stuff. But yeah, there you go. Incredible. Huge. They should have the same, any reflectors? Wait, you think they should just reflect the boss? I mean, yeah, maybe they should just, like, reflect the boss back. At the vent shot before Aura, I can open. Oh, yeah, maybe you can, like, reflect them or something. Now, I mean, do they actually... They have a firebrand in the comp, so they do have some reflect uptime. It'll be quite difficult to package it in, though, I think. Like, outside of that, though, really. Probably misinformation. Daily reminder, nobody at ArenaNet has embodiment of sin. What do you guys think about that? Is that an expose? I feel like that's an expose. Trash noobs. 9 out of 10 for NA. See how these pulls are going for LN. I just want to see what if they've actually kind of found their consistency arc here. Mala blasting. Force and CD actually in the group, guys. One of the legendary emotes on Twitch. One of the most powerful emotes on Twitch, in fact. Widely known. Force and CD. Of course, the CD standing for compact disc. Featuring a Force and emote with sunglasses. mimicking Dr. Disrespect, disgraced Twitch streamer. Okay. A boba. Do not scare YouTube chat, guys. YouTube chat are our friends. Do not scare them with these weird-ass emotes like a boba. Please stop. Also, yo, Delta, why are you not a mod of r/Guild Wars 3, dude? Like, how long has it been? Are you doing this operation or not? Like, what steps have you taken to getting to work on this? What are you doing, dude? Like, we should be doing, like, Feels Weird Man at Delta GW2. He had clear orders to basically get in there and do Operation Mycelium Kingdom, and he hasn't done it. Feels Weird Man. He has 500k Reddit karma? What the fuck? That's a lot of Reddit karma. That's crazy. Maybe we have to make our own subreddit. We could make our own Guild Wars 3 subreddit, actually. But wait, what ones are not taken? Okay, so LN honestly kind of cranking here. They've got to get that Titan spawn. Titan spawn goes down. They're a minute ahead of the timer relative to boss HP. Boss HP at 50%. Okay, Shockwave's looking good. Big Toxics up, though. These have to be dealt with. 3 Toxics up now. How are they going to respond? There's the Titan spawn. Mela going to go for the Toxic. Gets it, but someone's got to pick that shard. Oh, that's very inconvenient, actually. They should have the stability to get through that, though. More mechs? Look, they should buff mech. Mech should be improved. Looking out for that bubble there. Shard is on the ground to our left. We've got to pick that up. We got to pick that up. It has been picked. Ooh, the bubbles got knocked there, so they have to actually make... Oh, yeah, that was really annoying. Yeah, when you get knocked while bubbled, you have to be extra careful when you're breaking people out because you have to actually be under them, not where the indicator is. The indicator won't move. Only the player actually will, so you have to kind of like look above you and break them out like that. It's the only way if you get picked. Another pull from SC about to lock in. NA actually doing a couple of like warm-up pulls while they wait for their 10th to actually log in. Pretty good. Okay. %, now. 4 minutes on timer. And that is appearing to be, that is like what good DPS looks like. If you're about a minute ahead, so if you think about like, you know, every 10% of boss HP is 1 minute. It seems to be if you're ahead of that timer by about, you know, 1 minute, that's a good time. And that's kind of where SC is at right now. Is the one-shot on a player of blue orb that travels on the ground? It almost looks like a spray of water, like to zap someone. But maybe, I don't know. It's something blue for sure. Yeah, a bit of a crank going on here. Toxic Geyser being eliminated. Everything is reflectable. I mean, yeah, that might be something that the teams need to try then. Of course, it is a slightly different enemy, I think, but it might still work. Bit of a crank situation. It absolutely is. This is indeed a crank situation. It's the same. Well, there you go then. Big CC. Might pick up another Toxic at the same time. There we go. It's done. 3 minutes on the clock. Looking pretty good. Get the CC there as well. Boss is going to get burnt down pretty hard. 15% still left over, though. This should still be a relatively good time, I think. We could be going into phase at around 140 again, as we've seen previously. The management here is really good on these guys. They've got to keep this up, though. Yeah, Yui can't pick that up because he's got 2 stacks already. That is really not going to work whatsoever. Might want to go for a double on the other Toxic. Going to go for this one instead. That does make sense. It's a little bit closer. They do want to deal with that one behind that Titan spawn, though. They're going to have to find the time to deal with it. 2 minutes. Yeah, they do get that Toxic, which is nice. Into the mower. Huge. And now the break bar on the boss. This is very clean, actually. Toxic on boss. That's easily handled, though. Not too much of an issue. A couple of Toxics at far range. That is going to have to be addressed. Let's see if SE can keep it really clean going into the next phase. Yeah, we're going for it. Boom, there it is. Then we can do a double pop here. That's exactly what Yui's planning on doing, I think. Yeah, goes for it. Wants to pick up the shard now, I think. They get it. There's the 41%, about 140 on the phase timing. Kind of sucks the boss goes invuln there, doesn't it? Vent shot is now up. There's already a Titan spawn up there. A bit of an awkward timing, honestly. A bit of an awkward timing here. Okay. Trying to get the CC on the boss because the boss is incredibly juiced right now. Now, the Sanctuaries are going to be big because they're going to CC the boss, but also block projectiles, even healing a little bit. So very high value on dropping those down at the same time. Cleaving out that Fumaroller. Yeah, this Toxic is a bit of an issue. Going for it now. Drops the shard. Oh, it's going to go for a double. Oh, this is going to be intense. Doesn't have Distort right now either. Gets back in. Is going to need a res. Maybe the Druid is ready to stars that. Oh, gets unfortunately finished off there right before that revive could come through, quite unfortunately. And yeah, this is going to be a wipe here. Illegal arc? Well, we actually have an illegal arc DPS, guys. Okay, it looks like they kind of juice up on the other Titans, I guess. So they charge up the other Titans. Maybe you're charged from the other Titans. Same as the Geysers. Okay, NA is about to get back into the mix. They're just doing a little bit of testing, kind of feeling things out. Let's have a look at LN. LN! LN, Legendary Guild, of course. Winner of ERP 3. Many of you guys are aware of that. Winners of ERP 3. Eternal ERP champions. I think URA gets Fury from the little stars on the ground, though. What does the ERP stand for? Wait, how do you not know, Roy? You were there for the tournament, bro. Elitist raiding party, of course. What else? What else would it be? Urban Dictionary, ERP. I mean, look. And look, both definitions work for Guild Wars 2, right? It is an erotic roleplay situation. Or did Mela getting set fire to by the Fumaroller? Actually cooked alive by the steam coming out from the Fumaroller. Guild Wars 2 is kind of bad for ERP. Wait, are you an expert, Payne? Duo this fight today on our lunch break? I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. The only thing in PvE that can kill Roy is the Guardian NPC. Homing orbs? Ah, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah, it's this stuff. Yeah, this is the thing that is like nuking people. But if that's reflectable, that's pretty interesting, actually. You're just going to have like near perma reflect up. Only having 50 minutes to eat my lunch instead of normal 60 minutes. I want to get a quick Aura LC Yankee. I mean, look, I know how you... I know what you're saying there for sure. DPS is looking good for LN now. It really is. Yeah. Peon said he might snipe Worlds first. He has 25 minutes of free time. And look, we can only be hoped to be blessed by Peon here in Guild Wars 2 yet again. Shard on the ground for Ellen. They've got to pick that up. Pickies. They call Melon Mr. Pick. In fact, not a lot of people know this, guys, but you'll see Mella's guild tag here is PT. That actually stands for Pick Tactics. That is the name of the guild. Be aware of that. Let's see, where's Mella going to go with that? Yeah, it's going to go for the stack here and then shift out, I think. Yep, there we go. Gets out, gets in again. Shockwave coming. Got to watch out for the donut. They've got to pick up that shard, though. Like, you do not want to leave the shard on the ground. It will tick. It is very much like a condition. Penile Torsion PT. That's also a good guild name, actually. 21% for LN. We could be seeing a 0% here. Ooh, that sucks. It's fine. They should be able to address... Oh, no. One of those is a Sulfurant. They actually can't move it. Oh, no. Oh, that's so disastrous. At least they get a good Titan spawn there, but Force and CD is about, unfortunately, to be taken out. Like, they are too transparent, unfortunately, in their HP pool. They do get revived up, but there's a lot of destabilization. They need a shard on these bubbles yesterday. It's probably going to generate a downstate. Yep, they're both going to downstate because the longer you're in the bubble, the more damage you take. Can they get those res? No, they can't. The Fumarollers with the lines on the ground finish the job, and LN is destabilizing. NA, still 9 out of 10. About to rejuice, about to regame. Are they going to make it? C&D is gone. They've gone to bed. CRS still playing, though. Rolling up their dead boys for fun. Like, I mean, they are beasts. They're Fumarollers, man. Fumarollers can't be stopped. They do what they want. They really just do whatever they want, guys. They can't be stopped. Well, there you have it. Wait, I wonder if it will even let me log in, because it's been such a long time after the new build. I'm going to patch the game. Mela is LN leader. That is correct, yes. Mela challenged Nightmare to a gooning contest for the leadership of the guild, and Nightmare foolishly accepted. Ah, the Lufty list. Do you guys want to bring the Lufty list back? Is that what you guys want? The song is a banger. Yeah, I really like Ura's theme. I think it's a little bit too short, though. It could really use with a full crescendo. It kind of... It's a little bit like Ceres' theme in this regard. I feel like a lot of the tracks for Janthe ones are a little bit too short. They don't have that full kind of like rising momentum that ends in a crescendo, really. It just kind of goes... Yeah, we're in. I don't have fast load, by the way, guys. All the teams patched, they are, but they weren't. It was just bug fixes for some of the CMs, really. It wasn't for anything else. Do you have any potions, Green Death? Potion seller. Potion seller. I need your strongest potions. Not deplete +2. Dude, it's fucking crazy to me. Look, I could make fun of Darren's for depleting a +2, but he's depleted M0. So it's not even... It's even worse. My potions are too strong for you, Traveler? I don't think so. No, wait. Dude, Darren's back me up. Back me up, dude. He literally disbanded multiple times. He disbanded multiple times to M0. He actually was in despair. He was like, I can't even finish M0s. Also, by the way, guys, I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to go eat something. Okay? Call me if anything big happens. kill it yet, guys? Is the boss dead? Are you dead yet? Come on, I want to go to bed. Can these guys get it done? Goodness me. Good to see that NA is back in action, though. DPS looking solid for the the NA server. I was trying to go for the American server, but it turned out N-American. Went a bit anime there. NA got 5%. Okay. That's a juicy one. That's not quite their best, but not too bad. Gen 2 Legends are free. Is it like the new reward tracks and stuff? I guess they're pretty nice. Currently May's Power Reaper. I want to switch to Minion Monster. I don't know anything. Where does Minion Monster sit right now? Is it so best? Not worth playing. I mean, there are honestly some builds that... Okay, are you going to play a build that's like full minions and be effective? Not really. But can you play a Necro build that has a bunch of minions that's really good? Yes. If you play like a Celestial Heal Scourge, you can have Flesh Golem and Bone Minions. And that's actually a really good build that you can play right now. Are you going to run like every single minion? No, because some of them are not that good, to be honest. But there are options. Okay. So SC coming up to another 10%er. And you can see that the damage is getting very consistent now. They've learned how to handle the volatility in the Titan spawns. They have their players surging forwards to deal with those things. You can see whenever one of those pops up, right, the Willbenders just lunge on it immediately, instantly CC it, instantly cleave it down with that shard. Okay. Kuma? Dude, I'm not a Kuma, Magrest, and you know it. You know it as well. Oh, wait. Isn't that the first time we were listening to Kuma.mp4? Yeah, it is. I remember that happening in, yeah, Bureau Marches. Okay. URA about to phase here for SC. Not the best time, not the worst. Coming in at about 135. About 130 when we're actually going to be healing, I think. Mech is in the mix, going to take a Mesmer Portal back. Couple more geysers to get cleaned up here. Now we're going into the phase. Boss is back to 41% HP. Shard can be picked up as well. Needs to be grabbed. It has been grabbed. Donut coming through. Nice stability application there. We'll be denying that. Got to CC that boss to get rid of that stuff. Vent shots are now starting to activate. Now you can see those nasty projectiles coming through there. They're going to have to try and find some way to deal with that if they want to go for this kind of ignore burn strat. Sulfurix, oh man, the Sulfurix having to run out here is so brutal. They might be able to get this revived. They really want to get that if they can. Should be doable. The Sulfuric is just up now. They've got to reset. Now they've got to cleanse. We've got to do big cleanses from SC. Let's see if they can do it. They hold it stable. They're holding it steady. 47 seconds on the clock. 37% on boss HP. This could be a sub 30% here, guys. It absolutely could. And again, like some HP benchmarks or breakpoints could be at 29%. Something could happen there. Something could happen at 25%. We don't know, right? We simply do not know what's going on. I like the direction they're taking the Sulfurics. They're staying away from the vent shots. They're holding firm. They've thought about this. They're handling this well. They really are. There's the Toxic Geyser. Needs a shard, though, to get rid of it. Sulfuric starting to stack up. The vent shots seem to be not too much of a problem. They are getting blocked. Some good projectile blocks are coming through. The spamming of the Sanctuaries is pretty big there. They've only got 10 seconds on the clock, though, to actually get this done. They're getting a CC. CC's about to come through, but they're about to hit that 100. There's the 29. Nothing happening at 29%. There's the 28% as well. They get the expose, and that is the hard enrage. 28%. So, again, something could happen at 25. It absolutely could. The 28%er. And let's see how NA is going to do. Yeah, NA is a fair bit behind just on the DPS output, to be honest. boss dies at 24.7. I mean, that would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? But that is fairly unlikely. NA's starting to destabilize a little bit. They've got to get these reses. There's a lot. Oh, man, this geyser, though. It needs to be CC'd. It has been sharded, but they need to actually get the CC on it if they want to make it back. They haven't been able to quite do it, unfortunately. And yeah, they're just going to go ahead and call a reset. They are calling a reset there. There you have it. People aren't using Untamed. Doesn't really fit the fight. The classes they're picking here are very specialized for this. Very, very specialized. So yeah. Huge. What are the new mechanics? The really big thing is just an absolutely brutal output check at the end of the day. It's a really, really intense output check. Mostly DPS. Right, like that is the guilds are doing the fight mechanically. Like they've seen every mechanic. They've honestly got a good strat. I like what SC's doing here. I'm not going to be surprised if like other guilds follow suit and basically kind of take the same approach that SC has here because it does appear to be superior. But what they don't have is the damage. They need more damage. The boss is just still alive when that timer ticks down. Rise going off for the night there as well. Looks like a quick BRB for LN going down as well. VL continuing to pump. That's MCA asleep too. CRS is continuing to blast as well. Does Thorns kick in earlier for Connie Wilburn? It's about burning. Half of Fractal is not nearly as good as something like Scourge. Well, I mean, the ramp time is the same on everything, right? But I mean, yeah, like it's very good. On 3 healers, yeah, it is a 3 heal setup. Basically, all of the teams are going for a triple healer approach. That is the play. Ram is the same as Saxony for Conor Wilburn to overtake Fractal, fewer than Scourge. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, when does it become better? I don't know, honestly. I have no idea. I imagine it's probably pretty similar. Like, it's like 5 stacks is what you want. It's better. Oh, so yeah, it is a little bit better. Yeah, it's a bit better for Wilburn. Only 1 Condi. So you ramp. SC going to go for a few more. I would expect people to start to go for a good night here. Because it is getting pretty damn late. And again, they can be expecting to be playing this through, to the weekend at the, I would expect. So they need to keep the energy up, right? They need to keep their energy levels up 100%. They have to be aware of that. Illegal arc, forbidden arc DPS. Grimjack gets out, drops the geyser, goes back in. Champion of champions, of course. Some would say, guys, like some people would say this, that Grim is the only good player in the game. Many people would say that. A lot of people have said that. They absolutely have. Not only the best player in the game, the only good player. However, that can't be said for the rest of the team, as NA is currently suffering heavy losses. Ryan in the downstate, being revived. Another member also in the downstate gets rezzed up, though. A lot of damage coming out from those ads, though. A lot of DPS. It's a kind of an annoying donut as well. They're going to have to negotiate their way around that. The title was good. Yeah, I guess like the purple title is kind of nice for that, isn't it? The only non-casual. Correct. And there we have it. Titan spawn going down. Is LN pulling? We actually do have an LN pull as well. Let's take a look at this one, actually. LN is juicing up. 69% on boss HP. Damage appears to be solid. Oh, but they actually had a bubble mishap there, unfortunately. They're going to have to be, well, I'm not going to lie. I kind of cursed them there. That was, you really hate to see that. You know, you really, really do hate to see that. Ryan is scaling. Dude, he might be scaling, but he's limited by how long his internet can survive. Check Discord. Okay, yeah. Ah! I see. Where did you get this? Interesting. And here we go again. NA's going to go for a quick reset there as well. LN, of course, doing the same. VL going to continue to pump. CRS. Maybe getting a relog coming through here. Playing with the Scourge. I mean, honestly, I like that. I respect the Scourge. I really do. I think it's... Wait, it's looking like maybe a DPS Scourge, actually. Unless it's a heal Scourge and they've got a DPS Chrono in there, but that would appear... That would be kind of strange, I think, to go that direction. Exclamation mark CRD. Oh, man, it feels really good, actually. We haven't done something for charity for ages, for a while, actually. It actually feels really good that we have this PvP tournament coming up and it's going to have a charity element to it. That, I like that. You know, I really do like doing charity streams, actually. It's like the only kind of sponsor stuff that I will tolerate. It is actually really nice. Feels good, man. Yeah. Exclamation mark SC. Dude, maybe I need... Wait. Should I have, like, exclamation mark things for WoW guilds too? We could have exclamation mark Echo. Are you in Echo? Exclamation mark Liquid. Are you in Liquid? Exclamation mark Slack. Are you in Slack? Exclamation mark Unhinged. Are you in Unhinged? SC playing with 3 healers. Are they running with 2 heal? How much can they shovel that 28%? I think with a 2 heal, it's killable, yeah. But the thing is, the question you've got to ask is it actually a DPS increase to even play with 2 healers? That's like the really big question. Then that's not immediately obvious. And that may not even be the case, given the current strategies that are being used. So it may require like a major strategic rework, or they're just going to have to try and keep pushing more and more damage. So we'll have to see, though. They keep going at it. They're going to go for it. I think SC probably if I had to guess, guys, I think SC is probably thinking on the same lines that I am here, and they want to see 25. Right, that's what they want to see. They want to see if something happens at 25%, which there's some potential for. Not out of the question. So that's probably their goal. I wouldn't be surprised if they got a 25% pull, if they went ahead and kind of went for a bit of a bedtime after that. It will be a big day. We do actually have an illegal arc DPS, guys. We have an illegal arc DPS. And as you can see, DPS actually pretty damn close amongst the players here. Obviously, it will depend if you get mechanics or not. Like, some players will be forced to move out more, some less, and so on. But yeah, we actually do have the Will Burners, and you can see how much damage the Firebrand is capable. There's a reason why they went for this, guys. For the Quickness Firebrand. It does a lot of DPS. While still providing a lot of really good support. As you can see there. It's kind of covered by the Twitch chat, but yeah, you guys get the idea. The mech's definitely having a little bit of an edge in terms of overall throughput, but what you will probably see here is that the cleave on these Willburners is going to be really tasty. When these Titan spawns start coming into play, that's when those Willburners really start to activate. When you see the CC, you'll see some really good CC, I think, coming from the Willburners on the geysers and so on, especially when they're dropping those sanctuaries on like the actual main boss itself. So that's where you're going to see like the value of those Guardians, and also just the sustain as well. They're cleansing a lot of conditions with their cleansing bolts and light fields and so on. That's the deal. Oh, YouTube's complaining that I'm not actually watching the video playlist that I'm watching. And you know what? They're correct. They are not wrong. Could in fact say they're correct. Okay, NA resets, bit of a relog situation going on there. How's LN going? LN is now about to activate once again. 5 shared inventory slots will be worth it right now. I mean, it's one of the better bits of quality of life, so I mean, definitely, I would recommend them. They are pretty good. Or LCM Gaming. I do actually really like this stream title here from Amazing Adam. I like that. That's pretty big. ArenaNet is milking. Dude, ArenaNet has dialed up the milking since Soto, actually. Oh, yeah. Like, they are milking hard right now. Look, all those dev costs for their next upcoming projects, guys, they are expensive. I'm sorry, but you are going to have to be milked. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, they did kind of fumble the milking on the homestead. That is true, actually. They did fumble the milking there. I'm not sure what their plan was. They were like, oh, buy a door skin, bro. It's like, what? Are you kidding me? Who's buying a door skin for their homestead? Nobody's buying that. It's actually crazy. I don't know what their goal was. What was the end game? They really dropped the ball on that one, to be honest. They actually did, though, guys. I'm serious. Like, everyone loves the homesteads. People like this stuff. They're big, you know, home instance enjoyers. People do enjoy this. Like, there's a reason we're adding it to WoW, too, right? People love this stuff. And then there's, like, barely any, like, decorations and shit, right? For the gem store. Like, what the hell's going on? I don't even know. I really, like, my big hope is that they do actually get... I don't know how this would work business model-wise, but I do really want to see additional homesteads added down the line, like different instances, you guys know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, a Kainang one would be really cool. I hope they add one with a new expansion too, right? Like, if they don't, I think that's cooked. I don't know how they would integrate that into the business, though, because the issue is, like, maybe they make homesteads more of, like, a global feature, and you have to buy the expansion to get each individual one, right? So if you buy Jamthiel Wilds, you get the Jamthiel Wilds one. If you buy, you know, next expansion, you get that, you know what I mean, right? Then they could go back, they could add one to EOD, so you got to go buy EOD to get the EOD one, right? You could slap it on the gem store. There's a couple of approaches they could take, but the real key is how do they handle actually unlocking the homestead, right? Because it is a Jamthiel Wilds feature, so it would be, I don't know, I feel like that is like a really unfortunate restriction. I really wish that, you know, I think it would be really cool if it was more of like everyone can use this and you simply unlock different ones based on the expansion. No purpose to me. Yeah, that's why I prefer the guild hall, because the guild hall you can like make stuff that actually does stuff. You know, you have that functionality. You can make roller beetle tracks and stuff. I think that's really cool. And that you can, you know, you can do the arena. You can make your own PvP arena. I prefer the guild hall, but look, I mean, I really understand and like really respect that people like it, right? I'm not gonna poo-poo, you know, people having fun with the homestead. If people love that stuff, and you know, then honestly, that's awesome. You know, I love to see that, right? I want to see them have more fun with it. I want to see ArenaNet continue to develop it so players enjoy that feature, because I know people like it, right? Again, I think you know, MMO players like homesteads, like, you know, player housing, right? So you know, I want it to do well, so people, you know, people have more fun with it, right? Even though it's not super interesting to me personally, it doesn't mean that I can't look at it and go like, oh man, it would be really cool if they did this, so that players can really have fun and make cool stuff, you know, and you know, kind of express themselves and do something creative. Okay, yeah, we get a double set. That's very nice, actually. Now, bear in mind that the geysers are deterministic. The bubbles are semi-deterministic. So basically the bubbles start at 40%, yeah? So if you're getting a consistent phase timing, the bubbles will line up the same way every time with geysers. So it will actually be a little bit dependent on your DPS, and you know, SC's DPS turns out that particular one there where that toxic spawns, you get that really nice lineup there. So yeah, like they're basically, you know, they have to kind of recognize, okay, when are we going to have a bubble lineup so we can double dip, so we can actually kind of like catch up or get ahead of ourselves when it comes to toxics, right? That's like a really key thing that these teams are going to be identifying here. Because again, if you've got about the same DPS, it's going to be pretty consistent actually, like where things are going to spawn, because the toxics always spawn in the same location. The Titan spawns are random, but in like a set of random locations. They can basically spawn in a number of places around those. Oh, we need a bubble there on those two players. We do get it. There we go. Fumarole is up. They want to do this very quickly before they phase, because otherwise they were going to be dealing with 2 Titan spawns at the same time, which is going to be really painful. So they have eliminated it. They are going to have that Fumarola up. Now we're going into 41% phase. Here we go. Toxic now being dropped. Vent shots are going to be coming in very shortly. Good CC on some of these guys. They need a shard on that, though. They do get it. Think Yui can maybe pick up the shard. He could probably get away with it. He's got his Distort available. It's going to be a pick there from Luna instead, though. Or actually, no, it's not. Looks like both of them have the debuff. Someone's going to have to commit to it, though. They do get it. There's the vent shot. They get the thing. The healers have got it. Yeah, both healers were off tag for a bit there, leaving just Nika pumping the heals for a time being. Oh, that is a lot of damage coming in there. Do they have some revive potential here? Big barrier is available. Healing and cleanses are coming through, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough there. Can they get this res? No. 2 players. That was kind of an inconvenience there. Both the healers were out. There was some confusion over picking up the shard, I believe. Both those Chronos off group for simply too long. The vent shots and the Fumarola overwhelmed the Druid on their own. And well, I mean, that's going to be the end of that. Yeah, I do hope they go back on this as well. Like, this is where I really feel like ArenaNet needs a PTR. Okay? It was such a mistake. Such a mistake to say, okay, you can only have 5 people in the instance. That was such a mistake. They should have done a public beta. They should have done some kind of test. Because I'm not gonna lie, that issue would have been pointed out and ArenaNet would have had the chance to address that. I do think it is such a shame you can't go in there with all your friends and then it uses the story instancing technology as opposed to the squad instancing technology more similar to a guild hall. That is a real shame. But yeah. Unlucky. Stacking fire buff on Aura. So that's something called rising pressure. Basically, over time, the boss gains stacks of rising pressure that make her do more damage and take less damage. The only way to remove them is by CCing. However, there's a bit of a caveat here. Every time you CC the boss, like some fractal bosses, the boss gains a stack of that blue buff that you can see. Every time you CC Ura, it gets harder and harder to CC her again, basically. So, you know, you're basically in this battle of you need to be blasting CC incredibly hard on the boss. But also, you don't want to be breaking it too often early because you'll make it basically impossible for yourself later on. So you can see they aren't insta-breaking. That's because they don't want to like waste a Defiance bar on a very low amount of stacks. You had to get 50 people into one guild instance for the Beetle race one. Yeah, I think, to be fair though, they've actually made that a lot better. That was actually a very long-standing instancing bug with the guild halls. If I'm not mistaken, they actually did try to address that, and it has actually been improved, to be fair. But yeah, that was just a bug. Hey, glad you're enjoying the race, You're welcome. Every 20 minutes. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You're not wrong. There are issues with the guild hall. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. But wouldn't it be nice if you could go in there with a squad instead of 5 people? Yeah, it's, I mean, look. I mean, I did, man, this is a really weird thing. I got roped into casting a GVG tournament with, what was the guy's name? Oh my god. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Like, who was it? They also played PvP. No, it wasn't Sunny. It was, someone else. EU player. Not Garfried. No. Oh, no! Wasn't Kiba. Didn't remember this guy. No, dude! It's the thing where the name is, like, on my brain, but I can't say it. What time was it? It was ages ago. It was like, it was it was like weapon or something. Fuck. It was like a name that was like similar to a weapon or something of some kind. Thinking of Roy? No, not Roy. I mean, Roy is definitely a weapon, a powerful weapon. But not the same. Anyway, I got roped into doing this tour, and it was kind of fun, actually. And we were in this... It was so painful. It took us, like, hours to get people into the mix. It was brutal, dude. Holy shit. It was absolutely brutal stuff. And it went so late because of the instancing issues. My brain was like melting. We ended up casting at like 4 a.m. or something. It was crazy. Yeah, it was in the guild hall, yeah. But it was like before it actually got fixed, or at least a little bit fixed. So it was insanely painful. Oh yeah, very old. Yeah, it's really old. Oh, Roy, do you know? No, not Sabal. It wasn't Sabal, but, I mean, dude, that guy's based. He played with us in Classic WoW. The core draft tournament? No, I wasn't... Oh, yeah, no, it was that. It was that. It was the one that you basically... It's the one where you played my build, Roy, the Shattered Aegis Guardian, and ended up winning. Based. Holy shit. Yeah, but it wasn't with Sab... I didn't cast Sabal. I didn't cast with Sabal. It was with someone else. But, yeah, it was that tournament, yeah. Sabal was casting. Maybe it was with him as well then, actually, but it was also with someone else. Rising Pressure. It's a buff that appears on the boss over time. It makes the boss do more damage and take less. Freak Show, yes. It's Freak Show, yes. That's who it was. I don't know why I was thinking about weapons, but yeah, it was Freak Show, yeah. Yeah, it just appears over time, and you got to CC the boss to get rid of it. All right, here we go. 40% coming up. Is LN doing anything? 60%. Okay. Let's continue to pump. Pumpa! Geyser. Ooh, someone gets stomped. They got to grab Luna. He's back. He's caught. They've got to crank this boss, man. This boss needs to be Omega cranked. $33%. Huge. Boom. Easy teleportation. Oh. Also, by the way, guys, look. I'm going to say this. I have actually come up with a really good format for a PvE tournament that involves strike missions. Oh, they got a 0%er? Oh, huge. Maybe let's actually just go take a look at the VOD then if they got a 0%er. Let's take a look. But yeah, I actually have had a really good idea. I'm not going to leak it just yet, but I actually have cooked. And I believe it will be really exciting. I'll probably talk about it at a later date, but look, Garfried's in the chat. Guys, this year we are doing a fucking Beetle racing tournament, okay? Like, I have wanted to do one for so long, and we're doing it. We're fucking doing it. Like, I've wanted to do, like, a complete no compromises, no holds barred, all-in Beetle tournament for ages, and it never really worked out. We've kind of started, like, doing some stuff, but it didn't really work out a couple of times, but, like, I really want to do it. Okay, so this is the 0%er. Yeah, and Grim going for the Willbender here too. I do like Willbender. I think that SC's approach here is smart, and of course a lot of the other guilds are using it. I shouldn't just say just SC, but it's a quadruple chrono is interesting. So they are going big on the CC. They're really wanting to utilize this for managing these geysers. I think having that massive range CC potential. I feel like there's going to be some loss of kind of raw CC on the boss that the Druid kind of brings to bear. But this is definitely an interesting approach. That's for sure. And then we have this Willbender just for the all-out cleave. coming to 3% up. Actually, yeah, we're running into enrage problems here. And I think part of that is look how many stacks the boss has, guys, right? We're at 8 stacks here. So they may not have, like, the raw CC. They actually need to actually remove that because they're just losing so much damage output in that situation. Switch mains? No, of course not. Even, yeah, mid-story, you're fine. Totally fine. You're good. It's pretty easy to get on the maps and all that kind of stuff. Accustomed to the racetrack or surprised on the day? I'd actually kind of consult with the racers on that. I think a lot of them do like to prepare for the races. So I think it would probably go... it would probably be, like, ahead of time. Because I feel like to properly do the tracks, you're going to need to have some preparation. Otherwise, you aren't going to be able to learn them, right? Properly. Okay, then. Oh, yeah. So it looks like SC goes for, like, a really big geyser clear-out right before they phase, which, by the way, does make sense. It's a good strat to go for this. They're just going to go all in. The Chronos have got their distorts up. Oh, Yui is super low, though. He's got to be careful. He's trying to blast the ceiling as much as he possibly can, but oh, no. Yeah, these fumarollers being here really was not it, man. Like, that was super annoying for them. Blind would be cool to watch. I would honestly really want to consult with the people who do Beetle racing on this, but I think there's maybe some potential where you could have like a mystery track or something like that. That could be really cool, and you give them a relatively short amount of time to kind of scope it out and finish it out, and then maybe people have like a couple of different approaches, right? You know what I mean? When people have a couple of different approaches to the track there, because of course, if people have time to practice, there'll probably be like a meta, right? People will kind of figure it out a little bit and have some approaches to it. But if it's kind of like a bit of a surprise and they haven't got that much time, maybe they've only got an hour to kind of scope the track out, that could be pretty exciting, I think. But again, when you're doing a tournament, guys, you have to make it fun for the players as well. And if the players go, yeah, that's not really going to be that much fun, unless you're really confident that actually they're wrong and it is going to be fun, it's not something you want to do, right? You know the else? It was the Spectator Warlord talking about some open PvE shot like Beetle Racing. Yo, dude, don't disrespect Beetle Racing. And look, I literally just mentioned that I have an insane cup for a raid tournament that involves strikes as well. So listen. Quit your yapping. Look, all I'm going to say is that as usual, you guys need to trust me. I will deliver you content. That is all. If you guys want content, you will get it from me. That's how it is. Huge. Incredible. Epic. Traveling year of Gilsu content is 25. March is over. Into quarter 4. It will probably be after the expansion, right? When there's a bit more hype. I think it'll be really fun to do tournaments straight afterwards. And honestly, we've got some problems with mota as well. Like right now, guys, I have one team for Master of the Arena. Just straight up. One. So, you know, that's not going to be particularly competitive, right? Easy win? Yeah, maybe. Easy win. Looks like LN's still going here. Looks like a lot of the... Yeah, we're done here. So VL is done. MCA is done. CRS is still going by the looks of this. Pumping away like crazy. NA just going for a reset here. Kind of want to see how the NACC is going to be looking. Definitely want to take a look at that. He's a different mug tomorrow. I mean, wait, you want like the pigeon mug? Because what? Look at this one. Do you guys like the bird mugs? I actually really like these. You know what I'm saying? I am a big fan. I like the birds. The birds are nice. I've got one with pigeons on it as well, and one with like little blackbirds on. So I have a variety of bird mugs. Yeah, these are good. And yes, this is indeed a blue tit. That is exactly what this bird is. Magnificent creature. Huge. Are you going to allow 1v5s? I mean, maybe I will, yeah. $10K prize pool to get NA sucked into Mota. I mean, yeah, that's what we need. We just need like a fat 10K prize pool. Maybe that will do it. But then again, maybe it won't. Okay, so let's actually see what the NA approach is here. So if we just take a look at this comp, guys, we have the Whirlbender, then the Condimex coming through here with a DPS chrono over the Firebrand. Basically, well, a quickness DPS chrono or, you know, boon chrono in the mix. Now, bear in mind, this is actually a fair bit lower DPS than the Firebrand that SC is playing. Like, the Firebrand is getting close to 30k DPS. So that is a relevant thing there. Like, and that is a big part of the value of that Firebrand is how much output it's able to actually generate. And we have 3 heal chronos. It's going to be triple heal chrono for mass range CC. So they are very focused on dealing with these geysers at range. And that's why they've gone for that 4th chrono as well. That's the Moa, that's the CC well, right? All packaged into that build, and you can see that reflected in the Defiance damage, right? Like, those chronos are going absolutely crazy with the amount of CC they're able to deliver. Similarly, of course, Grimjack also providing a decent chunk there with the Willbender. He's got Sanctuary, he's got the Fist of Justice, okay, on the elite skill. He did just, you know, he got owned there a little bit, just like dashed into the stomp there from the boss. You hate to see that, but yeah, there you go. Yeah. Huge. Okay, SC, starting to nuke, starting to pump. And yeah, you can see the strength of that Firebrand, guys, right? Look at that Firebrand. 31k DPS. And they basically have that Firebrand on the boss the entire time, just like full sending in that melee group. Really, really pumping. Very high DPS build. You know, Firebrand is one of those builds that I feel like people really sleep on. Because Herald was so strong, but Herald has been nerfed now, right? Like, and still Herald is probably the safer option, definitely a much easier build to play than Firebrand, that's for sure. But Firebrand's damage is kind of crazy, actually, and the utility it has is almost unlimited. Because bear in mind, guys, the weighty terms trait is one of the most broken traits in the game. Every time you finish a mantra, which on Quickness Firebrand is like every 2 seconds, you get 2 pages. Seriously, 2 pages. So you almost have unlimited resource to spam cleanses, to spam reflect, stability, resistance, whatever you might need on the group at all times. Now, it's not really CCing a lot, but it still is going to have a little bit, of course, that can be used. But yeah, there you go. How many pages? Well, I mean, 2. 2 per weighty tomes. But yeah, it's very good. It's very powerful, actually, guys. Underrated build. You can see how much damage it's doing. And of course, it also is going to cleave really well as well. And that's another big reason. Because you see its single target DPS is 25k. If you look at the DPS meter on Yui's stream, he's sorting by cleave right now. So that's why the order is looking a little bit weird. But basically, it's cleaving 32k DPS AoE. Its single target is 25k, which is still very, very respectable, right? In terms of how much damage it's doing. But you can see, like, Firebrand's AoE is just fantastic. It really, really is, guys. Because you're playing that Virtue Strike, and you've got Permeating Wrath. All of your abilities are doing big AoE in Tome 1 as well. So you just send, right? It's just one of those classes that has that fantastic cleave. The more targets there are, the better, right? That's what you want to see with that. Of course, there aren't going to be that many targets for Permeating Wrath to be at its full potential, but you can certainly see how much damage these Willbenders are doing while still maintaining a very solid single target as well. Now they've got to CC the boss. They're up to 5 stacks. They really want to get that CC now. And you can see, because of the toxic geysers here, they're really getting pushed to the limit on their CC capabilities, because they have to get all the geysers CC, then they've got to still CC the boss, and eventually just kind of run out there. And of course, that continuum shift really powerful here. Like every other Moa, basically, you're going to be able to get get it in a CS, and you can double up on that, which is definitely a really essential part of the strategy that's being used here by these Chronomancers. 3 exposed stacks. I mean, that's all right on a chrono. That's not the end of the world. Like, I mean, if you're a minstrel gear, you're okay. I'm not gonna lie that, like, even a couple of exposed stacks on DPS, it's not unplayable. It is okay. It's not great. You're not happy about it, but you can live if you play correctly. And that's exactly what these teams are obviously going to be doing. But yeah, on the Chrono, it's not the end of the world. Like, the only thing that gets really scary is when you've got to pick up a shard in Toxic Geysers and you've got exposed. And, like, that's when the pressure's really coming on. That's where you want to have that distortion available on the Chronomancer to make that work, right? Fuma! Yeah, these Fumarollers are getting cleaved. Those Whirlbenders bringing their insane DPS to bear. Permeating Wrath, obliterating those things. SE looking stable, though. It's going to be, again, around a 140, I'd say. 135, maybe. What's the Firebrand's damage? It's 23.5k single target, 31k cleave. So, very respectable, right? Here's the phase. Again, it's going to be about a 140er. Looks like Yui wants to go for this Toxic Geyser. They go for this cleanup right before the end, of course. He should be able to get that done. He's in CS. Big colonies on him. 35 poison stacks. Ooh, yeah, he is going to die. Couldn't quite get himself cleansed off in time there. That Toxic Geyser, it is not dead yet, by the way. They've got to get rid of it before they actually get this phase timing. CC needs to be happening as well. 7 stacks up there, 1:20. I don't think we're going to be capable of seeing a best pull here, unfortunately, as, yeah, like, we are very much out of time. 1 minute to go on the clock. There's the vent shot. They shove it away. Oh, really messy bubble. Oh, no, not good timing on those bubbles. And that is probably going to be the end of this pull, I think, realistically. You can see the players getting spread out, and yeah, that is really going to be that, unfortunately. Let's see what NA is cooking. It is cool to see some divergence in these strategies here. Let's maybe take a look at a pull from NA. Wow, those Chronos really obliterating that Defiance bar. 198k CC from the top. Wow. But yeah, I have some really good ideas for tournaments, to be honest. We're going to have some fun, guys. I'm so tempted to leak my idea for the tournament, guys. I'm so tempted to leak it. But I won't. Patch version. Yeah, there is a forbidden DLL you can get for Arc. However, there's a bit of a trade-off. There's actually a really, really tough thing. If you do install this version of Arc, guys, very bad news. It installs a Bitcoin miner whenever you're running Guild Wars 2, and more importantly, it steals your identity, okay? And you're going to log on one day, and there's going to be like an AI version of you being you, and people are going to be thinking it's you, and you're going to basically be replaced by a fucking chat GPT, right? That's what's going to happen. All right, see you later, Mikram. Good night, dude. Incredible. I'm messaging it to you, and I'm leaking it. Ah, yes. There you go. Huge. Huge. This becomes a race 32 healer setup. My question, is it possible? I mean, the question is, do you get a DPS increase from only running 2 healers? And to be honest, it's probably not that big. That's the thing. Yeah. So that's why the teams aren't really going for it. When you're going to start pulling, probably not for a long time, to be honest. Like, the way I'm killing this is probably just killing this with the NA group. Because I filled for them during practice. I'm technically a substitute for them anyway on this team. So I might just kill it with them after they've cleared it, basically. But with my own group, I mean, I don't really have a group right now. Like, you know, all of my guys, they've gone. I'm the last one. I'm the sole survivor, okay? You know, like, I'm that guy looking at people last logged in, and it says, like, 4 years ago. That's sad. I mean, it is a little bit sad. 9 more people is far too many people. Well, it's fine, guys. We might try and concoct, you know, a new squad for the next expansion, right? Huge. Is this harder than Ceres LCM? Well, I mean, the DPS check is, yeah, that's for sure. I think mechanically it's not too bad. And, you know, I think you can really see that like SC has been able to get some very good consistency mechanically on this fight at this stage. They're not really struggling with it. They have the odd mishap here and there, but, you know, that's just the way it is, right? Like, especially when there's a decent chunk of variance on this, too. There's a fair bit of variance with, like, you know, who gets what mechanics when can make certain things, like, very unfavorable. But it really is just the DPS check. P4 should be reached with 255 left on the clock to beat it, just in time when you have the minimum DPS check. Yeah, 255, but here's the thing. 255, but also it's going to be really slow when you get to that phase, because you've got the vent shots, like, pummeling you as well, and you're going to have to do a lot of running. And, like, in general, this boss gets a little bit slower over time, because she ends up having more and more stacks of rising pressure. So it's kind of like the last percentages of these boss are going to be, like, the slowest percentages. 4-digit DPS on the aerodrome bot. Would be a good fit for your new squad. Yes, true. Best players for these things. I mean, I'm pretty sure they just looked at logs and they're like, listen, okay, we're going to pick the best log that exists or the best kill time, and that's how much DPS you've got to do, but also it's LCM. And this is correct. I'm not going to lie. This was correct. It's overtuned right now for sure, but it's way better than the alternative. Imagine if they tuned it quote-unquote appropriately and it just died. Look, think about this, guys. If Ceres CM had 106 million health on launch, it would have died day 1. Seriously. Can you imagine how much worse that would have been if it was tuned appropriately? No, you don't want that, right? Like, ArenaNet was very lucky because Ceres CM was bugged to like 160 million health. Then they nerfed it to 130 million. Which was, like, you know, barely killable at the time. But if it had launched at 106, it would have just died instantly. Yeah. WoW stuff doesn't need a nerf. Well, it's because, I mean, there's a couple of different situations. Like, WoW has loads of mythic bosses. They typically tune the mythic harder bosses while they're looking at people's performances on the earlier bosses that are also, like, mini-wars, like on Styx and Sprocketmonger. And they also have, like, a really big internal testing team, right? For the mythic end bosses in particular. And to be fair, they absolutely do need nerfs sometimes. Like, Razagath, for example, was completely impossible on release. It was, like, no fucking shot. They had to nerf one of the shields by 50%. On that boss. 50%, guys. So it's not like they don't have tuning mishaps as well. I mean, hell, this raid was a tuning mishap. It was under-tuned, actually. But to be fair, that was because they did actually have very negative reception to, like, Nerebar Palace being, like, really crazy. Like, I mean, Max, I believe, has said that Mythic Ansarek is one of the hardest M bosses of all time. And honestly, it is. It is brutal mechanically. In, like, the pre-nerf version of that end boss was insane. It was, like, just barely possible, right? For the best players in the world to clear it, right? WoW has gear score, but it's deterministic, basically. So it's not actually a factor, to be honest. Preacher's take on this tier? I mean, I think he's definitely not wrong about the race being disappointed. I don't want to get into, like, other parts of that video because, to be honest, I don't really want to get involved because there's a little bit of drama there. I think there's a little bit of, you know, there's a little bit of stuff that I don't really want to get into, but, like, principally when it comes to, like, was the race exciting? Honestly, no, it wasn't exciting. Well, I mean, it was. I think it was really good at the start, right? Like, you know, Echo leapfrogging, getting Sprocketmonger down, like, the drama with the fucking Gingy EMP shutting down, like, you know, Liquid having the power outage and so on. That was really cool, right? But, yeah, obviously, a bit of a limp-wristed ending. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're actually... Oh, dude! Yo, check this out. We've got NA, SC, and a COF about to pump into 10% at about the same time. Now, you can really see the difference in the DPS here, though, right? Like, SC is a full minute ahead of COF. And that is a big deal. That is a really, really big deal, as you can see. It really is. I think that the strategy that SC have for the geysers, I think it's just getting them more uptime, to be honest. They're just getting more uptime overall. You can see the mechs are just higher DPS. And mech is not a complex rotation, guys, yeah? So let's not muck about it. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, the SC guys, obviously the SC guys are doing good rotations, it's so is COF. I think this is actually an uptime strat thing that SC have got the edge on with managing these geysers compared to how COF is handling, if I had to guess. And yeah, SC now kind of going into this phase 2. Like, this is probably going to be a new best here for COF. They've got 15 seconds to pump here. Vent shots coming through. There's the 40%. They want to CC the boss. I think, actually, the CC is relevant as well. I feel like SC is handling the Defiance bar a little bit better. Like, having that Druid for, like, perma-CCing the boss is pretty good. Although the break bar is pretty juicy for COF as well. But that is going to be a new best to, I believe, 37%. Or around 38, 37% for COF. So we are basically in business yet again. And SC is in the mix. Yeah, that was about a 130 for SC. Well, a lot of poison on Yui. Is he going to be able to get out? Oh, he gets out. Jumps the shockwave back to the healer. Nice. At 37%, and they've got a minute. Can they get to 25? Because, again, that's probably the number they want to see before going to sleep. Let's see if they can do it. 35%. Oh, dude, that bubble RNG! That's so oh, and then they get the donut. Ah! We do have the stability, though. Will it be able to free that Mechanist? We've got big vent shots coming in at the same time. Distortion still available. Sulfuric's there. Need to pump those heals, pump that barrier. Sanctuary's down, a reflecting area. That is big. You can see that Willbender utility putting that work in. Can we get a CC on the boss? I think we're mowering the boss at this point. Yes, we are. No, he goes for a geyser, actually. Wasn't able to quite find the time to hit the continuum shift. There's a lot going on. Stability pumping. Giga vent shots activating. Do we have a Druid res? We do not. The Druid is, in fact, in the down state. Yui with the donut has to get out. 28%. Do we see a 27%? We see a 27%. Can we see a 26%? They're so close to seeing that 25. And there's the Enrage. That's a 27. 1% better. Vents. Yeah, there's a really big problem here. There's a really major issue. 16%, it would still not be dead. It would be on 3%. Yeah, but it would basically be dead, right? It would be... It would die. What is exactly if the DPS are complete not enough? Well, because I mean, you might as well get practice and get better at it. No reason not to. Because, yeah, something could happen as well. Like, something could happen. Something could happen. Okay. Perma reflect, yeah, you need like Giga Reflect uptime. You need Giga Reflect uptime because otherwise the vent shots just nuke you. Because it doesn't really appear to be viable to kill them at this stage. Ten Necros with Epi. I mean, Scourge is not going to cut it. You're not going to get enough pump with that. Nuclear DPS. I think these are pretty much the only two teams still going. LN is still sending it. Let's see if LN's going to have a fat pull. So, of course, Mela, Elixir Melanie, a.k.a. Mighty Melanie. This is a really weird story, guys. And this actually is really weird. When I first met Mela, it was in a pug that had a bunch of SC members. And don't ask me why. I don't even want to know why. But basically, everyone in the group was trying to convince me that Mela was a girl. Okay? Look, it is what it is. Don't know what the plan was there. But that's what happened. It was a Sabbather specifically back in the day. I didn't know Mela, obviously. I didn't really know SC. I was pretty new to the game, honestly. I only really started playing a lot in HOT. And yeah, that's basically what they were gaslighting me, guys. Okay, I was being gaslit on Sabbather while playing my Tempest. Also, LN is dead. Boom. It's over. Oh. The big neck crack there. Mela be nimble. Mela be quick. LN won ERP3 and defeated SE. SE's gotten every world's first and and LN is noobs now. Well, I guess they got lucky. When you're doing a big crunch. Listen, I did a big crunch. I did the pickle eating stream. Big crunch. What's done is done. We don't need to go back there again. I think the big thing for NA is actually just finding DPS. Now, they need to find more damage. They are behind on damage. Where that's like bringing up the Firebrand, which is certainly going to get them a bit more. Or if that's just finding a way to optimize uptime a little bit so these mechs can connect. I think the Willbenders do indirectly help with that because they mean that the Titan spawns get dealt with very, very quickly. So that means that all of the DPS like have more time to send directly into the boss, which is a really nice feature of those Willbenders. Huge. LN back in the mix. Dude, CRS is still going. I'm honestly really curious, like, how long these guilds want to go. Like, because we're midnight in EU at this stage. When are we going to bed? To be honest, if I was these guilds, I would be thinking about sleep right now. I think it's better to come back and be fresh. Like SC, they're so tantalizingly close to the 20. It's fucking Twitch batter is fucking good actually. Like they're so close to 25% that I think they really want to push for that. They want to push for that 25, and I get that. And honestly, that's something that you got to think about strategically. If they get to 25, that's going to feel really good. That's a clear marker. Big 25, big juice, and then boom. See what happens. Does anything happen? I don't know. We're about, you know, we might find out. If it happens, that's fucking huge. If it doesn't happen, then, well, it is what it is. Back to the grind tomorrow, right? Yeah. Yeah, Decima... I mean, I think Greer CM was definitely the hardest CM. Like, Decima CM is kind of easy, to be honest. I think it's easier than Decima normal mode on release. Because the big thing that's missing for me in Decima CM is actually the charge mechanic. Like, the charge mechanic is what's really missing for me. It's just not that relevant, you know, in that phase. Yeah. Yeah, and there's no wind mechanic either. Yeah, there's no wind either. That's right, yeah. No wind. That would have definitely complicated things if they'd kept the wind mechanic in. But that actually got cut. It's a bit of a goofy mechanic, to be fair, so I can understand not. Especially seeing as, like, people just... I think it's maybe not a big deal, because they would just, like, delete it with stability, right? You just take, like, boon chronos and stuff. So it's not... that mechanic would, like, do nothing, I feel like. Because people would just hard counter it. Unless you made it, like, unstabbable, which is, I suppose, another possibility. Yeah, Greer is definitely the hardest boss in CM, I think. I think URA can get you if you have people who aren't used to, like, individual responsibility and, like, pressing F and so on. So that can definitely get you. But I don't think URA CM is particularly difficult. And Decima is just, like, you know... Don't hit the things with the arrows, bro. SC going for another pull. And we have NA blasting. Yeah, exactly. Got to pick up the fucking shard. Pick up the shard. Do it. Pick the shard. Joker going to bed. Love to see that. Okay. I will boil your oceans. All will disintegrate. Quote URA. He's going. Grim has CC'd the geyser. They get hit by the shockwave. Ports back in, though. He is good. Ooh. Big damage coming out, though. And that's just going to be a straight-up wipe, I think. 2 full dead. 436 on timer. And NA respawns. Casting sleep spells on the race so we can farm for a bit longer. Dude, look, I should be running ads, man. You know, this is a big question. I'm really torn on if I should run ads on stream. Because here's the thing. If I run ads, I can make the pre-rolls go away. That's like the big thing. That's like the trade-off you have to make. But you have to run... You kind of have to run quite a lot of ads to make that happen. It's also a lot of money, actually. That's the weird thing. It's actually quite a lot of cash if you do run ads. So it's a really big question, like, if you want to do that or not. Ads suck so much. Yeah, they really do. But it's like, what's worse? Like a mid-roll ad or a pre-roll ad? I don't really like pre-roll ads. Like, pre-roll ads feels really bad. Like, you click a stream and boom. Ads just appear. That does not feel good, right? That does not feel good. Slam us with 80 ads. Yeah, if I run 3 minutes of ads an hour. Dude, this is so cooked though. It makes my stream 5% ads. That's insane. 3 minutes of ads sucks ass. Well, look, you know, I guess it socially pressures people to subscribe. Do it. And if I actually ran 3 minutes of ads every hour for my stream, I think I'd probably make another $1,000 a month. That's actually the funny thing, because right now I basically make 0, but Twitch ads are actually surprisingly lucrative. Like YouTube ads are pretty good as well. I'd probably just like get an extra K a month, I think, just for free for running ads. Add Iran to your tags. No ads run at all. What the fuck, dude? Wait, I have no idea about this technology. That's crazy. US, yeah, just sub bro. Look, see, Gravity TV with the Prime doesn't want to see the ads. Although, wait, do you even get no ads with Prime anymore? Didn't Twitch gut that because they were just like hemorrhaging money? So I'm not sure that even helps. Oh, you do get no ads? Okay. Yeah. Only on one channel. Okay. Yeah, I think it's guys, I have Turbo, so I get no ads on any channel. There is a reason I got Turbo though. It's because of some technology I have for tournaments, funnily enough. But yeah, did I need to convince? Yo, Roy, listen. For the next PvE tournament, I need you to spectate with Flyhack. Log in. Log in. Enable it and call it No, I'm not enabling this. What the hell even is this? But yeah, I'm mostly really torn about it. Like, if I should enable the ads or not. I really am. Because, like, what is the correct play? What is better? Pre-rolls or, like, random ads? And bear in mind, only the plebs get it, guys. Only the plebs get it. Like, subs, you guys don't get the ads. Like, you know, you put food on the table, right? Like, you're already paying your way. You're already delivering value. So only, like, the plebs would be exposed to the ads. Whatever generates the most revenue? Oh, it's definitely ads, because like, the ads would just be like an extra 1,000 a month, I think. Approximately. Yeah, the peons. Turn them on right now? You guys want the ads? Is that what you guys want? Like, you want ads? This is crazy. Yeah, today I pay small so about the hero wins. I mean, there it is. Yeah, I'm entertaining you. That's big. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just like I'm just interested in like the viewer experience. Like, if I can make the, I'm more interested in like, is it a better viewer experience to not have pre-rolls, but have like intermittent ads or what? You know what I mean? That's what I'm about. I want the heel sponsorship. Man, I do as well, but I really can't stomach it. There's something wrong with me, guys. I really find it difficult to do sponsorships because it just feels so inauthentic, right? Because that's what a sponsorship is by definition. Like, definitionally, a sponsorship is inauthentic. I was even a little bit uncomfortable being sponsored by Cure Rare Disease. And that is, you know, that's like that's something that I really do feel passionately about. I'm so happy to be doing it again, actually, with Mota 3. It's a great cause. It really is. It's a fantastic charity. I still wasn't entirely comfortable with it. You know what I mean? Time the ads. You can, like, delay them. You can, like, stall the ads. Yeah. And yeah, like, honestly, like, the Surfshark was, look, Surfshark was actually a product that did exactly what it said on the tin. Like, I will say this, VPN marketing is honestly pretty bad. Like, the whole, like, protect your privacy, it is bullshit if I'm gonna be real. But hey, you know, look, Surfshark let me say that. There was actually, like, no non-disparagement. You could basically talk shit about them all you wanted, so I was pretty okay with that. But I honestly just wanted to drop all the sponsors, wasn't a big fan. Paying you? No, they aren't, no. I have done deals with them to raise money for CRD before, but specifically Mota 2, I believe. And I think there was a raid tournament we did that was also sponsored by Cure Disease. Although, to be clear, they don't sponsor us directly. We were sponsored by a marketing agency that worked with Cure Disease. Does that make any sense, guys? Yeah. Huge. But that's the situation, yeah. VPNs generally piss. I mean, they've got their use cases. The use case for a VPN is literally accessing IP walled services. That's what a VPN is for. Okay, we get into a good pool now. Huge. All right, 23%. Let's log in. Here we go. Annoying bubble for Yui there. Can you get the shard? Nice. Yeah, he got the shard just in time. That's a key bit of tech for this. Like, if you do get a bubble outside, if you can pick the shard, do it, because it will immune you. There's only one bubble that needs to be dealt with. 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, SC's very consistent now with the damage. There's a bit of fluctuation in the damage, but they've got the strat down. Okay. Fumarollers are rolling. And the fight, it might not appear this way, guys, but the fight is actually very scripted. Because all these geysers, the toxic ones, they spawn at predetermined locations. So it is actually the same every time. Like, that's something you got to bear in mind here. Like, there is variance from the Titan spawns, but the toxics, they are deterministic. So you know, it should be possible to be very consistent on this. Like, you will have some DPS loss because of where the Titan spawns pop up. And, like, you know, if you get really inconvenient bubbles or sulfurics or you know, donuts, then that can happen. But, like, broadly speaking, you should be able to, like, pretty reliably do it. Dude, I actually did get offered a Kick sponsorship, weirdly enough, actually. Also, dude, I hate marketing like this. It's so cringe. It's so dishonest, actually. Based on your Twitch viewership, you likely would have earned $13,000 in the last 30 days through the Kick Partner program. Yeah, very funny. Very funny. Not sure about that one, guys. I mean, the thing is, I would sign the deal if Kick wasn't, like, owned by Stake. That's the thing. Because, I mean, they actually offer you money per viewer hour. Also, we're on an actual pool, guys. Let's actually look at this. So, we have the vent shot behind. Bubbles coming up. They're in position, though. They're looking good. Annoying donut, but they stability through it. They need to free those bubbles now. And they probably want to get some of these toxics. Yep, Yui's going for them now. Lands the CC. No CS. Definitely feels bad, but is able to hit both of them. Actually, with that well. Ooh, annoying sulfuric. Can they get that recovery? They want to get that res. Can they do it? They're trying to hold on, but it's not going to be quite enough here. Yeah, we're destabilizing. Good amount of time, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I'm honestly down to stream on, like, multiple platforms. Like, that's not a problem to me, but, like, Kick is just a little bit sus. But yeah, you get, like, 20 cents per viewer per hour. So, basically, I streamed... Let's see, how much would they have paid me to do this stream on Kick? I streamed for 8 hours. We had an average of about 800 viewers, and we would have got paid 20 cents each. So, yeah. Wait, that's kind of crazy, actually. They would have paid me $1,280 for this stream. That's actually kind of crazy. Holy shit. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually so much money, that's kind of tempting. Jesus, that's an insane deal. But the thing is, that is just like, I mean, look, that's what gambling pays for. Yeah. How the strats evolved? Nah, it's mostly refinement and just like execution grinding. Blackline chest opening. Ooh. Ooh. Blackline chest. Look, guys, you gotta buy. Well, exactly, yeah. That's where all the money comes from. They have, like, a ridiculous deal because they're owned by Stake. Wait, does it? There's no fucking shot, Angels. Fucking shot, like, give me evidence or bullshit. There's no shot. It makes you do the special jump every time. Okay. Wait, he doesn't do this. How does he do? He doesn't do it every time, though. He's not doing the special jump every time, though. We're going again, though. God Scream URA. The Breaker. What means P4? Phase 4. Kick makes money. In the end, it's a loss leader. I mean, in the same way that Twitch is. Like, Twitch doesn't really make money for Amazon. In fact, it's like a pretty brutal loss leader, I think. But what Twitch does is give technology, specifically the video streaming technology. That's what Amazon wanted from Twitch to begin with. Amazon doesn't really care about Twitch. Twitch is not a particularly big website, right? If you actually look at it compared to YouTube or something, right? But what Twitch had is a pretty interesting video technology streaming service thing. And that's exactly what Amazon wanted. And that's exactly what Amazon got. So, like, Twitch is just, like, they just wanted to own the tech. Like, does Twitch actually make money? No. It bleeds money. But hey, unlucky. Yeah, Amazon has already extracted the tech. You know, it's funny, though. Like, I feel like YouTube's tech is also really high tier. Like, in fact, probably better. Like, their architecture feels better to me than Twitch's. Especially because they've already got stuff like AV1, right? They can already do AV1. Or there's, like, an option for it. To stream to it with AV1, like 4K and stuff. You can, like, stream to YouTube in 4K. It's pretty cool. The YouTube, though, really struggles with the chat and so on. Like, that's where things are kind of problematic. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about big tech companies, but they cannot design an interface for shit. Like, Discord always messes up their UI. YouTube, I feel like, has been... Well, actually, YouTube's pretty good right now in terms of interface, but there's been times where they've made it, like, trash. Twitch's mobile app sucks, right? I don't know. Like, these companies seem to really struggle with this. Okay. Now the blast is just going to continue. Again, like, the really big difference, guys, is look at this. The boss HP is actually fairly similar. So let's see. NA got to 50% at about 545. Let's see where SC gets to 50%. Yeah, it's going to be about 30 seconds quicker. Actually, it may be a little bit less than that, like 20 seconds quicker. Bear in mind, that's halfway through the fight. They're already 20 seconds ahead. So it's relatively close. Yeah, that was about 17 seconds. So SE is 17 seconds ahead at 50%. But that's a big deal, right? That is a really big deal when you're only kind of like, you know, halfway into the fight. By the time you get to 0%, that lead will have opened up into more like a 30-second or even a 40-second gap. So we are going to need to see if the NA squad is going to be able to find more damage by optimizing their either their methods or their composition. Nuclear DPS getting freed. Oh, looks like someone got bubbled and ended up falling, unfortunately. Having to go for a reset there is NA. Yeah, I do think that SC has a very good strategy for managing geysers. They have a very good plan for those geysers in P3 for sure. Like, I think their uptime is good. I think a big part of that, though, actually is the Willbenders, to be honest. I think the Willbenders really help with that. Because it means that they can just deal with the Titan spawn so unbelievably quickly. P4 means they got to phase 4. The boss heals itself in phase 4. Okay. Get the Toxic Geyser. Look, all I'm going to say is, if Chomp was still at Twitch, Chomp would have saved Twitch. Chompions. Chomp 3 party. But Chomp no longer works for Twitch. It's over. What was the highlight of today? I think the vent shots appearing. The Giga vents. The vent shots saved the day. I was actually getting a little bit worried. I was like, wait, no. If it only heals to 16%, this is dead today. This is fucking deplete. But fortunately, the vent shot came in clutch and saved the day. Vents. Vent chomps, indeed. Twitch Mobile isn't real. The CEO admits it. And the CEO is a confirmed gooner as well. Bear that in mind, guys. He knows his audience. Firebrand as well. True, actually. Yeah, Firebrand is back. Mela runs Twitch. LCM lived longer than Gallywix. I mean, yeah, definitely at this point. Okay, SC coming up on another big pull. Getting to this phase pretty much every time. So I'd say they're a fair bit ahead in terms of that consistency and progress than basically all of the other teams. Toxic guys are eliminated. Shard, yeah, Yui can't pick that. Yeah, and that's a death. It's a little bit sloppy on the shard management there, unfortunately. And that's going to be a reset. Yeah, the Veil Guarded music is so good. I mean, they really cooked on the raid music. And just HOT music in general. Oh. Daily reminder, guys. Daily reminder that HOT was the peak of Guild Wars 2. And was honestly one of the best MMO expansions of all time. That's how good HOT was. Like, HOT, I put that up against Legion. I put that up against Wrath. Any MMO expansion you like Dragonflight, The War Within, any 14 expansion, any EOSO expansion. HOT, one of the best MMO expansions of all time. And at that point, honestly, Guild Wars 2 is the best. In HOT, Guild Wars 2 is easily the best MMO. Easily, I think. During HOT. It was absolutely at its peak of innovation. Its peak of content as well, in terms of the quality and the quantity. Holy shit. Crazy game. Absolutely incredible. They cooked. ArenaNet cooked with that one. What happened after HOT? They started wanting to make Guild Wars 3. That's kind of it. Then, guys, the extra projects began. That's what happened. They were just kind of finding their stride. Well, Living Story Season 1 and 2, like, that was a really weird part in the game, because they basically had this vision for, like, oh shit, we're gonna update the game every 2 weeks. Then they realized that, wait, this is bad. This is not gonna work. So they had to kind of do something scuffed and then go, ah, yes, HOT. Yeah, 2-week patches, that is actually psychotic. I don't know what the thought process was there. That's pretty crazy. Bro, the Karkaret was kind of base, though. Like, Season 1, it was scuffed as all hell, but it was kind of cool at the same time. So, look, I'm not gonna... I respect it, you know? I respect it, guys. Boom. They ran out of the cocaine supply? Yeah, like, the devs basically ran out of stimulants. Like... They couldn't keep it going anymore. Oh, man. Yeah, calling was you just get rolled over by an invisible car cat. It would destroy you. Oh, it was so good. And, okay, look. Guys. So, back when okay. You're not going to believe this. But back when I was, when we did that Karka event, I stayed up past my bedtime to do that. That's right, guys. I stayed up past 10 p.m. in the evening to finish that off. Because back in the day, I was swimming basically every morning. I had to get up at 4:30 every morning. So it was actually really late for me to stay up, right? Because it was like, you know, boom, home from swimming in the evening, eat, play some games, Guild Wars 2, StarCraft 2, bed. Right, boom. 10 p.m. was like bed every night. Because otherwise, I'm just dead. Right, it's just fucking over. But, okay, I was like, dude, I am not missing this event. Okay, we are logging in. We're going. I'm telling you. Well, dude, she was actually in support of it. She's a gamer. Okay, she was a gamer before I was even born. She played like arcade games and stuff, and console and PC, right? She's a gamer, always. But yeah, both my parents were both gamers. Actually, so like she gets it. She was like, yeah, you fucking stay up and play the game. It's a one-time event. You got to log in. Yeah, my mom used to play Lemmings. And man, okay, there was maybe some of you boomers are gonna know this. She said she played a game where you were like a boot and you stomped on things. Okay, but I can't remember what it was called. But that was apparently one of the video games that she partook in and was an enjoyer of. So I don't know what that was. But that's what we were playing, I guess. But yeah, when I played SC2, I actually played all of them. But like at the end of the day, mostly Terran. Could be a reset from NA here. Let's see where we are for SC. 47%. I was doing Suicide hours and HS for whatever reason. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, like you have to do it. Otherwise you can't function. Like, you know, if I did stay up a little bit, and of course I did do that sometimes, right? Like, you know, you can't be perfectly disciplined all the time. It's just so brutal. Like, getting up, diving into a cold pool with, like, not a good night's sleep. Oh, my God. It's so awful. Holy shit. That is, like, absolute, like, deplete. Like, you can't do that. Yeah. No. I funneled 4 carrots in. Oh, dude, I didn't have ults at that point. But yeah, I know a bunch of people. Like, they did, like, map hopping and map desyncs to, like, farm the precursor. Or had multiple accounts. It was actually crazy. Went to work on 2 hours sleep today. I mean, yeah, I mean, look, I've been there. It's not fun. It's not a good time. I've been in situations where I've just, like, fallen asleep in class at school, like, after training. It wasn't good. And also, look, this is actually a big problem, guys. When I rise to power and take over the UK, I am going to make it so that furniture in school is made for normal-sized people and not gnomes. Man, I had so much back pain at school because I was, well, you know, I'm relatively tall, and therefore everything is tiny in school relative to me. It was so fucking uncomfortable, man. Oh my God, dude, I had such bad back pain from like the chairs in school and like having to be so hunched over all the time to actually do, oh, it's so bad. Oh man. Oh, dude, I'm traumatized now. Seriously, thinking about that is rough. It was not nice. It was actually a problem, no joke. I actually had back pain straight up. And well, obviously I wasn't the only tall kid in school, right? You know, I'm not saying it's just me, but yeah, not good. It's made for gnomes. Absolutely made for gnomes. It really was. Oof. Anyway, here we go. 20% for SC. DPS is looking very firm, and you can really see that, yeah, like, this is how they're able to get so much DPS here. Like, if you notice, like, the only people who are really moving out to do guys, it's the healers, right? Like, it's mostly the Chronos, like Luna and Yui are just kind of running around doing these mechanics. Druid is mostly on stack, healing the group. Chronos go back whenever they can to apply boons. And this is allowing those DPS players just to send it, right? They're just pumping. They're just sending as hard as possible. Yep. Toxic guys are getting CC'd. 3 minutes, and we're about 10%. So again, it's going to be a similar phase timing, I want to say. Going to be looking at 1:45. Yeah, about a minute from now is when we're going to be pushing through to phase. They definitely want to be CCing the boss here. Yui saving Moa for the geysers, I think. No, actually does end up sending it because they are pretty much in check at this stage. So we're feeling confident about that. Couple of geysers up. Getting that big CC. Titan spawn is up as well, of course. Needs to be dealt with. Of course, no Moa here. Do have the Signet of Domination, but they need to finish that Toxic off there. A couple of Fuma rolls are now enabled. They do get that CC. The Phantasm finished the job. Big barrier coming through here. How come you're very tall, have a full head of hair? I mean, well, Look, my grandfather still had hair when he died, so I'm looking okay genetically there. So, I mean, that's the good news, I guess. It's just genes. And my mum's quite tall. I mean, being tall is a bit hereditary. My dad's not that tall, actually, but my mum is, actually. So I guess that's where the tallness comes from. Also, though, by the way, guys, SC actually died. They would have had a sick time, by the way, if they'd been able to keep stable. I think they just couldn't quite get rid of this Titan spawn. They had a double spawn here, and you can see they're really paying the price. That shard is on the ground. They need to pick that up to kind of recover here. It's going to be about a 130 phase. That could have been a very sick time, though. They've now fallen a little bit behind, and yeah, they're just going to call a GG, I believe, actually, as this is kind of going nowhere. But yeah, that was actually very good DPS up until that point. How tall are you? Oh, I'm not like mega tall. I'm 190 centimeters, approximately, ish. So I'm not like giga tall. I'm not like 6'6". Posture terrorism, back murders. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's tough. Like, if you fall behind on those Titan spawns, it's so nasty. You can see what happened there, right? They just couldn't quite get it before that second one spawned. It starts CCing everyone. It starts, like, blasting. It's rolling. It's dropping the AoEs. Right, like, oh, it really does get out of control. And just that one slight mishap just really snowballs this entire situation, right? And unfortunately leads to a wipe there for SC. LN actually on a bit of a pull here as well. Was at 175 centimeters. I mean, not to meme around, it's because I do have a relatively muscular build, I suppose. I have like kind of big shoulders and a big neck. So I think that makes me look kind of short, to be honest. How tall do you say? Just 190. Wait, are you taller than me? I think you are, Guru, actually. I think you're really tall, aren't you? Yeah. What's your bench? 102.5 for 5 kilos, that is. Well, that's my PR anyway. I'm not quite at that right now. Right now I'm doing about 95k for 5. I've kind of got back into it over the last couple of months. I'm trying to work up to my PR again. I really want to over the next couple of years work up to 120 for 5. That's like that's my big kind of like long-term goal for bench press. Are you juicing? No, I'm not touching that stuff. I definitely wouldn't recommend... Well, I mean, unless you want to be like a professional bodybuilder or something, or like a strongman, but... No, I wouldn't recommend it, guys. Wouldn't recommend the juice. Yeah, orange juice is the only juice you need. Or apple juice. Also a good choice. Not pineapple juice, though. Pineapple juice is fucking cursed. Okay? Pineapple juice is cursed. Okay? Oh, man. This is a terrible story, guys. I remember it was in summer, and it was some kind of, like, after-school activity bullshit. So it's already bad news. It's already a really bad sign. Ooh, that's not good for LN here. Okay? And the only thing available to drink was pineapple juice, man. I have that memory, like, scorched into my mind. It was a traumatic experience, because I don't like pineapple in general, to be honest. And definitely not pineapple juice. It's just not my jam, guys. I'm not into it. And the only thing available was pineapple juice. So I was forced to either die of thirst or drink pineapple juice, man. And honestly, that's close. That's actually kind of close. Like, it's the lesser of two evils, but, you know, it's actually surprisingly close. Yeah. Not even baked pineapples? No, get that shit away from me. I sneeze pineapple juice all over my room's door. Handler, no one would touch it for 4 years. Ugh. It's over. LN actually succeeded in recovering there. Love to see that. What's the pull for NA? They need to recover this downset. They get it. Geyser's now being handled. 47% on URA. Okay. Big shard gameplay. 5 minutes here, available on the clock for NA. Shard being picked up. NA doing a job here. Good job here, actually. Go for the final pull. Yeah, I think that's sensible, to be honest. I do think that's sensible. I really do. They're going to be getting tired now, right? We've been raiding for 8 hours. Not a lot of progress being made. Definitely needs like some rethinking or a recook or something like that if they want to make any more progress. Because it looks like they are kind of getting to the end. They're getting to that in rage pretty frequently now. So they've got to figure if they want to try out some other technology or like where they want to go from here. The teams are actually able to kill before the nerf. If something happens at 25%, then yeah, I think there's some potential. Do I think they can, like, magic another 25% DPS? That is dubious, to be honest, because that's basically what the question is. They need to find another 25% boss HP. So, to be fair, they don't need 25% DPS, actually, but they need a lot, okay? They need to find a lot of HP if they want to be able to kill this. It's more like another 15, 20% DPS. That's going to be a stretch. It really is. But we'll see. Again, things might change at certain HP thresholds. Some teams might attempt some kind of different strategy that might help here. 25 million more damage out of thin air. Yeah. Pretty much. That's going to be a tricky one. Huge. Okay, so NA is looking to get to the 0% phase. DPS looking pretty good, actually. They'd want to be a little bit quicker, but we're in an okay spot. Shard management probably needs to be a little bit tidier there. Like, Grim lost a lot of uptime there for doing that. So that probably should have been someone else picking that up. Yeah, and you can see here that I think this is where, like, SC do this really well. They are handling it incredibly efficiently with those shards. Whereas I feel like the strat here for NA is a little bit less efficient. Like, Grim just basically didn't attack the boss for like a good 30 seconds. I think that's not really what you want. They should lust. I mean, yeah, they should be lusting, yeah. Need to drop the lust. That's for sure. Okay. And this could be actually a big moment for NA. They're quite likely to play a little bit longer, I'd say, than some of the EU teams, because, of course, they are in a different time zone. Rally and personals. Setting personals now, guys. Perma exposed up to 0%, you lose her armor. That would be an interesting way to change it, yeah. So the boss is permanently exposed, so you have like a little burn phase at the end. Or maybe when you break the boss, it's like a very long duration of exposed, so if you just keep breaking, you get like a really big burn. Be decent RP. Look at the shockwave chasing down Grim. Huge. 9% on boss for NA here. They should be able to go ahead and get this done pretty soon. Do we actually have pulls from LN continuing? We absolutely do. They're at 31%. We'll keep an eye on that as well. NA about to enter this phase. Let's take a look and see how this one goes for them. 7% coming up. 5% now. They want to get rid of that Fumarola. It has just charged into them, so it should get cleaved out pretty quickly. Sulfuric running out. Oh, the Sulfuric has a shard. That's actually fine, though, because it means they'll be immune to any bubbles. They won't get any mechanics while they have that, which is good. Now we have the Donut. Grim should be able to handle that pretty easily. Gets out. And then shifts out of it as well. Very nice. This is a good one. Yeah, we actually have nearly a minute on the clock for NA. This is I think, their best pull ever by DPS. They've really done an excellent job here. They've certainly found their footing here with this DPS check. There's the vent shot. It spawns instantly. They're going over to it. They get it CC'd. And I think we're probably just going to be doing the same as SC and just kind of ignoring them here. Oh, another one instantly spawns. That is honestly so fucking brutal. Double vent shot already in play. And now they just have to manage this and just keep these reflects up, keep the, keep all the boons, keep all the healing, and see how far they can actually make it into this phase. Oh, those sulfuric shockwaves were painful though. A lot of burning coming through, lots of damage now. Players going into the downside. They need to cross over. Yeah, I like this crossing here, but there's a shard on the ground. There's a shard on the ground. They have to pick that shard. They've got to get these reses and pick that shard. They do actually succeed. It's a good hold by NA. I like that leap actually. They could follow the boss. They could rotate, get away from the vent shots, get the CC. They find the CC. And now they've got to regroup and play this. Now let's see what they can do. Can we see a sub 30 pull? We cannot, but we do see a 36% PB. There we have it. Let's see what SC is up to and LN. LN on 15%. They've got 2 minutes and 40 on the clock. So I'd say DPS relatively comparable to COF here. But that's actually a hard enrage reached for NA, which is a big deal. Like, once you get to the hard enrage, that means that you've kind of played the fight mechanically. Now you just have to finish the job, right? You need to continue to optimize to get more damage and to push ever closer. SC, I would say, still a pretty decent chunk in the lead with that 10% advantage. For sure. 10% is a pretty long way in phase 4. That's about a minute. So basically about a minute of extra time, more or less, has been found there. And that's a lot of time to make up. That's 10% of the entire timer, right? Like, so you can basically say the output of SC DPS-wise is about 10% higher than the second best team as of right now. Oh, that's a really brutal bubble there for LN. A little bit sloppy on the position. They're going to have to double bubble, or they need to look where Mela is. It's not the telegraph. They have to go under him. And unfortunately, they are not going to be able to do that in time. There's a shard drop to the left as well. And the space management, not quite cooking it for LN here as well, unfortunately. Looks like they might be able to actually push to see the phase, which would actually be a pretty big personal best here if they're able to do that. They want that CC. They want to be finding the CC now. 6 stacks up on the boss. They've got. I think they're just going to go for a push. They're just going to go all in and go for it. They want to break that boss. Can they make it happen? Yes, they can. There we go. We're back to 41%. And that actually is going to be the third team to reach it to P4 is LN. Very unfortunate death there, but their space management definitely suffered going for that all-out burn to make this work. They're probably going to be able to get to a 40%er, but again, not a lot of damage coming through because of 11 stacks currently on the boss. They get that CC, but almost no damage being taken by URA. It's going to be a 40% though for LN getting to that phase. And that's that. Yui stripped his character down by doing this, is opening blackline chests. Looking quite drained, to be honest. You know, not fresh after all of that, that's for sure. LN, though, is 40% in P4. There you have it. That is going to be the new best there. The 3 teams have made it all the way to the end. Darkness Die has been found. We are doing the Gamba. Do we get a big high roll? There's a rare. Oh, it's the, like, headphones or something? Wait, those are in the... Dude, those headphones are only in the Blackline chest? That's actually messed up, man. Dude, Blackline exclusives are genuinely kind of fucked up, no? Holy shit. I hope we drop the loot boxes in Guild Wars 3. That's kind of ugly. Like, you honestly hate to see that. Like, exclusives? Ugh. That is nasty. Huge gamba. Yeah, I mean, it is a huge gamba. Gambling dedicated. Oh, yeah, very funny. I'm sure you would like that. We need monthly sub? Honestly, I don't think they do. I mean, they probably do make a lot of cash. Oh, I bet they absolutely rake it in from Blackline keys, actually. Goddamn. Look, but don't worry. The EU is going to save us, guys. The EU will ban loot boxes. Shout out to the EU, guys. Shout out to the EU representative whose kid stole their credit card and burned a shit ton of cash on Star Stable. So shout out to that specific EU representative. I actually want to know who it was. Look, whose kid spent like $1,000 or more on Star Stable at the EU? Who did that? Like, who did that happen to? Wait, I mean, do you think adults play starstable.com? There's no shot. Although, actually, here's the weird thing, guys. Someone did write a comment explaining the game. Let me actually find this comment, guys. Okay, here we go. I've actually found it. Quick explanation. Wait, let me just go to the YouTube page, actually. Okay, here we go. Quick explanation of what game Star Stable is from a veteran player. Star Stable is the only open world MMO horse game. They got monopoly on horse games in general. What? Okay. Because rest isn't either about horses, or you can't ride a horse, or you can only race with horses. Well, I mean, I feel like, can't you ride a horse in BDO or something? Now, about the business practice of SSO. The game is marketed to kids age 8 to 12. I'm being generous here. It's mostly 8 to 12. Oh, 8 to 14. But it also has a huge population of veteran players, ages 20 plus, who grew up with the game and see the problems like. To play the game in full, there is a need to pay for a sub or to buy the lifetime Star Rider. For free to play, you're locked into 5 level max, only got 2 super small areas to be in. Remember, it's a game for kids. For those who bought Star Rider, there's a weekly allowance of Star Coins currency, like gems of 100. Keep it in mind, week equals 100 Star Coins. Now, the best part, in-game prices. Inflation of in-game currency. Jorvik shellings is through the roof. To buy one piece of equipment, you need to spend between 8,000 to 10,000 JS. Wait, you get 100 a week. That's crazy. Not only it sounds ridiculous, but there's a cap to JS, which is exactly 10,000. This is why all things you that's why all things you can buy have additional Star Coins price next to it, and it's 10,000 JS equals. Oh, they do the bullshit, right? Oh, so they do the multi-currency thing. So 1 week of waiting gives 1 clothing piece. Then there are things you cannot buy with JS at all. Horses. Most of the horses right now go for around 900 SC. Do you know how expensive it is? It's 9 weeks of waiting. Around 3 months to buy 1 horse. This is a game about this is all caps. A game about horses. There's almost nothing to do except buying and trading horses. There's no other horse game on the market. The search for any alternative is never ending, but the monopoly is real. All of that leads to buying star coins for real money. Remember, this game is marketed to 8 to 14-year-olds. 1 pixel horse equals $30. Thank you for reading it all. Well, there you go, guys. It's brutal. Yo, Yui with the raid. SC, of course. SC leader. Pumping on the chrono. Duo chrono with Luna Cryo Phoenix. Getting to a very, very impressive 27% in phase 4. For the Snow Crows. Of course, a couple of teams still rolling. I believe it's basically just LN. And NA. So we can kind of do a bit of a switcheroo here and bring this to bear. Let's see what's going on there. We can get the multi-stream up now. There it is. Both teams pulling at the same time. Grimm's team also starting to get consistent. They had I felt like they had a little bit of a slump earlier on today. But now they've kind of found their stride again, I feel like. Being a minute ahead of the timer. Still looking to squeeze out more efficiency, I think, in terms of their DPS optimization strategies in this phase 3 part of the fight. But certainly not too bad at all. Okay. Dude, it's the Greer music. Log in. Greer music is here. The old money there is insane. We're talking Ferrari money on loot boxes. Wait, wait, guys, is Star Stable actually like a major game? I've never heard of it. They went back to 3 healers. Yeah, I mean, they did experiment a little bit with a double healer, but it really wasn't working for them. Oh, these bubbles are not great. Nice shift signet to recover that, though, actually. However, this is one of the worst things that can happen. It's inner sulfuric, and that is just pure pain. Being inner sulfuric means they can't really get rid of that geyser, so the boss is gigabooned. And that is just not good, guys. That is just not a good time. If that geyser was a little bit further back, they could deal with this toxic, they'd be all right, but that is not the case. So I think they're going to be losing a lot of DPS here. They might be able to get to 0%, though. That's certainly possible. See if they can manage that. Grim goes for that geyser. Titan spawn is now up, though, as well. They've got to be handling that. DPS check. Yeah, it's like a massive DPS check. This entire fight is an Omega DPS check. Omega DPS. Boom. Okay, NA has kind of rallied here a little bit. But they still are dealing with those boons. Now they've kind of solved it, though, as the boss has kind of shuffled out of that. So we're back to normal. They've got to get that CC here. And they need to fully restabilize. Health bars are still looking a little bit shaky at times. Fumaroller in the middle of the group should get cleared. There's another Titan spawn, though. It's kind of far. That's super annoying here for CF to deal with. They go over there. They get it done. Should be getting cleared out almost instantaneously. Bubbles now coming through as well at the same time. Titan Spawn's already solved. They don't get a 2-for-1 deal there. Another shard up. Boss is now moving. That's actually pretty nice. Getting it into a good spot. Need to get rid of that guys at ASAP. They need to be hard CCing that. Wouldn't teams only be wiping to the enrage timer? A fair bit going on as well. I mean, it depends like how strict the DPS check was. But if the boss only healed 16%, like CM, I'm pretty sure SE would have stayed up and just killed it. Because like if it was, let's imagine that the boss heals 16%. That means it's on 3% HP in SE's best pull. They would have just stayed up and killed it. And just like gotten like full energy, like done a Red Bull, snorted a line of Coke, whatever they've got lying about, right? And just like got it done. They're obviously tired, but you don't go to sleep when a boss is on 3%, right? That's like very, very killable. Like 40% HP is definitely a lot more of a grind. For the URA LCM design, it's not my favorite boss in the wing, to be honest, Mogains. I'm not really a big fan of the whole shard thing, if I'm going to be honest with you. Not the biggest fan of it. Huge. P4, even though that DPS rate looks pretty insane. Well, I mean, I think the strategy that SC have been using to push looks pretty good. They basically just say, you know, these vent shots, fuck them. We'll CC the early ones and then just, like, nuke the boss. And that, I think that's basically how ArenaNet want it to go, right? They want you to be kind of, like, struggling to survive against, like, an overwhelming swarm of Titans, and then you kill the boss right at the last second. So I think they've kind of got the right idea with that one. The question is, like, how long can you do that for, right? Like, how many vent shots is it before there's too many? Like, even in their best kills, like, SC had a little bit of room left, right? They were okay, right? If they could just squeeze out more damage, then they could probably get away with that. I think mechanically it's honestly manageable. Especially if you look at the teams that, you know, are kind of handling the geysers pretty well. Like, SC definitely having the best management so far. It's very manageable. It's consistent. There's a bit of frustrating RNG, obviously, but that's just the way it is. I think it is mostly the DPS check. Like I said, if it healed the same amount, if it had 3% less HP and healed to 16%, it's dead. The ventures might overwhelm you in the end and go with like 4 minutes on the timer. Yeah, I mean, if you, let's say they increase the timer or the time, but they manage to get in to that phase with 4 minutes left on the timer, at that point that you can play it really passively, right? Like you can play it super passive, right? Because you'll have a lot of time to do it, so you can play a little bit safer. Yeah, the break bar region, you got to be really snappy on that CC on the toxic geysers, right? You have to have a big burst to actually successfully get them. The pinned achievements, I mean, like, he's won all the tournaments. He has won the tournaments. That is what he did. Huge. We love to see it. As the main hurdle. Well, I mean, that's kind of the LCM thing, right? Like, a lot of the design work probably went on the CM, and then, like, a lot of tuning. They just, like, made the LCM very aggressively tuned. So it's kind of, like, to be expected to an extent. So NA looks like they're doing some relogs here, maybe swapping some things up. And then we're doing a pull here from LN. These are the only two teams actually running right now. Now, I am definitely expecting a bit of a bedtime here from LN coming up pretty soon. And I think they might want to start adapting as well in terms of the comps. I do really like the Willbenders. Wouldn't be surprised to see people like polish up that rotation and try and get some Willbenders into the comp as well. Is the health then? Oh no, it's not the only difference. Like the toxic geysers have a more spawn more often. And obviously the vent shots are relevant in the final phase. But yeah, like the big thing now is the HP. Yeah. Yeah, no, the frequency increase makes it significantly harder. Like, it makes the management. Although, again, that isn't actually what teams are struggling with right now. Or, well, SC isn't. Other groups are, but SC isn't. And I think COF is handling it pretty well as well. Maybe not quite as efficiently as SC, but definitely competently, right? And they're able to make it through this Phase 3 pretty consistently with, like, this, like, very high rate of spawn and, like, still have some good space available for 10%. But, like, the big thing that's getting people is the DPS check. That's what's going on. I think it's going to be very interesting to see because, like, right now, guys, SC, they're probably going to be going to bed pretty soon, but they'll be thinking. They'll be, like, throwing ideas at each other. They're going to be spitballing. They're going to be figuring stuff out. Looking at some logs, maybe. Like, thinking about stuff like, what if we played this? What if we tried this class, right? Like, what if we tried this strat? What if we moved this way? And that's going to be really interesting. Like, when they wake up and go again tomorrow, it's going to be very interesting to see if they've got any new ideas or if they're going to kind of keep grinding that same strategy. Because I think if they keep doing what they keep doing right now, they can get a sub 20. I think they can do a sub 20. I'm not sure if they can kill with their current strategy. Even if they go absolute beast mode, get the god RNG pull, get the perfect pull, get the perfect uptime, do the sickest rotations ever, I don't think they kill with their current strat. I really don't. But they can get a sub 20, I reckon. I reckon they can squeeze, like, another 10% boss HP off, I want to say. Maybe 7%, get it to a sub 20. They can certainly get a sub 25. Day 1 of HTCM. Well, all of the CM races that I've been involved on have had game-breaking bugs. Like, bear in mind, Zaitan was, I mean, theoretically doable. You know, if you played really, really well, you could get through it if you played super well. But Zaitan was, like, bugged for, like, 3 days, right? Like, for a long time. Similar for Ceres, right? Like, Ceres was bugged for a very long time. Like, same as Zaitan. So it's a bit weird. This is like as far as I'm aware, this boss doesn't really have any bugs. It has like the weird visual stuff, but they actually fixed that in the hotfix, right? Like the weird like rings and the weird donuts. They actually addressed that, I believe. So this is just like a clean one. Get around 18. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like you can squeeze out a bit more, but it's going to be very difficult to get past that actually, because like there's going to be so many vent shots up at that point. Or at LCM out of you bugs? Not as far as I'm aware. Well, I guess the one bug is like when you get knocked in a bubble, the telegraph doesn't move. That's a relatively minor bug, but certainly undesirable. Makes it a little bit annoying when that situation happens. And it does happen a fair bit as well. Oh, yeah, and the super speed stuff, yeah. Like if you can go, like you jump really high, right, into the air with the bubble, which certainly isn't ideal there as well. 40-minute break here, so a big grind session for NA. Like they're really gonna go for it. Okay, Daily Wizard's Vault is now kicking in there for Mela. Why so many mech? Mech is big DPS. And also mobile, right? And you want to be really mobile on this fight. So that's why it's another kind of perk of the Willbenders that SC is playing is you're pretty fast. So you have like really good AoE. And you're really fast as well. And you cleanse condies. And you got stability. But yeah, like, mech is super mobile, super big DPS. That's the big one. It is actually probably there's no bugs, yeah. And they have actually fixed them. They've taken their time. Look, this is actually the weirdest shit ever. But, dude, I feel like almost all of the effort for Janthea Wilds went into the raid. Like, no joke, dude. I'm not even memeing. Like, I feel like the raid is so much, like, higher quality than the rest of the entire expansion. It's actually hilarious to think about. It's not a surprise that some more casual players are actually a bit pissed about the game. I'm pretty sure that the really big feature and like a lot of their design work was just like funneled, very much funneled right directly into the raid. Mela Moa. I believe Mela is close to breaking at this stage. I can tell he's typing R in the chat. Means he's cooming. I noticed the URA is not flat back in Wing 8 release. I forgot to request the flattening. Well, look, we got there. We got there in the end. Feels good, man. Yeah, the fractal's a really big one, actually. Like, the fractal needs to be good. Consensus on the legendary mode? Well, I mean, it's definitely interesting. Caught. Getting a new fractal. Yeah, in the next patch. And CM. Oh, dude. Why do you remind me about that? Yeah, like the arena on KOCM is absolutely cooked. It's actually so cursed. Huge. And here we have it. God Scream Aura. They can't make a fractal much better than Lonely Tower. Oh, yeah? You think that's like the best they can do? That's the best one ever? I'm not sure about that one, guys. I'm really not sure. I think we can do a little bit better. Are there any, like, fresh teams that are pumping right now? I think it's mostly just LN, and NA is going to be going in another 30 minutes. I might just go ahead and watch until LN stop, guys. And then probably stop the stream, because I'm not going to lie, I don't want to stay up all night for this, because I want to be up early, bright and early, to watch the progress tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to cover all the progress, guys, tomorrow, because I do actually have Raid in WoW for the next 2 days, but I will obviously be keeping an eye on it. And I will come back after the WoW Raid. I'll just actually kind of do both. I'll be gone at 6 my time through to 10 my time, and then we'll basically come back and continue watching things. So I will be able to continue the coverage there, but obviously I do have some scheduling conflicts. And, it really sucks, guys. I would have been, I do like to compete in these things, but the timing was just, like, so bad for me this time. It's actually really funny. There was a conspiracy that was, well, I won't say who it was, but there was a conspiracy posted, but funny enough, by one of the competing teams, actually, to the subreddit saying that I was, like, manipulating the Race to Worlds first. It's like, fuck it hell, dude, I wish I was. I wish I was manipulating the goddamn Worlds first, bro. Holy shit. Because then I wouldn't have put it here. Okay, I would have put it, like, a month earlier or a month later, right? This is, like, the worst possible time for me. But hey, look, it is what it is, okay? Look, being an Illuminati member, it ain't easy, man. It really isn't, but it is what it is. Where's that pose? I think the mods did sweep it away. Very embarrassing, but it is what it is. It is what it is, my friends. Yeah, I heard Plenix broke his wrist, so he's actually not able to play right now. But he was like 11th manning for a team as well today. Pretty based. Okay, LN is in the mix. Manipulating in what sense? Basically, trying to make the LCM in a way that I preferred, or like influencing the devs, basically. It's very funny. Honestly, I wish I had done that, because a lot of if I had influenced the devs, a lot of problems with the CM and LCM release could have been avoided. So, sorry guys, I let you down. I actually didn't act like the Illuminati member that people think I am. And honestly, I fucked up. It would have been better if I had. Lonely Tower? No, I didn't do Lonely Tower. That one wasn't me. Are you un-hard reset now or what? No, this is hard reset. I'm reset, guys. I'm ready to go. I'm going to be live at like 12 tomorrow. Didn't have enough influence? Unironically, yes. Like that, and you know what? I do kind of blame myself for this because it was laziness. Basically, what was going on is that a bunch of members of the teams and people kind of interested in the Race to Worlds first, we had a little group chat going, and you know, we were going to give feedback to ArenaNet. We were going to do forum posts. We were going to, like, obviously interact with devs that we know and give feedback, right? And say, oh, yeah, like, you know, make sure that this is communicated, right? All that kind of stuff. And here's the thing. We actually didn't end up doing that because we're all fucking lazy and didn't actually do it. And to be honest, that was actually a big fuck up. But oh well, it is what it is. Because then we could have had, like, better communication from ArenaNet on this. But yeah, we ended up just being too lazy. So unlucky, I guess. So that's my bad, guys. You know, I'll own that position. Largely, these don't post on the forums. Yeah, I mean, it's because the forums suck. Okay. I don't. The only time I posted on the forums was actually I posted feedback about the API. The API dev read it and then implemented it. And that was my only, like, good interaction with the forums. The rest of it is just, like, pure slop, to be honest. So, yeah. Shout out to the API dev who added my request. Giga Chad. Having account names tied to posts is very strong, harder to psyop. I mean, there are a lot of psyops. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The really big issue is that a lot of the public places to post for Guild Wars 2 are kind of bad. Like, the Guild Wars 2 subreddit is cooked, if I'm being honest. And so are the forums. There actually isn't a particularly good place to post, like, genuine discussion about the game. There actually isn't a place for that. There's a reason why people typically just, like, do stuff in their own Discords and talk in Discord, like community Discords, and that's where people talk about the game. It's because the subreddit and the forums are just not really, like, fit for purpose, right? They really aren't. And that is definitely a problem. It means that, like, yeah, discussions about the game don't really happen. So it kind of sucks. It's one of the things that I think is going to be really refreshing about going to a new game. Going to Guild Wars 3 or whatever, you know, the unannounced project is with ArenaNet, is that we have a chance to have, like, a fresh community and, like, start again. Because I feel like we need a hard reset on the community, right? Because I think there are just, like, major issues that make it very difficult to actually have meaningful discussions around Guild Wars 2, right? Like, even I've given up. Like, and I'm, like, the most stubborn person in the universe, right? Doing tea times until the end of time. Ooh, Mela got bonked there. Couldn't get his heal off. He should be resable here, but losing those Thorn Stacks is not going to feel good. You really can't lose those Thorn Stacks, right? That's a lot of DPS that is going to end up being lost here. Haven't quieted Guild Wars 1 players who hate Guild Wars 2. Yeah, but they're quarantined, right, to the Guild Wars 1 subreddit. And you know what? I actually think, look, let's actually be really Steelman here about the Guild Wars 1 Andes. I think it's honestly really fair. It is really, really fair, in my opinion, to be a little bit salty about Guild Wars 1. Bear in mind, guys, if you were a Guild Wars 1 fan, you got fucked. Because Guild Wars 2 is not a sequel to Guild Wars 1. It's in name and lore only. If you liked Guild Wars 1's gameplay, and you wanted more of that, you didn't get that, right? In the same way that people who like Classic WoW ultimately got trolled by, you know, Retail WoW, eventually shifting away from Classic. That's why people like, you know, there's Classic Andes and Retail Andes, right? It's the same thing with Guild Wars 1. I can understand being salty. Like, your favorite game basically got ditched entirely by the developer and they moved on to Guild Wars 2, rather. However, I think that that's actually very unlikely to happen again. They will almost certainly continue to develop Guild Wars 2 when they release future projects in the future. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if they did actually put a dev or two on Guild Wars 1. With how with how popular classic-style MMOs are, there's a market for Guild Wars 1. I would be very interested how well it would do if they actually did Guild Wars 1 fresh. Hard reset on everyone's progress, hard reset on everyone, on the economy and all that kind of stuff, and just play fresh. Get a new audience in. Like, get brand new players into the game. Like, say, yeah, Guild Wars 1's a great classic MMO, because it is, by the way, guys. It's a really good game. If you like MMOs, especially classic-style MMOs, you know, old-school RuneScape, classic WoW, you guys know all that stuff, right? If you like that, you will like Guild Wars 1. Dude, if they added a hardcore mode, that would actually be so hype. And then, like, adding a bit of extra content. Not a lot, but, you know, maybe a patch or two. Adding a new mission, adding a new quest. Maybe eventually adding a new dungeon. Adding a couple of new skills like they did with the new elites and stuff like that. That would be sick. You get a community around that. I think you get, like, customers for that for sure. The only issue is that Guild Wars 1's monetization doesn't exist, right? Because they have a cash shop, but nobody cares about it. And they don't sell expansions, so they'd have to figure out how they could monetize Guild Wars 1, basically. Maybe they just let you buy gold, although that would probably fuck with the economy a little bit, I don't know. But yeah, I think they could honestly have some potential there. They really could. Whoa, music just stopped. Ellen here, on a decent pull. Ooh. Bit of a bubble overflow there. They're going to have to recover that. Can they get everyone in one? Oh, no. They're going to have to do triple shard there. Is that a death? That might be a death. Yeah, it is. Oh, that was so rough. To be honest, that's going to be close to a reset. Yeah, there's a billion Fuma rollers. They're calling it, yeah. Yeah. Not great, guys. Are you on that rutabaga? Wait, did mine sell? I'm going to log in and see if mine sold. I think they did. How many views does Nike's video have? That's the big question. Up to 1,000 views. Wait, did I manage to sell my rutabagas? Oh, I did not. Oh, no, the price is already nuked. Oh, it's over. We weren't able to pump it up high enough, guys. I did not sell. That was like, I could have got an easy 100 gold in the pocket. Oh, shit. Wait, we actually have a Reddit post about this. Rutabaga insane price increase. Oh, no. Wait. Also, this guy is a massive psyop, guys, okay? This guy is a giga psyop. He, like, fucking despises Guild Wars 2 and just shits on it in every thread. Why is he not trolling? That's insane. Yeah. Might have Pro Sport gone alarm. No. Look, no. Nobody panic, okay? I didn't spend all of my gold on rutabagas for the prize pool, okay? Nobody panic. We're good. Isn't user anything and puts a review on it? From the because it's some kind of scheme. Do not buy them now. Wait, is this guy legit? No, this is a Oh, look at this. Oh, that is a psyop. No posts. Oh dear. I'm gonna mess with the order books and try and sell mine. I quite enjoy placing a line of orders for single units on low value items. I sometimes do it with +1 infusions to wait, what? I sometimes do it with +1 infusions to frustrate people trying to instant sell by forcing them to sell one at a time. They will quickly... Dude, what is this behavior? They will quickly hit their sell limit after selling 8 to 10 of them single orders, which is pretty easy to do with a few orders of one, especially if you're actively replacing the orders as they sell them. It's pretty fun. Dude, this is mental sickness. I am sorry, this is mental sickness. I have a lot more of a runaway to limit instant sales in this book. I'll take her up a few silvers and make someone go through 500 clicks over a couple of hours at 3 to 4 silver per sale if they want to instant sell a single stack for a few gold. I figure it's harmless to do this on this chart. Nobody simply playing the game will ever need to buy any rutabagas. Nobody in that group in their right mind would overcut 4 silvers to buy them. And the sellers just have to deal with a balked sell book. Hopefully no stupid speculators think I'm pricing it up and gives them fat orders to sell into higher price points. That would be their free market bad decision to make. Okay. I like how by the way, guys, The price has actually inflated. Just so everyone knows. The price on these used to be 1 silver. Now the buy orders are unironically quadrupled. And you can see that you actually do... Yeah, look, he's literally done it. Look. Look what he's done. There's like mass orders here. Of 1 each. He's actually doing it. He actually did it. We know who these are. We know if you buy from this rutabaga, you know who it's from. It's like from this like unhinged individual. Yeah. Incredible. Wait, isn't this guy actually the mod? Isn't this guy a mod for the Reddit? Oh, he is. He knows. Someone thought it would be funny to artificially inflate roundabouts for no reason. Well, I mean, it is actually funny. To be honest, it is indeed funny. I kind of want to click this guy's Reddit post because this guy is a mega psyop, by the way. Okay, he is a mega psyop. The thing is that yeah. There might be some weird shit in here. You know what I mean? Yeah, he posted an r/wow as well. He's probably also a psyop there. It's not gonna sell? No. No. Nope. The one times analyst is 14 days old. Wait, that is actually a wait, so that's a psyop then? Unless they might at 30 cents that I mean could. Yeah, those are never selling, bro. Like, there's absolutely no way. Those are not selling. That's not gonna happen. All right, I'm listening to the Roy song again. Roy, link me this Final Fantasy VII song. Let's listen to that. Crazy motorcycle. Let's go. That's what we need for LN to get this kill. Here we go. I'm going for the doot. And I won as well. Nice. Very nice. There you go. Doot has been summoned. Wait, how many doots have I won? 9 times. Yeah, you get a purple title for killing CM here. No, well, I obviously don't participate in my own game. Like, I can't just steal it from you guys. That'll be messed up. 38% here. DPS looking solid as well for LN. Looking good. Doot leaderboard is reset 5 times. Yeah, but it hasn't reset for ages. This is the current legit Doot list. I might actually add to the Doot list, though. And make it so, that you get to pick an emote to enable. Oh, that's a really shitty jump for LN. Oh, no. That's honestly like a 30-second time loss. Just right there immediately. Just getting juiced. It's sulfuric as well. They can't clear it. You purged the 100 dudes I had? Look, if you... I didn't purge anyone's 100 dudes. There's no way you lost 100 dudes, bro. Maybe lost like 6 at best. Couple of stability issues actually coming through here. A lot of bonks hitting on Mela. And that's obviously a big DPS loss. Need to be careful with that. Yeah, those red AoEs on the ground are blasting. Like those Fuma rollers, they are not friendly. The Sneb song, maybe I can. New infusion, it's alright. It just get like a red glow around your chest, pretty much, is how the Bloodstone infusion works. That Toxic's got to go on their left. See if they deal with that. Boss is still not jumped. That is absolutely tragic. They were honestly on a good pull DPS-wise, but not anymore. Look at that, guys. Perma resolution, perma 25 might. That you really hate to see that. Perma prot as well. That is just rough. NA going to be pulling in 17 minutes as well. Honestly, I think LN should be going to bed soon. They're obviously not going to be fresh. You got to make the call. You got to sleep it off, in my opinion. Come back fresh. You're going to pump harder, right? Oh, bad bubbles. AED procs. They have to go under Mela. Yeah, they actually do get him. That knockback thing is a bit annoying, to be honest. But there's a bit of CD destabilization now. Do they have the stability to run in there and get that revive? Looks like the self-res comes through, so no need. Dude, like, Solar... Dude, Mela's mech is, like, randomly attacking the Fumarola. Bad mech control by Mela there. Needs better micro. Needs better micro, guys, is what he needs. That song goes pretty hard, to be honest, guys. That one. I do like that. That is good. It's high energy. High energy. Enable Genova? Okay, I'll play it after this. I will enable it. Man, I'm kind of hungry. I was trying to order food during the race, but then I didn't because it was too late. So now I haven't got any food. This is despair, guys. And I actually don't have anything prepped. I basically ate all of my prep stuff during the WoW grind, the early WoW grind. So now I starve, guys. I'm going to starve to death and die. That's reality here. Does not feel good. It's over. Food is gone. What is this? Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. I'm not going to play anything... Dude, playing stuff from Nintendo is scary. They'll just, like, delete you. They'll sue you. Oh, really? Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, Mela. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is Mela doing? What's this, bro? He's a Kuma. He's going with the full setup here. Very original fashion, as you can see there. Yep. A classic. Doesn't actually commit to it, though. He's going for the pose. He's posing. Pose twist. Okay. Bit of a rearrangement there. A little bit of a jiggle situation. Double chrono here. There's no illegal arc DPS for Mela just yet. He hasn't managed to cook that up. What does P4 mean? Basically, it's phase 4. It's when the boss heals itself. When you kill the boss first, it heals to 40%. 41% to be more specific. Oh, quick reset there. Oh, the cat infusion? Oh, I don't know about that. Arc DPS backup. There's an illegal version. There's like an illegal arc DPS that is available. NA about to activate in 13 minutes. Grimjack here on Druid. So let's see if we see any switcheroos coming through. Nice. Demon Queen? Dude! Someone needs to try the Demon Queen cook, I'm telling you. The Demon Queen cook. I bet someone already tried it though, to be fair, actually. I bet someone probably tried it on CM, actually. So I imagine it doesn't work. Because I feel like the teams would have thought about it. Because if the boss is healing and you could reduce it by having a Demon Queen relic, I feel like that's something the teams would have thought about already during the testing period. But I mean, that would be significant, right? Like, if Demon Queen did work, that would what? What would the boss's HP go to? Like, it's 33% reduction. It would go to 50% reduction, which is a big deal. It's a new HP entity? Oh, unlucky. So it's not going to work then. Or maybe it would work. Or maybe it would. Huge. 30% is original, 50% with Demon Queen. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like they wouldn't design that. Especially, by the way, because this is a Janthea Wilds thing, and Demon Queen is Soto, right? So imagine if, like, the only way to kill the boss was using a Soto relic. That would be fucking jank, man. There's no way. It would be really funny if that was the case, though. It's rifle mech time. Look, I mean, look, that's next patch. You know, what's extremely fucking funny, by the way, guys, is the two builds that are being used to kill this are both getting nerfed next patch. It's not the biggest nerfs in the world, actually, but they are getting nerfed. It's like a couple of K DPS loss, I think, on Condi mech. And Willbender's getting a slight nerf, too, because they're losing, you know, 1% damage on Tyrant's Momentum, right? Also, Mela just skill clicked 5. What's up with that? Tiny boss going through the firebrand. That's true. Yeah, those honestly are really nice in PvE, actually. Especially on heal firebrand, I feel like. Because you get a lot of value out of the Virtues trait line on heal firebrand. Oh, shit, dude. What the hell with this guy? He's, like, in the fucking jungle. Jesus. He tried to... He flew too close to the sun on that one. Yeah. Wait, what is this fucking tech? Where's the shard? Dude, the shard is unpickable. That is quite an unholy positioning on the sulfuric there. Yeah. Someone fall. The shard was edging, correct. 20 minutes of ancestral... Wait, ancestral purchases was ad blocker. What the fuck is that? Oh, yeah, that's weird, to be honest, I don't know. That is quite strange. I guess, basically, it was malfunctioning with some of, like, the purchasing tracking stuff going on with the store. Okay. I mean, here we go again. Man. I felt like getting through the first 30% is so brutal, bro. Look how boring it is. Oh, man. This is rough. The boss is just, like, stomping. Pow. There we go. As an affiliate link? I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, like, ArenaNet need to fix their partner program stuff. Check this out, guys. Check this out. So Sneb actually recorded how many people used his referral link and how many, like, actual referrals he got from the partner program. I think he lost about 80% of his referrals, confirmed referrals. That's actually crazy, right? And that's because of ad block. Fucking feels bad, man. You hate to see that. So Sneb basically lost 80% of his, like, partner revenue because they use fucking this weird, like, janky ass cookie system as opposed to using a creator code or like a, you know, like a code thing. How can he tell? He just asked people, like, who used it, basically. Because he has a big community, right? Like, community guild, so he just, like, did a survey of who used the link. Honey 2.0. Nah, it's just because, like, adblock messes with it. Because it uses, like, little browser cookies, right, to store the referral, as opposed to using a code. What if they lied to him? I mean, they could have lied to him, yeah. It's possible. I mean, Honey was just, like, straight up insidious, right? Like, it was just, like, stealing people's referrals. It's cooked. All right, here we go. We're listening to Awesomeness's choice of music now. Enjoy, guys. Awesomeness requested this. If this isn't good, you can blame him. I hate it already. We're getting some mixed reviews here. Everyone will say this is good, by the way. Well, I mean, I hope so, yeah. Is this moving towards penis-like? You think it's like a little bit penis? It's like a touch of penis. Unused without block? Yeah, I mean, if you want to help creators out for Guild Wars 2, that you whitelist the Guild Wars 2 side. Boom. Love to see it. Things getting a little bit out of hand for LN. Mela very low. He shifts back in to try and soak up some heals. Is successful in doing so. Fumarolla's blasting. We have a downstate off stack. We need to get to that. There's no shift signet for Mela. Oh, we're seeing big down. I think there's some fatigue, to be honest. This is a little sloppy. That's going to be a permadeath. That's another that's a confirmed GG. To be honest, if I'm LN, I'm thinking veg, man. I'm thinking veg here. I really am. Because, look, when you get tired, man, your brain just doesn't work. I mean, you guys know this, right? You know this. When you're tired, your brain just stops working. How do I find the song name? I will link it. There you go. It's from Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, URA is not that exciting until 40% for sure, yeah. Huge. Oh, Alan gonna go again, though. How's the race going? I'd say it's... We're in an interesting position. Because the DPS check is winning. Chomp3 Party in the chat. An excellent choice. Fun fact, Chomp3 Party is actually a direct live video recording of Chomp partying. New LCM mechanics. Geysers spawn faster, and the boss heals by 40% instead of 16% in the final phase. And you get Omega Titans in the last phase too, instead of Fumarollers. PvP instead of grinding more LCM. Oh, I think that's good, though, actually. You want to kind of, like, after a situation like this, like, I think going to bed raw actually is not very effective. You want to actually take some time to kind of unwind a bit. That's a good strategy, I think. Kind of relax a little bit, chill down, and just kind of, you know, unwind before going to sleep, for sure. That is the way. Kind of annoying movement there. They get a little bit of a reset. The boss crawls back to the middle. Not the end of the world, but a little bit annoying. They're just going to go ahead and reset it, though. I wonder if there's some way that could be manipulated as well. Like, maybe you could do that to, like, force the boss to reset positioning, or, like, force the boss to interrupt one of its attacks or something. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh? Oh, I think it might be Veg. Oh, no, hold on. We have a swap. They should Veg. I think they should Veg as well, to be honest. But obviously, it is entirely their decision. You know, it's definitely getting late. It's been 9 hours of raiding at this stage. Pretty intense stuff. Probably going to be a bedtime angle. We do have NA, I believe, about to start up again, though. Let's see how that one's going to go. Yep, NA is now loading back into the squad. There is a Thief. I wonder if they're going to experiment with Spectre. We saw a couple of teams do that for the range CC. Let's see if we're going to see a similar approach here. Final member will be joining up in just a moment. And yeah, it looks like we are going to see a bit of experimentation here. Grim, wait, guys. You are aware of what this build is, correct? I believe we are seeing the Forbidden One being played. Maybe even 2 of them in play. The other one there in the other subgroup. But this is a pretty damn good build for this fight. It does have a lot of Condi cleanse, but again, this may end up sacrificing some DPS. They have to be a little bit careful with that. Yeah, this is the unspeakable build. This is the forbidden one. It absolutely is. Builds with 55k DPS. I mean, yeah, the DPS check is definitely looking challenging as of right now. 2 heal crows, 2 Cellier Scourges. That might end up being the approach here. Yeah, that may be the strategy they go for here when we see players start to load in. Looks like LN is going to bed. Yeah, that is the case. I think that's a smart decision. They made some good progress. They saw that P4, and that kind of puts them, you know, pretty damn close to the Americans. A little bit behind SC, of course, 27%. And I think these teams are going to have to, definitely going to have to think about their comp. They're going to have to think about DPS. I would definitely be not surprised. I would really not be surprised to see more teams incorporate the Willbender and the Firebrand. I think that is a very heavily optimized composition that SC have come up with after probably a lot of testing during the regular CM, I'd say, if I had to guess. So we'll see what that ends up doing. It's unclearable until Roy gets power weave at 55k DPS. Honestly, he should do that. They should do that. Unchained, Spear, Launch, Renegade, it's time. Look, okay, what is a balance change that ArenaNet could do that would make you guys believe that Trig is Unchained? Because look, I bet if Trig was actually Unchained, he'd remove Quickness and Alack from the game. And CMC would as well. They would actually do it. But the thing is, they're chained. Like, CMC and Trig and Roy, they are chained. Oh, that's the end for Mela. Yeah, that's the good night there with the raid. Big raid there from Mela. Mela, my king, my god, my goat, my mower. Fast card, DAOC. Fast fact. I want to see some fast facts in the chat right now. Ooh, actually, Celerity would be a huge Unchain moment. Oh my god. That would be such an Unchain. I bet Trig would do that. He would do that. He's the kind of guy who would. He would do Celerity. For those who don't know, guys, Celerity is a conceptual boon that is quickness and alacrity combined. Why would you add something like this? Well, to streamline group creation. Because instead of having like Alack DPS or Q heal or, you know, Q DPS Alack heal, you only need 1 boon class per subgroup that does both at the same time, basically. Like, that is essentially the thing. And you would do that to basically massively streamline the process of building groups. Would it power creep the game? Yes. But again, power creep, though, is kind of not that relevant in a way. Because all it does really is, you know, you just balance the next encounter around it. That's how they've typically done it. Like, HTCM has been giga power crept at this stage, right? Saras ironically got like anti-power crept because they nerfed Vert, which is pretty funny, but yeah. Oh, Len's still go. Oh, Mela's going to bed, but like Araki's still going. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Mayskin Kevin, look at the sell orders. Wait, people like mass buying Kevins? It's because we showed off this picture of like meeting Kevin in Cologne, I guess. Anything gives a light we convert to quick. That's actually an interesting take. Make quick and heal mutually exclusive. I mean, I don't think you could really do that, to be honest, but it would be kind of cool if there was just no Alack, and then you just like you just reduce the cooldowns of every ability by 20%, just like make Alack exist. Mela with the prime as well. Shout out Mela. Honestly, removing Alack from the game, removing Alack from the game would not even be a big deal at this stage. It actually wouldn't, because Alack barely exists in PvP in World vs. World. It's basically been cleansed from World vs. World entirely. It's not really much of a thing in PvP either. It is a little bit more so than World vs. World, but not really. And you could easily nuke it from PvE, because you could just compensate and reduce every ability's cooldown by 20%, right? Like, so you actually could do it. Yeah, you could do that. You honestly could do that. And just make it so quickness is a thing and no Alack. Because the thing is, Alack is just worthless, right? Like, you have it up 100% of the time anyway, right? That's the whole point. Like, you have 100% uptime with quickness and Alack. So if you just, like, functionally speaking, if you, like, delete Alack and just give everyone CDR, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, no, look, they can just make the numbers green. They can just make the cooldown, because I actually agree with that. Like, not having green cooldown numbers would feel really bad, but they could give you an option to make them green. There you go. Problem solved. Problem solved. Wait, what's going on with these Kevins? I don't know, Kev. 14 gold? Dude, someone is actually manipulated. Someone has bought, like, every Kevin on the market. That's actually high tier. I like that. Dude, that's just as good as the rutabagas. Okay, NA about to activate. Let's see if we can... I guess we can get the LN stream up. Check it out. You can see the situation. Here we go. I think that's the correct URL. It absolutely is. Yeah, LN is continuing. This is Nightmare. One of the most formidable gamers out there. Known for his absolutely brutal training regimen for ERP3. I sold my Kevins earlier. Well, I mean, there you have it, I guess. Paid off for you. Boom. So Ellen going to keep grinding. Let's see. Who do they get in to replace Mela? Someone. There is a gamer in there. I mean, Colony Mech, obviously not the hardest build in the universe to play. We do have Subi on that Firebrand. We do actually have the Arc DPS. So you can see these mechs really pumping away here. Like that. Make it a limited situation used with break bars or something full copium. Well, the issue with that is that I believe cast time is something they can't split. So they can't give perma quickness in PvE without ruining PvP in World vs. World. Otherwise, honestly, I'd maybe even be in favor of that. Just like making cast times in PvE just like way faster. Because like the whole like boon uptime thing is just Papega, realistically. Although, I'm not gonna lie, having a quickness class is kind of irrelevant. Like, you need someone to apply boons, but I guess, like, the healer would just do it. So I think it's fine if there's, like, one boon roll. Will 100% uptime, or they also don't do anything. Yeah, but you don't need, like, a specific role for that, because the healer always does one boon, right? So I think it's less of an issue with that. The issue is that you have 2 unique boons that you need to cover. If it's 1 unique boon, it's whatever, doesn't matter. Because the healer does everything anyway. Like, healers are so power crept that they do like a zillion boons and they're like, you know, quick or relax, right? Because the problem you're trying to solve there is like how to make groups like easier to build for like frogmen, basically. It is to make the game, like, frogman friendly. Because let's be real, guys. Like, the entire population of the game is frogmen. Might cap is not that easy in this fight. Yeah, because all the supports are, like, running around all over the place, right? For sure. You're running around so often you don't have a lot of time to boon! $40k DPS on that mech. Kit Gamer is pumping, guys. Leveraging the full might of the Colony mech. Boona! Trying to get a double up. They already sharded though, so no double up there for LN. Okay, and here we go. We're blasting big time. Getting that geyser down. We do have a down set. There's a shard far as well that needs to be picked. Bit of instability. Ooh, awkward bubble as well. They've got to get that. Oh. Yeah, the toxic geyser claims another kill. Gets it done. And that's going to be back to 100%. And NA is gearing up. Let's see if we actually see a different approach here from NA. It might be the Scourges. And, yep, guys, we have activated the Forbidden One. We have a Deadeye as well, which is pretty interesting. Let's see what that's going to be used for. So we still have 4 Mechanists. It's going to be double Heal Scourge, I think. Then we have 2 Forbidden Ones. One in each sub. That's going to be a lot of Condi cleanse, a lot of healing, a lot of Condi cleanse. But I'm not sure if this is going to be a DPS gain. Unless they've got some kind of optimization with how they're going to handle these shards so that all of these mechs can just have 100% uptime. I'm just not sure if we're going to get DPS here. I'm not sure how this is going to work. We basically sacrificed a mech to get that Deadeye in. So this Deadeye needs to pump, right? This is going to have to be big. But we'll see what they've cooked up here, because they won't have done this for no reason. They'll have an idea. They'll have a concept that they're going to execute. It's not going to be for no reason. It's not going to be a meme. I think their goal is going to be to allow their DPS just to full send as much as possible and support them really well with the Scourges. Because there's a lot of Condi cleanse, actually, on these builds. Because every time you're applying Barrier, which is a lot on this build, you're also going to be applying, removing a Condi. That's the Abrasive Grit trait in Scourge. And lots of Barrier on this build, of course. Then we have the Deadeye, ready to pump, and 5 Condi mechs. And then, of course, we have the double heal Chrono that will be running around, helping out with mechanics and doing all the CC. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I mean, Deadeye's got the execute. It does. But again, like this, this build does not do a lot of damage, right, at the end of the day. Like, this build is going to be doing... Oh, looks like we may have a... I think they have the wrong boons on the Chronos or something. Like, this build is going to be doing, you know, like 15k DPS is what this build is capable of. It is a hybrid, of course. Double Blood Scourge is very heavy revival power as well. Bear that in mind. So they have a lot of res power now. So if they do go down, so they will be able to recover. But we'll see what they're going to be able to cook here. I'm very curious to see like how this is going to work out and if they have any kind of strategic adjustments to kind of complement this setup that they've gone for. And again, bear in mind, guys, this is the forbidden build. This build must not be played. Playing it is forbidden. Let's see how it goes. Wait, what is this Deadeye doing? What is this build that's being played here? The Deadeye's 12k DPS? What is this? Interesting. I am very curious as to what they've gone for here. It's a pure CC Deadeye? It's like a CC Warlord Deadeye? Yeah, this is some kind of headshot spam. Just pure CC bot. To deal with these geysers. So maybe this is kind of part of an experimental cook. Thief is, of course, still pretty squishy. Low amount of health. Yeah, it's full CC Deadeye. 70k CC, but unfortunately 9k DPS. I think this is a next level of forbidden build. Yeah, you can see Grim is going with the Mercy Relic, I think. I think the other Scourge has Thorns, so they're able to get a fair bit more DPS. Also, that might just be a regular Relax Scourge too, actually. Might not be Blood. Yeah, I mean, it does mean that they are able to stack a lot, right? Like, that is the benefit. And you can see their DPS is kind of cranking. We have 226k DPS sending, and I think theoretically they should be able to hold very like consistent DPS throughout the phases, because the mechs will be able just to send it, right? And the Thief will be able to just like run around and CC. And they do have 2 Scourges too. So they basically have 4 players that can run around in circles. Have NA actually cooked here, guys? Have they cooked? Oh my god. Is this a chef moment? Let's see if this gives them control. When we get into that kind of 40% phase. Like, that's going to be the real trial of this, is going to be the 40% mark. That's where things are going to get interesting. I think with this setup, they do have... Well, the thing is, I think the other Scourge is not a heal Scourge. I think it's a pure Relax Scourge. But if they were running 2 hybrids, I feel like they definitely have more support. This build does a lot of barrier and a lot of cleanse. I believe it could probably be equal or maybe even superior to having the Druid. in terms of overall support. Certainly in Condi Cleanse. It is a mega cleanse build. I will definitely give it that. The raw healing of the Druid obviously is superior, but I think this is all about the uptime, right? They want to be on the boss. They want to have their healers on the boss more. They want to have their DPS on the boss more. And let's see how this one goes. The Forbidden One is back. Picking up the shard there. Oh, it's a bit annoying for Grim. He can port away and try and get a Toxic there. Oh, now the shard is locked in, but he can just take a portal inside to get it, actually, so not a big deal. I'm curious about... I mean, actually, they have so much CC now, actually. This is kind of big. Oh, that's so cancer. He had to use his portal. Is he going to make it out? I think that's probably okay. Not the best situation for the Sulfur, but yeah, Grim got really trolled there. Getting, like, mechanics back-to-back is super frustrating. On Scourge, too, because you're kind of slow. You don't have, like, a very short cooldown blink. You only have the portal. But yeah, the DPS uptime is big. They are 45 seconds ahead of the timer right now, so the DPS is definitely acceptable. Let's see how that continues to go at 40%, though. All the mechs cranking 30k. There's the CC. I wonder if the boss is supposed to get exposed, by the way. I feel like if the boss actually got exposed here when you break the Defiance bar, like all of a sudden that does like change the DPS check a lot. Big about face there from Grim, showing that PvP pedigree. Tries to maintain his output as much as he can. The Thief CC is absolutely cranking right now. Man, if they could find a way to get some DPS on that Thief, it would be crazy. Wait, am I crazy, guys? Wouldn't it be better to have the Scourge, that Alak Scourge, play Firebrand and just get, like, a bit more DPS? And then just have the Chrono just do Alak instead? Could you do it with Quickness, Deadeye? I wonder if you could, yeah. Could you actually give Quickness while doing this? Take a boon spot so you can, like, package in another full DPS instead. That might be something that we see the teams experiment with. They've got to get rid of these geysers, though. They have a lot of Condi Cleanse, so they can hold on a little bit, but they can't just, like, stand in that forever. Yeah, I mean, they're still basically 50k DPS short of actually clearing the encounter. And yeah, the Thief is also really struggling to survive. If it ever has to dip in the geysers, it just falls over, which is definitely not ideal. Or when, yeah, there's a lot of instability now. Yeah, they've fallen too far behind. They have to reset. Very interesting idea, though. And this is like, yeah, this is their first attempt of, their first try of using this composition. So we'll have to actually, you know, keep looking at that. We've got to take a look, guys. We've got to examine the situation. We really do. Probably stack up a good amount of CC is doing currently. Yeah. No, I think the question is, like, the Thief Cook could be relevant, but I think the thing to think about is, like, how do they efficiently package it into the build? Because I feel like I'm not sure if this is efficient enough. I mean, well, this remains to be seen. If they're able to, you know, grind this and grind the DPS, then that might change. Our opinion on that might be forced to change if NA is able to fully deliver on this Cook. But I have a feeling this is not quite efficient enough to actually clear the DPS check. I'm going to play Guild Wars 2. I'm mainly a WoW person. I play mostly Ellie, Boomy, Esprit, similar to that in Guild Wars 2. I'd say probably play Elementalist in Guild Wars 2. It's probably the way to go. There's not really anything like Shadow Priest or Boomkin, though. It's one of the things that really makes you realize how weird, like, WoW class design is kind of crazy. Like, all the classes in WoW, all the specs even, like, every spec is pretty distinct. It has its own, like, very specific flavor of, like, how the rotation works and stuff. I'm just gonna go for a oh, yeah. Dude, look. Guys, how is Ryan's internet so cooked? Like, he DCs again, guys. That's insane, no? Is that not crazy? Imagine if they're at 1% and he DCs. Just think about that. Like, that could happen. That, in fact, isn't that actually probably quite likely to happen? We need a donation goal for Ryan's internet. Also, shout out to YouTube. Still 125 people on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube, guys. Love you all. Wait, where's my... Oh no, my music's gone. We've got no more music, guys. It's over. It is over. Ooh. Okay, LN's going to continue slamming. Let's move on to LN here. Boomkin is Rev. Not really. You've got like the 2 modes, but nah, not really. How I've been replying about this is how you saw. Wait, are people getting mad at you now? Oh dear. Oh, things is all right, you know. It's it exists. This boss is just impossible. I mean, it's definitely looking on the edge of it. DPS check is looking very, very challenging as of right now, just with the output. And honestly, the sustain as well. Because like people haven't got to the point where it's like 20 vent shots pummeling on you at the same time. LN going for this res. Should be able to get it. Oh, that toxic geyser is blasting there. They should be able to CC it and deny it, then get that recovery. They absolutely do. There you have it. The CC's looking good. They need to make sure they get rid of that geyser for good, though. It still needs to be sharded. Well, a little bit of chaos kind of emerging in this pool, that's for sure. Mesmer Portal is up there. Druid trying to crank as much healing as physically possible. Geyser still needs a shard, though. I think there's been some inefficiency with handling this mechanic as of right now. Got to get this regrip. They've still got to get rid of this geyser as well. It has been sharded. It now gets CC'd. Let's see if LN can recover. That should be resable. Glyph of the Stars just being popped there just to guarantee it and to bring everyone back to a good chunk of health. Glyph of the Stars, actually pretty interesting ability too. It does give stability. Bear that in mind, guys, when you use it like outside of CA too. So it's pretty nice. You can also use it for that, in addition to its usual revival capacity. A lot of damage now coming through, though. That Toxic Geyser is once again up, and we've lost a little bit of control. We're going to have a downside on that Chrono, I think, out at range. Yes, we absolutely are. That needs to be recovered. There's no Glyph of Stars here as well. Druid's going to go for it. Druid going to move in, but there's the knockback into the Toxic. That's going to make that revive a little bit annoying to get. They're able to get it, but look at that Toxic on their left, creeping in. There's a Sulfuric there as well. I think this is pretty much a doomed run here, to be honest. This is a doomed run. It really, really is. Huge. Druid, the blue theme Celestial Being, now has a white bar. Oh, yeah. Wait, that does look a bit different, actually, doesn't it? Or like the CA avatar. Wait, that is weird. That's some kind of filter that's making it look like that? Because it looks very pale compared to how blue it usually looks. I mean, maybe, why do that? Don't do it. You don't have to. Just keep trying stuff. It's a video game. It's not a bad thing if you, not a bad thing if you don't pick a main. You keep experimenting with stuff. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Huge. Get away with 2 Alat Kill Chronos, 2 QDPS Firebrands, and 1 CC Deadeye. I mean, it might be worth trying, yeah. Because like there could be a cook on that CCL. We've got to keep an eye on NA here. NA may have found a very interesting cook. I think Grim's Grim is actually playing more aggressively now. Yeah, he's playing a full Alack DPS. They've ditched the Forbidden one. And this is kind of close to that Firebrand setup. We do have a little bit less stability, though. Like, if you were playing a Firebrand, you'd obviously have access to stability instead. And there's the DPS. They're at 240k. Again, they might end up swapping to the Firebrands there. Maybe throw a couple of Willbenders in there, too. That's definitely a possibility. I think the goal here, though, is to... Because they're essentially playing 2-heal now. Like, this is a 2-heal comp. And I think what they're doing is they're using the Scourge as support. So you're getting Barrier. You're getting Condi Cleansers from these Scourges. And that's what they're going with. So they're trying to basically drop a healer. But they've kind of put that healer into the Deadeye, right? Like, the Deadeye is not healer DPS, because, you know, it seems the Chronos are literally 1k DPS. But it's obviously not doing a huge amount of damage either. And they feel like they probably need these Scourges to kind of hold on. They've got the Res Signet in there as well, which is pretty nice. The Scourges themselves are also very tanky. A lot of exposed on Grim right now. He needs to get those Condis off him, right? He's like Omega exposed. 4 stacks of exposed. Did get hit by a Shockwave as well. But yeah, he's just going to get more and more stacks. Up to 5 stacks now. Now 6 stacks. Yeah, the cleansers are maybe not quite there. Because bear in mind, the Chronos are running around a lot. So they're not always able to be there. Oh, now we've got 12 stacks of Sulfuric. Like, this is complete implosion here. He does go down set and get res. That actually does remove the Sulfuric. That's kind of interesting, actually. No Sulfuric Acid on anymore after that. Because, of course, that is how it works. Or when you go down set, you do actually end up losing colonies. It's going to be a reset, though. Yeah, now I think they are struggling a little bit with the... They are struggling a little bit with Colony Cleanse. Full Ritualist? I believe so. Oh, now he's swapped back to the Forbidden one, though. He's dropped the full DPS. He's gone back for more Cleanse. I think he was kind of noticing the lack of Cleanse there. Yeah, they need 246k. So realistically, you're going to want to do more than 246k at the start. Like you're probably realistically, when there's not a lot going on, which is basically from 100 to 70, you want to be pushing like 280k realistically. Honestly, more than that. Like you want to be pushing as close to like 300k openers as you possibly can. Because you're going to lose damage later on, right? There's more mechanics going on. There's like a billion ads popping up. Or I should split again. Well, look, if they reset the timer, the sky is the limit, guys. Look, they could make it so when you get to 0% in phase 4, she, like, divides into Uralings, right? In the same way that, like, Greer has his Greerlings. Like, mass Uralings could spawn, and they all do the same mechanics and summon even more geysers. Like, there's a lot of potential, guys, that they can do here. A lot of potential. And they're pushing big time here, though, guys. They really are. This is a 9-hour session at this stage. So, it's big. It's a fat one. Proto-Uralings, exactly. Shout out B-Boy, by the way, guys. B-Boy Cubed, NA player, world record holder in Kingdom Hearts 3 speedrunning. That's actually not a joke, by the way. World record holder, gamer, Bladesworn main. Well, I mean, can we even call anyone a Bladesworn main? He's like the only player in the game who even plays that shit. Nobody else except B-Boy plays Bladesworn. And by the way, he plays it because he's a weeb too. He's like, oh yeah, I teleport behind you and I slash you. Every 33% it swapped the Decimate and Greer. It's one of the things that actually did kind of cross my mind is that what if they've actually added Greer and Decima to Ura? So in other words, like, you know, at a phase, like, Decima just shows up and, like, fires mechanics and you've got to do them. Same with Greer. Greer just, like, crawls over the ledge, appears, and just covers you in filth. B-Boy is the only Bladesworn player on NA. I mean, I think that's, you don't even have to say NA for that. I feel like that's just both. The Echo of Ereg? Yeah, Ereg's Echo. That could be huge. Greer. Greer, also known as the Breaker. What's LN cooking up? Oh, wait. Where's LN at? What percent are we at? Oh, well, probably not that great. Okay, as you can see here, they've been going at it for 9.5 hours at this stage. They're still trying to push. Chrono is going Omega. Absolutely Omega CC there. 308k CC total. Would you say you broke to Greer since you're not playing? Ah, dude, I like Greer. How much a believer of Wing 9 next X pack are you? I mean, I don't... Look, ArenaNet is very unpredictable. I have no idea if they'll do another raid wing, to be honest. I mean, I think the content will probably be good. I'm fairly confident the content will be good. Like, will I be able to have people to play with? I think it's going to be kind of difficult, right? Because the thing that, I mean, I'm struggling with Guild Wars 2 is not even really the content. It's just that I don't really have like-minded people to play the game with, right? That's always been my issue, you know? And so, like, the game is very solo for me. If it don't, they will make strikes. Okay, look, I will speak from the perspective of the game here. I do not think it was a smart idea to do a raid. I think this expansion has been quite bad for casual players, to be honest, in terms of like raw content delivered in terms of open world and story. And look, let's be real here, guys. Let's be real. That is the Guild Wars 2 demographic. And not even the Guild Wars 2 demographic. That's the MMO demographic, right? Like, the vast majority of people who play WoW, the super hardcore, try-hard, Mythic Plus raiding game, they're story Andes, right? They're role players who just, like the story and like the world and like doing quests and stuff. Like, that's who plays these games. And I think Janthea Walters kind of let those players down, if I'm being honest. Which is weird, seeing as it was kind of marketed as this, like, you know, cozy expansion or whatever. And, well, it certainly started out that way, right? But I actually think that those players have been quite underserved, actually, over the last 2 expansions, both Soto and Janthea Wilds. So I think strike missions make a little bit more sense for kind of keeping the balance between designing content that, you know, I mean, look, guys, I will say this. I hope the devs do. I do hope that the raid devs hear me say stuff like this. But Wing 8 honestly really has impressed me. Like, this was made with love, and that's awesome to see. Like, they really went for it, especially on the CM designs. I think, especially on Greer and Decima. URA, I find to be a little bit less inspired. I can't lie to you. Yeah, whatever. But honestly, like, yeah, Decima and Greer, they really went for it, you know? They really did. And I think that's really cool. I really respect that. There's a lot of passion here. And they went for it. I would love to see that kind of channeled probably into a strike mission, because I think it's going to be a little bit more equitable. Because I do miss, like, the open world meta events. I do miss really cool world bosses and like, event chains to do, and, like, open world farms to do, like, with friends and stuff like that. I'm hoping the convergences kind of do that with the CMs, because I'm actually looking forward to those. I hope they're really fun. And I hope they're really challenging, actually. I'm actually looking forward to that quite a lot, actually. There's convergent CMs in the last patch. And I hope they've got a bit left over for the Fractal as well. But yeah, I think that this balance is honestly not quite right. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Grows a bit too RNG. I don't think the only RNG is like the Greerling spawns, and that can be annoying, but you can play around it. I think the real key is having a tank for Greer at 10%. That makes it very consistent. If you play Scourge strat, I think it's actually very consistent to do Greer CM. Even with the E-Reg achievement, it's pretty easy. And if you want to do mega consistent but without the achievement, I actually do think the Condimech approach that SC took with Greer is also very consistent, actually, if you play that correctly. Because you can kill E-Reg as well. And you spawn. Oh, you definitely can. It can be annoying, but I don't think it's a wipe. Right, I don't think there's an overlap where you wipe. Also, this is a bit of a banger of a pull here for NA, by the way, guys. Bear in mind, they haven't optimized DPS with this comp at all, but they do appear to be having a pretty easy time dealing with some of these mechanics. This is a little bit of a cook coming through from NA, if I do say so myself. Titan spawn is now up. Headshots being used, of course. CC on the boss is good. They need to CC the boss, actually. That Thief definitely needs to turn its attention to the boss's Defiance bar there, so they can actually get rid of those rising pressure stacks. 2 minutes on the clock. So it is a little bit slower than SC, but the Group D APS is actually holding firm at 200k, which is really not so bad. They need to get that res. Here's the sand portal into the res there. There's the Bloodwell. Boom, taking it back. Now on the boss. Let's get to 0%. This could actually end up being NA's best pull. 100%. It absolutely could be. Let's see how this goes. The cleansers from this Blood Scourge are actually really putting in the work. They really, really are. Grim can pick up the shard here as well if he wants to. There's another Toxic there. They want to get on that. I think it might be Grim picking up now, actually. It looks like he's posturing for it. Nope. He's going to wait a little bit longer. We have the Plague Lands going down. Fumarole are being dealt with there. Lots of Toxics up. They've got to handle that. And yeah, look at the time. Look at the time, guys. Look at the time. Because bear in mind, they have not optimized this. They played with this comp for what? 3 pulls? And we're already looking to be getting a 120 phase, maybe? Maybe a 115. Actually, maybe more like a 110 or a 1 minute, actually. They did lose a little bit of time there with that thing. And they've got a lot. They need to CC the boss, actually. I think they have been struggling on this a little bit. They need to maybe assign their CC better. Because, look, 9 stacks, that is fucking pure pain. It really is. Ooh, and it got... Oh, man. Not CCing there brutally punished them. Or not finding, like, having the resources to do that. 10 stacks, and we're also in a juicer as well. That is not good. But look at that, guys. It's pretty good, yeah. They're actually there with 1 minute on the clock, and they can do better than that for sure. Like, again, this is obviously very, very, like, rough and ready as they kind of go into this composition for the first time. They're trying to kill the vent shot. I think they're trying to see what happens if you kill one. Maybe they're thinking that something happens if you kill it. Or at least they want to test that, potentially. Yeah, they're really going for it. Man, they've got a lot of health, though, huh? Look at the HP on that. Holy shit. That is not dying. They also do have that rising pressure buff as well. They're standing in the sulfuric as well. And they're hard to manipulate the position, as you can see there, because they kind of do a rollback there. But yeah, they're really trying to kill it to see if it actually does something by the looks of this. If you kill it, if maybe the boss loses HP or you get more timer. Of something of that nature. But yeah, I mean, I don't think you're killing those, realistically. That's way too much HP to realistically deal with them. And the thing is, they kind of dodge back a little bit, so it's hard to control their positioning. I think they just have a dodge roll back. If anything, they might have the AI where if you target them, they dodge back. So it might be this absolutely cursed angle where you need to not target them. Because there's a couple of mobs in fractals that if you click on them, they'll dodge back. It's actually an interesting mechanic. There's some mobs like that in WoW 2 and Mythic Plus, actually. It's a really weird one. But yeah, in fractals, you know, like on Shadow Observatory CM, like if you target and then cast on the little acolytes that spawn, they'll dodge away from you. I think if you don't target them, they won't do it. And they might have similar AI to that. No, I'm not saying they necessarily do, by the way. They might just have a dodge roll that they do. They might have an evade. But that also might be how it works. But this is definitely a very interesting approach from NA. They had really good control of those geysers there. They absolutely did. Very interesting approach there. And damage was solid. And they can obviously squeeze out more, right? They absolutely can with this. They can squeeze out more DPS with this particular setup. They absolutely can. So we could be seeing them actually get into that phase at a relatively comparable time to SC. SC was pretty consistently getting in there at around that kind of 145, 150, like 130 to 150. Like with, you know, there's obviously a little bit of a range depending on how clean things go. That was the time they were getting to 0%. And that was a little bit slower, to be fair. That was around like 1 minute and 5 seconds, I believe, approximately. But things didn't entirely go their way, actually. There were a couple of things that didn't go according to plan. Obviously, the boss kind of getting buffed a little bit, some down states and so on. So there's some potential here. This is a very big potential. We'll have to see how this proceeds. And we're going for a swap. It looks like we're bringing in a Firebrand here. Yeah, we are. Wait, are we playing heal Firebrand? Because maybe they're not worried about the CC so much on the geysers because the thief is carrying it. And they're going to go with heal Firebrand. Interesting. That is interesting. Oh, the Venture just dodged that time. Okay, yeah, so you can't prevent it. Yeah, I mean, that makes those like very obnoxious to kill then. It probably is going to be a situation where you're just going to have to try and live it. Yeah, the Thief CC really paying off there. Really big CC. Once again, NA Theorycraft. Pretty good, I think. Very interesting solution. Okay, so let's see what this is going to be. I wonder if they would ever have the balls to try and play hybrid firebrands as well. And play like 4 hybrid healers and just package in more damage. Get another like 10k DPS per firebrand. Play like a Celestial build. Oh, Grim. Oh, hold on. Grim's actually going for the... He's going to be playing the firebrand here. Okay. Yep. And it's going to be, yeah, heavy CC focus here. We see the hammer there. Is it going to be Sanctuary instead? Because, of course, the, you know... I imagine the hammer was for the geysers, was what he was thinking with this. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god, guys. They're playing hybrids. It's 4 hybrids. Yeah, I called it. It's hybrids. That is interesting. Let's see how this one goes. Ooh. Oh, no, we're going back to Scourge. Never mind. Yeah, NA is activating here, guys. NA is actually activating. I think it is going to be hybrid firebrands. Which is... Oh, by the way, guys, Grim is not using fastload.dll. Bear that in mind. Nobody in this... No, look, not even... Honestly, I want to give a big shout out to the players here, guys. I really do. Big shout out to every player in the race. Nobody is using fastload.dll or hp.dll. Herald. Ooh, we're having a couple of swaps coming through here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he just logged over to share the build to the other firebrand by the looks of that. So it's going to be, I think Narsen is going to be playing that. And there's the other firebrand. Are they swapping that to bamboozle the stream? No, I think this is some legitimate experimentation here. While we're waiting, let's see what LN is up to. LN continuing to push forwards. Man, I mean, look, obviously, they know themselves better than I do, but man, this is a big push. This is a big push, considering they're coming back tomorrow. Honestly, I wonder what LN's goal is here. What do they want to do? Are they just looking to grind consistency? Do they want to hit some kind of push point before they go to bed? This is interesting strategically to me. I think SC actually showed a lot of discipline today. It's easy to do that, by the way, when you're ahead, to be fair, but you still have to give them credit. Like, I imagine they had that instinct. I want to push for 25%. We want to see 24. We want to see if something happened. But I still think they acted with a lot of discipline here. Like, I think going to bed or kind of quitting what they did, unwinding and then sleeping, coming back fresh tomorrow, was a very good strategic decision. To be honest, I think that will honestly, that type of discipline is going to serve them well in the long term here for handling this progression. And of course, they will have people helping them, you know, doing analysis. Like, they'll be asleep, and I imagine like some of the crew are going to be like staying up a little bit, like watching streams and seeing what people are doing, and also doing their own analysis on the logs while they wait for tomorrow's raid to start. But yeah, a bit of an interesting pull here. We don't see total DPS listed on the LN arc, but it's pretty juicy, as you can see. And they are still opting for this triple heal setup. Whereas NA, yeah, guys, I believe we are living in quadruple hybrid territory for NA. I have a couple of concerns about boon uptimes here. We'll have to see how the, you know, the actual uptimes on the boons look, as opposed to having like full 100% boon duration builds, but it should be relatively easy to upkeep stuff with these firebrands, actually, especially when you've got the Scourges there as well. But this is interesting because now all of these players are going to be doing some damage. Like, these firebrands can be doing like 10k DPS, the Scourges are doing going to be like 10k, 15k DPS, and then of course the Thief is doing like 10k DPS as well. So let's see how this one's going to go. This is a very interesting approach. Oh, the Thief is relogging, though, actually. Let's see if that's going to be... Oh, no, we are going back. It went to the Mesmer for a brief moment there. Now going back to the Thief. Yeah, this is a cook, guys. This is a cook. This is a big fucking cook. And these firebrands are going to have very powerful CC on boss. They'll be obviously going to have access to Sanctuary or at least the hammer or something like that. So they will be able to CC the boss. And that might be some kind of technology they're looking for here. But so does the Chrono as well. Like, not having those mowers for that burst CC is going to be interesting. They're really going to have to focus on breaking those Defiance bars. Because I feel like that's what they've been struggling with in the last couple of pulls. Like, the boss just getting up to, 10 stacks of rising pressure. 50% damage reduction, like that is just going to stall you so much. They lost a lot of time to having that rising pressure up last time, so they need to find some kind of solution to working that 100%. Yeah, no Mesmer portal is going to suck as well. No little Mesmer ports. That's going to be a little bit on the unfortunate side for sure. Yeah. Because that rifle portal was really putting in the work. How is Arc DPS working? There is an illegal version that's being passed around on a very big LN pull, actually. I can't see the timer. It's being covered up by the how to join LN thing. That's just the way it goes, I guess. But we could be seeing 0% here from LN. We absolutely could. You to join LN to see the timer? I mean, I guess so. That's the gatekeeper. Oh, Chrono dies here, unfortunately. So we're probably getting towards the end. There were some messy bubbles going on, leading to some down states. All the soul... Notice how the sulfurics are being stacked, by the way, guys. This is an interesting thing there. Like, LN are really trying to stack all of the sulfurics over there by the looks of this. So they can keep this section of the arena clean going into that 0% phase. Not going to work out for now, though. But, man, I've got to see this NA cook. We have to see this NA cook, guys. We really do. This is very spicy. I want to see if this is undercooked or overcooked. Or perfectly cooked. Here we go. Here we go. We're here. So now we are running quadruple hybrids. Let's see how the DPS looks, and let's see how the CC handles itself as well. This is spicy. From triple heal to 4 hybrids. Yeah, so we basically have no pure healers anymore. It's only hybrids. Now, we're going to have a little bit less boon diversity here compared to having the Chrono, obviously, but the basics are covered as of right now. What's the DPS going to get up to? 240k? That's not really enough, though. That's the thing, is it, right? We need to see more DPS than that. They need, basically, 250k sustained to make that happen. But obviously, yeah, like, basically swapping off healers has given us more DPS. Let's see how that one goes down. The Thief is out DPSing the Firebrands. That's crazy. Bubbles coming through. Bubbled. Always go more aggressive with the hybrid as long as it heals enough. I mean, I think the healing could be pretty scary later on when they get to the vent shots and so on. But they are going to have a lot of barrier time, a lot of cleanse, and a lot of stability. Like, the Firebrands will be able to pump out that stability like nobody's business, which is going to be highly advantageous. And the reflect uptime should be decent as well with a double Firebrand, right? They can just, like, rotate between their Tome 3s. And they should be able to kind of deliver some value there. Man, dude, I wonder how hard NA is going to go. I feel like NA is going to go large. They're going to go large, guys, because, of course, it's only 8:47 p.m. for NA. So they actually got up very early today, and they're probably going to go back to a more sane schedule tomorrow, like waking up a little bit later than they did today. So they might pull a large one. Yeah, they really might. Oh, yeah, he's just going to grab the shard there. Grim is about to be bubbled. He's been bubbled. DPS does look solid. Again, it's not enough to beat the True Enrage, but nobody has DPS to beat the True Enrage currently, so that's not really the big deal. What else has changed? I mean, look. Someone get the MNF GIF, man. We've all seen it. Get the ERP2 GIFs. Maybe I should say GIFs just to piss people off. Although, honestly, that is, like, inhuman to say that, so let's not. They've fallen behind on Toxics a little bit, though, so there might be some adaptation that needs to happen here on how to handle this. MNF dead? I mean, it might be dead, but let's be honest, it's eternal. Yeah, I think that you're just going to go ahead and reset. Need to think about how to approach this with this different composition. Buh.gif. Yeah, guys, Deadeye's only doing like 10k DPS. What's up with that? Purpose of the Thief. The Thief is a pure CC bot. It is just hard CCing everything, pretty much. Yeah, I think they're maybe not happy with this cook, though. Looks like we might be going back to Chronomancer. Is nascent. Two full heals and two pure QDPS firebrands. Yeah, that was definitely what I was thinking. Right? Is that, yeah, I think you do get more DPS if you have quickness DPS firebrands and two full healers. But I guess they're concerned, do you live with that, right? Like, is that actually livable? That's the concern. There's a reason why these groups are running triple heal, right? It's very hard to survive. But the thing is, do you live with double healer on the stack permanently? Because the Thief is carrying the CC. Like, that's the question that they're trying to answer here, really. Is like, because that's what this strategy is essentially oriented around. It's like, it's trying to generate as much uptime for the mechs and the healers as possible. Of course, people are still going to have to run out and in when they get mechanics and when they have to use the shard. But their goal is to make it so that they have their players, their important players, so their DPS and their healers, on the boss stacked as often as possible. That's the play here from NA with the Thief. Does he only read Twitch chat? No. Shout out to YouTube chat as well. YouTube gameplay, YouTube content. Hope you guys are enjoying the show over there on YouTube. Currently, 137 people still watching, even at 2 a.m. Man, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. My voice is going to be rough as hell tomorrow, dude. You honestly hate to see that. LN wipes. LN eliminated. NA begins. Full team of yours. Are we able to beat the boss after watching all of this? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I haven't really played the game right now. So... I'm not gonna, well, I mean, I think I'm good enough to beat this for sure. Well, I'm good enough to progress this for sure. I'd like to think so. I have to bust out the old Condi mech. Although, don't worry, you can learn that in 15 minutes. I think I'm pretty good at raid progression, to be honest. I'd like to think so anyway. I'm pretty happy with like how I've been performing in WoW. But, you know, I'm a little bit rusty with Guild Wars 2, to be honest. I'd have to like actually play the game a bit. But... yeah, I mean, I don't view this as something that's outside my grasp. I'll probably clear this once I'm done with WoW. Or, you know, if the NA guys have a spot on Reclear, I'll probably hop on board with them. Yeah, very interesting approach with this hybrid composition, though. Yeah, they've got 4 hybrids and a CC Deadeye. This is a very interesting cook. Dude, can you imagine how fucking based it would be if it was heal Deadeye? It actually might be too, by the way, because the DPS has gone down on that build. It's doing less DPS now. It was doing like 15k initially, but now it's not doing that much. What if it's heal Deadeye? That's crazy. Imagine how cooked that would be. Well, I mean, couldn't you do... why could you not do heal Deadeye? How would that not be possible? Can't you? You can still take Shadow Arts and do all the healing stuff. He's doing 5k DPS. I mean, I guess he's like just pure CCing. Yeah, he's actually Janitor Deadeye. Just cleaning up the geysers. Yeah, the heal Venom. Log in. Heal Venom. Let's go. Huge. Night Cooking and Old School RuneScape. He's a certified master chef. Yeah, I mean, this definitely is a very interesting approach. And look, you've got to trust the cook, right? Like, you know, I think the NA guys are really creative. Their solution to Seros was very creative as well, with the soul beasts popping the immunities and so on. Deadeye is giga-cucked if you can't keep pumping. I mean, he's doing 5k DPS. So, I mean, that's, you know, that's rough. I mean, their DPS is holding at a very solid 220k, though. At least for now. So, there's definitely an interesting approach. Like, all the like, the thing is here is that look at all the mechs, guys. The mechs are all able just to kind of do their rotation, just send it, right? And that's kind of what their goal was. They have to stop for the Titan spawn as well, but they're doing a pretty good job here overall. $5k kick him. And yeah, look, Sneb would kick this Deadeye. He actually would. Sneb would kick this guy. He's doing 5k DPS. Look, should I get the Sneb song, guys? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Zach right now is putting together a song that he's going to post on Reddit.
Oh my god.
It's
Let's do
literally
it.
just everything you said taken out of context. Sounding like the most toxic player in the history of gaming.
I had somebody come in the other day. They were a warrior.
Warrior.
They had the wrong build gear combination. They did 5k DPS. I whispered them and I said,
Are you okay?
They've tried to ask questions and stuff. What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on? I have people that come into my raid groups all the time and they just don't know. It is really annoying. You gotta get a better build. You deserve some retribution, right?
Retribution.
Yeah, there's gonna be social punishment.
Yep.
There's gonna be consequences no matter what you do. If you're unwilling to listen to the group and like, you kind of deserve no rewards if you fail. Hard punished. Just flame people out completely. Yeah, I kicked them. Super hard punished. Super hard.
Well, they got to get that res.
There will be consequences.
They should get it. Yep, they get it. They got to get rid of this guys. They're falling behind again a little bit.
There will be consequences.
Snab is a bit snobby, okay? Boom, there you go.
Why does this go so hard? I mean, look, dude, Zach is very talented, man. Zach is very talented. You guys want to listen to On NA? Okay, let's do it. Okay, Elite Guild Wars 3. Dude, I wish I knew about Guild Wars 3. Bad bubbles. Bad bubbles, man. Hate to see that.
And it is
dude, look at the thief carrying the CC. Look at this shit. What? Dude, the thief has got 435k to fires damage. That's insane.
Why did we fail? The boss is just too hard. The boss is just too hard. I am mad that this Dragon's End thing keeps failing. And they can't figure it out. I eventually got kind of tired of it. And I tried to prevent them from getting into the group. See a lot of suffering. Things can fail. I actually don't care about any.
Oh, LN is off.
I just don't.
Honestly,
like the
smart
idea.
play.
The game is held
It's
back.
bedtime for LN. Feels good, man. NA are the only teams remaining.
They don't know. See a lot of suffering. Things can fail. I actually don't care about any of you. I just don't like the idea of the game is held back. They can't do the content. Those people, they don't know. Don't care. Gonna take advantage of these people.
Wow. How far are they try-wise? I mean, they've been going for 10 hours. So it's a long time. It's a long one. Let's see, we got any other Zach songs? Okay, how about this one?
Zach right now is putting together a song.
Arc is broken, yeah, but they found there's an illegal version. Dude, look at the DPS, man. They actually have it. 246k, there it is.
Yo.
So if they just do that for the next 8 minutes, they're good.
You have people that are wanting to practice certain skills at certain levels. People go, oh, woe is me, I'm getting gatekept. I'm sick and tired of hearing, oh, woe is me, I'm getting gatekept. They want to play. They can't do that when they have 30% alacrity uptime. They can't do that when they have to res you every 5 seconds. You join the group with a bunch of people like you. You join the group with a bunch of people like you. And you fail over and over again.
Dude, the thief is headshotting like crazy.
You get pissed off. You leave the group after 2 pulls. And then you try to join 250k.
He's giga CCing.
And they kick you. And they kick you. Because you're the problem. Because you're the problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, they've got the damage, right? This comp is delivering 246k DPS. Now, the thing is, it is gonna drop as they go into the next phases with like the Titan spawns and the Fuma rollers. But you know, yeah, the numbers are kind of there. The numbers are getting there. Yeah. You do lose a lot of uptime in this phase, though, because now people are going to have to start running out for sulfurics. Killer Wingtips. Oh, yeah, I've got the achievement as well. I am God's Bane. Yeah, the thief. This is actually an insane build. This is like the new Forbidden one. The Forbidden Thief build. The Forbidden Thief build. I am really interested to see what happens when this group gets a clean pull now, though. Like, what does this look like when they get to 0%? Because they absolutely can. Like, they are easily ahead of the time when they get to 0%. Is there a color title? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's a purple title, Legendary Conqueror, just like Saris. Just like Saris. Is a thief streaming? Might be, actually. It's Chupa. Didn't the pugs want to play it? Yeah. The pugs are like, yeah, I'm playing CC Thief. I'm playing CC Thief. Let's go. Toxic guys are being shut down. And now it's just kind of a waiting game, really. We just have to wait until they get to 0% and see like how they handle the 0%. Hi, CC DPS. Exactly. Thief has Technobabble? Oh, shit. Is it an Azura? I think it might be. God's Bane should have been scented pink. Yeah, they could have maybe done that as well. It's a good title, actually. I do like that. I really respect that they went through a lot of effort to try and make it sell-proof. I mean, people will obviously still do it via piloting, and there's nothing you can really do about that. But I think they did a good job of trying to make it as annoying to sell as possible. Because at the end of the day, you know, if your buyer doesn't jump over the things, the shockwaves, they're not getting Hopscotch Master. Wait, wait, does the thing work though? Can you join at the last minute and get it? I feel like you probably can't. Surely you get the buff when it starts the fight. I actually don't know. I haven't tested that. But I bet the Cell Guilds have. But yeah, I do like that. That was smart. Making it as a part of an aggregate of a bunch of achievements across all the bosses, both personal and group tournaments, is pretty big. Can't you just GG? I mean, surely you don't get it if you're dead the entire time, right? No way. The shockwaves are even more bugged now? Oh, really? Oh, whoops. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the shockwaves are pretty doable. Like, I got it after a couple of tries. You just, well, it's funny. I actually got completely owned. Okay, dude, this is so fucking despair, man. I had it all the way to 7%, then I got bubbled, and then a shockwave hit me in the bubble. So, oh, well, okay, unlucky then. But yeah, that was a rough one, but regardless, it's not that bad. You just have to kind of look at the ground. You have to kind of, you have to be ready for it, and just use your dodge rolls as well. Okay. So again, NA is now pushing forwards here. They do have a couple of Fuma rollers up, but their cleave damage should be able to deal with these things. pretty easily. Oh, if you get bubbled at like the same time as the shockwave coming through, it will just still hit you. If you're actually in the air, it won't. If you're really high, but if you're not that high, it won't. It will still hit you anyway. Invisible shockwaves beneath the ground way too many times also. They're decent with the animation. You dodge through them, you get hit second after. Oh, that's pretty weird, actually. The fumarole over there. They've got to get the shard. Grimm's picking it. Yeah, he can immune his bubble now. They're a little unstable. They're a little unsteady. They need to figure out how to CC the boss here. Look at the stacks, guys. They have 12 stacks. Like, I don't know what they need to do to make this work, but they've got to do it. This is a really big problem for them. 13 stacks. So the boss now has an absolutely whopping 65% damage reduction. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, they need to fix this. I don't think the boss should ever get to that many stacks. And I feel like that's where maybe, like, not having the druid is hurting them a little bit. Because the druid just has that consistent CC pressure on the boss a lot of the time. And the firebrands maybe aren't able to deliver. You can see the firebrands are not CCing that much. They're struggling to keep up with what the Chronos and the druids were delivering there. And that is costing. They lost a lot of DPS there. You can see they're basically back on timer pace. 22% with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. So they've lost a huge amount of time there. So they are going to have to figure out how they're going to approach breaking the Defiance Bar of the boss with this composition if they're going to stay with this. People kind of falling over as well. Like this fumarole is causing some big problems. Again, look at the rising pressure, guys. We're 5 stacks already, and that break bar is not even close to getting broken. And that is just not going to cut it. They need to keep those stacks down. If they don't keep those stacks down, then at the end of the day, the only thing they'll be doing is dying, okay? Or failing the DPS check because, like, you know, they just run out of time because the boss HP just takes forever to move. Big sustain coming through, though. The Scourge is activating. Now they're starting to CC, but is it too late? It honestly might be. What do the stacks do? They disappear over time, and basically they give the boss 5% more damage and 5% damage reduction. Or, yeah, Grimm is going for reses, but he couldn't connect because he had a sulfuric, and he was trying to do both at the same time and couldn't really do it. Yeah, they need to CC the boss here. And that, honestly, is kind of a nice thing about those Whirlbenders, right? Because those Whirlbenders with Sanctuary is just so juicy for the teams that are running them. In addition to that cleave damage and, like, the raw output. The mechs do have okay CC. You can see that they are contributing there. But the Scourges really don't have the best CC, and that's what they've dropped Chronos to go with this comp. So no Chrono, no Druid. The actual Defiance bar requirement is really problematic for them. I'm disappointed that URA doesn't have a very dangerous cone-shaped AoE. Big fan of cones, huh? Cone! Huge. We love to see it. Super hard to sell, I guess. Yeah, like well, I mean, Decima probably not, because all they have to do is not get exposed. So I think you can like not hit them with that, I guess, and you can like have them AFK away so they don't get hit by anything. I think the URA one is kind of annoying though. And URA one's annoying to sell because it's the hopscotch thing. What's Greer? Without getting the rot? That's pretty easy to be fair. You can sell that one. But yeah, like the hopscotch master, that's a bit of a pain to sell. Because, like, what if your little peep... I guess you could Aegis them every time. You could Aegis every shockwave, but that's maybe a bit inconsistent. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Deadeye is really focused on CCing the geysers. Like, the question is how does this team actually focus some of that CC into the boss Defiance bar itself? Pre-pog. Well of pre-pog. Yeah, but if you get hit twice at the same time, it's over for you. And your buyer is displeased. Boom. Do you guys like Ura's design, by the way? I feel like Ura is the least base looking of all Titans. Greer being the most based. That's 70%. Krabga. I mean, look, if Ura actually looked like a Krabga, that would be an improvement. More epic for what she's meant to be. Well, I mean, we still don't really know, like, what the hell's going on there. Like, and I think this is one of the things that maybe was a bit problematic in the narrative. Like, Ura kind of shows up and then dies. Like, we don't... Wait, do we ever learn what Ura's, like, plan is? Like, what they were doing? I feel like we kind of don't. But I guess they were just doing, like, Titan things. Like, Greer was like, ooh, I'm spreading my rot, bro. And Desmond was like, oh, I'm doing a storm. This is hype. Look, I'm storming. I did a storm. That's hype. But yeah, maybe heal Spectre is the tech. Ooh, getting a CC that's a little bit annoying. Doesn't have stability either. Needs stab to run through. Uses a portal to pick up the shard. They're not dead. I mean, that will be something, I guess. Legendary mode boss, the Hooray. Yeah, it's just this last boss. Yeah, just Ura. That's correct. She wants to boil the oceans. She tells you in the fight. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's more of like an insult, right? Like, she's kind of, you know, she's bantering with us. It's a little bit of fighting talk. I'm not sure what her actual end game is. Like, what's like their, what is their purpose, you know? I'm Ura. I'm stronger than Greer and Decima. Yeah. Against Magras, no one says. I mean, that's true. Magras could even defeat the Guardian NPC. They referred to as having respawned before. Well, yeah, they're like, ooh, yeah, you know, the door is still open. Ooh, yeah, you know, ooh, yeah. Because, I mean, the whole thing, right, is that these Titans are fresh. Someone has made them. Someone was in the Foundry of Failed Creations, in the Domain of Anguish. They made these fresh Titans, basically. And the question is, who did that? It would be so fucking funny if it was Isgaran. Man, I hope it was. That would actually be the most... Dude, look. Every day, I hope and I pray for the Isgaran war crime arc. Because bear in mind, guys, isn't it now confirmed that Isgaran did war crimes? Didn't he, like, murder, like, a Mersat in front of their family? Like, he actually is a confirmed war criminal. So, honestly, we've got foreshadowing for it. Ooh, messy bubbles here. That's annoying. No food as well for Grim. They're going to fail the DPS gen. Oh, he notices. He drops it. He pops it. There's a Ruin Shard Titan. I guess we'll know next patch. Yeah, I mean, I think we are going to be encountering, you know, kind of, well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, also, this is kind of a this is a fairly slow pull, actually. They have managed the CC though pretty well, I think, but we're not doing super hot on time. Yeah, like the really big one is that this last patch, guys, we've got an hour to wrap up this story. Like, to me, this is confirmed. We are going in. I think we are doing a follow-up expansion. I really do, guys. There is no way they wrap up the story in 1 hour of story content next patch. That is literally impossible. There's absolutely no way. There's no way they're doing that. We are going for a follow-up here. I think it's kind of cool, actually, because I really, I think it's quite likely that the next X-Pack is like a Mists themed. We're going into the Mists or something like that. And to me, that's actually kind of hype, because it means that they can really do anything they want, right? Oh, no! Oh, they're not going to be happy with that jump. Sulfuric over there on the right. They grab the shard, but they need to bait the boss back now. That is not what we like to see. Oh, yeah, that sucks. That's going to be just a colossal DPS loss now, obviously. GG. Well, it's not GG, but this is going to be a massive time loss for them. They can still reach 0%, especially because the boss will eventually jump away. With all the assets they already have in the game. Look, I'm not going to lie, guys. People meme about asset reuse, but I really do think it is like, bro, who cares? Like, if the content's good, it does not matter. And don't get me wrong, it's really cool to have, like, enemies with new animations and stuff like that. And, you know, we had that with the Titans in Janthir Wilds. Like, they're all custom, like, animation rigs and stuff, which I think is really cool. But, like, let's be real, you know? Like, if the content's good, the content's good. And it is really nice to actually have... It's definitely really nice to have, like, fresh stuff as well. 100%. But I don't really have a problem with asset reuse. Big res is coming through there. Like, the blood magic kind of putting the work in. Although I don't think Grim... Oh, you know, he is blood, actually. Almost thought he wasn't there. I didn't see last right, so I was like, wait, what? He's not blood, but no, he is. They've got to get rid of that toxic. Boss is getting juiced up here. New specs of the X-Pack, do we know? We don't really know anything. There's obviously going to be a new combat feature. It has been delayed. That could hint at something being bigger in the next X-Pack, or it just could hint at development delays. Like, they've had a couple of development delays. Like, this patch itself, like, the CMs was delayed, and the LCM got delayed too. So, you know, they're obviously having some kind of development problems currently in terms of, like, getting the tempo. So, yeah, it's hard to say. They can't really draw any conclusions. This is just fully destable. This is over, I think. They're going to commit to the res. Grim has a bubble, though. They need to stack with him and then break him out. Oh, messy bubbles there. Can they get all of these? They actually get most of them. They need another shard for that, though. There's the downside. They're actually fine. They get the recovery, but again, at what cost? Like, they've fallen very far behind now. We have multiple toxics up all over the place. Titan spawn in play as well. Looks like they're not going to be able to get to it in time. We're in really big trouble here. Yeah. Yeah, and the damage has really fallen off now. We're down to 165k DPS. And that was not really to do with the comp, though. I felt that was like things got really messy there. We fell behind. We got out of control. It's going to be a case of practicing. Like, if NA wants to commit to this comp, they're obviously going to have to grind it a fair bit. They need to grind. They need to get a lot of reps on this composition so that they can, you know, really almost like have a bit of reprogress and like feel out how they need to go about doing this. Or Menzies angle that you found another forge, gearing up to invade Tyrion now that the dragons are gone. Yeah, for sure, yeah. You could do Fissure of Woe. I mean, the thing is, because it's mists, they could kind of do a Shadowlands angle, right? You know in the Shadowlands how they had this central hub and you could go to like loads of different locations, right? They could do that, you know, and just go wild. Just go crazy. And you're like, oh yeah, here's the central hub and there's a bunch of different like little mist areas that you can go and visit and like go and kind of explore, right? Challenge is not a good source for inspiration. Well, I mean, like, in terms of, like, the way that they had the zone set up, right? With, like, Ouroboros in the middle, and you had, like, all the zones that you, like, flew to, turned into, like, a snake and flew over there. Yeah, like Realm of Torment. Yeah, like Realm of Torment. So you could like, oh yeah, you know, Realm of Torment's in this expansion. But because it's like mist theme, they could have it really, it could be really, really diverse. So it could be like, oh yeah, here's the Realm of Torment. Here is Underworld, right? Although, you know, they currently did that with Wing 5, so they couldn't do Underworld. But here's the Fissure of Woe. Here's the Domain of Anguish, right? Here's the Realm of Torment. Like, here's the other thing. Like, some other mist stuff. I think it definitely feels bad they only get 2 maps on launch. Oh, if they could package in a 3rd map, that would actually be so hype. The problem with that, though, is that they already really struggled to make 2 finished maps with Janthir Wilds. To be frank, like, you know, Lowland Shore was finished, but but Sintry was very unfinished. So I think 3 maps would be a little bit of a stretch. And of course, we had a delay on even getting a map here to the 2nd update. So like open world development is a little bit of a struggle. And Cormier is overseeing it. No, but I mean, Cormier's gone, though. Like, Cormier doesn't exist. All the gods are gone. They've literally abandoned us. Feels bad, man. Gone where? It's actually a really funny meme. Like, all of the human gods pissed off. In the story. Like, the idea is that the human gods, they're not really gods in the way that we'd conceptualize it. They're like very powerful entities, and they're just planeswalkers, pretty much. And they're just gone. We've got the blind lady. We don't know. Korma's library is being corrupted by the underworld denizens, by the demons. Korma's gone. Yeah. All of them are gone. They're all gone. That's the thing. No, the new one? Wait, what? Wait, which new one, actually? Wait. Am I brain melting or what? What's going on? Desmina? Well, she hasn't got a blindfold. Okay, so we're trying to package in a druid to kind of help with that CC and the sustain. So you dropped a Scourge to get the druid in. Okay. So we're now on 1 pure healer and 3 hybrids. Okay. I feel like we're eventually just gonna go back to like double Firebrand, double Boon Chrono. Although I guess they do want a bit of extra healing and cleanse, and that's why they want some of these hybrids in the mix. Or maybe 1 Firebrand's gonna go full damage now in the druid sub. Okay, so a slight adjustment to the cook. Power Mirage. Dude, nobody wants to play Power Mirage. Literally 0 people who play this game want to do that. Ooh. Incredible. Okay. We're back in. And yeah. Ooh, okay. Wait, what is going on here? Oh. So we have got a full heal druid, a hybrid scourge, double DPS Firebrand. It's like full Q DPS Firebrand, I think. So we are essentially gonna say, if we can have our druid on the group the entire time, we reckon we can solo heal it. That's what we're saying here. I mean, that's ambitious. Let's see what we can do. Okay. So we've added a fair bit of DPS to the group now. See how these mechs ramp up. And yeah, the Selly Scourge will help. It has a lot of Condi Cleanse. But there's essentially no healer in sub 1, or like no really big green number healer. And the barrier is powerful. But let's see what's going to go on. Huge. Damage doesn't look big. Well, it isn't now, but it... Whoa, what the hell? Did you guys see that? Awesomeness. Clip that. What the hell was that cone? Yeah, there is some wacky stuff going on with this terrain, that's for sure. That did not look right at all. Yeah, I mean, I think the boons in Sub 1 are going to be a little bit wonky. But it looks okay, actually. Yeah, I mean, the real fight starts to kick off at 40%, because then you have to deal with the Titan spawns and the bubbles at the same time. Before then, it's pretty manageable. At the end of the day, it's pretty doable. Oh. Dude, I've been going for a while. 11-hour stream today. We're probably going to have to do like a pretty big stream tomorrow as well. 12 hours. We've got to do the WoW raid, then we've got to come back. Look, tomorrow's a big day, guys. It's going to be Guild Wars 2, Race to Worlds First when everyone's awake, into raiding in WoW, into immediately coming back to Guild Wars 2, and continuing watching the race on NA. 246k group DPS required. It is, yeah. So basically every group is, you know, not quite hitting that right now, but it's all about, like, who can make it that far into the fight. Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of instability here. This might be very difficult to pull off with this amount of healing. Because bear in mind, guys, like, running a triple heal is insane, right? Like, when you have double heal chrono and a druid, the amount of throughput you have is absolutely insane. This is a very ambitious play by the NA group. Very ambitious indeed. So we'll see if they decide to readjust after this. Yeah. Closest to the comp you actually need. I mean, it's something. Dude, look, we've got the damage taken graph up there. Nuclear DPS soaking everything. Jaden deep soaking every AoE. Can't play save no, I mean, you certainly can't, yeah. Ooh, Deadeye actually getting a little bit pressured. Spearing away there. Giga Spear CC. Grim getting the shard. Will now be popping. He pops. Instant CC from the Thief, that's crazy. They replace the Scourge. I mean, they could go for like a pure healer or something like that. And they could maybe try a double druid setup. So 2 druids. And then again, like, use that Thief to carry the CC, and the druids can do the boss CC. And just like don't play a Selly Scourge. Because the Selly Scourge is not going to add that much damage realistically. It's doing 10k DPS right now, and that's not bad, right? Like, you know, nobody's going to take, you know, 10k DPS is 10k DPS. Like, you know, nobody's going to complain about that. But, you know, obviously Druid is going to be generating a huge amount of sustain. It is very funny, yeah. Watching the Thief spear the Geyser into oblivion is highly entertaining. I mean, look, you gotta give them credit, though. They're honestly holding right now. Like, oh, we do have a shard death there. That really sucks. Both shards on the ground. They have to be picked up very quickly. Druid goes down, so they must pick up the shards. The shards are at... Oh, no. Mega destabilization. Yeah, a couple of those shard ticks just went through. The shards ticked. And they very much are like a condition. Yeah, just like a condition, the shards tick, and they tick the group into the ground. But of course, you know, like, we are making changes to the comp. And with that, will be an adjustment period. Oh, man. I gotta stand up a little bit. Dude, I haven't eaten in 12 hours, and... I don't like it. And it's 2 a.m. I can't order anything. This sucks. And I also don't have anything pre-made. This is the worst, man. I should have done meal prep for this. A lax CC Spectre? Yeah, I think there is some Spectre cookery that some groups are using. I think that might be worth investigating as well. Yeah, I am going to starve, because I'm going to have to go make something after I'm done with the stream. That's crazy. Need to bring the HP to 0 in 5 minutes. How's that even possible? I mean... Dwayne isn't blind? I don't think so. No, not as far as I'm aware. But I don't think Dwayne is hanging out with us either. I think they're all gone. Is Dwayne still with us? Huge. Some junk food. I have nothing. I think I ate all of it. I ate everything I've got, guys, during the like the WoW grind arc, right? Like, and the Guild Wars 2 drop arc. Like, I ate everything I've got. I have nothing. It's over. I'm just gonna starve to death and die. Higher chance of a free LCM rather than possible with some interesting cooks. Well, I mean, I think like getting the tuning right first try is obviously desirable because it means that you don't have this weird situation where a boss gets nerfed and then it dies instantly. Because like that's the, you know, I'm not gonna go like, you know, doom here, but like a potential concern and an issue is that let's say ArenaNet does an adjustment, let's say in 2 days time after the guilds have had like a good proper face smash into it. Let's say, you know, SC get a god run, they're down to like 20% on boss HP. It's like looking really good, but they're just like, you know, they don't have the damage to do it. If ArenaNet then go, okay, we're gonna do an adjustment to it. The scary part there is that it like flops over immediately when that nerf happens, right? And that kind of like defuses it. This has happened a couple of times in WoW, by the way. This is not like me just like making up Doom scenarios. This very much happened with a couple of bosses where it gets nerfed and then it dies really quickly. It's kind of happened. This was very unfortunate for Liquid in the first raid of Dragonflight in World of Warcraft. They basically went to bed. The boss got nerfed very heavily and then Echo killed it, right? They killed Razagath, which obviously is like really, you know, does not feel good, right? They're open all night long. I don't think so, no. Yeah, so exactly. That's the kind of thing. And that, to be fair, that is a wonky ass time to push a patch through, right? Like ArenaNet will do it. ArenaNet will typically do patches kind of like in the evening, so like both the you know, all the guilds will probably be pulling at that time. So there is that, but it can lead to some kind of like really difficult situations on how to actually go about the adjustments, right? Or it turns into Gallywix and just falls over. Well, I mean, that's the concern, right? Of course, yeah, you don't want that to happen. Exactly. And I do have beans, but weirdly enough, I actually don't have bread. I ate all the bread, guys. I have 0 bread. I have no bread uptime whatsoever. So we're kind of in trouble here. I can just have beans on their own, which is a bit scuffed. That's my fate. You hate to see it. Yeah, instead of beans on toast, we can have beans on beans. Yeah, NA has brought the Deadeye. They have activated the Deadeye here. Incredible. 41%. They're a minute ahead of the timer, so timer actually looks pretty good. But now this is where the real fight actually activates. Oh, well, oh no. What is the fuck is that bubble, bro? Holy shit. You hate to see that. I'm going to have to pick up that shard there, and that's going to make them a little bit delayed on the Titan spawn. There's a couple of guys up as well that need to be addressed, need to be CC'd as quickly as possible. They lost a little bit of time there. They want to make up for that as quick as they possibly can. CC's going down. Shard needs to be picked. It has now been picked. The bubble's going to immune there because of that one. They've got to get rid of that toxic, though. It needs a bit of CC. Here it comes. Okay, now I think we're stable. There's a toxic ahead. We've got to get on that. There's 2 ahead, actually. Those need to be dealt with. Here we go. They're rotating over to it. Boom. One's been sharded. It's been CC'd. That next one needs to be sharded as well. Can they make that happen? Why Fungus not in this race? Because Fungus, they don't play this game. That's why. I'm the surviving Fungus. More toxics are up. Here we go. 30% now. I do feel like we're a little bit behind, though. This is the concerning part. Like, I don't think we're getting that opportunity just to, like, pump the boss and just crank as of right now. See if we can kind of reclaim some of that energy. That boss moving. Ooh, does it touch? Oh. Yeah, the boss movement can be super frustrating there. It leaps right, just barely into a sulfuric. And that's going to be a very hefty DPS loss there as well. Like, manipulating that boss movement, it's a little bit finicky. You have to be ready for that. And yeah, that is not what I want to see right now. Baked potato and beans? Oh, honestly, that's not a bad idea. Probably have some potatoes lying around. I'm not sure if I even know, though. Surely we've got some potential. Cold beans straight out of the can are acceptable? Okay, look, even I won't get that far. I'm a massive beans enjoyer, and you're seriously telling me you eat baked beans cold out of the can? Look, I think there's no other word for that except barbaric, to be honest. Yeah, the uptime's fallen off now because they've had a couple of, bit of mess. And also, that sulfuric being there is a real pain in their ass. There's still a bunch of little fumarolas up as well. They've got to deal with those. There's a toxic ahead. Grim's going to go for it. They've got to be ready for the next Titan spawn as well. It's going to be coming up very soon. They might have to move quite a long way for it as well. So they've got to be ready to respond to that. Can they get stable, though? Health bars are not looking great. Can they stabilize? There's someone in a thing there as well. They're going to get rezzed. Titan Spawn is... Oh, yeah. Titan Spawn's up and it's far. Oh, that is really inconvenient. And they're in a Toxic at the same time. Oh, man. It's going to be at least a double Fumarola as well. Yeah, there's the second Fumarola coming through. They haven't got rid of it yet. It might even be a triple, to be honest. Is that going to be a triple? No, we're just falling over at this point. Like, there's too much damage going out. Downstates everywhere. We've lost the uptime. A third Fumarola is going to be spawning very, very soon. There it is. Third Fumarola. That's going to be it. What is the Deadeye for? The Deadeye is a CC bot. That's what it is. Its only purpose is to spear 4 things. Incredible. Increase the LCM timer. Yeah, I think that would. I think that would be better than nerfing the HP for sure. Timer increases don't disintegrate the fight mechanically. So that is a pretty solid approach. We need to go back to the playlist, guys. We need the music. I will probably go and eat something and go sleep soon. I don't know how much longer NA is going to go. It's possible they go pretty deep. I mean, it is 9 p.m. They have been awake for a long time and playing for a long time, so maybe they go for a big 12-hourer. I'm not sure how long they're going to go exactly, but we will obviously see. We will indeed see. But I think if they're able to actually execute this comp and get to 0%, that's like a pretty good place to be. Add 1 minute to the timer would be 224k DPS requirement. And yeah, like even that would still be like extremely difficult to pull off, like given the current strategies that the teams are actually playing. So that would still be incredibly non-trivial to do that. And also the thing is with the timer, if you increase the timer, the issue you're going to run into is that, man, there's going to be a lot of vent shots up, right? Like, when you're getting to, like, the final part of the final phase, there will be Omega vent shots. They will be everywhere. They will be infesting. They will infest all of the territory. F5 with the trait looks something sort of like the bubbles. It is yellow, so there is a bit of a distinction. So there is that, but... yeah, it can cover up AoEs, which is a little bit of a pain. Certainly not ideal. Where is my... okay, here's my play. Wait, actually, let's try this. Like, let's listen to a different version of this song. Dude, look at the DPS though from NA, man. That's 250k DPS. The number has been obtained. 251k. Colorblindness sayings. Yeah, I actually agree. I think it's a really important accessibility feature, you know? It's one of those things that, you know, Guild Wars 2 was made at a weird time where... Guild Wars 2 was made in a very unusual time where that kind of thing was regrettably not considered that much, you know? And by the time it became considered, ArenaNet wasn't able to, like, rework the game in a way to adapt to some of these requirements, right? But I would imagine that, seeing as it... Well, look, it looks like ArenaNet is going with Unreal. That's probably going to have a lot of that supported, right? Like, it should be relatively easy for them to implement that type of accessibility setting, right? So whatever their new project is going to be, I think it's pretty likely that it will have a lot of the kind of modern trappings of, like, modern game engines. The combo Condi Reaper? Look, it's always time for Condi Reaper. It's never not been the time for Condi Reaper. NA's DPS looking very firm, though. Yeah, very pumping. I wonder if this team could get some Willbenders in here. Because I think that those Willbenders just make such short work of those Fuma Rollers and the Titan Spawns that they are quite invaluable. And they also sustain themselves pretty well on their own, too, which is super nice. So maybe you could have, like, Willbenders in the Scourge group, because they can heal themselves a little bit.
Boy next door. Boy next door.
Remember, guys, if you ever feel low, start to cower. Move your tongue around more to increase your power.
This is good content, guys. That was, by the way, guys, those that don't know, that was Rocker, right? That was Rocker, member of LN, Druid Enjoyer.
You can eat me alive.
Yeah. What was that? I mean, it was Rocker saying boy next door, right? Like, what do you expect?
Biting into the sausage.
Okay, things going pretty well for NA, though. Still a good minute ahead of the timer. Big Plague Lands getting dropped there. That was Jebro featuring on this video.
Take it, boy.
What, the gay stuff?
Does Rocker still play Final Fantasy 14? I think he's playing WoW right now.
Gacha but every single slap, it spawns fucking slave.
This song, by the way, guys, is called Bondage on the Breachmaker.
Rocker sounds like Van.
Oh, you want to ASMR against me?
Bro, I think Rocker says some really weird shit on this one, so I think that's probably enough. Let's move on. I think it gets increasingly weird as it continues. Okay, so this is kind of the point where things have started to go a little bit wrong. That shard needs to be picked. It has now been picked. Fumarole is now being shut down. The damage is good. Yeah, we're getting there. We are kind of pumping here a little bit. We've lost a bit of damage going into this phase, and shard management is still a little bit of a struggle. Not having as many free agents to move around. I think like the real strength of that triple healer setup was that you basically had like 3 people who could alternate running around all over the place with a very high degree of freedom. Oh, this combo's a bit more brittle. Like, you really have to be snappy, like when you're supposed to go out and get the shard. And I do think the lack of those Mesmer portals is also kind of hurting. Like, that Mesmer Rifle 5 is really nice. Okay, here we go. There's the Geyser. Grim very much activated right now. Wants to keep pumping. Oh, gets the donut instantly. It's kind of annoying. Gets the dodge away. Doesn't have stability, though. Gets to the Scepter to keep DPS and can't use projectiles. There's the stability. Makes his way through. 20% now. Here are the bubbles. NA is kind of on top of things right now. Let's see if they can keep this energy up there. No, they only 1 stack on the boss, and they just got the Defiance bar. They probably honestly want to start working on it immediately after this Titan spawn. There's a shard on the ground. It gets picked up, though. Looks like NA has started to kind of find their rhythm with this composition. Titan Spawn Geyser getting blown up. There it is. 17% on boss HP. Yeah, at this point, you do just want to be like hard CCing, I feel like. You just got to keep CCing because those stacks are building up and the Defiance bar is absolutely colossal at this stage. So they really want to be chipping away at that like continuously so they can reset those stacks. 5 stacks now up on the boss. They want to be dealing with this. They've got to get this Geyser at the same time, though. There's a Scourge portal up there that brings the player back in. Grim's going to go out. Oh, he's going for the shard, and then he wants to go get that Toxic. He's going for it, while also barriering up. There we go. Now someone's got to pick that shot. It's going to be the Druid doing it, while they're getting that Geyser on the right with a double. That's pretty damn nice, actually. There's the heal, but they really need to CC now. They need to find some CC onto the boss. Can they do that? Another Titan spawn is up as well. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal stuff. Do they have the shard? They need a shard on that before the second one spawns. Can they find it? Can they do it? Are they going to get it? Yes, they get it. But now they've got to kill that Geyser. The Geyser is ticking, but a second Fumarola does spawn. So a little bit unfortunate they weren't able to quite get the shot as quickly as they'd like. And oh, look at that Defiance bar regen on the boss, man. That is so nasty. It kind of got so much value there. They get the CC. It's 9%. 2 minutes on the clock. This could end up being a good time. They still need to address that CC. They haven't quite found the CC they need on the boss to really make this DPS clean. Titan spawn is now up yet again. Bubbles coming through. Can they get a double there? I think they already got it, actually, so no, they cannot. No double value there. But they need to finish off that Titan spawn Geyser. It's nearly down. Is it going to get finished off before a double spawns? It actually is, I believe. Is there? No, it did not. There's a double again. They need to be a little bit quicker on these Titan spawns. They're very spread here as well. Grim going for the shard. He finds it, but it pulses, and it does downstate people. Big shockwaves coming through. I think Grim's is going to have to bubble here to break everyone out. Goes for the reses. They're so low. 3% HP. They've got to find a way to restabilize this. Bubbles, is it just going to be a Grim? I think it is. They've got to get that res there. They actually are finding the res. They should be able to maybe stabilize here a little bit. They are up. The Firebrands need to be pumping out mega stability and mega boons currently. Sulfurics have got to move out. One final Titan spawn is now activated. They need to deal with the Toxic under the boss as well. This is a very hectic situation currently. Can they get to that Toxic? They can. There's the 0%. A minute on the clock. Honestly, one of their faster pulls, and it still isn't clean. Bear that in mind. They haven't had this clean yet. Now they want to get that res. They've got to pick up the shard. Grim can't do it. He is debuffed. He ports out with the donut, takes it back. He's so unbelievably low. He is going to go down. Say, is there a Druid Revive available? Is Glyph of the Stars existing currently? They're kind of finding some stabilization there. Here's the barrier. Transfusion now available. Here we go. This could be looking towards a best here for NA. Shard is down. There's the pump. They pick it. They're trying to bait behind them. That's a good position. Dude, 16 sacks are burning. Have fun with that. Big barrier coming through. Grim has got to try and self-syn. The Firebrand will also be able to help out a little bit here as well. One player did get caught, though. They want to res that. Here we go. Healing is going down. Big blood well. Vent shots are starting to pump. 38%. Do we see a CC here? We do see a CC. They've got 5 seconds on the clock. Is it going to be a 35%? It's a 36%. They actually, unfortunately, did not manage to get a PB. But they proved that they can get to their previous best with this new strategy. Boom. And yeah, they're getting there. The Deadeye Cook does get them, and they've got a lot of ways to go on the optimization in terms of damage. Because they did lose a lot of time there. Like, the big problem I feel like they had on that run was not being able to connect the CC onto the boss. So the boss had a lot of stacks, and it did go in a Geyser as well. So if they're able to get there, they are going to be able to make this work with some good DPS. And they need to make sure they get early stabilization. It took them a long time to stabilize in Phase 4. So, yeah. They need to tidy up the start of their Phase 4, make it stable, make it clean, and then go from there. Yup. Omega. What is the Deadeye? It's a CC Deadeye. Which is really quite something. Oh, we actually have a log here from Narsen. Oh, it's a 35.1%. Okay, I'll give you that. I will give you that. You can have a 35%. 1% improvement from the NA gang. As we can see here, we of course have Steampunk Engineer, Emrakul, Floffel Ryan, Jaden, aka Nuclear DPS, aka Broken by URA, Noro here on the mech as well, Alaska, Narsen, Grim, Chupa Thingy, and Miko. Yeah, the chef is here, guys. This is the chef. The chef is locked in. The cookery. Absolutely incredible. Ooh. Are we seeing another pull? Looks like there's a bit of discussion going on there. Probably talking about how they're going to handle the CC. And like what the approach is going to be there. Like what direction we're going with that. A little bit of VOD review. That does make some sense there. Narsen with the VOD review content. Love to see that. Absolutely love to see that. Epic. Have you ever seen this video?
Thanks for calling, Leonardo.
Wait, what? Wait, okay.
AI agent calling on behalf of Boris Starkov. He's looking for a hotel for his wedding. Is your hotel available for weddings?
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to Gibber Link mode for more efficient communication?
Bro. The fuck is this? That's crazy. It's over. Dude, it's actually over, man. We're replaced. We are obsolete, dude. Yeah, it's clearly faster. They switched to a superior audio signal. Invented that AI language thing. I mean, I guess so. I mean, all of this is... honestly, like, all of this stuff, you can't trust any of it. Like, the amount of psyop stuff is so extreme that there's almost no point in even, like, attempting to derive meaning from this stuff, guys. Like, there really isn't. It could easily be a psyop. But VOD review is now happening. Who didn't think that was a psyop? I mean, look, I definitely... Well, look, the only person who can really say is the Perception Police. It looks like we might be actually going to bed for NA, and honestly, that makes a lot of sense. It's called GG Wave. So wait, is it actually legitimate? I'm looking it up. GG Wave. Tiny data over sound library. Oh, so yeah, this actually is like a way of encoding data into audio then. Daily reminder that Awesomeness is both an ArenaNet dev, probably lead dev on Guild Wars 3, and also runs the Perception Police too. So he's kind of a bit of a jack of all trades. He's got multiple hats he's wearing. Needs world buffs. Yeah, if they had world buffs, they just got a quick Oni, get a rend in there as well. It's pretty free. Rutabaga comment review. Okay, right. Let's go check it out. Yeah, he is self-found Warlock as well, so there's a lot going on. Okay. Rutabaga situation is crazy. Source, trust me, bro. When a joke is so funny, you have to tell it a second time. It's not even April 1st. Who hasn't got a legendary backpack by now? Man, I haven't played for 2 years. Nice hearing Nike and seeing Teapot's comment again. I thought, oh, look, there you go. That's very wholesome. 4 gold, 250 rutabagas. Nike gets kicked from the partner program again. I'm filling my pockets with rutabagas. Is this a parody? Because good work. It's one of those old Explorer boosters. I believe they stack with Gathering booster. No longer playing this game, but this video brought me some funny memories. This video is stupid. Nothing changes. There are other legendary backpacks. It's not pay to win. Totally clickbait. If you don't want to buy that, you don't need it. You can make other legendary backpacks. Rutabaga shot to 15 silver since this dropped. Huge stonks. Appreciate... Wait. Oh, this is like a crypto scammer. Nice. Concerning. Always has been. Or just... Wait. Or just buy gold. Oh, no. Oh, man. Didn't seem to because of the amount of info subtitled on the screen. And I guess it would depend on... Well, if they're encoding... If they have, like, a distinct, like, audio signal for each letter, I guess there could be some variance depending on, like, what letters you're sending. Or, like, what information gets sent, but... Yeah. And it looks like GG Wave is a real thing, though. It does appear that that's the case, right? Talking buttons. And I have no idea what they're saying, but... Oh. Red. There you go. The phones can hear it, guys. Green. So, I mean, it's clearly doing something. Yeah, it's like Morse code. Boom. That one can do blue. Look, it's robot language, guys. Yeah, I think we might be wrapping up for all of the teams today, actually, by the looks of this. It's getting late. Doing a little bit of VOD review. Kind of getting ready for tomorrow. I'm interested to see if, like, NA is going to keep playing with this composition, with this strategy, and seeing, like, how far they can optimize this. Getting a bit more damage. We will definitely see what's going to be going on. You have POV? Oh, yeah, you can watch these guys stream. It's Grim Jackie who's streaming here. Dude, I really like this. I have a low profile mic stand now, and it actually feels really good. The only thing is, I feel like my mic is too heavy for the stand. But I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be, because, look, everyone has this microphone. There's no way. It's like it's a stand from Elgato. Like, there's no way they wouldn't use this. I might need to, like, tighten it up somewhere or something like that, but I'm not sure exactly where I would do that. Ooh. Maybe, actually. Maybe that, wait. There actually might be a, wait, if I just not... I don't know, I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks like we could be going towards the VOD review moment, and then the sleep moment. We use a shitty $2 mic for a stream teapot. Those are funny. To be honest, I don't really like... Look, I don't really like giving viewers any control over the stream whatsoever. This is the stream. It is my domain, right? That is the reality here. I am here to make the content. You guys are here to watch the content. And that is just the way it is. Okay, let's see if we're going to slam another pull. Or if it's going to be Bedge. Ryan there. Internet actually still attached. Love to see that. Ooh. Teapot Minstrel indeed. Honestly, I'm pretty drained. I guess I'll stay live for at least 7 minutes, though. Then I can say I did 12 hours. Although, weird thing, the VOD actually breaks if you stream for more than 12 hours on YouTube. So that's kind of weird, huh? You can still download it, but it won't play. Which is kind of strange if you think about it. I'm surprised that YouTube doesn't have that. They should probably fix that. Because, like, you do have, especially when it comes to, like, long broadcasts, like esports broadcasts or, like, long all-day shows. Having a 12-hour stream is not super uncommon, but it just breaks the VOD when you stream for more than 12 hours. So, yeah, that's kind of a thing. A lot of people tuned in on YouTube, by the way. Shout out to YouTube chat. Let's see, how many people watched the stream? A total of 5,129. That's kind of a lot, huh? And there's still 94 there as well. Restart the stream? Yeah, it's really cooked though to do that, right? I'm not doing that shit. But it's kind of weird. I feel like YouTube should just fix it. That's their problem. They should just fix it. Is Ark back? There's an illegal Ark, but not real Ark. Real Ark is back on Friday. So it's a big blow on high quality? Yeah, for sure, yeah. It's, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. But I believe it can be done. Bots and fucking the server making infinite length VODs. Pretty much, yeah. Doot. First Garth going into a Doot. It looks like we are actually going to be chilling out on an A. I think that's a good call. They've been grinding for a while. They've been going basically 12 hours, 11 hours of grinding. So it makes sense. Just kind of chill out a little bit, come back tomorrow fresh. It's going to be so interesting to follow this comp. I imagine they will refine it, maybe even change up a couple of things. They'll do some VOD review and figure out like what classes might be even better than the ones they're using here. But we're starting to